product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I'm saying like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, it is, Announcer Guy. Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition in studio before we head out to Oxnard this upcoming weekend. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton Russell back with us from vacation, and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Good morning, Pepe.
Good morning, guys. What's up? I missed y'all.
No, you didn't.
Oh.
Yeah, you did.
I think that's the sincere thing to say, right? I missed y'all. Well, I did because, I saw that the two guys that filled in for me were winning G-Bag of the Day without me. And I was like, dude, what the heck? I leave for a week and these guys are winning awards without me?
Did Kevin win? I didn't know Kevin won it. Ross definitely won.
He was a nominee on Friday. I don't know if they picked him.
It was for his lack of bleeps on that cut we played.
Yeah, Jacob Bray. Thanks for ratting him out. My goodness. I know. I got to come back to an email with a tutorial on how to edit stuff as well. So
he kind of looked at us with attitude, too. He's like, I got everything. We're like, we just heard SHI blank.
Yeah, you missed something there, Blake.
Oh,
and that was from what rant?
It was the plane guy, the guy in the airplane.
Oh, yeah. I'm the coolest guy on the East Coast.
I'm the realest guy on the East Coast. SOS, guys.
In my
SOS,
pied a terre.
Are you tan? Are you tired?
I'm tired because I flew back. I got hit with the delayed flight coming back, even though I was first class. But I got to the airport like an hour and a half before. It was a small airport in Pensacola, so I was like, I'm not gonna do the 2-hour thing. I'll do 90 minutes. And as soon as I walked through the gates, it was I got the delayed notification. 30 minutes, 45 minutes. I go, oh my goodness. So I didn't fly out of there till after 8 o'clock. Didn't get home until midnight, I think. Back from DFW, but
on what day?
Saturday. Okay. So this was Saturday night. So I had the full Sunday recovery day, but I had yard work. I come back and my yard's just a mess with the grass and everything. I didn't water all week. I think we got rain last Monday, but not throughout the whole week, so I had to do that. But yeah, just really tired. But Glad to be back. A little bit.
Yeah, another sincere thing to say. Pay back from the vacation, Floribama Shore. Hopefully everyone had a fantastic weekend. We got the Cowboys press conference at 1 o'clock today. Then Micah Parsons just cost himself money. A lazy Cowboy rookie already. That's coming up at 6:20. We get the Scotty Scheffler coming back to celebrate at Chipotle. But first, this.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Boy, Vest makes quick work of the Rangers and preserves this win for Detroit. They salvage the final game of the series and take it by the final of 2-1.
Hixie with a call on this radio station. They don't get the sweep. They do get the series win against the Detroit Tigers, who RJ called fraudulent late last week in previewing the series. I'm just going to take things to our group text in order to summarize the end of this game.
Did you prove this with Choppy before you open up the group text?
I did not. We have that belief in chemistry, unlike
We do.
Choppy, 9:04 p.m. That's the most embarrassing ninth inning you'll see all year. Bobby, pretty bad, but not as embarrassing as the failure to cover first against Tampa. I wrote back, what about the eighth, when everybody struck out in the entire inning? Bobby, yeah, that was bad, but that top half and Langford's pathetic strikeout, RJ, difference for me is the eighth was 8-9-1 versus 2-3-4. And then Bobby, just offense, sure, but the top half of the eighth was worse. So not a great eighth and ninth inning overall for the Rangers.
Well, the top half of the eighth is a whole different animal because that itself was had its problems. And then you get the Chris Martin calf strain or whatever it would be. Dude, that ninth inning, though, I mean, that was you swing at the first pitch. That's fine. You get your pitch. You're Corey Seager. You get your pitch. You swing at it, right? That's okay. You know,
especially after the night he was having.
Yeah. Well, especially the last month plus he's been having.
Yeah.
And then you get to Simeon, and it's like, all right, he also hacks at the first pitch, and now you're 2 pitches in. You got 2 outs. The dude that just came in, the reliever who pitched to Langford in the previous inning, has gotten 3 outs in like 5 pitches now. Nobody was able to even get his pitch count up to get him a little bit tired out. And then Adolis kind of, gets a 4 or 5 pitch at bat, and all of a sudden he's done too. It was a very feeble ninth inning.
6 pitches in the ninth in order to go ahead and end it. The wild pitch costing Skubal his victory.
Yeah, I mean, look, they were the pitcher came in there, Vest. He was pounding the strike zone though. Even the one that Dolis took was close. The one pitch that got taken for a ball in that inning, but yeah, it was something where Seager gets the pitch, swing at it. If Simeon gets the pitch, fine, swing at it. Dolis comes up there, takes a strike the first time, then he ends up swinging at a couple, but I understand it felt like a lack of patience in the bottom of the ninth. The bottom of the eighth was awful with Langford. Langford was just that was a terrible at bat. It was literally here's 3 straight pitches in the same spot and just unable to do anything with it. And in a game like that, Wyatt Langford's he's becoming really, really frustrating at times. And I don't know how they rally him to get him to just be more consistent.
And we were robbed of the big Cy Young matchup with Nate Eovaldi getting scratched because of back tightness. And again, Latz, maybe your undercover MVP of the season with the 4+ innings that he continues to give you, but we did not get Eovaldi versus Skubal.
That was a huge bummer. I mean, first of all, ESPN would have loved it, I'm sure. You get Skubal and Eovaldi, and those are 2 of the better pitchers in the American League. Scratch with back tightness, and now it's like
Rietma went out there for that, right, Jake? Jake thumbs up out there with Kid Muse, I think, part of the Jake Rietma fan club, and it said he gets Lats.
He gets Lats, yeah.
Ocho went to a big game.
Stop it. Stop. I just But, I mean, now it's like...
Will Truck was right about you.
They don't...
More on that at 6:40.
They don't think he's going to head to the IL. Right at the moment, they don't think he's going to head to the IL. But it would not surprise me if he misses another start. You get back tightness. It doesn't always, as a wannabe doctor, my Cairo says 7 to 10 days. If it's one of those back things where it's like, it's hard to stand up, where you got to like kind of curl your, when you got to twist to get up, he goes, that's a 7 to 10 day injury. It's a 7 to 10 day injury. Now he's got a chiropractor, I'm sure, at the facility that he can go to every day, or a massage therapist or something. So maybe it's not 7 to 10 days. shoot him up with something good, get that inflammation down there, put that sacrum back in the spot. We were good to go.
Sacrum.
I'll tell you what last night showed, though. It shows that I win our argument from a couple weeks ago.
Which one?
Scooble's definitely ahead of DeGrom. Yes, he is. No, that's why, like, their ERAs could be the same. That's a different pitcher right now. But and not that DeGrom's been probably one of the 5 best pitchers in the AL consistently. But like that shows like Scooble's just different. Like that dude's so freaking good. That changeup's disgusting.
I'm trying to think of someone with his stature. The last one with his stature to be as good. Is it CC? I mean, he's
like thicker.
Yeah, he's a little chubby guy out there. They said he's wearing RJ choppy pants. They're way too tight. They're not loose enough. I'm trying to think who is a little sturdy guy.
Yeah, CC's the first one that probably comes to mind.
Well, CC and Wells,
Arabu.
They're all Wells and they're all lefties.
Yeah, Wells and CC were like, I mean, they were fat.
Yeah, sloppy.
You know, like this guy is just kind of like beefy. You know, he's more like the Rowdy Tellez of left-handed pitchers. The Girthquake.
Rowdy Tellez showing up as well. We'll take you through the rest of the series on your home for Rangers baseball. On Saturday, they win 4-1. Tellez with the 3-run homer, Seager with the RBI single, and then Rocker, 6 1/3, 1 inning, 0 runs. The Rangers over 500 and a 20-game on-base streak for Seager. The Rangers had lost 7 straight games this year when they had a chance to get back to 500. They snapped that on Friday by winning 2-0. I was at that game. Well, Patrick Corbin, 5 2/3, no runs. The bullpen, 3 1/3, no runs. Seager, the go-ahead 2-run double. So that's the recap. But here's Detroit. And a free fall might be too strong, but yeah, definitely sliding.
They're sliding. They were a little bit over their. They were playing above what they kind of were from a run differential standpoint throughout the course of the year. I mean, there are half a dozen teams with a better run differential than them. Well, I guess it's now 4 teams with a better run differential than them throughout the course of the season. They should not have had the best record in the sport. They shouldn't have.
They got 3 good players. 3. That's it.
I mean, define good. But yeah, I mean, Scooble obviously is tremendous. They had Riley Green was on the All-Star team. Torres on the All-Star team. They had some All-Stars.
That was 3.
Yeah, that is 3. That is 3. Good point.
Evan Grant is speculating this could be John Gray with Chris Martin to the IL. So we could see John Gray, mutual friend of Hurtado Barbecue, back out for the good guys. They are going to have 6 straight at home now. 3 with the Athletics, 3 with the Braves, where Ronald Acuna may have won a Gold Glove over the weekend. That's it by himself. And then you have the Angels on the road. Back to the greatness right here in the Metroplex.
And Scotty Scheffler has his Open Championship and the 3rd leg of golf's Grand Slam.
Scotty Scheffler with the win on NBC. This thing was over. Rory on Saturday said it's inevitable. It's over. And I was hopeful we'd get him coming back to the pack a little bit. He was allergic to bogeys. Of course, as soon as I tweet that Shanks, it's a double bogey for Scotty. He responds. He wins the Open easily.
He is then that window. Every great golfer's got that 2-year window where they do everything right, and he's in the middle of that. But he might be in his second 2-year window already. Tiger had like 4 of those 2-year windows. Spieth had that 2-year window.
And a broken window.
Spieth had that 2-year window. He's looking to get back to another one. Scotty is that much better than everybody else right now.
17 under, 4 shots clear of the field after a final round 68. And he's just joining a bunch of short lists. Gary Player, Jack, Tiger to win the Open, the Masters, and the PGA all before age 30.
And it took him the same amount of days between major number 1 and major number 4 as Tiger Woods. 1,197 days between major number 1 and major number 4. The guy is on a heater. He is just on a heater right now. And there is nobody that is his contemporary. And that's the problem. You don't have he needs to get another guy alongside with him Jack had
You think it's a problem for viewership?
yes, and
It's not a problem for him.
It's not a problem for him. Jack had Player, Watson, Arnie. Tiger had Phil. Brady had Peyton. You had guys like
Caitlin had Angel.
right. Willie Mays had Mickey Mantle. You got people in the same era that are your contemporaries that you're kind of going against, and that they'll steal one, and this guy will steal one, and then there's a fight, and then you can figure out, you can have the argument as to who's better. There's nobody now. It's the same thing as Mahomes.
I have an actual stat for you about golf. I have a contribution here as we discuss golf, Sean.
Mahomes has hurt.
You said, stop it. You said 2-year window, Chop. So I saw this get retweeted a bunch yesterday. That golfers all time to win 3 majors by 4+ strokes within 2 years. It's Ben Hogan in 1953 and Scheffler the last 2 years.
4 majors in his bag, now tied for 22nd all time in the majors. One shy of the active lead of the 5 major titles shared by Rory and Koepka. Man, Brooks has 5 and is totally gone and forgotten. Scotty, the youngest player to win 4 since Rory, who did it at age 25.
Yeah, I guess they're saying Phil isn't active because Phil has 6.
Played in the Open.
Yeah, he did. He has exemptions galore, right? So I guess, but he's not active on the tour, I guess is what they're saying. But yeah, I mean, those guys have, Rory and Brooks are if you get to number 5, it's like 2 Super Bowls in the NFL, right? You get to that 2 or 3, even there's that jump. 5 is the first jump, and then 6 is obviously the big jump, because you get to 6, you're in rare.
Rangers and Scotty starting off the Monday edition. Congratulations to Scotty Scheffler and the family, the baby going viral. What's the big deal? We do this every weekend. To start off the Monday edition of Sean and RJ, but we got some of the crew and the Cowboys out in Oxnard for the start of training camp. Did Micah Parsons just cost himself some money with what he did yesterday? And a report that a Cowboy rookie Longhorn is already lazy? We'll go inside the Star with our insider Bobby Roberto next on the
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Angel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
The Dallas Cowboys have landed in Oxnard, California. The KNC Masterpiece will start off our coverage there, and then we take over along with the G-Bag Nation next week. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your official home of America's team, and we have the big press conference today, 1 p.m. When will Brian Schottenheimer speak first? How many minutes in? If I set the over-under at 4.5.
And we're not talking about just like a chirp with yeah, that's right.
And no, we're not. Are we including Jerry's opening statement or just once they start asking questions?
Opening statement's easy over.
Okay.
Yeah, that if it's the opening statement, Jerry may talk for 8 minutes.
All right, take the statement out. 4.5 over-under.
Under.
Oh, okay, because it's his first one?
Yeah.
People, look, the media has loved getting all these different quotes out of him. It's like, oh, this is fun. The only caveat here is it's been a while since they've talked to Jerry, and they may just
and the Micah thing.
They may hit him with like 6 Micah questions in a row, and if he's playing ball, then they'll keep it going.
Yeah, everyone blames Jerry. I get it, but it's the media who's directing the questions.
Yeah, now Jerry will give you a 3-minute answer a lot of times, and there's some in that 3 minutes he usually says something where it's like, well, we got to follow up on what he just said there.
Micah Parsons, Bobby, did not get on the team plane, but Jordan Schultz and others saying he is going to report to Oxnard despite not having the deal done yet. What do we make of this?
I mean, this is pretty much to be expected, I think, given the way he handled
Others
things.
were not apparently on the team plane as well.
Yeah, and that's not always unusual. There are people who fly separately.
Some guys get out there a week or two early.
Now, and sure, you get your Sean Lees, who Sean would be...
Overshown was out there early.
Sean Lee would be in California, and he would fly back to Dallas the day before to fly with the team back to California. Because he viewed it as important to fly with the team. And so, like,
Crazy.
You get your Sean Lees like that sometimes. But, yeah, I want to say, I feel like Mike has actually done this before, like one other year where he came out by himself. So I'm not totally surprised that he's flying solo, doing everything else. Also not surprised that he's ended up reporting, because this is what he's shown he was going to do based on everything he did during the minicamp and OTA sessions.
And Mike Florio says this is a mistake. Our buddy from ProFootballTalk.com and Football Night in America. The question becomes whether Parsons will, like Zeke and Lamb, hold out, or like Dak, show up. The middle ground is to hold in, to show up and not practice until he has his deal. The last option would be a mistake. And this is what I think Mike is going to do, the hold in. He's obviously going to be there. It'd be a mistake because it would allow the Cowboys to keep dragging their feet beyond week 1. While a hold in avoids fines while also protecting the player from a practice injury, the team acquires all the leverage once the player reports. It becomes much harder for Micah to walk out or to refuse to play given the terms of the CBA. And it sets the stage for what happened several years ago between the Bears and Roquan Smith. At some point, it'll be time to go to work, even if there is no deal. Zeke and Lamb got what they deserved by staying away. And while Dak showed up, his leverage came from not holding out, but from the prospect of not getting a deal done. Faced last September with Dak hitting free agency in March 2025, the Cowboys blinked, making him the highest paid in the league. If Micah shows up, the Cowboys won't have to blink. They can ride it out, paying him $24 million for this season and applying the franchise tag next year. At this point, it's not as if the edge rusher market will go up before the end of the season. Why not make him continue to carry the injury risk for another year? That's Mike Florio saying that's why if Parsons were my relative or friend, I'd tell him to stay away. Yes, he faces daily fines of $40,000 and $1.3 million for each preseason game missed. They're waivable for players playing under their rookie deals, and the amounts are peanuts in comparison to the contract he stands to get.
Yeah, and also, didn't they do this with Zach, too? They just added his fines into his new deal.
So that's what they had to do with Zach, because Zach was a veteran.
Right.
So with CD, they didn't have to do that. CD, they could waive it. And with Micah, they could just waive it because he's rookie deal. Because the rookie deal, basically they look at it as a rookie deal is somebody fighting for their first contract. A veteran is somebody who's holding out and they feel like you've already been paid. This is you now trying to just be greedy, essentially.
Florio finishes. The only way for Micah to get every penny he's owed at this point is to stay away. If he shows up, they'll try to lowball him, especially since they love to change the well-earned narrative that they bungle these negotiations. Prediction: if he shows up, which he is, the Cowboys will eventually make him a final offer well below what he would get if he holds out. And if he doesn't take their last best offer, they'll try to kick the can into 2026. Second prediction: if he doesn't show up, he'll get what he deserves. He is showing up. So this is Florio predicting this does not get settled anytime soon, and that Micah Parsons has to wait until next year. That's a bold prediction.
That's a very bold prediction.
It
it's also very bold to say the Cowboys will make him a final offer well below what he'd get if he holds out. Okay, so that means that you think that one of two things would happen. If he shows up, he'll be well below Myles Garrett, or if he holds out, he'll be well above Myles Garrett. Because the reality is he's probably right now between 40 and 42. That's why I don't totally agree with the way that Florio sees this. I understand not showing up and trying to get things quicker and trying to make sure they don't drag this. But the idea that this is going to cost him millions if he shows, I think that's off. I think everybody knows generally where he's coming in money.
Yeah, is this a $2 million swing or a 10? Like, right. Is this going to be? Is he going to get 35 by showing up and 45 by not? Like, if that's the case, then it's a huge mistake. If it's the difference between 40 and 42. I don't think Micah. Now, Mulugeta might view that as a big deal. I don't know. What?
Who's that?
That's right. There you go. I don't know if Micah views that as like a deal breaker. Like you're circumcising mosquitoes at that point with that money.
Here's a prediction for the press conference today. Jerry again makes some sort of reference to he doesn't know the agent's name. He will do that again today.
No way.
I bet you.
No way.
What do you want to bet? He loves doing that. He loves going back, looping back on those kind of jokes in these moments. He loves looping back on Zeke.
Oh, you think he'll joke about it?
I think he'll just
legitimately come across as offensive.
I think if somebody mentions his name, he'll go, "Who now?"
Yeah.
And I think if he's talking about the contract and nobody sets him up, he'll be like, "Hey, Micah's agent. I can't remember his name." And then he'll look and he'll do this big smile thing.
Okay.
But I think he circles back on that joke today.
As a joke.
Yes.
Okay. And how irritated are they going to get when they're pressed over their delay tactics?
It's a good question because it's varied by who they've talked about in the past. So like when they've gotten pressed on delay tactics before on certain deals, then they'll go, "Oh, this is just business," and they're very cool about it. Then there are others that when they get pressed, they get irritated really fast. And so like Steven was getting irritated during minicamp about Micah stuff. You remember he was like, "I'm not answering any more Micah questions. If you guys are going to keep throwing those, I'll go inside."
Yep.
So it seems like this is one that would irritate them.
And, when you're sitting here waiting for leaves to fall, that's what they love to say. Jerry's trying to tell you we made mistakes by acting too early with other guys. He's not going to insult those players by name.
Jalen.
Maybe Diggs.
I mean, you go back into the mid 2000s. I mean, they were quick to extend guys. Didn't they extend Miles Austin like right after his Kansas City game?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
He had that breakout game. Like, hey, here we go, 4 years.
But we all thought the next leaf to fall would maybe be leadership. Like, are you going to show up for the voluntary, the involuntary? Are you going to show up to Oxnard? He's done them all. Mm-hmm. So what other? That's a question I would have. I would ask, how surprised are you the deal isn't going to get done to try to make Jerry tell us that Micah's side screwed it up? That would be my one Beatty question. But Jerry being like, I thought we had a deal done. And then what other leaf would you need to see fall? What else does he have to prove? He showed up to all the stuff which you want from your leadership.
Well, you see, Sean, leadership is not just about what you do during the practices. Leadership is also what happens, when we're playing ball games. And when you've got a first-year head coach, we need to see some of that leadership on the field. And then I can publicly bluff, like, I'll make you play out the whole year to prove leadership because that's not just an off-season thing.
The Cowboys, by the way, are working out several free agent pass rushers, according to Jeremy Fowler. Jesse Luketa, Cameron Klein, and James Houston. Do you know any of those people?
I know Lukita. I know Justin Houston. I mean, everybody knows Justin Houston. I am
James Houston.
Or James Houston. When they threw out
Houston's 50.
Yeah, when they threw out James Houston yesterday, I honestly was like, when was the last time he played? Was it like 3 years ago? It's more recently than that, but not by ton. This makes sense because there's an Eberflus connection. He was in Indianapolis with Houston, and so that would seem to make sense. He's one of these guys who, like, when we talked about Von Miller last week. By the way, I can't believe this. How old is Houston?
Which one? James or Justin?
Justin Houston.
I don't. 36?
34. Like, I could have sworn he was like Von Miller, like getting up there towards being 38, 39 years old. But that's what he could still be. You hope. Is you're the Von Miller guy. You come in here on third downs and you're just a savvy pass rusher. Get to the quarterback. But I mean, 2022 with Baltimore, he had 9.5 sacks.
What about the Jaden Blue story from Glenn Stretch Smith? Who knows Stretch Smith?
Nobody in the NFL.
I know Stretch. We know Stretch.
Yeah, know of. But
Who is he?
He says he was a former scout.
He was it's a very loose term to say he was an offensive assistant coach in 1999 and 2000 here. Literally, you cannot find any biographical details about anywhere else he's coached in high school, college, or professional sports other than that.
Well, he came out on the Locked On Cowboys podcast.
Oh, we can throw this in the trash then.
And blasted Jaden Blue.
I'm hoping he's setting the tone for his former teammate at the University of Texas, because that's really the guy I'm worried about. I'm already hearing some rumblings out of the building about the running back that they drafted and him being, kind of just borderline lazy, not in the building, doing his off-season workouts. So maybe he's saying, hey, one Longhorn to the other Longhorn, get your ass in here and let's get going a little bit, because I think that's a firm message that needs to be sent.
I recognize this. Was this guy on with Galloway?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Yeah, stretch. Bobby, you're rolling your eyes.
Yeah, because, I mean, the rumblings out of there, I don't know what third-hand, like, stuff he'd be getting. He's not talking to anybody in there consistently from that organization. The fact that it's said, like I said, on Locked On Cowboys with that whole crew and Marcus Mosher, which is like a bunch of Scott Templetons, if you're familiar with The Wire, just making up sourcing and been busted for it publicly on several different occasions. It makes it hard to take anything seriously. Even if I thought this, I would now start to question what I thought because they're saying it. So that's enough to make me say that. Jaden Blue had character concerns coming out of Texas.
The last line of Brugler's scouting report is like he's going to have to prove to NFL teams he's got the work ethic.
Teams had him flagged. A lot of different people had him purple on their board, which is purple is red and blue. Red for injury concern, potentially blue for character concern. And so he had those sort of concerns coming out of Texas, but I haven't heard anything like he's got an issue right now. And like I say, the fact of where this is coming from makes me less likely to believe it's actually true.
Welcome to the
I love the pettiness of these reporters.
Welcome to the Dallas Cowboys, where only a fifth-round rookie running back can get called out before training camp for being lazy.
I heard he's lazy.
Don't put some dip back in your lip.
877
borderline lazy
877-881-1053. A feisty way to start off the 6 a.m. club with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And speaking of feisty, I guess this is a perfect time to head to Oxnard because it's sounding like feelings are starting to get genuinely hurt between us and other members of this radio station. The audio we heard about over the weekend that we'll play for you next.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
Deshaun and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well done. Well done.
My
welcome
script
back,
went
Peyton.
away right as I was playing the song, and I was like, oh, wait, how do I say this again? And
Welcome back to the Fan. It's Peyton Russell.
I missed it.
This is Coldplay.
Yeah.
Well, the couple over the weekend.
That's what you were laughing at. I was laughing at him.
I told him to play Coldplay.
Oh, you did? Oh, I didn't hear that.
I was laughing at him stumbling like that.
I told him
I didn't
twice
hear
to
that.
get a Coldplay song.
I did not hear that.
Hold on, I'm going to pull this right now while we're talking. I'm going to get this clip of him going, welcome back.
It's the return of Peyton Phillip Russell from the Floribama Shore. Best and worst of the weekend stories from being out there with his fiance at 7:40. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. How many Coldplay stories did you see over the weekend? The Philadelphia Phillies and the mascots going ahead and emulating it. When I was at the Ranger game Friday, when the fan cam is on, you know everyone in the entire stadium was talking about it, myself included, and the CEO resigned.
Yeah, of astronomer, whatever. We still don't know what that is. But the CEO resigned after getting caught with the HR chief, the HR head. And boy, this is where the speculation and the internet sleuths, whatever that is, they are wondering. So the girl next to him she had her hand like on her left side of her face, laughing, big smile, like embarrassed.
Mm-hmm.
That is like the associate HR chief who had just gotten promoted. And people are wondering, like, did she somehow sabotage this and get the attention of the camera people to set this up to take the HR chief's job because she knew she would have been fired?
Come on.
This is the kind of just intrigue that we're looking for here.
I got to find this TikTok I saw over the weekend because what's not clear is whether this was a legit post or not, but it was blowing up. The guy's daughter was allegedly like all over TikTok this weekend posting about it for the first time and just saying like,
I think she's got a ton of followers.
Yeah, and
maybe it's from this.
And that's the thing. A lot of people there's people saying you're not legit, but if she's not legit, she went out of her way to make a lot of like play up a bunch of different screenshots she could create looking like she's texting with her mom or other people. And somebody was like, oh, enjoy your life on your yacht. And she goes, think I will. And then she cuts to a video of her on a yacht. So like, I don't know. It does make me wonder if that's really her, but this whole thing, it just could have been avoided if you would have just played it off, played it normal. It could have.
You have the stupidest reaction
it's not.
that I've heard to this.
What? The reaction that the most embarrassing thing about this is that he was at a Coldplay concert?
No, that anyone would react in the moment and think, oh my God, this could go viral. So just let me act like everything's fine and normal and have us caressing each other. No one could ever think like that in the moment.
No, but here's the thing. If you are a big time CEO like we've said, the solution to this is you just don't have an affair. But
that would be the solution.
When he's standing, like anybody who that must have been fresh affair. Is what I'm thinking. Because if he would have been in this for some sort, like if he would have been in some like long term thing, I would imagine he's used to like, oh, don't look at this, don't have this, don't show this or anything. He's clearly just like hanging out with everybody they work with, and he gets thrown up on this screen or whatever else, and then he's ducking. I mean, it's just such a dumb reaction to have. I don't think that's if that happened to anybody, if there was something you weren't supposed to be doing, and you get thrown up on a big jumbotron, are you ducking in front of a bunch of strangers?
But you might separate.
Yeah.
You would separate or get your hands off.
Sure, but yeah, casually or something. A just flat ducking to the ground is what
obviously brings attention to it. But I mean, it still would have. Someone would have. It would have. We would not have found out about it. I assume his wife would have found out.
Were you guys surprised that he left the company? In talking about this last week, I was not thinking that he would have to resign.
I wouldn't either, but since it was an HR lady and the questions of did she get her promotion because of him?
Right.
It makes sense.
What was your favorite memes that copied all this? You had Mahomes holding a referee. Kyle Morgan has had me now holding RJ Choppy. Nico and Rob Pelinka holding each other. I don't even need to see the superimposed faces. It's just when they write the words and the names over the CEO and the girl. That's funny enough for me.
Who was the big spoon in the Nico and Rob one?
The big spoon. That's a good. I think it's Rob.
I think Rob is the big spoon. The Luke and Leia, they keep throwing Luke and Leia up there as like though they're hugging because they had the kiss in the second one. But yeah, no, I mean all the basically just any one of those that I keep seeing of just the like you said the Mahomes one where you got the Luke and Leia one. The Philly Fanatic thing was hilarious over the weekend.
Philly Fanatic was good. My favorite was the friendly reminder to not cheat on your wife at a Coldplay concert. Do it at a live tournament because no one's there to see it.
There was a guy holding up a sign at one of the games that said, "This is my wife," and that was actually
Good.
for real. Amanda keeps being amazed how this got so big. She's like, "Why did this blow up like this?" Because there's been other kiss cam affairs.
Yeah.
Well, you got some level of fame. You got the CEO of a company, and then it just decides, the internet decides what they'll do with you.
Yeah.
So
They figure it out.
If they come up with the memes and all the instant jokes, then everyone else catches on, and this is part of the greatness of Twitter's existence to me. I love it.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest aspect of it is that generally people on the internet go, "Who are you?" when this sort of thing happens. And most of the time they're probably unable to find who it is, or they find out it's somebody small. This time they found out pretty quick, oh, this is somebody who's important. Let's really drive this home.
So I was heading out to the Globe on Friday.
Well.
And Zach Wolchuk is like, "Hey.
Where's your man on the street audio?
He's-
It's a joke. Now, you've been a little feisty this morning.
Yeah,
I walked
he
back
has,
in from
man.
the commercial break, and I heard RJ saying, "You're feisty, you're feisty." If you want to direct it at me, if you want to direct your Marcus Mosher stuff at me, just let me know. Because we're getting ready to head out to Oxnard.
Yep.
I already know you get all butthurt and sensitive. You know what? Maybe G-Bag's right. Maybe G-Bag is right, as Wolchuk was saying, "Hey, come on the show. Stop by our broadcast at the Globe." And I was like, "Oh, that's an awfully nice invitation." And then I started getting DMs and tweets from listeners about this.
I've been looking for Sean Sharif throughout the day. You know, I've been hoping that we could squash the beef that like Bobby Belt, I think, started a number of months ago when he was not a 5-time G-Bag of the Day champion. He got stuck at 4. So then there was a rap battle, and Belt and Chief went back and forth. But then, like, I guess over the last month or so, whenever we've come up, it does seem like they are trying to talk about us negatively. I'm always a team player.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I don't think I would much rather go against the competition. You know, that's been my style. You know, when I was looking to make a name for myself, and I was like, man, it'd be fun to have a little back and forth going. I look at other radio stations as the targets, maybe other TV stations, writers.
Yeah.
Like, who's saying stuff that's offensive to us or we think is idiotic that doesn't work here, you know? Like, I guess from my perspective, for Sean and RJ, like, you want to build us up so, you know, it helps the overall radio station. And up until them, like, nobody had this erroneous idea that the G-Bag Nation had a difficult time giving out items, right? It was a foreign concept to me. Whenever we're there, if we have something, they're gone within the hour. But they picked that up and ran with it, and now there's this false narrative out for people, I guess, that haven't been to a G-Bag remote and seen the mania, seen the passion, that we're lying.
All right, stop.
Come on.
I did not think of all the places he was going to take this, that this would go to the giveaway.
We moved merch, bro.
By the way, Dawson is referencing back when he used to drink. He would go at Dale Hansen. Like, the media watchdog thing actually came from Dawson, and he would lash out and attack everyone, and it was good. It was entertaining.
It was very good.
But I guess the giveaway thing started because of Broadus.
Oh, yeah.
Broadus insulted us first that we had to have koozies or Firehouse this or Sean and RJ that. That's where it started.
I mean, you know, we had said some things like, you know, and also it started when we had a few of their mugs, like their nice, very nice, like highball glasses,
which is usually full when they're on air,
right? And you know, we said, hey, look, can we here? They can't give them away at their remote. We'll give them away at ours. We got to sit here because we move merch, baby. And that one very very random thing that we said probably a year and a half ago is what is all in their feels.
No, I know where this really stems from. First off, I want to say that when we build them up, that's all we ever do. How long has Dawson said the most toxic show on the station? They're the most toxic show, and it's not even. That's been like a year and a half, year-long mantra here.
Yeah.
Second, the reality is this goes back to Seth Greenberg. That's what this goes back to. That's when RJ started ramping up the shots of like they didn't like his guest. Yeah. And that's when he's like, all right, I'm going in, I'm swooping Ralph Strangis from him. I'm going to do this. Yeah. That's what started. And then as a bit, we just all had to unite.
All right, let's continue.
That we're lacking in some way. And unfortunately, that idea is sort of festering. So in my situation, I'm like, dude, what's the best way to move on from this?
Yeah.
And I thought a sit down with Sean might be the best way to get it done. But maybe he just wants to bang it out here on the airwaves, Zach. What do you think?
Maybe he does. I guess
he's probably sloppy drunk right now in Texas.
Yeah, I mean, he probably was pre-gaming in Texas Live. In fact, I think that he did kind of tell us a little bit about what his festivities were going to be this morning about I think they might have taken a shot at you, General, here. Jake, what do we got?
Again?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Sean and RJ, they were talking about, Gavin's signature phrase, if you see me, beer me. And they were poking a little fun at the General this morning.
Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers. If you see me pre-gaming with the fam at Texas Live, shout me out, hook you up with your beer, and then 7 o'clock first pitch on this radio station.
So you're saying would be if you see me, I'll beer you. You're not demanding people beer you when they see you. You're not just like, see me, beer me. You're going to give them their beer.
Like
that's
Gavin
kind
Dawson once selfishly did.
Yeah, you're actually going to give out those beers, not just ask people to give them to you when they see you.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. That's fun. Yeah, it's just my signature catchphrase. If you see me, bear me. I started that in 2010 when we were heading over to the old stadium, and yeah, I thought it was cool for many years. Like wherever I went, there was too many beers for me to drink, and maybe for Sean, he feels like I have to give my listeners something so they keep coming back. When I was out there, it was just love and appreciation for the free content and Radio Gold, as always, that I was giving him 5 hours a night.
Oh, trust me, Bobby also thought it was really cool because he was one of your biggest fans until he became Sean's laptop.
Look at that! Oh man!
Oh man! Yo, Woolchuck was in his feels. More on that later.
Wow.
I think we'll have to finish this up at around 8:20.
Sean's laptop.
Man, Woolchuck, and I was not able to. These guys don't ever do a full show, so it was hard to get over there while they were still
Very
on.
difficult. And when they are on, they're probably having Mike Heike on for the third time in a week. Tim Cato on again. There's some random writer. Is Katie George
No, you
available?
forgot the chef. You forgot the Globe chef.
Oh, yeah, the Globe chef. Yes, the sous chef, the line cook, the guy who's sprinkling the parsley on. God, you have 4 people on there, and you fill your time with spares.
I love. They're dominating the ratings. They're crushing. Good job,
NFC. South?
I think I've actually fired the least amount of shots, which I find refreshing. This is great. Bobby and RJ have picked it up. I left my house at 5 to try to go to Texas Live pregame and then get in the stadium early. We had to go by and see Chuck Morgan. I wanted to take Ollie upstairs with Nadell and Hicks and Jared. But by the time I got there, it was like an hour. I'm like, they're going to be off the air in 30 minutes.
I mean, let's be fair. Zach started the whole thing.
Oh, Zach.
Let's be honest.
Let's continue this later. It's the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line.
No offense, Mike Heike. I like you.
87, you bum, you spare. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. The big sports battle over the weekend was at an all-star game. And I think we're going to have that battle here on the morning show. They said, pay us more. And the world responded with, no, you actually owe money. We'll get into it. We got a brand new ticket giveaway as well. Billy Currington tickets. It's Sean and RJ just getting started with your week on the Fan.
Has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for waking up with us and being a total. That's what Turn It On, Leave It On stands for. The Cowboys press conference to open up the season will start live on the station at 1 p.m. today. The KNC Masterpiece will kick off our coverage, and then we'll be out in Oxnard with G-Bag next week on your official home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
Will there be a dinner?
You got to see the Rangers' schedule. I meant to do that yesterday.
They're off for 5 anyway.
Huh?
I mean, they're off for 5 out there anyway.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
That's right. That's right. Will there be
are you asking it more in the sense of will there be a dinner given our beef?
Well, yeah, like, you know, because you gotta.
Can we break bread?
Can we break bread?
Yeah, we can break bread. It's all fun.
Or as in California, be the fake chips and salsa they have.
We're
out
just
there.
giving noogies to little brother. That's what we're doing. That's all.
Dead
You know,
legs,
Eric
baby.
and Zach are always down to hang out. You know,
I don't know if Zach is right.
I don't
now,
know
but-
about Zach. Right, Zach and Broadus may not show up, but we shall see. That's a good question. We got a training camp station and Cowboy preview later on to get to. But the big sports argument that I was pretty fascinated by had to do with the WNBA All-Star Game. Caitlin Clark did not show up and play. No 3-point contest, no game. I did not watch. I watched the highlights with the 4-point shot that they had in the game. The women decided to wear shirts to make a statement with a labor dispute that they have going on. Pay us what you owe us. They all met, commissioner, everyone in the room getting together, All-Star Weekend, and the players said it was an absolute waste of time. So when they wore these shirts, this set off a fuse on social media that everybody reacted to, including you guys.
Yeah, because you're having a CBA discussion. First of all, so Kelsey Plum, and I like Kelsey. I like Kelsey a lot. Kelsey got up there.
I see why Darren Waller did what he did now.
Kelsey got up there and said,
"This was so cheap."
Right. That essentially it was us in the meeting that came up with the idea for the shirts. That Team Clark wasn't even in the room.
Team Clark did not represent.
Listen, you know, this is where y'all are going to lose.
You're only having those talks because of Team Clark.
First of all, you're only having those talks because of Team Clark. Second of all, did no one ever tell you that when you are a union, you have to present a united front, even if you're not united? There is no infighting. Y'all are on Team WNBA. There's no Team Clark. There's no Team Plum. This is catty. This is garbage. Like, don't be. Look. I'm a big fan. That's stupid.
So here are all the numbers that the internet came up with. The WNBA doesn't make money. They lost $50 million last year. What money are you talking about? There is, though, for some reason, a new $2.2 billion media deal.
That was all part of the $76 billion NBA. It's all baked in. So the WNBA gets $2.2 billion of the 76.
Okay, so it's not like separate WNBA investors were like, let's
they negotiated it as a whole. Yeah.
The expansion fees have gone up to $250 million. There's 2 new teams, the Portland Fire and the Toronto Tempo. I think Caitlin Clark's rookie salary is $86,000.
Something like that sounds right.
$86K. Now we know for her she's ridiculously underpaid, but
not this year.
What about for others? Bobby, what's your response to this? That the women are getting cheated and shorted out of salary?
Well, I mean, it's such a misnomer. Like you were just talking about the whole, we get a very tiny percentage of all the money that's made through the WNBA, which is what one of the players said this weekend. You don't make money in the WNBA. It is a literal, well, I mean, I guess not literal, but in practice, it's a 501c3. It's a charity organization because it doesn't make money. It's out here just putting the platform up there. The AP had said that the demonstration comes after the players in the league failed to reach a new collective bargaining agreement at an in-person meeting Thursday. But what they don't mention is that I think that agreement failed because the players were 2 hours late while changing into their third outfit. Because one made them, I think this one makes me look a little chubby. They just didn't feel pretty in. So the male lawyers were just like, screw this. We're heading off for the meeting.
I shouldn't have asked you for your thoughts.
That's not nice. That's not.
Do you guys respect Dave Portnoy's business sense?
His
look, I mean, it's hard. It's
no.
Yeah, as a whole, yes. But he's gotten to a point where his reaction to things he can weather that other businesses could not. And so it's not applicable universally.
All businesses could weather it. It's just whether you care enough or not.
Do you respect his business sense?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to respect somebody who's made it to that level. It's hard not to respect.
I respect his business sense. Barstool Sports, they're partnering up with FS1 now, and he gave his take, and I want to see you all respond to his take on the girls and their threat.
I don't know how anybody in the world with a brain, and maybe my brain is just bigger than most, can rationally say the women don't deserve more money at this point. Caitlin Clark's rookie salary is $76,000. Nikki Smokes, Mincy make more than her. It's insane. And I know what people are going to say. Well, this league has lost money. It's a charity league. The NBA subsidizes it, blah, blah, blah. This could have been true for the last 10 years or so. Fair argument. It's not true now. The WNBA is exploding by every single metric you look at. TV ratings, merch, revenue, ticket sales, you name it. Like, they just had an expansion team, the Valkyries in Vegas. The fee was $50 million. They have sold out every single game there, averaging more attendance than a third of the NBA teams. The franchise fee has gone up to $250 million.
Do we agree that the WNBA has fill in the blank in terms of popularity?
10-fold, 15-fold, 20-fold.
All right.
It's way higher. And look.
So does that legitimize their point?
Yeah. So the problem with the WNBA is in right now is that they're still on the old CBA and the old TV deal. Right. That's why they're losing money, because the TV networks right now are benefiting off the WNBA's increased ratings. The league is not. The league is not benefiting from their increased ratings because their new CBA and the new TV deal hasn't kicked in yet. Once the new TV deal kicks in, they're not going to lose $50 million. So right now, the only one benefiting off the WNBA is ESPN because they're getting they're able to charge more for the ratings. It's like the NFL. Roger Goodell, if the NFL if he signs a 10-year media deal with ESPN and NBC, and the first 3 years the ratings tank. The NFL doesn't care. They already got their money. They care on the back end, and like that because then they're about to re-up their new deal. That's where the WNBA is losing right now. Is that they're still on their old TV contract.
I don't know that they're like they have a better awareness. I don't know that they have more popularity. I don't think it's like there's this whole turn on of like
what's the difference with awareness and popularity?
There's a huge difference between awareness and popularity.
If their TV numbers are up,
there are people here at the station who are aware of me and not fans of me. I'm not popular. There's an awareness though.
Okay.
Like there's the WNBA having more awareness of what's going on in their league doesn't equal that people are fans of the league and spending more money on the league. They're popping in and they're keeping an eye on it more. But you've got in certain instances.
Do you think TV numbers and attendance is up?
I don't know I know TV numbers are. I don't know about attendance. I know in certain areas it is with like you've got the Caitlin Clark games are up, obviously.
Yeah, I mean,
Caitlin Clark, Paige Beckers, they're individuals. Right now, they're individuals who are popular. This is not a league that's popular.
That's true. Like, you know, when the Fever came here, they played the game at the American Airlines Center versus where the Wings, I guess where they played the CPAC in Arlington at UTA, unless they moved all their games. Like a lot of teams will move, and they'll even denote this on the bottom of the scroll: game played at X stadium, as opposed to their normal place.
Which they announced 2 weeks ago. The Wings are moving their next game against Indiana to the AAC here in 10 days.
Yeah, so when they can do it there, they do because. Look, I mean, they're much more popular. It is. It's a much more popular league than ever before. They're just not making the money that they want. They need to. That they should be making. And Dave's right. They should be making more. They're not making it yet because their new TV contract hasn't kicked in.
By the way, Kelsey, WNBA All-Star ticket prices dropped 48% after the Caitlin Clark injury news.
Oh, look, there's no doubt. They hate her. They are insulted by every breath she takes.
Why do they hate her though?
They hate her because there's twofold and maybe a combination. There's never been someone so popular, and they probably think, like Bobby, that all the love is not justified by her play. She's not good enough to be warranting all this attention, and you're this. See, they're treating this like some Udonis Haslam grizzled vets of a rookie showing up. You got to pay your dues.
Yeah.
Versus we are in an obsolete, irrelevant league, and if we have a golden goose fall in our laps, let's just go ahead and praise her and prop her up. And they're treating her like they're the 15-year-old grizzled vets. And I'm trying to think of other players who broke in, who had to go through this. Now, media coverage, well, Tiger, a lot of reasons, Fuzzy.
It was a lot of reasons, but there was also a large number of even the non-racial angle were upset that hey, he's coming in. He already got a Nike deal. It was X million. He goes, he has already no pressure on him. We have to worry about this putt to feed ourselves. He doesn't have to worry
if
about
some whiz kid walked in this building and was electric and was praised and loved by the bosses, and everyone knows this person's in here to take over or another market, no experience here, didn't know any of us, and was just given Wolchuk's spot on the afternoon show, we would probably have some jealousy and resentment towards them.
Yeah.
That is what. Now, what is that person going to do for all of us? That's a little bit different because it's not a direct effect on us or the other shows. G-Bag would benefit greatly by subbing Zach out for that person. But it's kind of like that. You having the red carpet rolled out for you?
Yeah, because LeBron didn't get checked like this.
Michael
got froze out of the All-Star game.
Yep.
And
Kobe kinda, but Kobe also had this entitled, arrogant, Kobe way more unlikable than Caitlin Clark to start off.
People really, I remember there were people who were irritated early on by Matt Harvey when he came into New York and burst onto the scene. There's a sense of yeah, you're in New York, so you're kind of getting blown up in a way that you shouldn't. There was a little bit of that, but otherwise, yeah, it's not. I can't.
So I get it. I understand it. The challenge for you as a WNBA player is putting your ego to the side to have it benefit you. Let it benefit you versus taking your cheap shots on the floor or your cheap shots at the podium. Even if you don't think she's good enough to deserve it, you're going to benefit. Be quiet and let all tides rise. That's the problem here. The professional ego and jealousy being put to the side to ultimately win with finances. Because that's what Caitlin Clark is doing for them. No matter whether you think she's worth it or not, we know that she is the absolute main reason, but they can't let their little egos get over it. They can't accept it.
Honestly,
no, they can't. They won't. At least they need to. They need to, but it appears right now that they are digging in.
That's probably the biggest thing is kind of like what you're just saying. There's that her level of play flat out this year does not deserve it. It doesn't. It doesn't deserve the praise or anything else. She's been a bad player. And when you look at that, it's probably from their sense, from their view, they can't get over the idea of your play isn't worth it compared to her branding is and what she's bringing to them is. And that's just the jump they can't make. For instance, Jerry, it's like how Jerry frustrates people where it's they haven't had success. Why do you pay attention? Well, because it's the Cowboys and he brings money. That's what he does. And that's what he brings eyeballs. What he does matters.
We got best and worst of the weekend coming up. We're about to go commercial free with the Expressway. We got Billy Currington tickets here on DFW Sports Station. And speaking of DFW, RJ finally says it is now time to have that discussion about the Metroplex's great one after what happened yesterday and over the weekend. We'll have it commercial free, brand new ticket giveaway, and best and worst of your weekend after the.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Scotty Scheffler has his Open Championship and the third leg of golf's Grand Slam.
17 under, 4 shots clear of the field. More dominance from DFW. Good morning, Metroplex. We're commercial free with the Expressway here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. We got Pepe back from vacation. We'll hear about the Floribama Shore and best and worst of the weekend and a Billy Currington ticket giveaway. We did it with Spieth, I feel like, more than Scheffler, attaching DFW to him. You think we take the hometown pride to the level it needs to be when Scotty's doing this?
I think the Reunion Tower ball was lit up for him this morning.
And what would that be?
I think it said champ.
Okay.
I see when I was driving in and I saw the Reunion Tower ball, I was like, why is that lit up in Mavericks colors?
Yeah, it was green and blue. So green the bottom, blue. I figured, is that golf? And then I thought I saw champ. Jordan was born here. Scotty wasn't. Scotty came here and he was like, I don't know, 7 or 8. So I mean, that's like quick enough. To me,
he's you. He was a Jersey kid who moved to Dallas.
But he moved. I mean, I moved here when I was 17. He was, I think, 7 or 8. So I don't know. I think that's. I mean, he's DFW all the way. I mean, he did most of his schooling here.
But we don't really do it with Bryson either. It must be just golf, right?
I serious didn't realize Bryson was from here.
Well, he's not. He's from California, but he went to SMU.
I didn't realize Bryson ever lived here.
Yeah, now he lives in Grapevine. He's got a huge, massive house on Grapevine Lake. So yeah, I mean it's fickle. Jordan was the first one though, right? He was kind of like, he was first of the to do this and be from here. I mean, there's been a lot of golfers from here, but he was kind of the poster.
We had this talk once while you were out, I think, where Choppy was talking about the Royals coming to town. He's like, well, and you expect some better audiences because Bobby, local kid, will be there. And I was like, he is local. Like Bobby Witt's local. Like his dad played for the Rangers. He grew up here. but like I don't know that people in DFW actively think like Bobby Witt Jr. is ours. Like the only person I can think of honestly right now that I'm like has a big profile, athletics or otherwise, that people are like, that's ours, is Post Malone. That like here in DFW. And it's because he so frequently claims it and talks about it. I think Mahomes.
Which he's the same thing as Scotty. He wasn't born here.
Mahomes is thought of as being from here. Because Mahomes was Longview. But I mean, Mahomes is thought of being from here because he shows up to the local games.
Mavericks
He's
fan.
always talking them up on social media. So I think there's just, maybe there's not as much, maybe Scotty's not as loud, or maybe it's just the sport just doesn't lend itself to
I
it.
just want to know from the Tolo watching, when you're watching Scheffler clinch this on Sunday or lead throughout the tournament, are you saying, yes, that's Dallas pride right there. He's a part of us. I'm just curious. 877-881-1053. Franklin Frankel, injury attorney text line.
817. I didn't even know Scheffler's from DFW until just now. Everyone's always talked about Jordan.
Yeah, that's just the way, it's kind of like it's fickle with how it is. People in the golf world talk about Scheffler all the time because of that. But if you're outside, same thing with the baseball. Like if you're in the youth baseball world, everybody talks about Bobby Jr. But outside of baseball, how many people know?
So last week we talked about Scotty's fulfillment clip. Like, what am I doing this for? I'm searching. I'm just wondering. Ritma, it flipped his world upside down. He's shaking his head in mystery and confusion right now. Well, he was asked after winning another major, how's this fulfillment?
I've said it for a long time. Golf is not how I identify myself. I don't identify myself by winning tournaments, chasing trophies, being famous or whatever it is. Like when I go home, if I go to there's 2 Chipotles that I eat at home. There's one, well, actually not really one anymore. There's one right where I grew up. It's kind of near SMU's campus. If I was to go to that Chipotle and try to eat nowadays, it would be very difficult for me. There's another one in a different part of town that I'm not going to tell you where it is. But if I go there, nobody recognizes me ever. And so famous is just one of those things. It's like in some circles, like right now I'm the best player in the world. This week I was the best player in the world. I'm sitting here with the trophy. We're going to start all over in Memphis, back to even par. The show goes on. And it's hard to describe what it feels like because, I don't feel any different because I've won a golf tournament. This is not the be-all, end-all for me, but I'm extremely grateful for it. I mean, I have, kid you not, I have worked since I was 2 or 3 years old to have a chance to play professional golf for a living. And now I've been able to win tournaments that I just dreamed of playing in, and it's an amazing feeling, and I'm so grateful to be able to live out my dreams. But like I said, my faith in my family is what's most important to me, and I try to live as normal a life as possible because I feel like a normal guy. I have the same friends I had growing up. I don't think that I'm anything special just because some weeks I'm better at shooting a lower score than other guys are.
Enjoy it while you can. Choppy, get ready to write down for the wall of hot takes.
Okay, hang on a second.
He's retiring early. All these all-time comparisons and same number of days between his first and fourth major compared to Tiger. There's not going to be any future Tiger discussions or comparisons because he's not going to be long for this for too much longer. Just a prediction. He'll be gone. He'll be gone 3 to 5 years.
Who retires first, Micah or Scotty Scheffler? Micah keeps saying, I won't play past 30. Not what age. Who retires by a date?
Oh.
That you don't have, because there are different ages, but you just say by a date. Who retires first?
Scheffler. And I understand the football career.
Yeah.
I understand the golf career is what I should say, and really both apply. I don't believe Micah.
Scheffler may be one of those guys that has 2 or 3 retirements. He may retire and then get bored and then make a comeback. You would be stunned at the amount of golfers, I'm sure, athletes, let's say athletes, who come home, they retire, and all of a sudden the wife is like, dude, you're here too much.
Yeah.
We've
in Netflix with quarterback, golf was off for a day or two, and the players get itchy. I need to get back on the routine.
They get itchy. The wife is like, dude, you're always here. Go do something. Get a hobby.
Yeah.
That I could see that happening.
And that's the thing. These are two obviously wildly different discussions, but Demi Lovato, speaking of Dallas area people, Demi Lovato, who dealt with a lot of substance abuse issues throughout her career. I heard her give an interview one time, and she was talking about how it happened. And she had said you're in a stadium, you're in an arena, you're performing in front of 40,000 people who are screaming, and there's this high and there's this energy, and then the next moment you're in a hotel room by yourself, you're alone, and you're going, I need it, where's that high again?
The fix.
Yep.
And Scotty, as much as he seems just kind of unbothered by it, that's the draw why so many athletes keep coming out of retirement, is because it's like, I need that again. I can't, this is just not my normal life.
The Chipotle comment is so everyman.
By the way, how much is Chipotle scrambling this morning for their tweet or their marketing campaign or their advertising offer?
How many? I don't know if you guys. I did. I'm like, which Chipotle is this? I'm trying to profile the area. Like, hey, where is it? Where does he live? Let's just try to find the one that's closest to him, but also not.
Let the man enjoy his burrito bowl.
Yeah, right. But that is so everyman. Like, this guy's worth hundreds of millions of dollars just going to get, a burrito bowl. And it's like, all right, does he get double chicken? Does he scrounge for the guac?
You can't get a Chipotle order for less than $18. I feel like nowadays.
I know.
Right?
Yeah.
You like a burrito, $10 burrito? No, a guacamole will kill you.
Yeah, and is he a salad guy? Is he the bowl? Is he the full burrito? That full burrito, that thing's hefty.
All right, I've got my guess.
Okay.
I've got my guess at which location.
We don't need to be doing this.
guess.
We don't care. We don't need to be outing his Chipotle.
We don't know. It's a guess.
We don't care.
You just know that I'm so good that I'll guess it right.
No, you're just off to a bad start this week, and this is not the week to do it before next week. All right, either way, RJ Choppy says it's time for the conversation.
Yeah, is he the second best golfer you've seen behind Tiger? We're kind of at that point where the talks can happen. He's one away now from a career Grand Slam. He needs to have the U.S. Open.
So I'm trying not to be a victim of the moment. My first thought was water fills numbers. My second thought is don't overreact and compare this to the last run that we saw like this, especially locally. So water fills overall numbers. I think Phil's got 6.
Phil has 6 majors.
And what did Spieth do in his mini run compared to this? Those are my 2 questions before we move it forward.
Spieth won a Masters, a U.S. Open, back-to-back, same year, did them. And then he won the Open Championship a few years later. So he's looking for the PGA. Scotty has got a couple of Masters.
Okay.
And a PGA and now a British Open. So he's looking for the U.S. Open.
So 4 versus 3.
4 versus 3. Phil has 45 PGA Tour wins. So 45 PGA Tour wins. Like you said, the 6 majors. He's got 3 Masters titles, 2 PGA, and 1 Open Championship. So he never won the U.S. Open. His career, he's won the same tournaments that Scotty has. Scotty has held the position of number 1 in the world for over 100 weeks.
What do you think is the second best way to judge the career greatness? Is it? I'm trying to think of a metric. Do you think it's number of weeks top 1, top 2, top 5? How many top 5 finishes in a tournament? That tells me about your overall consistency. Because my mind right now is telling me no research behind it. Scotty is going to finish. I think of Scotty finishing top 5 more than Phil. Phil could come out with this amazing performance and have the whole world, of course, chanting his name. But is it top 5 finishes? Is it number of weeks, number 1, or number 2, or number 3? What do you think is a good metric?
All right, so
to use to judge this,
I think in terms of the majors you're talking about, or just in general.
Majors is 1.
Majors.
We all go to majors first,
right?
What do you think is second? What would be your greatness scale second metric?
All right, so I'll just use Jack for example. Jack has the most major championships. He has 18. All right, he has 19 second place finishes in a major.
Wow.
Like, that's the one I use for that's like, okay, how great are you? You won this many times. How many times you finished second?
Yeah.
Like that to me is another sign of greatness. So I would use, I guess,
second place.
Second place.
All right.
So if you go to Phil in all this is Scotty. Scotty's got 2 second place finishes in majors.
Okay.
All right. Phil has 12. Phil finished second 6 times at the U.S. Open.
Now I can counter back and say, if he was as good as Scotty, he'd have less than 12 second place finishes.
Yeah, look, he did. So Phil has Phil played in 129 majors. He made the top 10 in 40 of them. It's pretty good.
I can't break down irons and putting and driving like you can, Scotty versus Phil. It feels like it is. It doesn't feel like Scotty's stranglehold is more because Phil had Tiger. And Scotty now maybe has Rory. So it just feels like he's better because he doesn't have Tiger.
He didn't have Tiger. You could do a big comparison with Brady Manning.
Like Scotty will never be as popular as Phil. That's already done and over with. He doesn't have the personality.
No, doesn't have the personality. Scotty's a better iron player. Phil
doesn't have the gambling debts.
Phil had more. Phil could work.
Although Scotty's done more time, I guess, than Phil.
He has done more time than Phil.
It seemed like Phil was going to do time.
Yeah, Scotty's better iron player than Phil. Phil had better.
Like he was the trick shot artist.
He could do anything with the golf club. Like he knew he was a more student of the game. It really is. Like the comparisons between Phil and Peyton Manning are one. They're all the same. They're like these nerds, students of the game. When they're on their game, nobody's better, but they're not always on their game. And they had
Peyton kind of was.
I was going to say, I always felt like Peyton was on his game. He just was not always better than Brady.
Right, but like if Phil played at his absolute peak, absolute A game, he was the best player on the course. He was
better than Tiger at his absolute peak?
Tiger always played at a 99. Phil had 104.
And drove 99.
Tiger just always played at 99. It was crazy. He never. Brady's the same way. Brady just always played at 99.
So is he the second best golfer you've seen?
Who, Phil?
No, Scotty.
Scotty
or Phil.
I think Phil still, like, Scotty's only not even halfway to Phil's tour titles, and he's what, 30 almost. I don't know if he's going to get 25 more to get. I don't know. I think it's close. I think I would still lean Phil, but man, Phil's done winning majors. That last one he got, by the skin of his teeth a couple years ago as a 50-something-year-old. I think Scotty will pass him in majors, no doubt. So he eventually will, I think, eclipse that. But right now, I just can't say that he's better than Phil.
Jordan Spieth on what makes Scotty so great.
He doesn't care to be a superstar. He's not transcending the game like Tiger did. He's not bringing it to non-golf audience necessarily. He doesn't want to go do, the stuff that, a lot of us go do corporately, anything like that. He just wants to get away from the game and separate the two, because I know that he, at one time felt it was too much, that he was taking it with him. And, whenever he made that switch, I don't know when it was, but, to have his hobbies, he's always with his family. They're always doing stuff. So I think it's more so the difference in personality from any other superstar that you've seen in the modern era and maybe any sport. I don't think anybody's like him.
So there it is. All the greatness being showered down on Scotty Scheffler dominating at the Open Championship. 877-881-1053 is the number to text. It's also the number to call to win these this week.
God is great, beer is good, and people are crazy.
All right, Tones, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the Billy Curlington and Kip Moore on Friday, August 1st at the Pavilion at the Toyota Music Factory. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers after an impressive way to start off the second half of the season. That is coming up at 8 o'clock here on Sean and RJ. We'll have that Billy Currington ticket giveaway all week long. Let's recap your weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Let us know what you did. Good, bad, scandalous, his best and worst of the weekend to recap on DFW Sports Station with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. I wanted to start with Peyton Phillip Russell because he took the trip and was out last week on vacation, but he is on the phone right now with a ticket winner. I'll start off because we're talking about the Rangers anyway. Best was taking Ollie. Very, very full weekend. Took Oliver because of the radio station. I won some contest within the building.
Well,
to go to the Ranger game. The great Karen Vickery was out there as well. And it was fun with the father-in-law and the wife and taking Ollie Texas live with the pregame. Just going in there, showing Ollie the big board, the video board. He had never seen all the different games that you can play with the kids. And then going in there and enjoying the free food, free drink. Special shout-outs, though. The highlight was not the game. It was a boring game. It was 0-0, like into the 7th. But Chuck Morgan, Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, making it a true VIP experience. Sandler's like, I'll take you upstairs to the broadcast booth. Meet me by Chuck. And I was like, I thought Chuck was upstairs. Where's Chuck? He's like, here's where you go. And I'm walking around and I see this room.
Have you not seen that? But you've never seen that.
I had not seen this room that
Dude,
Chuck
cool.
Moore.
Yeah.
It is bad ass. And I'm like, this is where you work? And everyone who walks by just sees like a Chuck Morgan jersey sitting on the chair, and he's in his like cathedral looking over. It's like, you know, you got the Brad Sham broadcast booth, you got it for the great PA voice, and I'm like texting Chuck, hey, I texted him a picture from behind, and everyone just sitting there. They know Chuck Morgan. They're sitting there staring, and during a little break, he brought us in there, made us feel and look very important. He gives Ollie a bunch of bobbleheads. So thanks to Chuck Morgan for that. Then we went upstairs. Nadel, I hope he doesn't get mad at me for saying this. He's broadcasting without the shoes on. Got the very comfortable. And I'll
socks?
Yes, socks. Bobby will walk around here sometimes with no shoes. I'll kick my shoes off sometimes. But I noticed that in the picture that we took, he let Oliver sit down. Jared set it up, put on the headset right in between Hicksy and Nadel, overlooking the field. Jared hooking him up with a baseball bat and other goodies. So that was the best of the weekend, giving him that Ranger experience because of Chuck and company.
That's cool. Yeah, the Chuck spot is fantastic. Now, I've not been up to the to Nadel's booth. So I don't know how it compares to the old one. The old ballpark had the best spot. That was the best level, the best distance, the best height up, the best spot to be able to see and judge fly balls. I have no idea about the new one, whether it's the same.
It was so long ago that I was up in the booth on the old stadium. This one I think this one's higher. Like, I think this one's up a little ways.
Yeah. My worst is I think I'm going to have some separation daughter anxiety in Oxnard.
You are or she is?
Both.
Oh.
Ollie went for the first time and slept outside the house. He slept over at his grandparents Saturday. And, you know, I wanted to FaceTime him after like 2 hours. Like, I felt like I was missing him a little bit. But this bonding that has taken place with Ava, I told Amanda's not going to believe me because she thinks we're just going out and surfing every day in California. And so does your wife, by the way, as they got together yesterday. I found out and discussed this. But I'm like, I told her, I think I'm going to have some Ava separation anxiety on this trip going away. I should just stay back like Dawson or Hagelin.
This is where the full girl dad change and softening will occur. I'll tell you exactly when it'll be. It'll be almost 2 weeks away. Friday when we land again, and they're waiting at the airport, and she comes running through the area, and she's all excited. You're gonna melt.
Nope, because I'll remember last time I saw her in an airport.
Nope, you're gonna melt. I promise you.
And the Tolos were hitting me up saying, why was it? Because Karen Vickery, the great sales legend in the building, she had her 8-month-old granddaughter, and I was cursing. I was cursing to Karen. I was like, screw you, Karen. Screw these parents, cool-ass parents, because this 8-month-old was a saint. Went to sleep there at the game, and the Tolos were like, why didn't you take your daughter to the game? I said, she's still on leave. She's still on punishment. She's not allowed out in public.
On punishment.
She's not allowed at public events like that because of the airplane. But we'll see what happens when we land.
Speaking of daughters, 254 celebrated the adoption of my daughter on Saturday. Shout out Jordan Cersei.
Well done.
All right, Pepe, been dying to hear about Floribama, best and worst of the weekend as you were gone on the beach.
Well, some call it Floribama. I call it the Gulf of America. That's where I was at.
Floribama? Your fiance definitely calls it the Gulf of America. I saw that post.
I want to name it. Give me a hat. I wanted to have for the Gulf of America.
Yeah, I think someone...
And by the way, real quick, Uncle Bud, I've been meaning to talk about this for a few days. He heard me talking about Cabo when I came back from Cabo, decided just to go there because I was bragging about it so much. Never had a passport, never been out of the country, went to Cabo, and got engaged.
Whoa.
That's awesome.
Congrats.
So congratulations, bud. I was flattered that he took my advice. It's not bold advice to say go to Cabo or a
Cabo's
resort.
great. We love Cabo.
He went and got it done.
Got to go back. That's our next place because we went to Cabo, then we went back to Cancun, and we're like, no, we're done with Cancun. It's only Cabo from here on out.
Sorry, Pepe, go ahead.
So the picture I think you're referencing when Mackenzie posted on her Instagram and said, it was just a location, Gulf of America. She wasn't like captioning it or anything. Just it's a location. It's what it's called now. It's on the map. And some guy DM'd her and was like, "You're in education. You should know better. It's Gulf of Mexico. What a loser! What a loser you are." But yeah, so it was my first.
I don't know.
I said, go talk to RJ about that. So I survived my first family vacation with Mackenzie's side of the family. Last year, she went with my family to Italy, and I knew immediately it was two differences really on the family vacations. Mine was my family when we go somewhere, it's like we got to do something. We're here. We can sit back, watch TV, relax at home. In
Itinerary.
DFW. Yeah, there's got to be something, and it's like from 8 a.m. until dinner at night and some drinks later on. We're doing something, and it's still relaxing because you're away. But we like to do something with her family. It's get up, and if you want to go do something, you can go do it. There's cars available. You can drive away, and so I really liked that. It was different. I was like, okay, I'm up at 8 a.m. 7 a.m. every morning. Yeah. What are we doing? I have my coffee. I'm waiting there. I've got my shoes on. I'm like, guys, where are we going? They're like, no, just sit back. We'll do something around lunchtime, noon, 1 o'clock. We'll be fine. I was like, oh, this is kind of nice. Yeah. So, but shout out to Mackenzie's aunt and uncle. They had their beach house out there in Orange Beach. Right. Very nice property they have out there. So, they had a pool there, everything. It was right by the water, not the sand part of it, but it was right by, where you just go outside the backyard gate, and you just got the water right there. They had a couple boats available. They have their.
But you're saying that like the water is right there, 2 steps off the balcony, no beach, no sand.
Yeah, there was no sand right there. This was just like walkway, like a sidewalk, and then there were rocks and stuff, but there was water right there. But they had like their boats and stuff docked right off to the side of the house. So, they had their. I found out they had a boat driver available. They said whenever
driver.
Yeah, they said whenever you need him, you just call him up and he'll take you on the boat. So he took us out a couple times. We went around town.
Dude, I'm reading Peyton's best and worst, and Amanda, I'll be reading them out loud, and she's like, he's rich. You guys have got this all wrong. He lives the most undercover rich life of anyone that we talk about.
Yeah, how many 3 trips a year where he's like, I'm going to Scotland, we're going to Vancouver, we're going to Vegas just randomly,
he
and
throws in there all expenses paid.
Yeah. And he's so rich he can actually see Seattle from Vancouver.
That's right. Without binoculars.
Yeah.
No, well, it's family that's rich. I'm not the rich one, just family, but I just benefit from them. But yeah, they had told me ahead of time, Mackenzie's family, all expenses paid for. You just pay for your flight. I said, you know what? I'm down. Tell me when and where.
There you go.
And Mackenzie, they went out there like last Thursday. They don't leave until later on this afternoon, so they've been out there for 10, 11 days.
She's still there?
She's still there. They went out and they took a long vacation. I was like, I'll do a week. After like 6 or 7 days, it's like I'm just ready to go back home.
Yeah, it felt like you were there forever.
Yeah, I got there Sunday night, early evening Sunday night. But and then left Saturday late afternoon, early evening. So, so it was in Orange Beach, Alabama. We went to a couple restaurants. I had the Bushwhacker out there. That's a very popular drink. I never had it.
What is it?
It's it's ice cream.
RJ, I see you.
It's ice cream, but it's got just a bunch of liquor, coffee, liqueur in there as well. But see, the thing with me is I liked it. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
But they drank it like it was like, a beer or something. Like they just drank it after they had like 3 or 4, and I was like,
sounds like you can only have one, and maybe after dinner, or maybe to wake up with.
Because I never been like a huge Bailey's fan. Like if it's like ice cream and like dairy with alcohol, it's like I can't get a good buzz off that. I drink it, and I'm like I need to just sit here and rest. I can't do that,
Yeah.
But I liked it, and they all got like.
So that's the famous Alabama drink, a Bushwhacker.
I think so. That's what they had me try.
Aiden's shaking his head yes.
Yep, it's a Southern thing, but I mean it was good. It was good to try it once, but yeah, I wouldn't keep drinking it after that. Let's see here, but yeah,
you got some gifts.
I did get some gifts. Her aunt said, you know what? One day let's go shopping out there. Let's go shopping, and I said, okay.
Are the aunt and uncle loaded?
Yeah.
What are y'all laughing at? What are you doing? What's going on?
He just said. What did you say? What did you say about Bushwhacker?
I can't talk with these guys giggling.
What did you say? What did you say about Bushwhacker? That it's the state drink of Alabama.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I thought it was lean.
But yeah, so her aunt said, let's go shopping one day. So we went out to the outlets there, and she was like, all right, pick out some stuff you want. And I was like, oh, okay. Like I was looking at the the clearance section. The clearance section.
The what?
Chill?
Sorry, what?
Chill has a clothing brand up there?
Do it all together.
The clearance section.
section, yeah. But no, so I picked out some Ray-Bans, and she said, all
What
right.
was the Machotas out? What the clearance section?
The clearance section. The hell?
Yeah. So I
He's there to
picked
drive your
out
boat?
I picked out some Ray-Bans and also some Lululemon shorts that I got as well. So very nice. Yes. So shout out to
Ray-Bans and Lululemon.
Boy, there you go.
Yeah.
You are rich. You are rich.
No, again, the family's rich.
Family's
They're
rich,
old
that's
money.
right.
He's new broke.
So would you go back there to vacation?
Yes.
Not
absolutely.
but the aunt and uncle aren't there. Like you don't have access to that house. Just the beach and the setup and the area and the people.
Yeah, because I love the beach. I mean, some people can, they get bored out of a day or two of being out there. I could be on the beach and just because I like to swim around the water. I'm fine with that. So
You
I can
go,
lay-
yeah. So you're not talking about we like to go to the beach, then go to the pool at the beach.
Yep.
I don't want anywhere near the sand.
Oh no, I'm all about the sand. I can lay out. I can walk. Go up to the water, swim around. I mean, if I have drinks or whatever, an umbrella, I can be out there for 7-8 hours.
It does exfoliate your feet, though. Makes your feet feel very good.
Best and worst of the weekend. Commercial-free expressway here on the Fan. I've been waiting days for this. The Julian punishment terms have been decided.
They have been decided. We've got the kids this week, and that means the punishment for Julian starts. Now, what did he do? He decided that my credit card was his credit card. And he decided to go on and buy all these in-app purchases. Nothing quite like going to your bank statement and just seeing in-app purchase after in-app purchase.
How much did it total up to? You were speculating $500.
It was $662.
Gosh!
$662 is what the total was.
For a video game.
For video games. Yes, for video games. So, hey, special offer $7.99. Special offer $14.99. This little twerp signed up for Apple TV monthly subscription. Signed up for other monthly subscriptions for I don't know.
He wasn't just buying gaming accessories.
He's buying skins. They call them skins. He's buying gems for Clash Royale. Standard monthly subscription for some game that looks like it has a Z on it. I don't know.
Zelda.
Buying movies left and right on YouTube. I hope they weren't adult.
I don't think you can buy those on YouTube.
I hope not. So, $662, and we have decided on a punishment. Okay, I'm teaching him about debt settlement. I said, "Are you familiar with debt settlement?" He goes, "I have no idea what that is."
Okay.
I said, "This is when you can't afford to pay your debt, and you make an agreement with the debt company, and you pay a portion of it, and then your credit goes to crap for about a 2-year span, and then you got to work that off."
Yep.
All right.
His
so
trust credit is in the gutter.
Your credit's in the gutter. You're going to pay me a third of that cost. $220 you're going to pay me.
All right.
All right. It's $660. You're going to pay me $220.
Got it.
All right. And then you're about to be in Hell Week.
I love it.
All right.
Well done.
Baseboards.
Oh, the baseboards.
They've never been cleaned.
Oh, no.
8 years I've lived there. We've never cleaned them.
Oh, the baseboards.
They've got fur all on the caulk.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
He's
That's the
cleaning
number one thing I want to hire someone to do for our house.
Cleaning the baseboards. Toilets. Listen, our toilet brush doesn't get up underneath, but a toothbrush will.
No.
Oh, yeah, he's toothbrushing those things.
No.
Military.
What?
I said you're doing military boot camp
Military boot camp. I like to mow the lawn, so I'm not going to make him mow the lawn. If he picks the weeds, they're just going to grow back. So I'm going to make him spot treat. And then, he's going to have his phone this week because I don't want to punish myself. But
yeah,
he goes nowhere. No friends, no nothing. And I'm really taking a hit here because I bought him a season pass to Hawaiian Falls, and I'm trying to get the most out of this bang for the buck.
What has he started? Because I am not going to trust that you are going to be hardcore enough to enforce it.
Well, he hasn't. We don't have him yet. We get him this week.
Oh, this week.
He hasn't started anything yet.
All right.
He'll start everything, probably tomorrow.
What was his reaction to the terms?
He was like, okay, I think he thinks he got away with something. Because he has no.
He didn't want to lose that phone.
He has no frame of reference on money, and that's the problem. I'm taking $200 from him. He doesn't know what that means. He's like, okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah.
What am I going to use it for?
Right.
I said, he's like, it's just in my bank account. He goes, take it out of my bank account. Just go ahead, get it. I don't.
Will he do the manual labor?
Yes. Yeah, or we'll take the full money.
Yeah. I like it. Well done.
This is a critical period, though. Yes, it's well done. It's a critical period. Because this is like the first time he's been in like a lot of trouble with you, right?
Yeah, yes, he has not really gotten into big time trouble.
So as somebody with 6 brothers who were getting in trouble all along, and then with Jacob coming up, this is the pivot point usually where it's like, okay, do they start learning from this, or do they just like get, all right, well, if I'm going to be in trouble, I might as well do what, like if I'm just going to be in trouble, I'll keep doing whatever I want to do. And then they can get into a cycle. Or they just go like, I don't want that again, and I'm going to start doing better.
Well, I mean, this is where you teach them about good behavior and parole. You
just have them watch Shawshank or like
if
The Wire.
if you're really on good behavior, then we'll let you off early. If you're not, then what were they? We'll send you to that back room.
Are you going to try to make him have a schedule for the week, or are you just going to trust him to come home like today or tomorrow and do it on his own?
No, we're gonna have a schedule.
Okay.
Yeah, because I need to monitor.
You're gonna do it today? You're gonna start today?
We'll probably start tomorrow.
Okay.
Today's orientation.
Okay, that's
right. You get your first day in prison. You get your, you get your cleans.
Orientation.
You get your laundry.
Yeah.
That's day one. That's orientation.
The Scotty jumpsuit.
Yep.
Best and worst of the weekend here on Sean and RJ. Choppy and Bobby believe that the Rangers offense is fixed and why we are the most interesting team at the deadline, according to this great baseball insider. Diamond Cavs on your home for Texas Rangers baseball.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute one. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, we of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is the haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Deals, and that ball is lined back into center field, a base hit. Torres around third, scores easily. Green makes it to third. RBI single for Matt Vierling to put Detroit back on top 2-1.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about the best offense in Major League Baseball? Oh. Diamond Cavs here at 105 through the Fan. More on that in a second. Bummer last night. You lose. You only score the one run.
Didn't have Eovaldi.
Very feeble ninth inning, but the bummer is that he did not have Nathan Eovaldi. And I guess we were not robbed of a great pitching matchup because we got one. Just happened to be with lats and a bullpen as opposed to Nasty Nate. Back tightness, so they don't think, I guess, as of this morning that he's headed to the IL. They're going to see what they don't have to make a decision today, but they could retroactively send him to the IL to Sunday.
7.5 back now, 50-50 on the season.
Oh, baby.
Next 6 are at home. You get the Athletics, and then you get the Braves. Brian Snitker, by the way, the leader in Vegas to be fired next if a manager is to go.
Man, that's and that there's been a lot of smoke around him this year. People saying he's not paying attention to the game, missing things he should be arguing about. There's a pitcher they have, AJ Smith-Shawver, who's from Colleyville. He played in the Bobby Jr. team. I think maybe a year later, but he had Tommy John this year, and there were people talking about that Spencer Strider had to go let the manager and the pitching coach know, hey, he's hurt. Go get him.
Wow.
And then they let him throw like 2 more pitches, but there's video of Strider being in the dugout like, guys, pay attention. Like he's like flexing his forearm or whatever. So, whether or not that's all true, that was the speculation around. So and they have underachieved.
Now forget about 7.5 back. How enticing and attainable is 3.5 back wild card?
Extremely attainable.
It's New York.
You've got 60 games left.
Yankees, Seattle, Boston, Tampa, us. A half game up on the Angels.
Yeah, you got 60 games left. You could get that in a week.
It's attainable, but is it worth it? Like, if it's attainable, it's like the Mavericks, they were attainable for the spot they got in the playoffs. Was that going to be worth it? I mean, obviously it didn't matter. They got the number 1 pick, but that's the biggest thing. Is it going to be worth whatever you might potentially lose by going and being sellers to build chips?
You've won 2 straight series against the Astros and the Tigers, and you guys, you two, I'm not there. I'm not believing it, but Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, and John Morosi are all saying that the Rangers offense, if not fixed, is not as big of a worry.
Well, how many games sample do you need to say that it's fixed?
25?
Okay, well, I'll give you 35.
Oh! All right.
Now are you giving me 25 plus 10 that aren't great in the most recent 10, though?
I'm giving you the last 35 games.
I want to know on the fan text.
Going into yesterday.
Ranger Tolo, do you believe the offense is good enough now? Has it improved that much after what Choppy is about to tell you?
So, in the last 35 games, going into last night, so this stat was done before last night's game.
Yeah.
So, that's June 7th, 35 games. The Rangers are averaging 5.34 runs per game. There are 29 teams that are behind them. That is number 1 in the sport.
Wow.
Since June 7th. And don't fact check me on that one, Bobby. That is a Sandler stat. Fact check him. But I was doing the math myself, and my math was off. I had 5.6 runs per game, but I had thrown another game in there, subtracted them, whatever. And I also did the math in my head in the pool. So, that's a little bit. So I asked Sandler for it. 5.34 runs per game over the last 35 games. That is number 1 in Major League Baseball. That's a month of a season. We always say at the beginning of the year, don't make any determinations so you're 30 games out. I mean, that's beyond 30 games.
And John Morosi was on while you were out, Bobby, and he's like, Rangers are contenders. They're contenders. They're in this because of Marcus Semion's improvement. And he said, if I was going to go shopping at the deadline, I'd look at a reliever. I'd look at pitching. And I was like, when's he going to bring up offense? When's he going to talk about offense? And you agree? You agree? You feel what about it?
I don't feel good about it. It's been better. It's been better, obviously, than it had been. And it was something where it's like, it's not like every game I feel like they're going to score nothing. And that's mainly just because of one person, though. Corey Seager's crushing the baseball.
Yes.
Like, that's why Corey Seager's such a big part of this. If Seager's hitting, you can weather one, like a rotating, this guy's hot right now.
How fun was that with him and Scuba last night? That was like Beltre, Felix, the back and forth within games. That was awesome as he gave the shrug, like, I don't know what to do. I can't get him out. He threw his arms in the air after Seager finally did get out. That was fun.
Yeah, what was it? It was ESPN threw up the graphic. At one point, he was like 2 for 2, and the rest of the lineup was 0 for 15 with like 8 strikeouts. I mean,
it was like 7 strikeouts and 10 batters.
It was brutal. And Simeon, by the way, the resurgence of Simeon, like Morosi would have been talking about. If you look over the last 4 games now, Simeon's won for his last 15, and so it's cooled down a little bit. I was just looking at over the last month, like on the calendar. There are 2 players over an 800 OPS for the Rangers.
2 players.
It's Kyle Higashioka and it's Corey Seager. And so outside of that, you're still getting everybody's pretty much down below.
Higgy's got a
700
6-game hitting streak, 9 for 24, hitting 375 in July. Jared has the slash line, 382, 389, 706, over 1,000. So Higgy, he's been doing his part.
And look, I mean, if the offense stays like this, there's no reason to sell. Right? If they get to the trade deadline, so we got 9-10 days. If they get there, let's say they go through these next 2 series. These next 2 series take you right up to that, almost. And let's say they get to that, and they're still averaging over 5 runs a game over what would now be a 40-plus game stretch. Then you're probably looking at buying.
All right, Bobby, you've been the one wanting to sell the most on the show. You needed to see certain runs scored. You're getting them. Where you at?
It's been better. It's not good enough. So to me,
number one isn't good enough?
Chop, you
2019 is behind
right,
him.
We went over the last 35 days. June 8th to like June 22nd, they were mashing the baseball. And Seager's been good since June 22nd. The rest of the lineup's not hitting. Like, over the last month, they're not hitting. Literally, this is over the last month. Evan Carter, 708 OPS. Jake Berger, 686. Josh Smith, 674. Adolis Garcia, 648. Those are not.
Yep, they're not.
That's not a good offense.
Right. Buster Only says the Rangers are among the deadline's mystery teams. Says unclear whether they're dealing or acquiring. One evaluator said, I think what they do coming out of the All-Star break is going to be really important. If they do decide to trade any talent away, they could make measured moves. He says DeGrom and Evaldi are not in play, at least according to other teams. Adolis Garcia, on the other hand, could be.
Adolis is the one that all these different outlets keep talking about. Like, regardless of what the Rangers do, Adolis is probably getting traded. Like, he was the one. I'm trying to think whose list it was. I think it was Passan's list of the players most likely to be traded, and he was like the second highest odds to get dealt at the deadline.
They put it at 50% that he is traded, Adolis. Philadelphia, Seattle, San Diego, and San Fran are the best fits. I don't think they trade him to Seattle. But he has been the 20th most unlucky hitter in the big leagues this year, according to the very easily named stat XWOBA. There you go.
Of course.
Something like that. Chris Martin also on the trade number.
Coldplay.
He's number 38. On the
His
trade.
last 10 games before getting hurt, a .96 ERA. Since allowing 3 runs in Tampa on June 5th. By the way, Robert Garcia's posted a 208 over 14 outings, but that sucks with Martin. It was a .96. 1 run per 9 1/3, according to Sandler.
It's Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you want...
All right, so give me 1, 2, 3 buying preference right now. If you were to buy, on what?
I need 2 bats and a reliever. Not just a reliever, somebody in the ninth, because you mentioned Chris Martin and Garcia and stuff like that. I would bet the majority of those runs they gave up are ninth inning performances. Garcia, I know it was, because that's 8th to 9th inning has just been awful for them in the bullpen this year.
I would lean into run prevention, get a reliever. Absolutely go the reliever route. And then if you can find it back, good luck. I mean, you want to get Eugenio Suarez. Yeah, I mean, but like you're going to pay. You're going to pay dearly for him because he's got 35 bombs now, and you got a lot of teams looking for him. It is Diamond Cavs here at 105 to the Fan. Do you remember D. Gordon?
Marlins.
Oh,
yes.
Most emotional moment in baseball over the last decade. D. Gordon hitting that
run.
leadoff home run after Jose Fernandez died.
Yes.
And he's crying around the bases.
He was on the Raw Room pod. See if you believe this. I'm not sure I do. Saying the league put instructions on him at the end of the 2015 season.
I got suspended in 16 for steroids. Look at me, King. It look like I took steroids before?
Ain't no way.
Okay.
Right, I'm about to say, ain't 165.
Ain't no way.
He said 165.
Let me tell y'all, I ain't gonna say no name or nothing, but let me just put it like this. 2015, they told my little black ass, don't win that batting championship. And I said, y'all got me fucked up.
Damn, so you went out there and said, I'm gonna go get this little championship, this trophy.
And they said, don't do it.
Was it like a money thing for them?
Nah, it was a guy. I ain't gonna say his name. He would have won Triple Crown if I let him win the batting title. The last day of the season, I beat him for the batting title. I went 3 for 4 with a home run.
I'm trying to see
I ain't saying I ain't.
Can't say. I mean, it'll be easy. If it's what I'm thinking of, then
he won MVP that year.
They didn't like that.
They called me a week before. They
didn't like that.
And I was like, man, I'm from Avon Park, bro. I'm from
He said, I'm from Avon Park.
So, Bryce Harper won the MVP that year. Now, MLB in 2015 was in a different spot than it was 2025. Like 2025, they market their players much better now. They've allowed their players to post on their own social media. They did not allow that in 2015.
Did not allow them to post their own social
Bryce
media.
Harper could not take a video of him that he took.
Okay,
and
it's
post
highlights.
it. Highlights. It had to go through MLB's website. Like,
I don't believe it.
I don't know that I buy this. Like, that's a league saying don't do this.
Yeah, and first off, D. Gordon's like, do I look like I took steroids? Number one, you're done playing. Number two, it doesn't mean you're totally all jacked up, as we've learned with horse tranquilizers or the other stuff that fencers take.
Yeah.
And then the third thing, why are you protecting the name? Why are you protecting the name now? Just say who said it. You want to throw something out there. What does D. Gordon have to gain by not getting into more specifics and detail?
Right. Yeah, we could figure out who you're talking about.
No,
Just say
we
the
could
name.
figure out the player.
Yeah.
We don't know who in the league office told him.
Right.
That we'd never be able to guess. Unveil it. You want to go this far with it? I don't believe it. I roll my eyes.
I don't think. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I just don't think a league tells a player to do something like that.
It sounds fishy. I also wouldn't put much past Major League Baseball when they were hurting to try and sustain things. But what I think could be more likely is somebody told him, "Hey, I heard the league office doesn't want you to do it." Like that, I could believe.
Or like they want Bryce
right.
to.
Like he heard that,
Yeah.
and somebody
Yeah.
said that to him, and then he was like, he took that as though, oh, somebody from the league office sent this person to tell me, or something along those lines. But yeah, steroids. I mean,
And
it doesn't just do that, but he was about as big as Dylan, the board op that thinks he can fight Alec. Like he was 150.
And Bryce would not have won the Triple Crown. He was 31 RB. How does
not RSBI?
No, I like the way Corey Major says it now. RB's He was
RB's
he was 31 RB's behind Nolan Arenado, so he would not have won it anyway.
He wouldn't have won. He wouldn't have won it. But I mean, he may have won the batting title too with it, and obviously he won the MVP.
Diamond Cavs on your home for Rangers baseball with a loaded Monday edition coming at you here with Sean and RJ. It's a new music Monday. Maybe we'll get 2 weeks worth of brand new hits, from Bobby Belt. 2 weeks worth of hits from Bobby. And let's see if we need to finish up our fight with the G-Bag Nation after this.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember the Uber Eats has.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
What?
Nutmeg Lady?
Tree Curb?
No.
nutmeg me.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Club?
carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal and jewelers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Franco and Franco, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I'm Casey Kasem. Coming up next are the 3 biggest hits of the year.
Oh, it is New Music Monday. We take a listen to the biggest songs being released over the weekend, and we've got one that isn't even in English this week. Not even going to be able to understand the lyrics unless you're bilingual. But this is probably the biggest artist to release anything over the weekend. It's the latest hit from Bad Bunny.
I mean, doesn't it kind of sound like Bad Bunny's other music?
It's all catchy. Morgan Wallen's hits all sound the same.
Yeah,
they're catchy for a reason.
Yeah.
I would listen to this. This is what
I would too.
That's the thing, is that everybody, I feel like this era more than any other just gets down with like the vibe or the sound of it. You could be saying nonsense and they're down with that. It's not the Bob Dylan, like, oh, I'm telling this story, or oh, I'm making this, like, you know, Elliott Smith, like these really depressing stories. They're just like, well, what's the music sound like?
No, he's telling a story. It's just in a language I don't understand.
No, but that's why people.
Yeah,
that's why
I love it.
English listeners still eat this music up, even though they don't understand it.
People love Bad Bunny.
Yeah.
Who do you think's more popular, Bad Bunny or Morgan Wallen?
Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny.
Yeah,
Just internationally.
It's not even close.
Yeah, it's Bad Bunny's. I mean, he's got a case for like being, in the last couple years, probably like the biggest artist in the world.
It's
more like Taylor Swift or Bad Bunny. Like that's kind of his level.
It's Messi versus the number one athlete in America. It's not even close. So Messi's 5 times more famous than LeBron is. It's crazy. It's not even. That's what Bad Bunny is.
This one was Laura's favorite song of the weekend, Sean. This is Alex Warren, who I think won for the best one of these songs that we were talking about a couple weeks ago. This is his latest song, Eternity.
But it feels like an eternity since I had you here with me, since I had to learn to be someone.
Sounds too much like Sam Smith.
I was thinking that too.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah,
I was thinking it sounded like.
Who is this?
His name's Alex Warren. I was thinking it was giving off the vibes of, what is his name? I can't remember it, but it's giving off the vibes of the guy who was like
James Blunt.
No, James Arthur sort of. But this one was the what's that? 'Cause I'm not ready. Like whatever that guy's name is. That's what that sounded like to me. And then the last one. She also liked this one a lot. This is Zach Bryan, who's always in hot water for his temper and for breaking up with Brianna Chicken Fry from Barstool Sports.
Zach Bryan band.
But this is Zach Bryan and Gabriella Rose, Madeline.
Hello, Madeline, how you been? I've been waiting around to die again. Well, I saw all your friends.
I like it.
Yeah,
it's good. This is his whole sound though. It's just it's me and the guitar and you hear all the.
You don't knock Bad Bunny for it.
No. You hear all the. I'm saying it's the same thing. Just like you hear all the guitar plucks. It's the smoky like whiskey throat sound and. It's good.
Listen, that whiskey throat sound, it takes a lot of work to get that.
It does.
It's a lot of whiskey.
Not for Zach Bryan. If you keep up with his career, he probably hits that pretty easily. But
New Music Monday with Roberto, with assistance from his daughter here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Overall, that might be one of the better ones we've had.
Louis Capaldi, by the way. Thank you, Fantex. That was the name of the song.
The collection or the song?
The collection of the 3 of them. Yeah, like that's the Bad Bunny one, that one.
Do we have a song of the summer yet that the country has chosen? Doesn't feel like it.
No.
I don't think so. Summer's almost over.
Yeah, but
Summer's over as soon as we go to camp. That's how I look at it.
Didn't Shabuzi's song last year, which was the song, didn't that come out August, I think? Like it came out later in the year.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know of a song of the summer yet.
Stephen Colbert's show is over.
Yes, it is.
Some people are trying to make some people are trying to say it's political, that the takeover of the company in Paramount is tied to Trump. Colbert goes after Trump. I think of Dave Portnoy said he was losing like $40 million a year with a 200-person staff. Can you imagine doing a show with a 200-person staff?
Almost as if it doesn't take any talent to do that show. Right? You just have a 200-person staff who writes all your jokes.
I know he was probably joking, but Shane Gillis is like, I didn't write that joke. I don't care if you boo me. I'm like, why are you up? I guess your delivery. But Colin Cowherd, I know, always had a crap ton of people.
Yes.
I listened to Gillis, by the way, his podcast with his friend, and them talking about the ESPYs. And he said that his buddy, who's like, that's my buddy's wife, his buddy wrote that WNBA joke for him.
That was the best one.
Yeah, so he told me, he's like, he said his favorite jokes got left on the cutting room floor. Shane Gillis did.
But apparently, did he say if he heard back from ABC or Disney over approval?
No, so this was like one leading up to it with them talking about like, they had already prepped for the show. They hadn't like performed it yet. So he hadn't gotten blown
if somebody else, if they have people there writing your jokes for you, then I don't want to hear anybody get mad at Shane Gillis. If someone's writing your jokes,
he's still choosing to deliver them. He probably has the cutoff power,
right? But people at the ESPYs or ESPN or Disney, they're hiring somebody to write your material.
Look, this was a humongous win for the ESPYs. Shane Gillis did exactly what.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think it was a dream result. The way it's all being talked about and discussed and controversy and this and that. But anyway, Colbert apparently was leading the late night ratings amongst the three. And, when we have these segments or an Ask Reddit, something that will be obsolete and gone, I need to start saying late night TV shows in 10 years. I can't remember the last time I watched one. Everyone has a podcast. Everyone has their own media. Everyone has their own delivery. I can't remember. It may have been Leno Letterman.
It's for old people. The genre is for older people. Like, younger people, they want to watch something funny, they go on YouTube.
You dislike Colbert?
Yeah, I just never thought Colbert was that funny.
Was funny Daily Show?
He was funny as like the role player. He was never funny like running. I think John Oliver's way funnier than Colbert's. John Oliver, so you know how he was doing the minor league baseball team? They're trying to get the show to like let us take over the branding for your baseball team. I had seen something last week where he got the chance to do that finally, and they were like, "Aren't you a Mets fan? How'd you become a Mets fan?" And he's like, "Because if you're foreign and you come to the United States and root for the Yankees, you're a bleep hole." And he's like, "That's literally the only reason why I was around here." I think Oliver's great, and that's just knowing those standards, seeing it. John Stewart, Colbert. I never thought Stewart or Colbert were funny. Oliver, I think, is hilarious, and so
you didn't think Stewart's funny?
No, I think Stewart's biting, and I think Stewart is smart. I think of Stewart as more in line with Bill Maher than people think of
what
as
about
like
Trevor
comedian.
Noah?
I don't find Trevor funny. I find Stewart more. I find Stewart funny. I don't. And I know Stewart's very political. It doesn't bother me. His political.
Well, that's the point of the show.
That's a show.
That's the point of the show.
It doesn't bother me.
Noah, I've never really watched Noah's show. Noah's stand-up.
But you're not a total psycho who can't enjoy someone's comedy if they're not saying something you align with politically. You're not a nut job. All right.
Fair.
So there's Stephen Colbert. He gone. See you later. Now let's finish up with G-Bag. I heard about this Friday, heading out to the Globe. I was trying to make my way in there, but, I had to go drink at Texas Live first. That was more important to me. And the G-Bag Nation apparently not taking too kindly to our ribbing, our good-natured back-and-forth insults at the afternoon show, and we'll continue with them discussing us on Friday.
Oh, trust me, Bobby also thought it was really cool because he was one of your biggest fans until he became Sean's lapdog.
Yeah, that's well said there, Wolchuk.
I think we got some.
Hang on. Boy, he was not paying attention at all, was he?
Do you follow?
He had no idea what he said.
He was paying attention. I saw him on the fan game. He's sitting there listening, nodding. The thing is that Eric's been the best sport about this among the four, where he just takes his all right, ball busting, time for us to clap back. That's what it is. He's not getting in his feels about it.
Did it bother you that Zach called you a fan?
No.
Slater tried to get under your skin like that.
Oh, yeah, because because she says it in a very condescending way of just like mom telling you. And so, Zach, whatever.
Yeah, that's well said there, Wolchuk.
I think we got some more, and we had an awesome...
It's a feisty lapdog, though.
Very. And super talented and AI-driven.
Skillful.
Very
and one that strikes fear.
One of the smartest I've ever probably come across. Really.
Bob?
But we'll bite you. We'll bite. Rabies?
Oh, yeah. There's no way he's had his rabies shot.
So the chef that we had on earlier was awesome. And they brought over some delectable food. I guess we got made fun of for having the Rangers executive chef on.
Him once.
The G-Bag Nation is going to be doing their show from the Globe with the executive chef, sitting down with them as a special guest. What happened yesterday with G-Bag?
Well, first off,
I didn't get that text about the chef. We almost booked it.
I do like.
What brought us?
That was fun.
Yeah, well, Fran Fraschil's not good enough.
Yeah.
But if you make crepes, put them in the expressway.
But the line cook over there, the guy who throws the little parsley on the side with the lemon wedge. That guy, yeah.
How do you do it?
What?
How do you do it?
We gotta have that guy.
This is like
Coming up at 6, the bar back.
Guys at Costco picking up the 2-pack of Rayo's.
You think Broadus is going to try and claim this too? It's like, we had 30,000 people show up to our remote. All right, so yesterday.
That's also funny.
Yesterday, for a second day in a row, Ross being unable to screen calls. What G-Bag
Does
in
Corey
the day.
Seager show up at your broadcast?
Yeah.
I mean, that was pretty funny. That was pretty good.
Yeah,
that was good. That's
That
good
was
content. Yeah, that's fun. I definitely, don't want to take ourselves so seriously that we can't handle a good joke.
No, that's
the first good joke I've heard.
Cool.
Yeah, in a long time on that show, and I just can't believe that they would S on the head chef, the chief executive chef of Globe Life Field like that. He was on the sports celebrity or the cooking celebrity show.
Yeah, he was on Chopped, dude. This dude's freaking legit. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, like
You're not on Chopped for no reason.
Sean is an amateur foodsman, right? He's punching up here in a huge way. And our guy, Chef Vasquez.
Now
right?
I know what this is all about. Yeah.
Does it still go back to the wings?
I think it just goes back to the wings pretty much.
It probably does.
If I could go back and do it, I would have thrown the wings. So we could have been one and we could have had harmony this last decade.
I mean, it's a shame. It really is that we're beefing like this because now we're going to have to take this to Oxnard.
Yep.
And we usually have a great time. We're schmoozing, we're boozing, we're having laughs. And we're still going to have all of those things, but we got to be out there with them. There's going to be a little bit of tension, you know? They wanted to have a bar off, is what they went into later on in this segment. They wanted to basically have Sean and RJ get their bar where they invite Tolos to, and then the G-Bag Nation, they even said we could have KNC with us because they feel so bad for us that we wouldn't be able to attract enough people. So they want to see how many Tolo, where's the Tolo support? Do they get more or do we get more?
Yeah, who's the bigger draw?
The competitive nature is just through the roof. I respect it.
I don't know if it's who's the bigger draw. I do think it is who's the bigger drunks. And there's no doubt those three guys whip our 5 asses every day of the week and twice on Sunday in that category.
Well, Bobby is numero uno.
That's strong.
That's good.
That was a good run from Dawson.
Good. That's very good.
Dawson was very biting
some good
and
content there.
Just some quick jabs in there. Here's the thing, though. What tension? We're gonna have tension in Oxnard. But there's no tension. It's we're busting your balls and you're taking it too seriously. So if there's any tension, it's on your side of the table.
It's California. It's very kumbaya, right? Everybody's like, the weather. It's 75 degrees out there. Nobody can be angry in 75-degree weather unless you're on the 405.
I think it was like 59 in the morning when we're going to be broadcasting.
Bob, hoodies galore.
Yeah, it's been a little humid the last couple of years for some reason. But yeah, you remember it's like when we first get there, it's
59.
No, it's warmer when we first get there, and then it gets colder by like hour 2, and then it comes back around. Yeah.
Daybreak gets colder.
Give me the high of the week.
79.
Ooh, not even close.
84.
Other way.
68.
68.
Oh! 68's the high for the week.
The high for the week. High five.
High five.
High five.
I don't know about
those
that.
Rudder Room sessions are going to be freezing.
Yeah. What Rudder Room?
What Rudder Room?
We're not even be there.
We're not going to be there. Took away our weekend.
I'm going.
Oh, shut up. You're the biggest talker who doesn't deliver.
This is I got to work on my tan. I'm going to get drunk. This is going to be great. Just you wait. This will be Super Bowl for 5 days a week. It'll be Phoenix Super Bowl all over again.
Training camp is here. Who will be on the Cowboys 53? Bobby's prediction to open camp is next. That's next in Below.
Belts.
On 105 through the
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you do. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Who is the surprise cut at this year's training camp? We'll talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing. Check them out at dmautololeasing.com. Before we get into that, Micah Parsons is expected to be at training camp. Did not fly with the team. Apparently, he's going to travel separately. But the report from Jordan Schultz, he will be there. And now we will see if there's a hold-in or a holdout or how he wants to play this one.
And Mike Florio, friend of the show, Pro Football Talk, predicts that after making this mistake, because he said he just should never have shown up to Oxnard, California, that the Cowboys will undercut him, kick the can, go to next year, and maybe franchise tag him. No way. No way. I got my insulting text to Florio ready, saved in the draft to send once he's wrong about this.
This is to me, it's the same hang up we had last week. It's the same misnomer that was going on last week where people were talking about, like, well, TJ Watt just drove up the price more. No, he didn't. Like we know where he's going to get paid. This has kind of been generally where everybody's. That's why Steven has said consistently. He said it in multiple different spots. It's nothing we can't get our hands around. We have a general idea where he is. We know where, like, this is all about details. It's all about structure of the deal, different things like that. This is not anything where he's going to get just shorted by $10 million a season if he doesn't show up, or if he shows up. And if he doesn't show up, all of a sudden he's going to be $7 million above Myles Garrett.
The Cowboys are going to cave unless Micah Parsons caves and revolts and rebels against his agent. The Cowboys are going to have to cave because they're not going to have him miss games to start the regular season, I don't think.
Micah has shown up. I'll give Florio the Howard Eskin bet from years ago of, like, all right, when we're at Super Bowl, if now Micah shows up, he signs for $5 million less for Myles Garrett. When he walks over to her side, I'll kiss his butt on the air. That's what I'll do.
Be careful how you.
I know. I didn't.
Careful how you reference Howard and kissing.
Oh, yeah.
Some of those kisses are not wanted.
Yeah, that was you were the only one he didn't actually kiss. He did it with his hand or whatever. So
yeah, he wouldn't kiss my butt.
You weren't a hot dog vendor.
I know. No.
Prediction. This is done before.
You don't think Florida's prediction has any chance of happening, right? That this is not settled this year?
I would think not. Mike doesn't, I don't think, just throw things out there like this. So the fact that he is saying, like, he's smart, the fact that he's saying it does give me a little bit of pause. But I don't think that they take it all the way and let him get on and tag him. I mean, gosh, that would really be, create some bad vibes.
I will say that I think that this gets done before they get back to Frisco, like before they finish training camp out here. I think it's done in California.
Since CD's wait till they got back.
Yeah,
but Zach's didn't.
They got done.
Does he practice over or under 50% of camp?
I think he goes through like workouts, but he doesn't do team stuff, is what I would guess. Something like that. That's just a guess. Okay. But I would assume he's going to approach it the same way he did some of the stuff he did during minicamp, where he's not getting in there for padded stuff, but like if they're doing pass rush drills, he's in there, and he's going to be standing off to the side and listening and doing different things like that. So I think it gets done. I think it gets done generally around where we kind of all expect that it will get done. All right.
And were you making a point last night, am I remembering correctly, about him practicing or training camp practices? Were you saying something about Parsons and that?
Well, I mean, the only thing I had on Micah last night was that he will report, obviously, but he don't be on the team plane, all that stuff. But like him out there practicing, to me,
that's what it was. You're saying it's not an issue.
Well, it's not an issue for me. Like, I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter to me whether he practices or not. I'm talking about for him.
Okay, well, no one cares if it's an issue for you.
No, it shouldn't be an issue for the fans either.
Why?
What the hell do we care?
You want the Cowboys to be good.
I mean, we cared that
Zach Martin and CeeDee Lamb, we've chronicled this, both admitted it hurt them.
Well, that's fine. They can have that opinion.
Okay.
It didn't. Zach Martin was old. That's why it hurt him. CD still had a really good year.
I know, but they're both saying as players it affected them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. And look, CD, I could see it affecting because there is first of all, Dak got hurt. And how much of that is not placebo effect, but you think it affects you when it really doesn't.
You're not putting any weight to their firsthand account.
No, I don't care what they have.
Psychosomatic symptoms.
Yes, I don't care what they have to say. I mean, it's like we've heard linebackers tell us.
You don't think it matters with a new defense?
That would matter more. Yes, but we've heard linebackers say, yeah, the play action. You need to run the ball to have play action. We have stats that say you don't need to run the ball to have play action. Like we don't. I don't care what the player says. We're smart enough.
But the physical delay or issues of them getting going or tweaking something else, the conditioning of it.
I think that it may matter with position to position. It might matter more.
Okay.
I don't think it would matter all that much. I mean, he doesn't play. Like I think he's going to have basically the same kind of years he always does.
Okay, interesting. I think that, especially given Eberflus being here and putting in something new, you don't want to be behind.
Well, I'm not. Yeah, he won't be in the classroom then, right? Like, is he going to be in his hotel room?
I would imagine that he's going to take part in meetings and different things like that. Again, it's all, if he's showing up, I imagine he's in meetings. I imagine he is probably doing drills. How much he's involved in team stuff, I don't know, but I would imagine he'll participate to some extent. All right, 53-man roster as we open training camp, but this can obviously change the closer we get to it. But going to run through some of these really quickly, how I see the roster stacking up. Quarterbacks, I think they are going to carry 3. I think it'll be Dak, Milton, and Greer. That's kind of the question right now at the quarterback position, is the idea of, do they do 2? Can they slide Greer to the practice squad? Do they want to slide Greer to the practice squad?
Greer's going to be the 2.
And that's the thing. Greer might be the 2
to open,
I think. They're not getting Milton to the practice squad. So unless Milton gets to a point where they feel like he's better than Greer, I think they're carrying 3. Running backs, I think this is the end.
Disrespect
to who?
For Joe Milton.
He's got all the talent in the world. Like I said, when we get out there, that'll be what you guys will that'll be the wow thing we're talking about the next morning. It'll be like, Joe Milton did this yesterday.
My first interview request.
And then we'll also be talking about how, he knocked somebody unconscious in the Jerry Tower because he threw the ball up there. Like, it'll be on back-to-back.
Do you not want Cam Newton?
It'll be back-to-back
Allen playing quarterback for you?
So that's what you got. Running backs. This is the end of the line, I think, for Deuce Vaughn. And I don't think Phil Moffa, their draft pick, makes it out of camp either. I've got Jaden Blue, who apparently is lazy if you listen to hot take artists like what's his name? Stretch Armstrong or whatever his name is, who, like, I think he coached about as much in the NFL as Stretch Armstrong. Miles Sanders, Javonte Williams, Hunter Lipke. My hot take would be if Javonte Williams didn't have as much money committed to him, he would be a cut candidate. But there's money involved there. Receivers, I think they carry 6. George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Kevontae Turpin, Jalen Tolbert, Jonathan Mingo, and Jalen Brooks. Brooks would be the one that could be on the chopping block there. I'm going to say they run light at tight end and just go 3. And that's Jake Ferguson, Luke Schoonmaker, and then Brevin Spanford. Schoonmaker, depending on how this training camp goes, could be one of these surprise cut candidates if they get like a really good performance out of a tight end they weren't expecting. Offensive line, they go 9. So Guyton, Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker, Terrence Steele. That's your starting 5. We've got Brock Hoffman, Robert Jones, their draft pick of Johnny Cornelius, and then Awesome Richards. No Hakeem Adeniji, no TJ Bass. Because I just think numbers say they need stuff elsewhere. Defensive side of the ball. Bland, Diggs, Kyer Elam, Kalen Carson, Israel Mukuamu at corner. So no Andrew Booth, Savon Ravel not ready for the season at the start. Diggs could go either way.
No Booth, even with Diggs question mark.
If Diggs doesn't make it, Booth,
I'm not complaining. I'm just asking.
Yeah, if Diggs isn't ready, Booth is on. Is how I have it. Safeties: Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker, Wanye Thomas, and then Marquise Bell. Donovan Wilson, I think he's on. He could be the surprise, like under the radar bubble guy, just because Eberflus what he prefers in safeties, and he wants some ability to do everything, and that's not really Donovan Wilson's game. Linebackers, you are not going to have DeMarvion Overshown ready for the season, so this will be Damone Clark, Shamar Turner, their draft pick, Buddy Johnson, Kenneth Murray, the veteran, Maris Leofau, and then Jack Sanborn, who is their core middle linebacker type player. And then defensive line, I think they're going to carry 10 of them. Mozzie Smith, Solomon Thomas, Jay Toyia, the rookie defensive tackle out of UCLA, Oso Odigizua, and then I think it's 6 edge rushers. Sam Williams, Micah Parsons, Dante Fowler, Peyton Turner, Marshawn Nealand, and now the recently signed Donovan Ezeraku, which got done. But the big cuts here would be, you're looking at the fact that you have no Deuce Vaughn. It would be no TJ Bass, one of their free agent guys, Hakeem Adeniji. And then, like I said, you could be looking at somebody along the lines of Donovan Wilson or Luke Schoonmaker, who could be a bubble guy if things don't work out. And then obviously you have your 3 specialist spots, your long snapper, your kicker, and your punter.
Should we clear up this Trayvon Diggs thing that we were getting texts about over the weekend? That this isn't a fine, or he's not losing money? We should clear that up.
Yeah, so apparently this isn't him being fined $500,000. It's really just an issue of language.
They're not rehabbing in Frisco.
Yeah, there's a contract. It's basically like a bonus that's tied to certain language. So it's like he didn't meet the language of the contract, so he doesn't get the bonus.
He didn't lose the money. He just didn't get the money.
Right. So, I mean, it's kind of, like I said, it's a little bit of a semantics thing, because you could say that, well, I mean, Nate Evaldi was given his bonus that he didn't earn. That still would have kind of felt like you were taking it away. So it is one of those things. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, this is not a penalty. It is you didn't earn a reward that was built into your contract.
Which to me is a difference.
Yeah, if
they chose to fine him and take it, I think that caused bigger issues than, all right, we're not giving you didn't earn the bonus.
Right, but if it was if the contract language was, if you don't reach this point, then it automatically reduces. Then, I mean, it's still the same thing. It's a contract language thing that if you do or don't meet it, depends on if you get the money. It's just how it's framed.
But the Rangers just give it anyway.
Yeah, we just said that.
No, well, you got to do something.
Right.
Except for challenge reporters in hallways. B-Lo.
B-Belt.
Right here on your home of the Cowboys with Roberto. We'll be in Oxnard starting next Sunday. The KNC Masterpiece is going to kick off the coverage with the press conference today at 1 p.m. from California. Has DFW produced the greatest thing since Tiger? Next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me. I love it.
the D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Way up in the air, actually left of the green.
Another ball.
There's a ball there.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that thing. Springs out of the earth.
Yeah, unbelievable. And actually, fairway, that could have gone anywhere. Look at that. It was well in front of that ball, just jumped up.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Got the entire morning squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt. We got Pepe back from vacation. Aiden holding it down, running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Dallas Cowboys press conference taking place at 1 p.m. today. KNC going to get us started, and then it'll be us and the G-Bag Nation next week from California, 9:20. The clip that all the shows are playing. Bobby talked me into playing it. I'm not going to do a whole topic on it, I promise. But we'll play the clip that all the shows are running with. I'm calling it the British Open. I'm not calling it the Open. Scottie Scheffler dominates, wins another major, and now we see if people start going close to LT Gray. He was asked about the Tiger comparisons. He goes, there's only one Tiger. Look, this is an obvious statement, but Scottie Scheffler is never going to beat Tiger Woods in terms of impact. That's a no-duh. Cultural, race, popularity, personality, all of it. And Tiger didn't even have any great personality, but Scottie wants no part of that spotlight. You know, he wants no part of it whatsoever. You asked earlier if he's the second best golfer we've seen. Build me the perfect golfer like we do quarterback. You know those charts that come out? Give me the arm, give me the brain, give me the legs, give me the this and that. Between Tiger, Scottie, Phil, give me the games of each. I want to see how many you take from Scottie.
You take this one, Chop.
You would take iron play from Scottie.
Okay.
Scotty's...
And his putter was fantastic this weekend.
Yeah, his putter was fantastic this week. Phil, historically, is probably the best putter. Tiger... See, people think Tiger was like this guy who was always hitting the ball down the middle of the fairway. That's not really what Tiger... Tiger was the greatest, and it's not even close, the greatest scrambler I've ever seen. What that means is Tiger Woods could make birdie from literally any position on the golf course. He could be behind a tree on a par 4, 260 yards away, and still put that within 6 feet.
So he was the best in trouble.
It's not even close. Tiger Woods won all of his golf tournaments because he was never in trouble. When everybody else is in trouble, Tiger was like, I got the shot. I'll loop it around the street. Phil was great at that too, but nobody was close to Tiger. Tiger took shots. There's a shot in the 2000 U.S. Open at Pebble. It was in the 7th or 8th hole. Somebody. Tiger hit a ball from the rough, 6-inch rough, over a tree, over a ravine to within 10 feet. And whoever the announcer was like, this is not fair. We're not playing the same tournament. and that's Tiger. Tiger was, nobody saved par better than Tiger. Nobody made clutch putts better than Tiger. You know, did Phil the best short game ever? Did Phil the best brain? Yeah, Phil had the best brain. You had the brain of Phil.
How about composure? The Scottie?
Tiger.
What about off the tee? You haven't picked a driver yet. Well, you don't want him driving regular cars, but...
maybe Phil. Phil was really good.
All right, so you're only taking Scottie's irons.
Yeah. Mentality, so Tiger was the most mentally strong. Scottie would have the perspective to say, hey, look, I need to take a step back.
Percentage chances that Scottie can become Spieth after Jordan's amazing run of 3 majors. Scottie's a 4.
Well, I mean, I think the thing would be, can Spieth become Scottie?
No. Give me the percentage chance that Scottie comes back to earth like Spieth.
Oh!
Spieth ain't going to become Scottie, I don't think.
I see what you're saying. So
why is this not a flash in the Spieth pan?
It might be.
Well, that's why I'm asking your opinion.
I think the difference is that Scottie has, I mean, he's got 22 PGA Tour victories in what seems to be 5 years. Right? Seems to be 5 years.
And Jordan did not have that close?
Spieth for his career has 16.
And he's been around
and he spent 26 weeks at number one. Scheffler's been number one for 148.
But I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
I'm just like...
Spieth's been around almost twice the length, right, of Scotty. Like, Scotty's first major that he played in was like 2019. Spieth won a couple majors in 2016. He's been around for a little bit longer.
And he closes. If he's got 54-hole lead, it's over. It's the 10th straight event he's won while going in as the Sunday leader. The longest streak on the tour since Tiger did it 37 times. This was the 10th time he closed. Tiger did it 37 straight times if he was leading Saturday.
If you want to just bury yourself,
Rory gave it up. He said inevitable. He used the word inevitable on Saturday, and DeChambeau said, "Yeah, he's in a league of his own."
Yeah, it was inevitable that he was going to win this thing, and he is in a league of his own. Now he's not going to catch Tiger. Tiger
he's going to retire in 3 to 4 years, like I gave the hot take earlier.
Well, what is he? 29 years old, 30 years old. Tiger when Tiger won his fourth major, he was 24, 25 when he won his fourth major. I mean, he's already 5 years ahead of the pace. So he's not unless.
Wait, the Tiger distance I thought was the same.
Right, but Tiger won his first major at 22, 21, right? He won the 97 Masters. He was born at 75, so he was 22 years old. It's Tiger. He was way ahead of where Scotty is.
My favorite tweet was, what does Rory have to do? What does he have to shoot Sunday? And the answer was Scotty. He has to literally shoot him. He has to go ahead and take him out. So Scotty Scheffler, DFW, getting it done, celebrating somewhere at a Chipotle near you. Let's talk about some of the other things in this tournament. We came back with that Rory shot. This is the part of golf I hate. Okay? Rory McIlroy got penalized for that. Explain what happened. The second
I didn't
ball
see he got penalized. He did? I didn't know.
I read he dropped a stroke because he hit 2 golf balls on the same shot.
Okay, so the rule there would be
he ultimately had a bogey on the 11th hole.
I didn't know that he got a penalty for that. So there was a ball that was buried under his. I don't think he saw it. Obviously.
No, of course not.
So he hits his ball, and another ball comes popping up. They would say that would be hitting 2 golf balls. Did you hit the right ball? That's where the penalty would come in, is what ball did he hit first? He would have had to call the penalty on himself. But yeah, that was a strange thing. You never see that.
So what, that ball got stepped on into the ground, had to have?
It would have gotten stepped on. It would have plugged. It would have been a ball that was there.
Like mud?
Yeah, so that would have been a ball that was there just on the course in general. So it could have been a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It could have been a year. It could have been sitting there for a year. The patrons, the fans, they're walking the course. They trample on it. They probably don't allow carts on that golf course. So it would have been somebody who played it. That ball could have been there forever. We have no idea.
Popped out of the ground.
Pops right out of the ground straight up. And I guess they gave a penalty on it. That's, to me, that's a little cheap.
Yeah.
That's a little cheap.
Why is that even a rule? You should have to hit the same ball twice.
So that used to be a rule. It's called a double hit.
Yeah.
Now, if you hit the same ball twice, they don't call it a penalty. So it'll happen a lot around the green. You'll see guys chip it. The ball comes popping straight up, and then your club hits it again. That used to be a penalty. It's not a penalty anymore.
All right. You were not happy that the live guys were put in the shadows over the pairings. Now you believe that the live guys are being affected?
They are being affected by their own desire to leave. So Cam Smith is the only golfer this year to play in and miss the cut in all 4 majors. Cam Smith won the British Open a couple years ago. He was the next big thing. When the Live Golf got him, it was like, oh no, they got Cam Smith. He's the next up-and-coming great golfer. And he was basically like, no, I just want to go back to Australia. I'm taking my money. I want to spend more time there, and the Live allows me to do that. Well, Live did not have a great week. And we are really starting to see the effects that Live Golf has had on these players. Bryson is still he's the one that is consistently kind of still there. Brooks will have a good round, and then he'll fall off. Dustin, he's just older. Phil, he's just older. Patrick Reed, it's like, all right, he'll be around.
Dustin Johnson, I haven't seen or heard his name since we saw him at Live.
Now, he had a good week. You know, he was 6 under. He was tied for 23rd. Took home $138,000. Good for him. But for the most part, the Live guys are kind of like, they're not really in contention at these things. And I think the schedule and the fact that they don't play and the lack of competitive golf that they're playing and the fact that, like, they don't have to be focused. They don't have to worry about winning week to week to keep food on the table. They got their money. I think it's starting to have an effect on them. And you see these guys like, Brooks is a dad now. There's that whole thing. The moment he became, if you look at his timeline, July 2023, the moment he became a dad, it's like he started to like not really make cuts anymore.
Not affected Scotty.
It's not affected Scotty. It's not.
Didn't affect me.
There you go. It did not affect Scotty, and there's other guys that it hasn't affected. I didn't go back to see when Tiger had his kids.
So I'm like Scheffler, and Wolchuk is like Koepka.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
There's more jokes in there with Wolchuk that I'm not going to go with.
And Sergio.
Open up your damn ears and listen.
And Sergio completely ended. Sergio destroyed the driver market. The brand new purchase a driver market. Sergio Garcia ended it. On the second hole, he hit a shot, slams his driver into the ground, snaps it. So in the rules of golf, once you snap a club, you can't replace it.
Oh, all right.
Okay?
I love that rule.
You can't replace it.
That's awesome.
I think they allow you to replace it if it snaps because of a regular swing.
Right.
So if the
Not
club
your
head
temper.
flies off, if you snap it though, which I did, that was one time I broke a club. That day I hit that round you talked about.
Oh, where you missed 8 2-foot putts.
Snapped my sand wedge over my golf bag. Once you do that, you can't get a new one back. Well, he goes out and he shoots a 68, despite losing his driver on the second hole.
Wow!
Proving
old man golf
that you don't need a driver. Kids, tee off with that 3-wood. It goes about the same distance.
3-iron.
The 3-woods today are so loaded. If you hit a driver 300 yards, that 3-wood's going 285, and it's straight. Hit that 3-wood. You don't need the driver. He killed the driver market with one day.
Is the driver just like the sexy, enticing,
the big dog
one to stay away at the bar?
If you could be a disciplined golfer,
trouble.
If you could be
like this is like losing to Spittle.
I'm looking.
So Spittle going to get his 5-iron on every tee, and hit it $170 right down the middle, and we want to hit it.
If you're like me, I am looking for every excuse to hit a driver.
Yep.
Like, don't even tempt me. Oh, there's water right? Okay. So I'll just go over it. Like, don't give me an excuse to hit the driver.
Yeah.
Even though I know I should hit with 3-wood.
Right.
I know I should tee off with it. If I want to score, I tee off with this 3-wood.
Yep. It's not as fun.
Not as fun.
What?
I want to score. I got to tee off with this 3-wood. It's a good observation.
And that's your contribution to the whole segment. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece before they leave for Oxnard at 9:40 here on DFW Sports Station. All right, the Tyler Smith quote that everyone is talking about, and do the Cowboys already have a lazy rookie running back? The Red Zone, your football fix after this.
gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it Saffron Squad?
Personal injuries, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-4817-3333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
And we start the Red Zone, your football fix, every day at 9:20 here on your home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ. With the breaking news, Will Levis is going to undergo surgery on his throwing shoulder. His season is done. And now there will be no pressure or interference with Cam Ward, who, one of his teammates, he's a good defensive lineman, but he barks, loudmouth.
Jeffrey Simmons?
It may have been Jeffrey Simmons. He's like, have you ever seen such disrespect or lack of focus and attention on a number one pick? And I agree with him. I haven't seen a Cam Ward segment, a Cam Ward discussion on any of these shows. I don't know about NFL Network.
You know why, though? It's because
he plays in Tennessee.
Not that they're the same player. Doesn't he feel so much like the Alex Smith number one? Like, where it's like, okay, you were the best quarterback, I guess, and they needed a quarterback, and so they took you.
It's also like
the Titans are like, he went on this rant too. What did you say his name was? Maybe
Jeffrey Simmons.
Yeah, he's like, oh, no one ever talks about. Yeah, you're one of these franchises that could be wiped off the earth and no one would care except for Roy White.
They are one of the few.
It's a great question.
How many college football teams in the state are bigger than the NFL team in the state? Like how around the country? Like, if the Titans are not, they're not even the most they're the NFL teams. They're not even the most talked about team in their own city.
Yeah, Vanderbilt
of football. Like George is the same way. George is bigger than the Falcons.
It was Jeffrey Simmons.
But the point is, there's not many, right? There's not many. When you're not even the number one team in your own state, how are you going to get any kind of national publicity?
This is more about Cam Ward, I feel like, than the Titans, though. Like if this was if Caleb Williams had gone to the Titans last year, people still would have talked about Caleb Williams.
Yes, but I mean, if Cam Ward
needs to paint his nails.
If Cam went to like the Giants, the Jets, I mean, we're hearing a lot more about him.
Okay, but that's specific to that market. Mm-hmm. Cam Ward could have gone third to the Giants, and he's getting talked about more with the Giants.
All right.
Yeah, you're right.
We're not going to do a whole segment on this.
It's the biggest story of the day. Have you not seen the headlines?
Set it up.
Gosh, look, Sean, we're going to school you on something about called playing the hits. All right.
Maybe Pat Donio ask you to think one year.
So I got to stop asking offensive Ask Rhoda questions while he's got his daughter in car line. Then he's told me to stop doing that. Okay, so Tyler Smith arrived with the team in Oxnard yesterday, and Sean's already rubbing his eyebrows, just hating that this is even a story. I hate that it's a story, but it's what's getting talked about today. Tyler Smith, what are your expectations for this season?
Super Bowl champions. That's always the expectation. So, yeah.
You think that's a realistic goal?
I think it is a realistic goal because we can win the Super Bowl. Like, why not? Why can't we win? Do you think it's unrealistic?
You think the roster is in place to do that?
I think it is in place to do that. Yes, sir.
It sounded like Ducey he was talking to there.
Yeah. And I like Mike.
I've never seen.
We all like Mike.
Yeah, I've never seen Tyler Smith do that with anybody though. Because why you think it is? Like basically,
why can't we win?
Him flipping it around, go like, "Do you think it's not ready?" Like you tell me. I think he's feeling the. All right, what do you? It looked almost like, what do you want me to say?
Yeah,
we're supposed to. Yes, but this is not what it is. Is that Tyler Smith is declaring that the Cowboys,
and then the follow-ups from the robots over there, the blind ratings loyalists. Is it? There it is. He's on there again. Can the Cowboys? Is it fair? Is it accurate? I think we're making a cognizant effort on this program. On this program, I won't speak for anyone else. We're not doing this lazy headline porn crap. We're just gonna move past this stuff. This generic, this headline grabbing garbage. Where they can sit there, but I guess it works.
Here's where this is the argument. I think we've had this argument on the show before, but it's the thing that I'll always say to people when it comes to this kind of comment. There's a difference to me between standards and expectations. Like you can
goals,
like or whatever else. Yeah, like to me, it's like yes, the standard is to win a Super Bowl. That should be pretty much everybody's like this is the standard for success, and if we don't do it, it's not successful or whatever else. There are a lot of teams who it's not. To me, the Cowboys, whether they're good enough or not, just like at the University of Texas, whether they are prepared for it or not, the standard at the University of Texas is we need to be competing for a national title, whether we're good enough or not. That doesn't mean you expect to, but that's what you should be doing every year.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing with the Cowboys. You should be contending every year.
Yeah, I unfortunately don't know if they have that as their standard up top of
I think Schottenheimer does.
I think they do, and that's also why they refuse to ever rebuild. Because they have this false standard that they have to.
I don't know if it's the standard to win the Super Bowl. I think it's the standard to remain relevant.
Well, that to
me, I mean, there's a big difference. And I agree.
Isn't that relevance, though? Like I mean, isn't contending relevance?
I don't think it eats them up. I'm talking about Jerry and Steven. Let me put names on it. Stop dancing. I think Brian Schottenheimer does have that standard. He's starting off. I'm not totally fully convinced that it keeps Jerry and Steven up at night. That's just me. They won't be happy that I said that. Hopefully, it's way too early for them in California, and Jerry's eating his McGriddle with salt right now.
I think
still the strangest condiment to put on a already sodium-packed
sodium bomb
meal.
Yeah, right.
I think it's. I think it.
Let me add some black pepper on this.
Yeah, no,
cayenne.
I know too many people who are there who have said like they've seen how much it eats him up when they don't win, Jerry. Like it really does.
You want me to end this whole discussion with you? You want me to end the argument? Shut you down?
It's not an argument.
No, I'm a dunk on you. Ready?
Go ahead.
The fact that he won't not be the GM shows his ultimate desire. That's the beginning. That's game, set, match. That's beginning and end. That he has to do it his way. It doesn't eat it. He might be at an 8 out of 10 of desire.
Do you think
he might be at a 9 out of 10? But you cannot win the argument with me because he would never get out of the way for 30 years. So you don't want it enough. It doesn't eat away at him enough because he has to do it his way.
But see, that's the thing. I think the last 10 years, the structure of that organization is not typical GM. It's instead he is sitting there building consensus and choosing to veto or not, and most of the times choosing not. So it's more just like he's serving in an executive role.
He's still more involved than other owners, in my opinion.
He's more involved than other owners. He is involved way less than other GMs.
Okay, that's an interesting way to put it. I don't really want to talk about this too much.
Because I'm winning.
Have your Tyler Smith topics. Is it fair? Are they really a contender? Let's talk about this Jaden Blue thing and tick Bobby off. This comes from Glenn Stretch Smith, who was on Galloway's show, right? With Mosley.
Mosley, yes. Him and Mosley Stretch.
And he was a scout?
I never knew anything about him until I heard him there with Randy. But yeah, apparently he after Broadus went to I guess he went to Cowboys.com first before he came over here. He replaced Broadus.
Well, I guess he was a stretch.
I don't know. I met him maybe one time.
All right, well, Glenn Smith, what do you know about him?
I know that he was like technically a coach for 2 years in 99 and 2000.
All right, so he was employed by the Cowboys 99 2000.
Yeah, he was some sort of like almost intern assistant coaching role.
Here he is talking about Jaden Blue on the Locked on Cowboys pod.
I'm hoping he's setting the tone for his former teammate at the University of Texas, because that's really the guy I'm worried about. I'm already hearing some rumblings out of the building about the running back that they drafted and him being, kind of just borderline lazy, not in the building, doing his off-season workouts. So maybe he's saying, hey, one Longhorn to the other Longhorn, get your ass in here and let's get going a little bit, because I think that's a firm message that needs to be sent.
Dang. So Jaden Blue.
If the first time I've ever heard about you is like related to a story like this, that kind of tells me everything in general. Like there's nothing about, like, this isn't just, I have, because of working around the Cowboys and different things like that, I have an awareness of people that I sometimes got to wonder if other people, when we reference them, have an awareness of them. Because I'm like, I may be around it, so I may just know too many of the people on the edge. I'm talking about the hundreds of people that revolve around the star that I know of. This person's name doesn't come up. But here's what I'm saying. When there's no other rumblings talked about by anybody else except this person on that platform with that person, Marcus Mosher and everything else that they do, I immediately, even if I had heard it, would discount hearing it.
But you can't speak for his connections that could be there for 25 years. He may know. So why would he just make this up? I'm not saying it's true. I'm
because he's on a platform that lends to. Because
but why just attack Jaden Blue? I'm
not saying he didn't. He may have heard I'm saying that this would be the loosest of connections that he's even tying back because nobody in that building knows him.
Were there Jaden Blue questions coming out like this?
Not about laziness. There were questions about, is he a little bit of like a problem child? But like that was just for some teams. Dallas didn't have him flagged for that, but other teams did.
See if Brugler wrote about work ethic. I thought I heard that it was the last line of the scouting report.
Maturity was the thing that was the last line of the report. But it, like specific laziness doesn't work. No,
because I'd have to know that a trainer in the building, or I guess I can.
I mean, if we're talking about stretch goes back to what 2000, there's only. I mean, you could probably count on one hand the amount of guys that are in that building from the year 2000.
Year 2000.
Right,
Yeah.
so you could probably whittle it down. And I don't really know him, but I don't know that he's a make it up guy. But if
you weren't over there at 103.3 with him,
we may have crossed paths very, very like
That's what I'm saying.
slightly. But
RJ worked in the same building and doesn't know who this is. That should tell you what this is.
I was also at night at the time, so like.
There's enough people over in that building, the Cowboys building, who say they don't know who this is, or if they know who he is, they know that he's not somebody that would know.
You have never not been able to recite everything about anyone I've ever asked you about that was in the building when you worked there. And this you're like cloudy on.
I think we missed. I think we may have crossed paths.
Yeah.
I don't remember though.
DeMarvion Overshone wrote on Instagram, good news from the doc. We getting active this season. Realistic or too optimistic, Bob Overshone?
I think it's been within the realm of possibility that he could come back at the end of the year. It's been a question of like how likely is that? It's been something that they were shooting for. It's nice that that's where they're talking about today in July that the doctor says.
I like to ask Shireen Williams, who plays more games, Diggs or Overshone this year? Because Shireen keeps suggesting that Diggs could miss the whole year. It might be a 50-50 for her. For you think it's easily Trayvon.
Well, because I think where I would guess that's coming around to is they literally haven't hardly seen Trayvon. So they don't know. So they're not going to commit to anything with him.
Yeah.
Overshone, I would still say, I think we had talked about this earlier. I think maybe he shows up for the last 3-4 games of the year.
By the way, I think this Jaden Blue report is good for Cowboy fans because Jaden Blue starting this week may have that in the back of his head. So you may get extra effort and you may get him on super good behavior. So I don't even care whether it's credible. Well, I would care if it's true because I don't want you to have a lazy player. But I think this is going to work in your favor for Jaden Blue making an even better rookie impression out in California with this out there because he did respond to it. He's like, y'all making a fake reports about me. So there it is.
Hopefully we see Stretch out there in California. I'm thinking
you better hope you don't see Mosier because I ain't gonna help you. I ain't gonna pull him off of you.
No,
I don't worry. You can put one arm behind my back. I'll take care of that albino loser.
877-881-1053 877-881-1053 Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Singing sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-cloud?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. What's up?
It's a tough day, guys. Sean, I know you've been thinking about this. This is the last time you're going to get to see me for more than 3 weeks.
Yeah. That's
3 weeks.
That's right.
Are you
going
off
on
the week after we're back?
When you guys come back, I'll be in Germany.
Oh!
Why did you decide Germany?
Doing stuff for Jesus.
Oh, this is the trip you were talking about. Yeah.
He's teaching Germans how to play baseball.
That is part of the trip, for sure.
I didn't know you could play baseball. I know Corey can.
I can play baseball.
You can?
Yeah.
What do you think is your top level of expertise? You're going to stand on the diamond and start with what?
Well, I mean, a lot of the kids who we're going to be working with don't know anything about baseball. So
Ground balls.
That gives me an inherent advantage right there.
Soft toss.
I was told we have a packet we need to read. Some of the rules are different. And I was like, what? So I have to catch up on that.
Yeah, because there's a women's baseball league starting. You may have to teach them because I didn't know that there was women's baseball being played versus softball.
As long as they pay them what they owe them.
There's a team. There's been a team like that's been around for years out of like Colorado, and they've played. They've played for years and years and years. You will randomly come across a woman playing college baseball or high school baseball. There's some.
Monet Davis is going to try out. Thanks to Tolo Rubin for sending that. 600 players for the Women's Pro Baseball League set to launch next year. And Rubin also said this will get more love and viewership than the WNBA.
There's a women's like a professional softball league. They're constantly on like FanDuel TV and stuff. You constantly see them. There's only like 4 or 5 teams. The crowds they're packed. Whatever stadiums they play in, they're pretty crowded.
Can I ask you a women's baseball question real quick?
Sure.
Do you think at the end of a League of Their Own, Gina Davis dropped the throw at home plate on purpose so her sister could score the winning run and her team could win?
I don't know. I don't have a same-sex sibling. So I don't know the rivalry that would go on there if you would ever allow your same-sex sibling to win. Now, maybe if you're the big brother and you want to let the little brother get over on you one time because, their life's falling apart.
That is kind of what's happening in the movie.
Yeah, I could see that. And then Dottie, she had it all. She had it made. So maybe.
Kevin,
I don't think so.
What did you think of the WNBA story? Wearing the shirts basically saying, pay us what we're owed.
Okay.
Because these guys all against, I had one person that I thought could convince them that they are wrong in the ladies deserving more? What do you think?
Yeah, so I really wish I could have been in the meeting to hear, because it sounds like they're like a pretty good ways apart, right? So I really wish I could have been in the meeting to kind of hear like their opposing trajectories. But it is a tough sell. Like, for all the people that are upset, I get it. It is a tough sell for a league that's been around like 30 years and has literally never made a profit. But it does appear as though they're trending in that direction. So I really want to know what the owner's projection is that would have them like so far apart from the players.
Do you trust Dave Portnoy's business sense?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
This is Portnoy, Barstool Sports, FS1 deal, talking about why everyone is wrong for laughing at the ladies.
You have ratings going through the roof. You're the women's Final Four beating the men's Final Four in rankings. There is a ton of money to be made. They have some of the most marketable athletes right now in all sports, in their sport, in their young. This league, that $250 million for a franchise, that's going to be $1 billion in 10 years. The franchise fee will be $1 billion. So yes, I would do it in a second. I don't care about the past. I don't care what they've done for the past 10 years. I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about all the sponsors who want to be part of this league, the TV deals they're going to be able to sign. In the rookies are getting $75,000. It's insane. They're not saying they want to be paid like NBA players, but they deserve more of the revenue. And why would they ever, in a million years, sign any deal that's remotely similar to the past when they, for the first time in the history of the league, have all the power?
Good points.
I mean, I do think there are some good points there. It is also not a good sign that the WNBA is like their third outlet for revenue behind maybe playing overseas or now doing Unrivaled and stuff like that. Like, that doesn't feel acceptable. If he's going to talk about right here and right now, though, I think it gets a little dicier. Who are the marketing people that have shown that they draw ratings besides, even at the college level, Caitlin, Paige, and Angel Reese? Who are those players that have shown that they can draw ratings? Because I think there's a lot of better players and great names. But if he's going to bring up college, that trio is what drew the ratings in college.
Yeah, like Taurasi didn't. I mean, she won every year.
Yeah,
the ratings were what they were, right? You know, there was plenty of Breanna Stewart. She won every year. Like, the ratings were what they were. Candace Parker, like the rate. You know what I mean? It's just like
Sophie Cunningham has about 1.5 million TikTok followers.
Is she the one on Caitlin's team?
Yeah, she's the tall blonde one.
Yeah.
She does taekwondo.
Yeah, and she's hot. I mean, let's be honest.
I'll take a little sip.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
She's attractive.
Was that a drop? I think it is a drop. But
you can say it live if you want.
So
I could say it live if you want.
But I think he makes some compelling arguments, but I wonder if the owners in the league are like, all right, how long is this deal going to be? And are we mortgaging everything for, like, let's face it, Caitlin Clark is a phenomenon that has done untold amounts of great things for their business. And are they like, are we setting a dangerous bar going forward for the post Caitlin Clark era? Because I'm sure they're worried, like, will this fall apart once we lose our, like, you know, shining star, or will it continue to build? And I could see why the league would think it would continue to build.
Did you guys hear the, are you going to play the L. Duncan joke? I guess we'll save it for tomorrow because Bobby wants to get canceled tomorrow as well.
What? Oh, my God.
Why?
Why do you like getting canceled so much?
All right, let's see. We'll unveil Bobby's material because WNBA tomorrow probably won't be relevant for
I'll get rid of 2 of them, but I'll use 3 of them.
This is L. Duncan, ESPN broadcaster, and she made a below the belt, I think, comment at the All-Star weekend.
Well, again, we hope it gets a little bit more competitive because, like, a girls' trip to Cancun right now, there's no game. It's a 22-point game for Team Collier. That's a walk-off. Sabrina Ionescu, there she is from the 4-point circle. Second half action from Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Tips after this.
Al, you're in timeout.
Okay, you're done.
Maybe you should have read that live too, Peyton. What happened?
That's just the computer.
The computer. What was the
glitchy.
joke she said, the line?
She said, like a girl's trip to Cancun, there's no D. It's not bad.
It's not bad. It's bad for ESPN. That's a no-no, making that joke.
Why?
It's a funny joke.
She's a lady. It's fine.
Because it's like, it's what type of humor would I call it?
Locker room humor.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Locker room talk.
Only in a man's locker room do they talk that way.
I feel like that is probably not accurate, but I don't know.
Like that's not accurate.
Good joke, though.
It's good. The setup could have been better. The setup could have been better. In fact, I think there are 3 that could have been better. I think there are 5, but I'm only going to tell you 3 of them because you seem to think I should cut some of them. All right. So I would have liked, just like John Bobbitt's inseam, there's no D.
Oh, dang.
Wow. It's good, right?
It's old, though.
It's old.
It's old.
It's for an older crowd.
Hayden, do you know who John Bobbitt is?
No.
Google
Aiden?
him.
No. Oh, Aiden doesn't know. You all should look him up for
Did
your
John
own good.
Bobbitt get married again? And if so, was he the most attentive husband in the world?
I would imagine.
It would have mattered.
Just like RJ Choppy's straight ticket ballot, there's no D.
I don't do a straight ticket.
Politics.
It's a joke. And then just like recently revised swimming records, there's no D.
Oh, God.
Topical. Those are all pretty good.
Not
They're
bad.
good.
Not
Yeah.
bad. Not bad.
And then I killed the other 2.
Okay.
I'll show them to you at the break.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we might have a full hour of Dallas Cowboys press conference from 1 to 2 today. And that's what we're looking forward to the most is hearing from the Cowboys and all the future things.
Are you
there.
embarrassed?
Well,
Over, under, take Jerry's opening statement out. Over, under 4.5 minutes before Schottenheimer speaks.
Over.
Okay, these guys took the under. I'm going to take the over as well.
Yeah. Jerry likes to give his speech. What's
But
interesting.
you got to take the speech out of it.
Oh,
Then the first question is going to be like, what's up with Micah?
yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be him. He might even defer to Steven a little bit. He's going to answer, and then he's going to say, Steven, what do you think?
And then the next question is going to be, but seriously, what's up with Micah's
Yeah.
contract?
Yeah, that's how it's going to go. And what I'm interested to know this year what Jerry's speech will be about. Because the last few years, it's been something different as a setup. Like, I need this, I had this, the history, all these things. And I wonder how much it's going to connect to the Netflix series that's going to be coming out soon and how it might be in that vein somewhere.
If you are not working today and you're trying to get hammered, drink every time Jerry says shoddy the way he does.
Shoddy.
Oh, shoddy.
Oh, shoddy.
Shoddy.
And
I
have
think we're going to get
speed dial for 911 in case you get alcohol poisoning.
Yeah,
Or
I
other
think he'll
reasons.
drop that the way he loves saying it like that, like 8 times. Oh, shoddy.
Oh, shoddy.
Oh, you think? I was thinking even more than that,
More?
maybe. Because I think anytime he refers to him, he's going to say shoddy like that. He's not. I don't think he wants to say Brian or Schottenheimer because he said it. I felt like he said it 20 times during the press conference in January.
Oh.
What else?
Will Steven laugh?
Oh, yeah.
Will you hear the...
I don't know. Last time he talked to the media and Micah came up, he wasn't laughing very much. He was kind of annoyed.
So you guys are flying out after the show?
That's right.
Yep, hop on a plane, head to California.
What's on the Oxnard to-do list? Anything? Any events going out there? A concert? A Cirque du Soleil?
Well, the cheerleaders told us.
Cirque du Soleil.
Cheerleaders told us last week to come by and say hi.
Oh, they did.
That is right, Maddie and Charlie.
I asked them if that was true because that's what Corey said, and they go, "No, yeah, you should come see us."
Yes, they absolutely did.
Okay.
So we got to
Did you
go say
text
hi
them
to
after?
them.
Like, is what you told Corey true?
We're trying to get a video of Kevin learning how to kick from Brandon Aubrey set up. So we're squaring that away right now because last year, remember, he tried to fly away.
Yeah, I
while
saw
he was
that.
trying
I
to
remember
kick.
that one.
And
So
play the
we're,
good one that almost went in.
we're going to get some tips from that. Also,
So you're teaching German kids how to play baseball, but Brandon Aubrey's going to teach you how to kick.
That's right.
I thought the Blockbuster folks said you knew how to kick.
oh,
If it was a window kicking competition, I could do much better. I just can't get the steps right to get down and kick.
You
the
think
ball.
you have the point of contact right?
Oh yeah.
Are you towing it?
Yo, he's a toe kicker. He's like Lou Groza.
Yeah, because the soccer players, I think you're supposed to strike it like here.
Yeah, inside. But Kevin also does when he runs. He does the hop.
I tried that once.
Yeah.
What is that? Angels in the outfield?
It didn't work.
Corey,
I
trying to keep his
tried
balance.
I tried something fancy like that. That one was the
Do
worst.
you remember Paul Edinger, the old
Also, I'm
Bears kicker?
left-footed.
Oh,
Do the Paul Edinger where he turns his back and then he does a full loop
yeah.
to kick.
Oh,
you throw left-handed?
That's a good idea. No,
You bat left-handed?
no,
Only left-footed?
that's right.
he's supposed to write left-handed.
He's
but
supposed
a
to?
nun hit him in the hand or something.
She wasn't a nun. She was a regular old lady.
I had the opposite. I was supposed to write with my right hand. My mom put the pen in my left hand, so writing is the only thing I do with my
Really?
left. Mm-hmm.
You don't write with your left hand.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yes, I do.
Really?
Yep.
Man, that's just like Chop when you said CeeDee Lamb and Zach Martin. You're like, their opinions are irrelevant about how it affected them. Bobby's like, I write with my left hand, Choppy. No, you don't.
Well, look, I am going to miss you all in person.
I have to.
I know.
Corey.
I know.
I like you guys.
I love you guys.
Is this emotional
Love you
to you,
too.
like the end of Fast
Not really
7?
emotional.
Okay.
So is
by the way,
everything?
the end of Fast 7 was very emotional.
I had to get out to go take a shower. Everything cool with you and G-Bag now, or?
I'm cool. I thought it was funny playing their stuff today. Zach seems like the most bothered.
Yeah, every time he comes in here, he's just like, those guys. Yeah. He's like, I can't
I'll see
wait.
you in Oxnard, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
you
good luck.
will.
Yeah, good luck to y'all
And then
next week.
apparently, like, maybe Broadus is a little angry.
Yeah. Dawson's the most furious, though.
That
Giafalo
doesn't feel right.
Giafalo's just always like, damn Sean and RJ.
That is the way he is.
Yeah, it is.
I've never seen him so mad.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning. You guys have a fantastic show. Everyone else, enjoy the rest of your Monday. KNC Masterpieces next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember
Well,
that.
you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes called?
C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, oh man, Corey Majors, and of course, the famous Alec Medford from the 817. We must know the other two jokes, Bobby. I know the other two jokes. Gentlemen, how are you doing today? And welcome to the program.
It's going well, Kevin. Thank you for having me back on the show.
It's your show.
Really appreciate you allowing me to get back into this room, hop on the radio. You're even letting me go to Oxford this week as well, and I appreciate that. Last week, he said, Fridays, you're out of here, Corey. I was like, crap, what did I say?
Except for the next few Fridays. I really need you.
Yeah, I really kind of need this one around. But yeah, I'm glad to be back. Memphis was fun. I love seeing the in-laws, the family out there. They're all fun. Driving's terrible. Hey, and I know we open the show a lot of times with driving, and I love truck drivers. How do we get more lanes is what I'm asking. There's too many 2-lane highways that go across the country, and truck drivers, they're trying to get somewhere too. I get it. They're just slower than me, and I need them to move. And so truck drivers, what can I do? How can we work together on this is what I'm asking. If y'all can help me out, you're probably going to tell me, stay off the road, just stay to the side roads or something like that. But I'm willing to listen and work together on something.
From the 432, can y'all edit out every time Jerry and Steven talk? I do think that would draw a really good audience if we just gave our interpretations every time Jerry and Steven started talking. We're like, yeah, this is what they really want to say. So we're just going to jump in right there. I don't believe that's been cleared with the bosses, so we're probably not going to do that. But here's what I do want to go over.
We've been asking to do play-by-play for years. The bosses still haven't improved that.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Now, do I have the fundamental question of when they stop calling it the British Open? Yes. But before we get to any of that, it's training camp, baby. We're leaving for Oxnard right after the show. First practice will be tomorrow. So I got some Cowboys numbers you could potentially make some money on. Are you ready?
Yes.
No, I said, are you ready?
I am.
Then, for the thousands in attendance.
What is happening?
For the millions listening in at home.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
We better not go any further, though, because one of those people is very litigious.
Oh.
All right. Do you believe Deron Bland will have more or less than 2.5 interceptions this season. And I'm just going to go ahead and cut this off because people are going to be like, how do you get half an interception? They said it like that for betting purposes, so you don't have an epic amount of draws.
I think he's going to have more, Kevin. I'm going over, baby.
All right.
He's going to play in all the games, too.
Then you probably should have paid.
So he'll have 3.
Oh, man. Well, then maybe not. All right, Alec, consider the same question, but also same question goes for Trayvon Diggs. So Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs, over-under on their interceptions, only 2.5. What say y'all?
I'm going to say over for Deron Bland easily. I do think he gets at least 4 this year. That would be my bottom line. I'd be very happy with that. Diggs is more interesting because obviously he's not healthy right now, but he's such a turnover machine that I feel like if he even played like 4 games, he could probably get that number just because they'd be like, hey, the guy hasn't played in a while. Let's throw at him. He's like, no, that's a mistake. I'm still a wide receiver playing corner. I'll take the over for fun. I'll take the over.
Okay. Diggs 2.5. A lot of questions.
Is he going to play? Where is he training?
Oh, I don't know.
Is he going to be in Oxnard training with the staff,
Yeah.
or is he going to be at home?
I think he'll be in Oxnard now.
All right, then I'm going to say under.
What? Hold on. So if he was not in Oxnard, you
Still say under.
Oh.
I was just asking questions, trying to understand where we stand on things.
All right.
But yeah, I'm going to go under for Trayvon Diggs. I'm hoping more, but we're getting a total of 7 interceptions out of those 2 this year, and that's a positive.
Ooh.
Yeah.
From the 940, this feels like a disaster. Under 2.5 for the pair combined. Holy moly. From the 239, Bland is going to have 5 this season. And what about the odds of Jesus to return? I don't have that compared to the Cowboys statistics. I will workshop that in the hotel tonight. I'll really think about that. All right. Micah Parsons.
What's the formula on the way that Proxy Bet did it or whatever?
I will ask.
Like, I don't
people
understand
at my
the formula.
church.
Okay.
I don't know. I really am not sure how they came up with that. So over under 13.5 sacks for Micah Parsons.
I'm going to go over.
Confidently over?
I'm confidently over 13.5 this year.
Ooh. Alec?
I think I'm going to be confidently over, too.
Oh, my gosh.
Because of the Dante Fowler edition, how good he was last year for Washington.
He really was.
If he's anywhere near as productive, that's going to free up Micah a little bit. So, yeah, I'll take the over.
All right.
And I'm kind of curious, too, on the amount of time, like how much run defense Micah has to play and how much pass defense. Like, what is he an every down guy? Are you putting him down there every down, or are you saying, you know what, we got to conserve him a little bit and we're going to rotate him too? I'm very interested to see how they maneuver him around the field.
Can you go ahead and give me cut number 9? Because I've got some offensive numbers for you guys as well.
340 left, Prescott back, looking, throwing deep middle, there's a man, Lamb again, touchdown.
All right. Let's start with Dak Prescott. You can attack any of these numbers you like. 3,850.5 yards, 26.5 touchdowns, 11.5 interceptions.
I'm going over on the yards.
Okay.
I'm going under on the touchdowns.
Ooh.
And I'm pushing with the interception.
No, you can't. It's 11.5. He can't have that many interceptions until they implement our system that gives credit or blame for wide receivers. And
See, that's what I was saying.
Okay, but we are not there yet.
I'll go under on interceptions too.
Okay. Where do you think, just quick question there, if he's going to have more yardage, where do you think those touchdowns are going?
I think they're going to be in the now you said
3,850.
Yeah, I don't think, but I think when he's throwing for 4,000 yards, 4,200 yards, like that's touchdown Dak right there.
Okay.
So I think they're going to come from short yardage situations with the running backs.
Okay.
Or George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb are passing for a lot of touchdowns to Dak.
Okay.
So does those count, like when he has receiving touchdowns?
Yes.
Oh, still going under.
Okay. Alec.
By like 2.
Your options, 3,850.5 yards passing for Dak, 26.5 touchdowns, 11.5 interceptions.
I kind of want to go over on all three because I do think that they're going to attack more downfield, which is going to result in more yardage. I think he'll be just shy of 4,000, right around 4,000, so slightly over. I do think over on the touchdowns because George Pickens is going to add another element to the offense that's a bit more vertical. But the con to that is you're going to get some contested plays downfield, whether it is to Pickens or not, that maybe he doesn't see a safety or something. We know that's not exactly his strength at times when he is looking downfield. And into double coverage, you're going to get a couple more interceptions. I could see 13, 14 interceptions on the docket. But if you pair that with 28 touchdowns, I'm not as mad, so 30 touchdowns, I'm really not as mad. So I think he really realistically could go over on all three.
I want to know how much they want to protect the defense or how much they balance this out, because it didn't it feel like McCarthy was always arguing with Kellen Moore about scoring quick touchdowns. We don't want to score that fast. We know we can score, just not that fast. And I feel like that Schottenheimer is going to look at that defense and go, I think they're solid defense, and I think they're going to have less possessions because this defense is going to be a bend, don't break kind of defense.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to try and protect it too because they're going to have long drives against them at times.
Do you guys want more Cowboys to continue right here, more of these numbers, or do you want to pivot to golf?
Man, I love both sports so much. So let's pivot to golf.
Okay. We are going to pivot to golf, but don't worry. We still got plenty more football for you throughout the show leading into the 1 o'clock press conference or whenever it actually does start. Go ahead and give me cut number 7, please.
Scotty Scheffler has his Open Championship and the third leg of golf's Grand Slam.
So I know I'm supposed to care about this more than I actually do because he's a Metroplex guy. I just don't really care a ton about golf, but I was more invested in Scotty Scheffler because of the stuff he said earlier in the week. Although in the post-final round presser, he referenced that as clickbait and says you talk for 5 minutes about something and
Super Bowl expectations.
Yes. Nobody would ever talk about that. We're going to talk about you again in just a minute, Tyler Smith, and how it all kind of got boiled down. I have to admit, I was a little bummed to hear him say that because I didn't get that sense at all. Reading that article, I was just sad that that's kind of the thought process at times.
Yeah.
But I wasn't like Scotty Scheffler is about to quit golf. I understood because I thought of it more from are you a forward thinking person? Like, how much time do you take to celebrate your accomplishments versus that's great. What's next? So I didn't think it was a negative on Scotty Scheffler at all. Maybe that is how some of the feedback he got or the perception or whatever the case might be. So I was kind of bummed to hear him call it clickbait because I thought it was fascinating, a lot of the things he said. But this is a big step for him because he became just the 4th player in the Open Championship history to shoot 68 or better in all 4 rounds. And he became the 3rd golfer, this is really impressive, to win multiple majors by 4 or more strokes in a single year, joining Ben Hogan and Tiger Woods. All right, so joining 2 of the greatest golfers of all time, top 5, top 6? And now he's in that group as well. Incredible.
When you boat race somebody like that, though, does that mean ratings go down? Everybody's just like, I'm not watching this crap. He's gonna win.
No, absolutely.
Or they want to watch greatness.
Because from the 817, tournament was over by 1:30, no dramatic. Scheffler won easy. You heard it in the audio of that final putt. There's excitement that you won and the tournament's over, but he could have missed it, and you'd been like, that's putted again. Who cares?
Kyle Porter posted some numbers. Do you want me to read these numbers off, Kevin?
Please.
Scotty Scheffler from 22 to 25.
Age?
Years.
Okay.
Tiger Woods from 02 to 05.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Okay. Scotty, 81 events. Tiger, 79.
Okay.
Scotty, 20 wins. Tiger, 18. Scotty, 4 majors. Tiger, 4 majors. Scotty, 2 players. Tiger, 0 players. And then the numbers continue on. Like, they're very similar. And
wow.
They're just talking about how dominant Scotty's been over this last 3 years now, Kevin. I do
What
want
are
to
the
go back.
Tiger years again?
That was 02 to 05.
Okay.
Now, I do want to go back to 99 to 02 for Tiger. 78 events, 27 wins, 7 majors, and 1 players. So, like, that was a dominant time for Tiger, but Scotty is the most dominant golfer we've seen since then.
27 wins means he won a tiny bit better than 1 out of every 3 tournaments he was in.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, Tiger hasn't won in 2 weeks.
Plus
you think
7
he's gonna,
majors.
Yeah, you think he's going to win? I don't know, probably. And that's what I was curious about, because I remember in particular it was 2000 where it felt like the sports world came to a standstill when it was everything having to do with Tiger Woods.
Oh, yeah, for sure, man. Everybody want to know everything about him.
I look, this is terribly impressive, and it has Scotty Scheffler on a trajectory to be among the all-time greats. Like, if you think that means top 10 or whatever the case is, it looks like he's moving in that direction. And by the way, speaking of moving, Chris Paul is going to be moving his way back to the Clippers.
Oh, good for him in L.A.
Are you sad that he didn't come to
Not really,
Miami?
at all. I think he's too stubborn, and I think he's too like, this is my team whenever he walks into a room. That's just me. By the way, Scotty Scheffler's 29. Doesn't he have like 50 years left to play?
I think I'd have to go double check the number, but I think that would mean he has a good like 8 more years of like being in the mix for majors. I'm not saying that means he can't win another one.
This type of window, though, like, could be closing soon, or what do you got, 2 years on this kind of window? Like
No.
this kind of dominance?
I still think he's got 4 to 5 years of like potential dominance.
Good luck, golf.
Alec, we'll try to pick up the pace for you, because from the 254, y'all are really saying Corey's last name a lot in this segment.
Oh, yeah, we really are.
Point.
In the majors on Twitter, if you'd like to give me a follow as we head out to Oxnard.
Well, there's another.
Oh, see? There you go. All right, see, hold on. I know what to do. Don't worry.
Oh, no.
Coming up next, what does the Rangers series win over the Medfords mean to the club and to you and to Medford? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This is Rangers analyst Mike Bassick's fate.
has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
Dallas.
3-0 the count to Tellez. Here's the pitch. Swing and a drive. Well hit ball. Deep right center field. Rowdy Tellez, did you? Yes, you did. Deep into the Rangers bullpen. Welcome to Arlington, Rowdy Tellez. It's a 3-run shot, and it's 3-0 Texas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Rangers lost to the Tigers last night 2-1. However, they did win the series against the team with the best record in Major League Baseball starting off the second half of the season. So, and we've got a lot to break down from that series, but what I want to start with this is, what does that series win mean to the club, and what does it mean to y'all?
Oh, to me, it means the world. Yeah, exactly, Kevin.
Wow.
You're like, hold on.
I was not prepared for
the
that.
way you ended the first half against the Astros, and now the way you've started against one of the better teams in baseball.
Sure.
Even though the Mets really stink, I know that y'all think highly of them. But the way that they've bookended the break makes me feel confident about their ability to hit again. I know yesterday was miserable because Scooble's very good at pitching baseballs.
Can we bring that up just really quick? In his starts against the Rangers, his two starts, he gave up 2 runs in 13.2 innings pitched. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Here's the note for you. He had no walks and 22 strikeouts against the Rangers.
The Rangers have been bad at hitting.
They have.
And
so
Sunday they were bad again.
True.
They were good the other 2 games.
Did you think Friday they were good?
Sure.
I know I'm being serious. I know they won the game, but that was not particularly their best offensive effort.
Winning the game's important, Kevin.
That is, I'm not disputing that.
I will say on Saturday, I left the house. I installed my Fubo app on my sister-in-law's TV.
Oh.
So that I could watch the Rangers game on Saturday.
Nice.
And then I left in one of the innings to go get like a Coke or something for Adrian. And when I came back, Adrian goes, "Who's this giant baseball hitter?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And I was like, "Oh, Rowdy." And she was like, "The mascot for the Cowboys?" And I was like, No. And so I had to explain that he's new and why and all that. But she was like, "He's gigantic, and I've never seen him before." And I was like, "Yeah, this is a large man. And he can hit baseballs really hard and far. So hopefully he can continue to do that." But yeah, man, it gives me more confidence knowing the pitching staff is capable. Still knowing the pitching staff's capable. Sure. Nice work by Rocker on Saturday.
Oh, my God.
Just amazing effort by him out there. Going, and isn't that kind of what we expected when we drafted him? We're like, this is the kind of pitcher we think he's going to be, where he goes out there and gives you that kind of an outing. Like, that's what I expected at least. But yeah, man, this gives me a lot of confidence heading forward. And you know what? It should give the Rangers a lot of confidence. We win series for the rest of the year, we're probably going to be in the playoffs, guys. If we just continue to win series, go into every single one of these things saying, let's win today, and then we'll see how things go from there. But if we continue to win series, there's going to be a playoff team.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of fascinating numbers from the weekend, and I did like the joke that Jared threw out there as well. This is for Friday night's game. No CEOs were exposed by Chris Martin tonight. Just some Tigers hitters his scoreless outing. And that, in Chris Martin's last 10 appearances, had given him a .96 ERA, which is great.
Were you sad that Eovaldi wasn't pitching?
Yes, absolutely. Well, and then last night, unfortunately, it was Chris Martin who gave up a trio of hits, and that ended up being the difference. Like, who knows with their track record in extra innings games, how that would have gone. But yes, unfortunately, he was out there. I believe it was in the 8th when they had just tied it, and then he gave up the run. Yeah, no, I was disappointed Eovaldi wasn't out there yesterday. So was ESPN. Like, they move this to their primetime game because they're like, hold on.
Yeah.
Skubal against Eovaldi? I mean, you have
a matchup.
Yeah, you have what seems to be the unquestioned Cy Young Award winner, and then you have another pitcher in Eovaldi who's got like a 3/4 of a run better ERA than Skubal.
What are you trying to say there,
I'm
Kevin?
trying to say it's weird.
Less games, right?
It's a little weird.
Maybe less
Yeah,
games.
that is true, and he was still short of qualifying.
Does Eovaldi even pitch full seasons?
Yeah, okay, and missing this start doesn't help, but that's if you care about like winning the ERA crown. And I'm sure Nathan Eovaldi's like, I'd rather win another World Series.
Exactly, Kevin.
I concede
what
that.
What do you want to go down as? You want to go down as the all-time like Cy Young champion that never won a World Series, or I won the most World Series with every team I showed up on?
See, this goes back to
the difference was me.
My gold medal theory that I know is much maligned about how if I had like 7 gold medals and 2 silvers, I would want a bronze and I would make a trade. All right, and it's the same thing.
What are you trading, a gold?
No, I would probably I would see first if I could trade a silver for 2 bronzes. But if I do trade a gold, I want at least 3 bronzes and maybe a silver, or maybe 2 bronzes and a silver, because then it feels more complete. Because then I have 6 silvers, 6 golds, 3 silvers, and 2 bronzes. And see, this is why I would be a terrible competitor, because my OCD would be like, you could have 5 titles, or you could have 4 titles, a Cy Young and an MVP, and I would be like, oh, dude, you got to take the second one.
From the 979, that is disrespectful to Jacob Latt's performance this year. He was great yesterday. Let's give him, credit for and what he's done. There was a time I know somebody was texting into the station. They were like, "Are we done with the Jacob Latts experiment now?" And then after that, he went on a bit of a tear, and that's been nice to see from him since then.
And once again, and you go back to, I think it's the Baltimore game last month, the last time he got in like a real true start, that's twice now, 2 for 2. He kept you in games that you might have thought otherwise you're going to lose.
Yeah.
And it is intriguing, especially with Nathan Eovaldi. It looks like he's not going to go on the injured list, but we'll see how that goes. And then John Gray is eminently going to return. And then you've seen some flashes from Jacob Latts. In Latts and Gray, you do have a couple of pitchers who have shown, who might have the versatility to bounce back and forth, although that might be wishful thinking for John Gray more than anything. And you'd mentioned Kumar Rocker, because there's interesting things that come out of all of these. Mm-hmm. By the way, for Skubal, only the 4th time ever a pitcher has had more than 20 strikeouts and no walks against the Rangers in a year.
Interesting.
And that's their last regular season meeting, so good job for him, I guess. But for Kumar Rocker, you brought it up.
Hate on Skubal there? Just
no,
it's slight at him?
No. It's hate on the other team won.
Gotcha.
Like, this is something that Stephen Jones talks a lot about, and he's like, oh,
gotta give them credit.
Other team, they pay their players too, and you got to give them credit, and I will. But right now, I'm mad that my team lost. Like, how hard is that to understand?
So basically, Stephen gets over it faster than you're willing to.
He does.
Okay, because he's had time. He's like, you know what? I had time to already get through this, and now I got to answer your questions.
Well, I think that's debatable. I think maybe he gets over it quicker for other reasons. All right, so Saturday. Never mind.
Nope.
This is a question for tomorrow.
We're heading out to Oxnard.
Okay, it's going to be a question for tomorrow. If you just had to ballpark it, though. Oh, my gosh. This is just your opinion.
Alec, he could have bailed on this at any point.
I could have, but I'm not going. It's too late.
Stubborn.
It's too late. Hey,
Let's
what did
add
I just
more
tell you?
seasoning to this.
I just told you I would trade a gold medal for multiple bronze medals. My brain works the way it works, and I haven't been able to change that. What percentage of the Cowboys fan base thinks that they care more about the Cowboys winning than the ownership group? Be honest. It's got to be like 75 or 80%, right?
I feel like I do.
See? That's me too.
All right, that's 50% right there.
What is that based on? There's only 3 of us.
Sure, there's Peyton's back there somewhere.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you care if the Cowboys win more than the Cowboys care about winning? He said no, so that's 75% at the most.
Okay.
Alec?
I think I do.
See? 75. You were right, Kevin. Good numbers.
And so, yeah, and that's
Mr. Math.
And that's what I don't know if that counts.
That's his shirt. It says it on his little label. It says Mr. Math.
And see, the first text I
Little
saw
name tag.
was, "Oh Lord, yes." And so, and that's the thing. I think most Cowboys fans think that they care more about winning than the ownership group. We'll pick that back up later. Or maybe never.
In the month of July, and I know he had the 6-run game, but Rocker's opponent's batting average is 190.
Okay.
He's pitched 3 games. He's had 4 in every other month almost, but he's pitched 3 games in the month of July, and he's at 190 against opponents. That's fantastic.
If that number is
.050 in the last 7 days.
Holy moly. Well, okay. If that number is ever lower than 200, you got yourself something for sure. Now, what was fascinating about this game is, did you know that this was the Rangers' 8th chance to get back up to 500, and they lost the previous 7? Or of their 8, they lost the previous 7. But
do you think they think about that at all?
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't know if they're like, hey, we're just trying to win.
Yeah.
Or if 500's important
for sure.
I don't know.
That's another thing that I think they don't need to worry about. Like, I certainly understand that, but it's something that's fun for the fan base to hit. But you're now, and this feels like the perfect point for the Rangers to be at. They're 50-50. And like, if you think about that expression, that feels about right.
Yeah.
Like, are the Rangers going to buy or sell? 50-50.
Yeah.
Do you think they could go on a run?
Will they win today's game?
Yeah, 50-50. And like, that's kind of the way I feel. And if you look, I know Jim Bowden threw something out there, buyers or sellers or both. And I still think that's probably where the Rangers will end up. The Rangers are high up on that list at 50-50. And you're like, again, that feels about right. So I am super encouraged that the Rangers were able to win this series over the team that did have the best record in baseball. But it's always one little tiny step short of giving you all the confidence, right? Because if you look back on the series, and again, I want to make this very clear, you won the series. And as Corey said, that's what really matters. In those 3 games, you scored a total of 7 runs.
Okay.
And so, like, that part's not encouraging from an offensive standpoint. And you didn't get the sweep. Because if you would have got the sweep, like, there's no denying. Hey, we just continued the Tigers' funk going out of at the end of the first half. They had the best record. You swept them. But the Rangers are always a tiny bit short of giving you that all the way sign.
Yeah, and with the not getting the sweep, you're like, we couldn't beat the best pitcher. And not grant, like, we don't know if the matchup with Eovaldi would have been 0-0 all the way until the 9th inning.
For sure.
We don't have that with us, but we do know that the Rangers' batting lineup wasn't able to score more against a very talented pitcher. And that's something that you gotta I feel like we want to see it, but does it feel like this Rangers team, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, because you just pointed out a lot of really good numbers on the 50-50 lifestyle they like to live. Does it feel like they are building from the beginning of this season and they're getting better and they're just not great yet, but they're kind of like somewhere in the middle? They're about 50-50.
See, I mean, obviously I'm going to default to that. I don't see how you can tell me that they have continually built up and gotten better throughout the entire season. Now, if you want to say,
are they limiting the losing streaks?
Yeah,
better.
They're doing it
right now.
Look,
that's where I feel is like we're not losing as many as often.
I think the pivot point that you can go back to is Saturday, June the 7th.
Okay.
So you had just lost the opener to Washington. You had been swept by Tampa Bay, and the last 2 of those games, I think, were 1-run games. You're 29-35. So since then, you are 21-15, and I get the desire to say straight away that this team is better, but look how quickly they climbed out of that hole. You finish up the series win over Baltimore, and you're at 40-41. So straight away, you went 12-6, and you almost climbed entirely out of that hole. And since then, they're 10-9. So I don't think you can just say, since they were 29-35, they're 21-15. That is true, but straight away 12-6. And since then, you're 10-9. So even when the offense has been playing significantly better, especially to close out the first half, you're all right.
All right, I want you to be Boach real quick.
Okay. I don't think
and I want you to think like Boach, not like Kevin.
Okay.
But also, I feel like I have a good answer here too. Boach, do you like being a front runner or an underdog?
Got to be underdog, right?
I don't know.
I
want to ask him that Wednesday because I feel like there's part of him that's like, hell yeah, I want to be a front runner.
You know what? That's a good point. Specifically with this team, I think, like, I understand the appeal of the underdog, and you can tell everybody, oh, nobody believes in you and all that. The appeal of this team specifically, I think, would be to be a front runner, because then you would have less concerns about skipping DeGrom in the rotation. You would have less concerns about if Evaldi had the back tweak. And let's say he did have to go on the injured list.
sure.
And he missed 2 or 3 starts. You're like, okay, that's okay. And we'll artificially decline his number of innings pitched. Same with DeGrom. But we don't have to worry about it. But instead, you're like, hey, I still have to balance out those things, but also I can't afford to lose.
Yeah, no, I'm very interested to see, and like you said, specifically this team this year. That's a good conversation for Boach on Wednesday.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Lots of happenings with the Dodgers, and they ain't all good. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a Monday show, and Chris Young is going to join us to review Rangers.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Is drilled in the air to center field. Forget about it. How far does it go? What a blast from Shohei Ohtani. A 2-run home run to get him on the board.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick free AC repair and replacement. It's time for some baseball nuggets. Now, there's a lot happening with the Dodgers. Would you like to start with the good or the bad?
Start with the bad. They can't beat the Brewers.
That's a fair point.
Well, I mean, I guess that's good for everybody else.
Yes.
Good for the Brewers.
Definitely good for the Brewers. Now, it could have been worse. Freddie Freeman exited yesterday's game with a left wrist contusion. They said x-rays were negative, and right now he's going to be day-to-day. But you always get scared when you see that pitch that goes off like the forearm or the wrist or whatever and fear the worst. But it looks like the Dodgers have avoided the worst this time. Now, Shohei Ohtani, he has at least 34 home runs in his team's first 100 games 3 times.
All right.
There have been 5 players ever that have accomplished it at least 3 times. Shohei, Aaron Judge, Sammy Sosa, they all did it 3 times. Mark McGwire and Babe Ruth did it 5 times.
Those were all my guesses.
Were they?
Every single one of them.
Very
Except
nice.
for Aaron Judge, so not that one.
Oh, in your face, Aaron Judge.
All right.
You're a Cal Raleigh guy. I got you. Now, also on the Dodgers front, they moved Shohei out of the leadoff spot for the first time since June 16th of last year. They put Mookie Betts in that spot in hopes of breaking him out of, honestly, what's been a season-long funk. For his career, he hits .291. This season, he's hitting .241.
Betts or Shohei?
Betts,
Okay,
Betts.
gotcha.
And so he's 50 points down his career average, and they put him in the leadoff spot starting on Sunday. And Dave Roberts made it sound like this is going to be for a while, but as we saw with the All-Star game, sometimes he forgets about things that are important to him.
Sometimes just give him as many at bats as possible.
Yeah.
And at the leadoff spot, you're going to get the most at bats. That's a reality. So give him as many as possible to kind of get him out of that funk is the hope there. Shohei, I think, can hit anywhere in the lineup.
Sure.
You know, so they're like, you know, as well as it serves us to have him as leadoff, we got to figure a way out to get Mookie back into this thing.
And it was just one game, but in that first game back at the leadoff, he went 1 for 5 with a strikeout and a run scored, and they lost.
There aren't a lot of 300 hitters on that Dodgers team, just saying.
Yeah,
Freddie Freeman's at 292. That's the best out of that lineup right now.
It feels like we're not that far away from somebody hitting 287 and winning the batting title.
Maybe so, yeah.
Or something
he was
like
so great this year.
Yeah, or something like that. And you're going to go back and you're going to look at some of these numbers and you're like, man, Kevin Mitchell should be in the Hall of Fame. Like, you just look at some of these batting averages, and that's probably exaggeration, but I think you get the idea. All right, let's go from that man.
Because of the other stuff with Kevin Mitchell.
What other stuff with Kevin Mitchell?
Oh, you don't know?
I guess not.
Do you know the stuff about Kevin Mitchell?
There's no way he knows who Kevin Mitchell is.
I know who he is, but I don't know the stuff about him.
Okay.
Yeah, the question was, did Kevin Mitchell really decapitate his girlfriend's cat?
What?
Daryl Strawberry says yes.
Okay. Kevin Mitchell was just a de facto 1980s baseball player I thought of. I did not know that. So,
sorry.
We'll go.
I'll send you the links for later, Kevin, so we can discuss it.
Yeah, this is kind of rocking my world just a little bit. We'll go with
He had the
somebody
one-handed
else.
grab off the wall. We all remember that. It was amazing.
Yeah,
And the other hand,
okay. Well, I'm going to have to rethink a lot of things. All right.
you have a lot of Kevin Mitchell cards, don't you?
Yes. I mean, I don't know how much they're worth, but all right, let's talk about David Robertson. David Robertson. Could you bring him in? Could you bring him in? No, he wants to play on the Northeast.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, guess where he signed? The Northeast. He did sign with the Philadelphia Phillies.
We kind of had a feeling that was the place, too, all along.
Look, Philly, Boston, New York, it felt as though it revolved around one of those. The deal is going to pay Robertson. This part I think is stupid. Oh, he got a 1-year, $16 million deal that's going to be prorated. Then just tell me the part that I care about. And that's actually, depending on a couple of the bonuses, $5 to $6 million for the rest of the season. So the Rangers, as it stands now, I don't believe they could have afforded that anyway. However, he was always going to go up to the Northeast. And so guess what? He went to the Northeast. All right, let's go from that to Eugenio Suarez. No player in MLB history has been traded in season after having 35 home runs.
Really?
Guess what? Eugenio Suarez has 35 home runs. And also, he is number one on on ESPN's list of trade deadline candidates. They say the odds of him getting traded, 90%.
Even though this has never happened before.
In history.
That's pretty interesting.
It really is.
It also shows you where teams are desperate.
For sure.
And, how open the market is right now and how small it is as well.
By the way, this might be the least surprising thing you've ever heard, and it goes with a theme that we were discussing earlier. Adolis Garcia is number 28 on this list. Chances of him getting traded, I kid you not, 50-50.
Middle of the pack, huh?
I didn't write that, but it exists. All right, let's go from that to the Frisco Rough Riders. Now, we don't get the opportunity to talk a whole lot about the Frisco Rough Riders, but a couple of things. First of all, Sebastian Walcott.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah,
he's pretty good.
He is. So tall. He hit a 2-run home run over the weekend, and in that same game, he had 3 hits and a pair of stolen bases. He has 22 stolen bases on the year. But what I really wanted to talk about,
it's time,
was in minor league. No, stop it.
That's what you're saying.
No, in minor league baseball, you got to move quickly with your promotions. And did you see that the Frisco Rough Riders hosted the Home Runs and Human Resources Night after the Coldplay video that I really feel like has made its, or they're going
taken over, man.
Excuse me. I didn't say they should. They did. They're going to a week from Thursday, July 31st. It's the HR night, Home Runs and Human Resources. Look,
that's hilarious.
It really
Good
is.
work, guys.
It will. There's more.
Oh my gosh! But wait, there's more.
It will feature anti-harassment training, as well as the coworker bundle offer. Bundle up with your favorite coworker with buy one get one free tickets.
Bundle up. Okay, that is funny, Boach. Thank
Boach
you.
knows.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
All right, have you enjoyed all of, especially the baseball world? I'm sure it's been everywhere, but baseball, you've had the opportunity to see it a lot. Embracing and making fun of the, let's just say, the Coldplay incident, or are you already tired of it?
I'm still cracking up at stuff that's going on. Like, I just saw one that of a dude who was like, "This is my wife." I love the Phillies fanatic one that they did. Like, that was funny. I think there's more to this. I think you can just keep diving deeper and deeper into this. I saw an AI version of it last night where the dude was like, "Hey, why are y'all laughing about this? This is a private incident." And I was like, "What is that?" And he was AI talking, and she was laughing, and I was like, it's not gone too far yet, Kevin.
So the Astronomer CEO did resign.
Yeah.
But also, I want to know, Alec, if they would have just no-sold it, would anybody have known?
His wife.
I mean, yeah, the wife would have, and then it could have been a totally private situation that, we're not even talking about. But yeah, you have to no-sell there.
Yeah.
You have to just play it off cool. Exactly. That's what draws attention. And I did see at their next concert, they warned the fans. Chris Martin was like, "Hey, during this song, we're going to point the camera at some of y'all. So just be ready.
Duck now if you don't want." Was it Morgan Wallen that was like, "I don't know if anybody's safe tonight, but I think you're all right."
Yeah.
At whatever concert he was doing. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is great."
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Cowboys questions that matter
to you
at the start of training camp.
I like it.
Next on The Fan.
The Fan is everywhere, thanks to
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What's it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Can't press her. We're heading out right after the show. We'll be doing our show the rest of the week live from Oxnard. Now, does this Instagram post change your opinion about DeMarvion Overshown? So he's coming back from an ACL, MCL, PCL injury that he suffered in December. He posted, I believe it was yesterday on Instagram, "Good news from the doc!" Exclamation point. We getting active this season. And I know everyone always gets excited. You want good news. And I have no doubt that DeMarvion Overshown has the want to get this done. But does this Instagram post change your opinion about what you will see from Overshown this year?
A little bit, yeah. If the doctor's saying that, it's not just him saying it.
For sure.
If he just got told by the doctor, you've done everything you're supposed to do to be able to be ready for this, and it looks like you're ahead of schedule, then yeah, it makes me feel more confident. Kevin, when we've been discussing this, it's always been Overshown saying it.
Yeah.
You know, everything that we've discussed so far has been Overshown going, man, I'm thinking this, I'm thinking this. And you're like, that's great that you're as optimistic as you are.
Sure.
And you also really want to be out there because you are still on a rookie contract, and there's a lot of factors that you want to tell people, hey, I'm coming back, don't forget about me. But hearing the doctor say something like this makes me feel a lot more confident for sure.
Now, as we go through kind of the injury report brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction, that's greystone-roofing.com. Alec does this Instagram post from DeMarvion Overshone, who, again, in limited playing time, already named by his peers and scouts and coaches as the 8th best off-the-ball linebacker in the league. Does that change your thoughts about what you could see from him this year?
Yeah, it does, because the rehab process is going to be pretty vigorous. It's going to be, there's going to be a lot of check-ins and whatnot. And if they're telling him this far out from kind of where we were thinking he could possibly come back, if they're telling him now, and if he's telling us the truth, which I don't think he has any reason not to.
Agreed.
If they're telling him right now, like, hey, yeah, you're going to play. Like, we think you're going to come back this season. I feel good. I really do. And I think that tells them that they're comfortable enough sending him out there. So, he might have some rust from not playing for a while, but it wouldn't be one of those things where it's like, oh no, we brought him back way too early. He just does not look too good. So I'm confident that if he does come back, if he's saying that everything's looking good, it's going to be productive and it's going to be fun to watch because, like you said, the rest of the league thinks he's really, really good. And I usually defer to the people who work in the league when they do those things. I'm like, I really like him. You think a lot more highly of him than I do. I should probably start thinking more highly of him.
And this is a dude that I have just thought was going to be awesome ever since he got drafted.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, injuries have derailed it. But, not that you don't root for all the Cowboys players, but you look at what Overshone costs versus, the potential.
Is that the first thing you always think of, Kevin, is how much does he cost?
Probably.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
But that's specifically for this team because I do not feel, and I feel like I've said this numerous times.
You have to get the most out of your cheapest players.
See, and I agree with that. And we're going to get around to the other side of that in just a second. I feel like I've been really consistent about this. I do not believe that the Cowboys' current management can win on an even playing field. I think they have to have, whether it's cheap quarterback or all of your draft picks hitting unbelievably in the first 3 years before you have to pay them. I do not believe that the Cowboys management structure can win on an even playing
And that
field.
was one of the reasons they invested so heavily in their coaching staff a few years ago.
Yes.
Was they were like, look, we got to get the most out of our cheap players. If that's how we're going to do this, if we're going to build this by saying we're paying high-end players high-end money, then we got to get the most out of our cheapest, our younger players the most. We got to invest in coaching staff. That's why they like head coaches in those positions. They feel like they can communicate well. And now they're in a different place with this coaching staff.
So let's go to the other side of the salary cap spectrum. Jimmy Johnson said the biggest thing for the Cowboys, it's important for any team, is to stay healthy. But when you look at the construction of the Cowboys roster, again, from a monetary standpoint, they are pretty top heavy. So I'll ask, my next question is this. Can the Cowboys avoid injuries to their highest paid talent?
No. The position of quarterback calls for you're getting hit the most.
Yeah.
It's just a reality. The position of wide receiver calls for you're getting hit just as much as that guy. That's just the reality. Now, CeeDee Lamb's been relatively healthy, but he had the shoulder injury last year and battled through it all season, and the numbers show that, even though he fought through it, it was down just a little bit.
Sure.
And then Micah has not proven to be 100% all the time. And now granted, that dude will fight through things. We've seen it. I want to be out there. I just want to be out on the field. But I just do feel like that's, now I can't say that they're going to be out for the season. I can't predict where that lands, but I'm more likely to say 51% they are going to be one of those guys is going to get injured because that's just the nature of the game.
Alec, this does feel like a pretty pivotal question for the season.
It does, because your mind instantly goes to the quarterback, and it's tough to give a fair answer on that one given his history, but at the same time, the nature of the injuries being so random. And then I start thinking about, Deron Bland. We've had that conversation about him a few times, and he's a guy that is in the future going to need a deal. You talk about Trayvon Diggs, who already has the deal, and he's not going to be ready week one. So this team the past 4 or 5 years with some of their highest paid talent. You talk about Zeke after he got his deal and that declined. The history just says no. So I have to lean in that direction. And then I'm pleasantly surprised if it doesn't happen. But I think you have to logically say quarterback is the number one concern when it comes to that. And he's shown, whether it's his fault or not, which it's probably not, that's just not going to happen. To Corey's point, he's going to get hit a lot, especially if the younger offensive linemen don't pick up in the way that we're hoping they do. He's going to get hit a lot. So it's probably going to happen.
Now, Corey, I know you have your own separate issue with one of the narratives that's developed out of this, and I want to get to that in just 1 second. But my first question, you saw the Cowboys were working out James Houston, Jesse Luketa, and Cameron Klein. Are you intrigued to see all the players that the Cowboys are going to bring in and potentially sign during camp, or do you view the timing of it all as that's a de facto camp body?
I'm glad that they're doing it earlier than last year. Remember last year they were like, Carl Lawson's name's out there, and they're like, let's wait.
Yeah.
And you're like, why are you waiting so long? And then he was gassed, like he didn't get a full camp in. And I think that's where I know the Cowboys are like, look, we don't care if Micah gets a full camp in. These other guys, though, we might want to give them some opportunities.
Right.
So yes, I do care that they're doing it earlier than midway through this freaking camp. So that's for sure.
Alec?
James Houston intrigues me. That was a name that was prominent for a few years. He was really, really good. And I think it was John Owning who tweeted some good numbers about him, double-digit pass rush win rate each year of his career. So it's a guy that even at the later stages of his career has at least been able to play the game. Is he the same guy he was 5 years ago? Absolutely not. But the other names, I think de facto camp body, but James Houston is a guy that I wouldn't mind just having on the roster as a rotational guy because I think he's still talented.
And Corey, there are a variety of things I think when people tweet them out or put them in an article, you should stop following or listening to that person because they're unserious people.
Oh.
What do you think about the weird narrative that some people have said they're doing these tryouts to try to put pressure on Micah to sign, which I think is an insane thing to say?
It's laughable. That possible potential idea is very laughable, but because nobody's putting pressure on Micah. He has no pressure on him.
Yeah.
You're going to take my job? Okay.
Cool.
What was this whole thing about anyway?
Yeah.
But a lot of times people will come up with a narrative and they want to see it through.
This one I'm really fascinated by, and I'll go ahead and tip my hand. My answer is fundamentally no. Could that happen? Sure. But DallasCowboys.com's number one question: have the Cowboys done enough to become contenders? Or have the Cowboys become contenders? I think that's a silly question.
Because talent-wise?
Yeah,
no.
What did they do to become a contender? They participated in the draft like every other team?
Yeah, talent-wise, they did not add enough. They fixed some places. They replaced some things. I can't say that Tyler Booker is going to be that much better than Zach Martin was last year. Last year specifically. His career, we'll have to see. But hearing him say that he wants to see the life drain out of people's eyes, yes, I like it.
Hell yeah.
Coaching wise, we don't know yet. We have no clue what a Schottenheimer head coach offense and defense is going to be. So that's the jury's out on that. So the jury's out on this team on a lot of different things until they prove otherwise. They are at a flat place with me. A flat place. I'm not any lower. I'm not any higher. They're at a flat place of prove what you are, good or bad. That's where I stand with this team right now.
Over the course of the offseason, kind of what you were alluding to, Kevin, they just existed to me. They did everything they were supposed to do because they have to play football games. But if you want to talk about from a leadership standpoint, I think they have the right guy in place because he's winning all the press conferences and he's winning all of the players' hearts over. So I think they took a step in one small area to make progress in that direction. I don't think they've gotten to that spot at all. I don't think any move they made, it would be different if the Chiefs made the George Pickens trade. People call that a winning move.
Yeah.
But the Cowboys are not close enough to where people are hailing that as a winning move. Because if they were that close, if they were on a tear like the Chiefs have been the past 5 years, that is a winning move that gets talked about a lot more.
Yeah.
But they're not that close yet. So I think they're making progress, but they're not there. Not at all.
Now, I was going to eventually ask this question, but I was listening to Sean, RJ, Peyton, Bobby, Aiden, sometimes other people too, this morning.
Brett Boone.
And Brett Boone, Mike Florio. And Bobby didn't say it was going to happen, but he was like giving his look at his 53-man roster, and he wondered, opined, if you will, if Luke Schoonmaker could be a surprise cut. I have to admit, I would be stunned if that happened. And so that leads to my question that I had before Bobby even was just, he was giving information. I thought it was a very fascinating segment, but I was surprised to hear him say that or even ask about that. Are folks sleeping on Luke Schoonmaker?
Dude, they have 15 tight ends.
That they do. And they have a pretty decent track record of
Tyler Neville, Rivaldo Fairweather at the back end of this thing.
That's a cool name.
And then Princeton Fant, Span Ford, John Stevens Jr., Scooney's currently second on the depth chart.
Yep.
I don't know how much Schottenheimer loves him. Maybe that was a McCarthy guy all along. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm still not sure where Ferguson sits with this team. I think the organization looks at Ferguson and goes, when he's there, like completely, he's really good. Like he's a physical, but for Schoonmaker, what name has he really made for himself? I see what you're saying, because you have expectations for him. What name has he made, though? And granted, a lot of these guys on this team haven't made a name for themselves.
No, you're right. It's just, for me, I would be stunned, especially knowing the way the Cowboys do business, that they would release their second-round pick from 2 years ago. And I think that's the main thing. But then again, I also thought Jake Ferguson last year was going to be outstanding and make this draft pick look foolish, and that most certainly did not happen.
You don't want them though to make the mistake of giving a Jalen Smith contract to him.
Agreed.
He's not in that place.
By the way, and I don't want them to make the mistake of playing him because he was a second round pick. That part I think is foolish, because your resources already been used. If you've watched him, whether it's in the games, in the preseason, in the practices, in the offseason, you're like, whoops, this kid ain't got it. Don't push him out on the field. I don't think any of us want to see that.
But I see where you're saying, are they sleeping on him? The production has been good, but nothing that makes me go, oh, I'm just waiting for him to jump off the page. That's what I'm waiting for, is for him to jump off the screen, off the field, for me to go, dude, they have to have that guy.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
and it hasn't been there.
There's lots of other guys. There's a lot of other tight ends that are going to get opportunities until he proves otherwise.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do little AM on the FM?
We got the question of the day, plus distance runners are not human, and I finally understand Corey. I'm going to explain next.
Oh, look.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece was brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Rocker with the two-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Got him with that hard slider down. And that'll be the final out here in the top half of the sixth.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Hopefully we've got the youth of the nation with us as well, as the Rangers are coming off a series victory over the Tigers. But right now, something that is always guaranteed to be fun and informative. It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Live on Twitch and YouTube as well, if you want to use that to answer the question. And then, runners are not human. Distance runners are not human, and I finally understand the brain of Corey Majors. I'm going to explain that here in just a little bit.
I'm interested in this.
Alec, can I ask you my question of the day?
Sure.
We're going to start talking with Mickey Spagnola again tomorrow. He said this is his 40th time spending at least 1 week in Cowboys training camp starting in 1985 and only missing the 1988 camp because he was covering the Summer Olympics. Do you think we should ask him if that was worth it? And
It's a fair question.
Yeah.
That is a flex, though. That I've been to 40 of these
really
things,
is.
and the one
In a
time I
row,
missed it,
yeah.
the one time I missed it, something called the Olympics. Yeah, that's kind of cool.
In a row.
Yeah, what a guy. So I say
Watch
yes.
out through the parking lot. You know what I'm saying?
I say that is valid, and
Okay.
I say you should ask him.
Okay.
But the question of the day, gentlemen, we go to the National Day calendar as we always do. This is a very random grouping of holidays today. You have National Get Out of the Doghouse Day. So if you're in
Oh.
trouble, this is your day to get out of the doghouse. Today is National Be Someone Day.
Ooh.
Which I kind of like. I kind of like the different ways you could go there, but it's also National Junk Food Day. So that being said, what is your favorite junk food that you just can't resist? 877-881-1053. Because I feel like it changes with the seasons for me most of the time. Like whenever you get into the colder times of the year, it's usually something like from the bakery section that gets me. You know, whether it's a good brownie or a cookie or something. But during the summer, for me, it's usually chips. Because I'm always snacking. Because I try to be outdoors a lot, so burning a lot of calories, burning a lot of energy. So I got to have something in the system. So it's usually a bag of Cool Ranch Doritos. That is my weakness.
Yes.
That is my ultimate weakness. I go through way too many of them on a given week, especially when we have like vending machines around
That work?
that have the baby bags and stuff. I just can't resist. I can't stay away from the Cool Ranch Doritos. That will be my ultimate summer weakness when it comes to junk food.
I think I'm with you because I imagine like even social situations where somebody's like, do you want a Cheeto?
Yeah.
And I'm going to be like, yeah, all right.
Of course. I'm never going to say no to
shouldn't
that.
or I'm not hungry. I'll eat a Cheeto.
Yeah.
Or several.
Yeah, Cheetos definitely are. Heck, I mean, I saw a bag yesterday, and I was like, "There it is, it's my bag now." You know.
Oh.
Huh.
But I will probably say my wife's pies and her like peach cobbler.
What's the difference between a cobbler and a pie?
The shape of the dish.
Okay.
I guess I don't know. 877-881-1053. Answer Kevin's question.
I want that to be what you do now.
Just love how direct
Throw
that
it to the
is.
fan text. Just say, answer that question.
You know, well, yesterday, hold on, maybe y'all know. We're driving back from Memphis, and Avery we saw fire on the side of the road.
Oh,
fire!
That's not good.
And Avery goes, Dad, when fire is burning, is oxygen on fire? And I was like, man, I don't even have a clue. I was trying to go back into, high school and remember all these things. And my first thought was, you're in high school, damn it. Shouldn't you know this?
Oh, that's a good point.
And then I was like, well.
Is that how you said it to him?
No.
Oh, okay.
That was my first thought, Kevin. Not my first thing I said to him.
Okay.
But then I was like, we have become very reliant on Google.
Yeah.
Like, you're just like, Google it, kid. That's usually the thing that I say is, I don't know all the answers, but I know how to find them.
Can you imagine you used to have to get up, put on respectable clothes, get in the car and go to the library?
Or call your grandfather?
Yeah.
And be like, you're old. You've seen things in this world.
I was starting to think at least 80% of the conflict in your life is the setup to these questions.
Old people know things. They know more. They're just more experienced. Case in point, driving on the highway. Left lanes for what, gentlemen?
Passing.
That's right.
That's exactly right. How many times do you think I passed some 18-year-old kid in a giant truck that doesn't understand? I'm supposed to get over when I'm going 70, while the speed limit's 75 or 85. I'm supposed to move over. Why do we know this? Because we're older and we're more experienced than those young idiots.
I like that.
That I won't get over. The ones that are getting over, I'm okay with, though. They're not idiots.
Corey's got some very firm stances today.
On driving.
What if does it ever take them too long to get over and eventually they get over, but you're like, that's
I give them as much time as I can.
Okay.
And then I'm like, look, I'm on your butt now. And that's not where I want to be.
Huh. Speak for yourself. 877-881-1053. Lots of responses to Corey's question. That was actually Kevin's question about the cobbler versus pie. The 817 saying that pie has a dry crust and cobbler has a more moist crust, if you will.
Okay, see, and I like this person who cut right to the chase. I have no idea if this is accurate. From the 318, cobbler equals crust on the top mostly. Pie equals crust on the bottom. And they're like, other than that, that's the same thing.
I like how simple that is. I like that one more than the one that I read because they said wetter and I didn't want to read that, because
why do people hate the word moist?
Because moist is more fun for me, so I don't hate it. So I think I'm part of the problem because I use it to upset other people.
Kevin, you seem to have had a thought.
Yeah.
You covered your face like, oh my gosh. People hate the word moist.
Yeah, what's wrong with it being moist?
I feel like it's taken on a very defined sexual connotation that makes people uncomfortable.
So you're saying if I'm out there, I'm like, the warm air penetration is creating a more moist environment.
Yeah, that's weird. If you just walk around and use penetration as part of your regular conversation, I know. But and you could tell me that Converse Judson won some state title because they had more penetrations, because that's the way we used to decide tie games in the playoffs. That's a fact in Texas football. Look it up. It's weird now.
Can you imagine if that Kansas City Buffalo game was decided on penetrations?
That would be unbelievable. They're like, well, they have to go for 2 here because they're trailing in penetrations. That would be so weird. Because we're a perverted society and we've sexualized every word.
Oh man, this took so many turns.
This is my favorite segment every day.
But
thanks, man.
You could take any phrase and you're like, oh yeah, hustle up, we got to get going. Yeah. We should get going.
If we just did a whole show of Alec asking us questions, would you love that?
I mean, as long as the bosses were on vacation and incapable of listening
I
that
think
day.
the audience would love it.
Hey, towards the end of the year, maybe we can make something happen.
There we go.
That would be fun because I like the twists and turns that come with this because it's a pretty simple, straightforward question.
I don't even remember what your question was. Junk food. Junk food.
National Junk Food Day has turned into the sexual connotations of words. So I love this show. I really do. But it is National Junk Food Day. So what is your favorite junk food? 877-881-1053. Get a few more in here before we go to the simple fact that distance runners are not human. Let's see. My homemade chips and salsa from the 214. That will always be elite. Chips and salsa of any kind, any general salsa, I'm cool with.
Okay, let me ask you a question about that. Does that feel like maybe your favorite junk food as opposed to your go-to junk food because there's maybe a little bit more work.
Yeah.
If they said it's their homemade chips and salsa, like, I know this is not the case. There can be lots of things that are, like, not good for you that you make. But I always think of junk food as, like, you just grab the thing in the bag or with the wrapper or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If there's a lot of effort involved, it's got to be a special occasion for me. I just love grabbing the bag of chips because it's easy to make a lot of mistakes, because all you have to do is just... If it's already open, that's half the work already taken out for me. So I see the gas station hot dog covered in mustard and onions from the 682. That is very specific, and I appreciate that. Another very specific one from the 214, Lay's Stacks. So like the almost Pringle take.
Yeah, okay.
by Lay's.
Yeah, I know those
Dude,
ones.
Frito Scoops.
Yes.
Fritos, because they're so
The
salty.
elite Frito.
By themselves?
Yes, I'll eat them by themselves. That's fine. Yeah, give me whatever. I love Frito Scoops.
Okay.
But I don't go like actively seek them unless I'm cooking chili.
Okay.
And then I'm like, I'll throw some Frito Scoops in there.
Okay.
Or if I want like some sort of like, I really want them, but I don't ever actively go. Usually I have them because they're there. And then I'm like, there they are, and I'm eating them now because I love them.
Follow-up scoop question, if I may. If you are dipping it in something, do you just dip it like a regular chip, or do you do the scoop
as
where
much
you try
as
to
you
make
can.
it look like there's like a little pool in there?
Yes,
And then go,
that's the way it should be. That's what they're built for.
Okay, I agree.
Can't do it with a regular Frito.
You're honoring them.
Guys, you might not know off the dome the name Connor Mantz, but he is the American record holder for the marathon and the half marathon. And there is an app out there for any runners out there. You will know what I'm talking about. It's called Strava, where you can track your runs, and it's almost like a social media app where people can follow you, you can follow your friends, and you can just follow each other's like running progress. And so him being a world-class athlete, it's kind of fun that he downloaded this app, made an account, and he started tracking his runs on there for people to actually keep up with. And the other day, I think it was last week, he documented one of his runs as he's training for his next marathon. He went 24.03 miles on this run at an average mile pace of 5 minutes and 35 seconds per mile. And they track stats about this too. He had an average power output of 369 watts. Nice. Gained 354 feet in elevation and burned almost 1,700 calories on that one run.
What a run. That's not quite a marathon, though. Seems like he kind of shorted himself there. Got a little lazy.
That is a fascinating... I wouldn't say that, but that is a fascinating place to stop.
But maybe I can impress you a little bit more. He had a 4-mile pickup right in the middle of this run, where he, in consecutive miles, went 442, 439, 438, then 434.
That's unbelievable.
A 4-mile consecutive stretch where he just improved into the 4.5-minute range. So just a friendly reminder that Olympic-level distance runners are not human. Yeah. And then I kind of understand the brain of Corey Majors now.
Good luck.
I went on a boat for the first time yesterday.
I'm on a boat?
Yeah. Went out to Lake Louisville for a friend's birthday. They rented out like a little party boat.
Boats are awesome.
Spent 3 or 4 hours on that boat. I somehow amazingly did not get sunburned because usually, people of my complexion usually don't do too well in 3 hours of sun.
Fair skin.
Yeah, very fair skinned. I actually tanned a little bit. I don't know how. This is incredible. I feel great today. I'm exhausted because the sun just absolutely took any energy that I had left. But it's a good kind of exhausting. I was a designated driver, so I didn't do any of the hard partying, if you will. I didn't drink, so I got to watch everybody make the bad mistakes, and I just made sure I kept my sunscreen on. But first time ever being on a boat, and now I think that was the worst decision I ever made. Because now in the next 5 to 10 years, I have to get rich.
You want to be a lake person.
I have to get a boat.
Yes.
Like, I loved everything about it. For most of it, I was just chilling on the bench, just enjoying the sun, enjoying looking out in the water. I felt like such an old man, but everybody was, taking shots and stuff. I'm over here just looking into the distance.
Water's so cool. Water's awesome.
It was so calm. I loved it. It was amazing.
So if you knew somebody who their family had a lake house and a boat,
I would definitely go to their lake house.
That's right.
If they all they have to do is invite me one time and I'll be there.
That's right.
Man, July 4th.
There's one invitation.
Okay.
And I guarantee I'll be there.
One singular invitation.
I'll put that to the test with you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are the injury woes already stacking up for the Lions? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a Monday show, and Chris Young is going to join us to review Rangers Tigers and get ready for the remaining 7 games on this homestand. Trade deadline preview. That's at 4:20. Nation starts at 2 on The Fan.
If you don't know us, we are Rowdy Cowgirls from DFW's #1 sports bar, the Rowdy Cowboy.
Join us for a Texas-sized menu, 69 large TVs, and ice-cold beer. Enjoy an irresistible menu. And speaking of
irresistible cowgirls, you will find us at Rowdy Cowboy. Come by and let's get rowdy. Located at 1713 Crossroads Drive in Grapevine. RowdyCowboy.com. Cute!
With Sean and RJ at 7:40 a.m. No tolls required because it's driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, a first-class buying experience. Visit mbplano.com.
One visit can change your life. Men's Tea Clinic offers a variety of men's wellness programs to help you meet your goals and keep you as strong as you've ever been. Call 972-GO-MEN's-TEA today or visit mensteaclinic.com. That's mensteaclinic.com.
SWE lending, all credit okay, all credit.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Stafford to the air for the 13th time. Or sacked. Brought down by Levi Ozurique after the pressure from the new acquisition, Marcus Davenport.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. What say we go around the entire NFL and dipping into some gridiron gravy?
Dip and rip it.
And, you know, Mike Tirico just made reference to the player right there, Levi Ozurique, already out for the season for the Lions, their defensive tackle, with a torn ACL. So he's out for the year. Taylor Decker had shoulder surgery, and the Lions hope that he can practice after the Hall of Fame game. So hopefully that won't be as problematic. But just for a team that, especially defensively, I know, got ravaged by injury last year, this does not feel like the most auspicious start.
Are they done already? You know, ready to mark them off
No,
for the season?
I'm not ready.
They were able to do what they did last year despite all the injuries.
Yeah.
But now they don't have Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn.
Oh, okay.
So they're done.
I'm not saying they're done.
Might as well focus on 2020 next year.
Especially since David Montgomery said everyone's tired of being close. We need to finish. And so, like, I'm definitely not going to say that.
Okay, all right.
Jaden Blue. A lot of people got caught up in this over the weekend. Jaden Blue has responded to the article or the assessment by someone that came out in an article that the coaching staff was concerned that he was borderline lazy and they were looking to change some of his habits. Blue went on social media and said, LMAO, taking time out y'all day to make fake article about me for attention.
Mm-hmm. I've seen multiple people suggest that was a definite UT coach's thoughts on him. But then nobody's really thought that yet here.
Okay.
And he's working hard to try and clean that. So I haven't. We'll find out when we get out there. We'll do our asking around for sure. But that's what I'm seeing a couple of other people say at the moment.
Does it bother you that even comes up? Just like whether it's a concern, whether it's a distraction, whatever.
I mean, obviously, when you're going through the process, you're like, he's a college kid. And what is the work ethic? Kevin, Jadeveon Clowney, I thought was not going to be what everybody expected him to be. And I had other reasons to think that.
Yeah.
I haven't watched the guy work. But yeah, it does concern me a little bit of the work ethic at a young age. That's where college is where you start to build the habits. High school is where you start to build the habits of becoming great. You can rely on talent, but now what's the next phase of it? So I think he's going to have a quick learning process here, and now he's got to do everything he can to go prove everybody wrong about it.
Now, the Cincinnati Bengals director of player personnel, Duke Tobin, is definitely cutting right to the chase on a few of these things. First of all, he said Trey Hendrickson is under contract. We expect him to be there. For Shamar Stewart, he said, I don't blame Shamar. He's listening to the advice he's paying for. I don't understand the advice. We're treating him fairly.
Hold on. You're doing something that nobody else is doing.
Yes.
So how's that treating him fairly?
Can I tell you what makes it even worse? Is you've seen how many second-round picks now have gotten fully guaranteed deals, and Tyler Shuck just got a fully guaranteed deal, but somebody who was taking, 30 picks before him cannot get some of the language in the contract removed to make it fully guaranteed because the Bengals are looking to be the only team in the NFL that are doing this to their first-round pick, and they're treating him fairly.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like fair across the board in the NFL.
It's something they've never done in their first-round contract.
Yeah, and now if they're saying, if they came out and they were like, look, we're trying to revolutionize the game in this, then that would be a different conversation. But they're acting like it's normal and it's not. And that's where you're like, Now the Trey Hendrickson thing,
I get it.
That's negotiation, buddy. That's just the way that you can expect him to be there. And I still think it's more effective to be there and be like, but I'm not practicing. I think that's more effective. But that's part of negotiation. That's the way that it is.
Shamar Stewart, by the way, one of only 5 draft picks who haven't signed yet. The other 4 unsigned draft picks across the entire NFL are all second-round picks, and we've discussed quite extensively throughout the offseason about some of the holdups for second-round picks. All right, let's go from that. Will Levis is going to have season-ending shoulder surgery, and honestly, it doesn't really feel like that big of a deal for general football world. I'm sure for him, it is a humongous deal, and I hope he recovers and everything turns out super great. But by the time he's ready to play again, he will be 27.
Is that old in football years?
I mean, if you consider the fact
old in college for sure, Corey,
that he's only played 21 games and they weren't particularly impressive, so much so that the team's already moved in another direction, and now he's going to need surgery and miss the entirety of the year.
I don't know how much longer teams want to wait around for you.
Yeah. It's amazing how quick that can change.
Oh,
too,
yeah,
right?
man. Oh, yeah, yeah. Because you're a young kid with lots of potential, and then within a couple of years, you're no longer a young kid with potential. You're an unproven commodity that's just kind of becoming a drain on what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah. And
that's not what you want.
And like we said, they pick their new guy, and they're ready to move on.
Yep.
So unfortunately, he can't be their backup for now. By the way, I meant to clarify this. Shamar Stewart hasn't shown up at Bengals camp. Okay, I feel like that was obvious.
Where is he?
We were talking about all the stuff we went over.
But where is he right now?
I don't know.
Is he working out?
You know what? Maybe he just didn't take the team plane, but he showed up anyway.
He walked?
Probably not. The Seattle Seahawks have released Noah Fant, and George Karlaftis got paid. 4-year, $93 million deal with the Chiefs. That includes $62 million guaranteed. Karlaftis has recorded 24.5 sacks over his first 3 seasons with the Chiefs, which,
he turned out to be all right, huh?
Yeah, he turned out to be all right.
Does it feel like the Chiefs treat their players fairly?
Yeah, not
like I know we had the situation for a few years with the defensive tackle,
Chris Jones.
Yeah, Chris Jones. Where he was sitting up in the suite with his agents and everything. But it just feels like, let's go ahead and get let's get Mahomes taken care of early. Let's get this taken care of early. It just feels like they're like, yeah, when we have good players, we're going to take care of them really quickly.
I just think the Chiefs are stupid. He's only played 3 years. So he can still play his 4th year, and then he still has his 5th year option. Why would you pay for a player that far ahead of time that you really like and think is part of your future when the prices always go up on players like this? They're dumb.
They're going to price down now?
Yeah, they're going to pay less money now. That's stupid. Why not wait until the last minute and pay lots more money? That's the way I think you're supposed to do. Well, then
What's
again,
your point?
My point was the Chiefs probably don't know anything about winning.
They've won a few Super Bowls
What?
recently, but it's all Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
I've been told.
I don't know. I've seen that defense. That defense is pretty dang good.
Their coach.
I mean, their coach
kind of
is
a
good
jump,
too.
what I'm hearing.
Oh, man.
What I've heard.
All right, so let's talk about J.C. Treader. And what do you believe and what do you not believe? So J.C. Treader is resigning from the NFL Players Association. The former union president had come back last year as the NFLPA's chief strategy officer. There was thoughts that he was the odds-on favorite to take over for Lloyd Howe. Now, he says...
What happened to Lloyd Howe?
You remember he had to step down. Now, there's the cover story and there's the real story. Well, my opinion. The real story is that they found out that he was working with a business that had been given the thumbs up by the NFL. But the cover story is a couple times he took a limo to the strip club.
Oh!
And that's why they had to get rid of him. I will let you decide which was the actual reason.
If he'd have paid for the limo to the strip club on his own.
Yeah.
Thumbs up?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
But because he put it on the company tab?
It was a transgression so devastating that they had to get rid of him. And it wasn't that other thing that they said don't worry about.
I can't expense that then?
I would not. That's just my opinion.
That's your suggestion.
Yes, that's true. So Treader said over the last couple of days, it's gotten very, very difficult for my family. So here are the bullet points. I have no interest in being executive director. I have no interest in being considered. I've left the executive committee. Know that.
Dang.
And so he is not interested. There are some people who question whether or not he was going to get the job because maybe there'd been some backlash that goes along with that as well. But he has taken himself out of consideration. He will not be the next leader of the NFLPA. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, following the series win against the Tigers, give us a bold Rangers prediction for the rest of the regular season. Make it bold. Next on The Fan.
In this voice cut. D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about an hour away from the Cowboys' Welcome to Camp presser. We will leave for California right after that, and then we'll be doing our shows the rest of the week in Oxnard. But right now, we're going to do a little bit more baseball. The Rangers sit at 50-50 for the regular season. I guess 50 and 50. And they just won the series against the Tigers. So my question for y'all, or my request, following that series against the Tigers, give us a bold Rangers prediction for the rest of the regular season. And your reward for that? No, not you guys, but everybody else listening, is at some point in this hour, we will do a giveaway for a pair of pit tickets to go see Treaty Oak Revival next month.
Really?
You guys are just doing your jobs.
Dude, they have an awesome mosh pit, I'm told.
Yeah?
I don't know. Sounds like a country band to me, so I don't know. I'll have to look it up. They have great music, though. I like it.
Really?
I was joking about the mosh pit, Kevin.
Okay.
Bold prediction. You want a positive or negative one?
I am indifferent.
Josh Young doesn't come back this year.
Ooh, okay.
Which
Can I
breaks our hearts.
It's true.
Because we love Josh Young. We've said that all the time. Like we have since day one. He has struggled this year.
Literally almost since day one. That we did the first ever major interview with him at spring training, and he was late for the interview, but he came almost running in, and he goes, "Sorry guys, just sometimes you're out there on the field and you just get carried away and lose track of time." And I was like, "Oh my God, I hope this guy's here forever." I will tell you one more positive real quick. Did you know on Friday and Saturday he hit home runs in back-to-back minor league games?
Really?
Yeah, he did.
All right, then he's back. My bold prediction's already been debunked.
It's still in the minor leagues. That doesn't debunk anything.
He's back, baby. That's what I needed to hear.
Okay.
He's found it.
Alec, do you think we misheard in what his prediction was?
I was just trying to be bold.
Josh Young will be back with a vengeance in the major leagues before you know it.
Well, somebody once told me and told these airwaves that fortune favors the bold. So I think Corey just got a little fortune there.
I mean, he is still hitting 227 with a 670 OPS in the minors.
That's because what happened when he got there. He was in a bad funk.
Okay.
Now he's funked out, if you will. Or out of the funk, if you will. That's the way I should have said it.
Josh Young is 27.
He's got plenty of time.
He does.
Unlike Will Levis.
Okay. It's just weird when you think about a young player, and in my mind, he's still 24, and he's 27.
Yeah.
All right. That is a bold prediction. That's a roller.
That immediately changed.
It's a bit of a roller coaster prediction as well.
You're
but
welcome.
I kind of like it. From the 682, bold prediction. Rangers will finish with 92 wins this season.
Holy cow.
You know what I like about that? Right before that, bold prediction. The Rangers will win more than 90 games this season. 92 is more than 90, so that could fit.
So they're at 100 games right now.
Correct.
So they finished 92. That means they're going to win 42 more games.
Yep. We'll go 42 and 20 down the stretch.
The next 62.
I mean, look, that's a hell of a run, and I think the thing let me try that again.
That would be amazing.
The thing I fall into the trap of is I think about the start to the 23 season when you were 40 and 20.
Yeah.
And you can easily, well, not easily, but you can see how it can get done. But that would be an incredible stretch to finish on. From the 469, bold prediction, Wyatt Langford gets sent to AAA at some point this season. Whoa! That is a bold prediction.
He spent most of the season there.
But then again, I wouldn't have thought that Josh Young would have gotten sent to the minor leagues. So
true.
That's from the 214. If the Rangers can play 2-1 baseball the rest of the way, they will make the playoffs. And that is a thing that we've talked about quite a bit. Now, once you have a 4-game series, that really throws the equation into a wreck. But if you just do nothing but win series all the rest of the way, you're gonna make the playoffs.
And then split those series.
Yeah.
The 4-game series. How many of those they got left?
Or go 3-1.
I'm gonna go look it up real quick, Kevin.
Okay. Really surprised at your negative attitude there. Feels like usually you'd be a guy who'd say like 3-1.
But so splitting is a negative?
Yes.
Sounds like a push to me.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean a win, so you're right. That is negative.
Alec.
2 negatives equal a positive.
Stop it.
Right.
Alec, I know usually I go to you next. Do you mind if I give my bold prediction next?
I'm intrigued.
Kevin, I'm going to need to interrupt you here.
Is this for the number of 4-game series they have left?
2.
Oh. At some point, you had 4 fingers up.
Did I?
Yeah.
I may have been counting games. But yeah, it's Kansas City and Seattle. That's
Okay.
it for the rest of the run
All right.
here.
If you go 2-2 in those then and win the rest of the series, you're making the playoffs.
Nope, that one's still 3.
Oh my God.
I'll keep studying.
And there's going to be no way to escape you for the next week.
Yeah, you can go to your room.
You think.
There have been times you had to be right next to me in a room.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, Alec, my bold prediction. The time has arrived. I know he said at the beginning of the season in spring training they hadn't talked about it with him yet. John Gray has completed his final rehab start because they know they don't need to build him up as much as they normally would.
If you build him.
For a starting pitcher, because they know the time has come for John Gray to close out these games for the Texas Rangers. Everybody keeps talking about, you need to trade for a closer. That's great. With what money or assets do you want to get that done? Yeah, you do. And his name, JG, John Gray.
Garrett. Oh,
not
Jason Garrett. Jason Garrett.
No, it's John Gray. It is time for John Gray to try to close out some games, and let's see what this thing looks like.
Okay, I got a question regarding that. Do you trust him? We don't know how he responds in a closed situation, like whenever things have gone bad.
Yeah.
And so you say try. I appreciate the word try in that because we don't have a clue yet, but you're willing to go ahead and put that on him and say you're the closer.
And here's one of the reasons why. I mean, I'm sure all professional athletes are hard on themselves for a variety of reasons. I think John Gray really gives himself a tough time.
He does. That's true.
And so when you're the starter, you're just going to sit there, and it's going to be another 5, maybe you got an off day, 6 days before you can go back out there. One of the things about the closer, and I know some people would see this as a negative, I like the idea that if something went wrong for John Gray, he can get right back out there the next day, and he can be like, I'm going to fix it. That might be a strategy that kind of goes against what some people would think you would want in your closer.
I see that, yeah.
But I'm intrigued by that, and I really want to see him give the shot, because here's the thing. Like, we talk about Jason Robertson, and he just signed. He's going to get paid like $5 or $6 million the rest of the way. The Rangers would not have been able to afford that. So I think, did I say Jason Robertson?
Yeah.
I say that if you pick somebody up, it's probably going to be somebody who's like more underwhelming than people are expecting, unless you're willing to deal off some of your other assets, which it feels like people are not. So how about if you dealt off nothing and you went out and picked up John Gray, or used John Gray as your closer, and then use the money you do have to go get another leverage reliever that's not necessarily a closer.
Yeah, It also has seemed like that conversation's been had multiple times between Maddox and Boach and CY.
Right.
So like that's another thing, is this isn't something where they're just like, well, we'll see. This is something they've discussed at length for some time.
Yeah, absolutely. And what makes the whole situation more difficult, Alec, is there's so many variables at the moment, because Josh Spores is and he's in the midst of his rehab, and Boach said, hey, we would still have to like an appearance or two where he goes out there, pitches, sits down, and then goes back out there. And so that's something that it's just going to take like at least a little bit more time for that. Now Nathan Eovaldi, is he going to miss 2 starts? So like you do see kind of question marks at both starting and reliever.
It is interesting though how they seem fond of the idea of John Gray coming in for an inning and then going out and starting a couple days later.
Which that could be like your de facto, I guess, kind of side work, or
he's our whatever guy.
Yeah,
you know, he's ready whenever he's ready. We'll have him out there. Maybe so.
All right, Alec, do you have a bold prediction for us about the Texas Rangers?
Seeing some of these you already discussed, ESPN updated their trade deadline predictions and most likely players to be traded. So this is a bit of a combo for you guys. One, I don't think Adolis Garcia gets traded.
Okay.
And two, because of the conversation surrounding his name, he returns to 2023 form throughout the rest of the regular season. And I say that because, one, I feel like that's pretty bold to say.
Yeah.
Two, we all know he's a pretty emotional guy when it comes to the baseball field, when it comes to his teammates, when it comes to everything surrounding him in the world of baseball. He's just really invested. He hears a lot of things. He pays attention to a lot of things. And I think that's going to get to him in a positive way. I think he sees those conversations about, well, you know, the Rangers could get off that money right now and maybe a change of scenery helps. And he says, change of scenery, my butt. I'm going to get out there and I'm just going to tear the cover off the baseball and shut down these conversations as quick as I can. He ends up being a positive for them at the plate the rest of the regular season.
Look, I can think of no better offensive addition than on fire Adolis Garcia. We've talked about what that looks like for this team and what that looks like for the rest of the Major League Baseball, especially the Astros. On fire Adolis Garcia is amazing.
Bobby said this morning that Wyatt Langford's beginning to get frustrating to him. And
I get it.
So on fire Adolis, what about consistent Wyatt Langford?
Sure.
Do you have any consistency with him at the moment?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you know what you're getting from the product, or you're like, man, he just still has so much room to grow?
But, okay, so I think those are two different things, because the second one, I definitely agree with that. But for me, the frustrating part about Wyatt Langford has been how fairly consistent and underwhelming that he's been.
He's been a baseball player.
Yeah, once you get past April, when he was just playing phenomenally, you had a disappointing May, a disappointing June, and then, you know, a solid but still unspectacular month of July. And what it's led to you to is him looking a lot like he did last year. And so the reason why I think that's disappointing, and I know I talked about this with Matt Hicks, and he did not necessarily agree with me.
Oh, he hates you.
Is, oh my gosh.
Not really.
He's on track to have more or less similar statistics to last year. Now, I realize he's going to be up in home runs, but probably down in batting average and RBIs. And it's just frustrating because I really thought, and he could still get there if he goes back to what he was in April. But I'm also frustrated with the lack of kind of next step from Wyatt Langford, because I thought he was going to finish the season with like a WAR of 5 and change and an OPS of 800 and all of that.
Do you want him at the plate when it matters? Or you feel like
he would not be at the top of my list.
Yeah, and that's what I need from him.
Yeah,
is that whenever it's time, I'm like, oh my God, he is coming to the plate now. Everybody beware. And that's what I'm not there yet. And that's what I'm waiting for to happen, is whenever I feel like whenever that happens and that you start fearing him coming up to the plate, you'll start being like, oh, that's the consistency we're looking for. But right now, you're just like, no, we feel like we have an edge on him sometimes.
From the 903 bold prediction, the Rangers will sign Josh Smith to a long-term deal. Ooh, I actually would be pretty fascinated.
You know what my question is, right?
Where does he play?
Yeah. Is it a long-term utility player contract? Because, man, I wouldn't agree to that if I was him.
Interesting. Now, look, I agree with this, and this is why so many, I think, Rangers fans are intrigued about getting into the playoffs, outside of the fact that, like, you just want your team to be in the playoffs. The Rangers go, from the 940, Rangers go 38-24 down the stretch for a wild card, and then that sheer fear of facing Eovaldi and DeGrom will cause every...
Heck yes!
Yeah, and
I love this idea.
And so, like, 88-74, I definitely think will get you a wild card spot. And then if you go into a series knowing it's Eovaldi, DeGrom, or vice versa, and you're probably
terrifying.
Like in a 7-game series, you're going to have to face them 4 times.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a day that makes you. That's 2 days right there that just make you go, I'm frustrated. I don't know what to do to beat this guy. That's what you're feeling the whole time. And then the Rangers have already won. It's good. They've scored their one run.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're good to go.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway and we'll do some NFL overreaction or reality, plus our Treaty Oak Revival ticket giveaway and perhaps some Wanker of the Weekend. All of it next right here on The Fan.
They say this part of the workday can be the biggest cry. Have never listened.
Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KC.com. Then call 844-TX-LAKES for your Saturday, July 26th showing. That's call or click 844-TX-LAKES or click 844-TXLakes.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by A-Star.
Don't choose between staying cool and having fun. With A-Star, you can do both. Get a new AC system for as low as $89 a month and enjoy a 5-day, 4-night stay in Cancun on us. Call 214-655-COOL or visit astardfw.com. Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
2nd and goal. Darnold looking for his 5th touchdown pass of the day. Addison gets his 3rd.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will have a ticket giveaway for the Treaty Oak Revival at some point in this segment. But we're going to start with NFL overreaction or reality. I'm just going off of the numbers. This is not my opinion. Don't get mad at me. In the NFL Top 100, Dak Prescott was 79 and Sam Darnold was 72. Overreaction or reality, Sam Darnold is better than Dak Prescott.
I think that's an overreaction. Okay. Although I think head-to-head, hadn't Sam Darnold beaten him every time? I don't know.
Is that right?
I don't know. They beat him once in New York. I don't know how many times they played outside of that. But I guess the thing with Sam Darnold is I never thought he was a first-round, like a true first-round pick that high.
Okay.
And so he's never, this is very similar to, I guess Wyatt Langford for you. He has, or Bryce Harper. He hasn't lived up to what he was supposed to be. But yeah. I, at the time, thought, and I guess I got some information from Jared, too, who went to USC. They were like, hey, look, he had a bad team around him in college, but he also gave up the ball a lot of times. You know, like he was one of those guys. So I think Dak is better than we give him credit for. Not as good as some people think, but better than we give him credit for.
All right, Alec, NFL overreaction or reality. Sam Darnold is better than Dak Prescott.
Can't wait to isolate that. This is an overreaction. I just kind of with Corey, I don't know what about Sam Darnold specifically makes him better, and he had a really good year with a really good offensive team last year, and great for him. I don't know how that's going to look in Seattle right now. I'm not saying they're worlds apart, but I do think Dak Prescott has been at least more consistent in his time in the league, which I would give the nod to him just for that alone. Yeah. Obviously, overall success, about the same. They haven't really done anything in their careers, but I think the better pure passer and even at times protector of the football would be Dak. So like Corey said, Darnold loves to give the football away sometimes, but yeah, getting too far into the weeds to it, I think you would think that Dak is a better quarterback here.
Now, this is going to be a nonpartisan discussion. However, it starts with this. President Trump called on the Washington Commanders to immediately change back to their former name. He also had the most amazing giant blocked USA hat on ever. Those letters are so big.
You know how I said that I think Dak's hats get taller every year? Trump's hat got taller.
It definitely looked closer to that Micah hat that he was wearing on the podcast with The Undertaker than a regular hat. Overreaction or reality, you believe Washington will actually go back to its old moniker?
I don't.
I don't think so either.
But I also, Kevin, because old tweets exist, right? Somebody went back and pulled an old Donald Trump tweet that said from like 2013, the president should not be considering having the Redskins change their names. There are more important things to do right now. And I was like, well, but like, and I don't understand who's asking for this.
Never.
Who's asking for it right now?
See, I've heard.
Can we not just move on?
I've heard there's some Native American groups that would like that, but again, I don't know how big of proportionately that is to the rest of society.
But who's asking for this to be brought up right now and for it to matter?
Oh, I didn't say it mattered. I want to make that very clear. I think politics on both sides is filled with a plethora of distractionary tactics.
That is very true. And it's not just politics.
Oh, for sure.
Like
that's a great point.
Government entities, CIA, FBI, they use these things all the time. Hold on. This is a big story.
Yeah.
Throw 10 other things out there right now so that we can cover this one, or distract from that. I don't think it's going to happen, but if he really does, think about this. Look at what Target's had to do. They're very scared. They were like, we saw what happened to our bottom line whenever that man decides to get his group active. And so what are we going to do if we really want to get this done? And they say they're going to keep us from building a stadium.
Yeah.
Can he really do that?
You'd have to have a lot working to make it happen. I guess you could. I don't think it's likely. Alec, what say you?
It's not going to happen. There's too many things that go into the process of changing. Whenever they changed their name the first time, I learned how much really goes into that, where they have to buy out existing merchandise that has the old branding on it, and like all of the trademark issues, because people start theorizing and it starts getting leaked about, oh, this name could be in contention. So some rando in Hawaii goes and trademarks that name, So like there's so many different things that go into it, to where as even just a few years after, they're not going to pivot that quick, and I don't think they're ever going to do it. That might be bold to say, but there's just too much that goes into it.
Now, I wouldn't have thought I would care so much about this, but the more I read about it, I was really intrigued. So, Justin Herbert has blue eyes, but he got these contacts that make his eyes look red. Now, is it possible in my head I'm envisioning them like being all red, and that's probably not the way it really is? But overreaction or reality, having a quarterback with eyes that are red would make you feel unstoppable. Because Justin Herbert said, when I stepped into the huddle, I think some of the guys were a little surprised, but they were like, oh, we're going to score. And so I like the idea that you're like, oh, hell yeah. Justin Herbert is the greatest quarterback that's ever lived.
No! You said that. Two things. One, red eyes are as terrifying as frothing at the mouth. So you want to throw in some
Little Giants,
some Alka-Seltzers?
Yeah.
Sweet. Good job, Justin Herbert. Secondly, Malcolm Jamal Warner's no longer with us, Kevin.
Oh, Theo?
He's passed away at the age of 54.
That's so young. Did he have a disease or something that... I have to admit, I'm not like up to date on Malcolm Jamal Warner
Accidental
information.
drowning?
Oh,
What
no.
TMZ is reporting.
Oh, that's
sad. Man. That's very sad.
I still like, and I know there's so many other episodes and he did other stuff as well, but I always picture him as like a teenager wearing that crazy version of the popular shirt.
And I always picture him in that tank top while his dad's sitting there trying to like go do the Monopoly money thing with him.
Oh, yeah.
And eventually he's just like, I'll drive a moped. And he's like, don't forget about gas. And you're like, oh, the realities of life.
And then later on, Malcolm Jamal Warner played Shirley's husband on Community.
It's true.
It is sad.
Red eyes are scary.
Okay. Alec, you said yes.
Yeah, I feel like red eyes in any situation like that would strike fear into anybody. And if they were on my side, I would believe that we could do anything that I would deem impossible otherwise. So, yeah, I would want... This needs to be a regular thing. Get rid of visors. Visors are so, like 2012? They used to be so cool. Nobody talks about them anymore. Just have all the players get colored contacts to protect from UV rays and stuff. And then boom, football players are even more terrifying than they already are.
Now, I know a version of this question usually gets asked. Go
Think
ahead.
about the Bronco real quick, Kevin. Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, they just had a Bronco for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Then they had our Bronco with red laser eyes. Remember what happened then? They became unstoppable.
How many people remember that?
Laser eyes.
News
We got to go
report.
find that audio. It's hilarious.
All right. So we try a variation of this probably every year.
All right.
It hasn't worked yet, but it could.
It will.
NFL overreaction or reality. All 4 NFC North teams will make the playoffs. Think about it. 3 of them had at least 11 wins. They combined, those 3 combined for 40 wins, and a lot of people think Chicago had the best offseason.
Oh, man, I like this as a fun game. I'm going to say it's still an overreaction, though.
Okay.
There's just too many variables. Like, if you're asking me to take that or the field, I'll take the field.
That makes
too many variables, but it would be pretty impressive if that was accomplished because they seem to be some really good teams. Green Bay's always a wild card for me.
Yeah.
I either don't expect them to be as good as they end up being, or I expect them to be better and they don't end up being that. So I never really know how to gauge them, and the health of Jordan Love's obviously a huge factor there.
Alec, is there a chance that all 4 teams from the NFC North could make the playoffs, which would, of course, leave no room for any other wild card teams?
Like the
in
Cowboys,
NFC,
potentially?
unless they won the division.
There you go.
I'm with Corey. Like, if I was putting money on this, I would take the field, but it is absolutely possible. So I'd say reality, because that division, I think the coaching changes absolutely made that possible. I do think the player acquisitions that some of those teams made as well. I really just point to Chicago and I say they're the difference maker here, where, you have the coaching change, you have the revamped offensive line, you add some tools to the offense for the quarterback, who is actually, as we joked about last week, going to get told what to do and what not to do with this coaching staff. That's really the wild card team, no pun intended there for me, where thanks, Corey, appreciate that, where I do think that they're going to be the reason that becomes a reality.
NFL overreaction or reality? The Chiefs' streak of 9 straight AFC West titles is coming to an end this year.
Because of Justin Herbert's laser eyes?
Or whoever.
Bo Nix's laser eyes.
Probably not the Raiders, but I guess I did say whoever.
Definitely not the Raiders. Oh, you know what? I'm going to give the Raiders some love this year. And they have a coach.
Is that the end of it?
It's a big factor, dude. For that team, they have a coach that actually has some, understanding of how it goes.
A coach you believe in.
Yeah.
You made it sound like they just fundamentally had
They
a coach.
hired a guy.
So you were believing.
No, yeah, I think that this could be the year, Kevin. All the other teams put it all together.
Huh. Okay.
Around them, and then the Chiefs aren't going to make it. But they're going to be in the playoffs, though.
They're just not going to win their division.
Right. But they'll be in the playoffs and probably be in the Super Bowl again.
I could see that. Alec, reaction to reality. This is the year that the Chiefs do not win the AFC West.
I actually like that idea where they don't win the division, but they still somehow, because they're so stupidly good, end up in the Super Bowl. That I actually believe that idea more than I believe the idea in and of itself that they just don't win the division. Like that's just the most Chiefs thing ever. But I'll go reality because I've sang the praises of the Broncos the past few weeks. I really do think that they've got the right idea. And what did they do this offseason? They got better defensively, which I think is going to be key because I don't think the Chiefs necessarily got better offensively this offseason. So I think that's not working in their favor. I think it's working more in the favor of the Broncos. And, the Raiders, I don't think they're going to win that division, but I think they could definitely play a little bit of a party foul there for the Chiefs. So, yeah, I'll say reality.
I'm going to throw at least one more out for you, and Corey, I know this one's going to be tough for you.
All right.
NFL overreaction or reality? The Giants will be the first team to fire their head coach this season.
They've kind of been waiting for that, right?
It feels
like they've just been kind of. I think the Colts could definitely be one of those two.
You think the Dolphins?
Dolphins, I think, because of the things that happened this offseason, the voices that were saying, hey, we were joking. We lied about actually being, I think that could definitely be a factor there. But I do feel it's an interesting place because you asked the question with Jim Nill a lot.
Yeah.
How many coaches do you get to get? And down in Miami, there's a good working relationship between the coach and the GM. And I wonder how strong his voice is in that, or if he's like, man, I got to protect my job. And it's time for you to go. While our offense has been fun, this team, you are not a complete team. You are just a good offense.
Agreed. Alec, overreaction to reality. The Giants will be the first team to fire their head coach this season.
I'll go reality, even though it seems like there's a bit more of understanding there after this draft. It just seems more positive. It seems like Dable's running around a bit happier. It seems like the GM isn't as uptight as he used to be. It seems like morale is okay, but the circumstances point to me saying That's got to be the early favorite right now, and for me, I think it still is.
Can I ask a follow-up question to this?
Does Zach Taylor get a pass if they don't sign any of their players?
It's not the question.
Okay.
What happens first? Jackson Dart starts or Dable gets fired?
I think the first one.
You think Jackson Dart gets his chances, and if it's not going well, that you're like, all right, that was it, man. That was your last opportunity.
Yes, because I could see Dable, whether this is true
they have
or not.
17 quarterbacks there.
That's true. I could see a scenario in which he's like, well, if you would just let me use my guy.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, all right,
here you go.
Use your guy. Let's see what happens.
And it doesn't turn out.
Yeah,
I got
exactly. All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10 will win a pair of pit tickets to go see Treaty Oak Revival on August 15th at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory. That is, of course, courtesy of Live Nation. You can go buy these tickets or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. The content is going to keep flowing because I feel like we should do a little wanker of the weekend. Can you give me cut 13, please, good sir?
And he's competitive and taking the lead in round number 8 as a 10-second clock sounds, and Manny Pacquiao, just like old times, getting the crowd on their feet. Big round for Manny Pacquiao.
Now, this one's has become more complicated. Is the wanker of the weekend just boxing officials in general? Because there were multiple live scorecards, though, just everyone's opinion, that had Pacquiao, winning the fight over Mario Barrios 116-113. So there are some people who think Pacquiao got jobbed. But then Barrios came out and it was ruled a majority draw and said that he got jobbed and he was actually the winner of the fight. Now, if both fighters really, really feel like they won, do you think maybe majority draw was right? Or do you think that boxing officials were the wanker of the weekend because in a sport that often feels corrupted, they didn't go with their money player and give the win to Manny Pacquiao so he could set up another fight? There are some people who thought he might fight Floyd Mayweather again.
What? Why?
I don't, because people would
Money?
watch it. Yes, exactly.
Would you watch it?
Probably.
What? I wouldn't.
Look, I didn't say I felt good about it. I just said I'd probably watch it.
Dude, I know we're talking boxing right now. Can I go on a little MMA conversation?
Sure.
My son has gotten into UFC.
Oh.
And my nephew is a big Kevin Holland fan.
Yes.
He did not know that we interviewed Kevin Holland before he became Kevin Holland.
Yep.
And so they were like, oh my gosh, they had all these questions and all this stuff. And I was like, yeah, we had to tell him he couldn't talk on radio anymore because he used to cuss so much.
Man, he did cuss.
But he was really nice.
Yeah,
we were always like, he's really fun to be around. But they were watching that fight over the weekend, and I guess our buddy Max Holloway, is who I got to cuss on radio, and then told him he couldn't. It was hilarious.
That was at the Super Bowl.
He's gonna live forever.
Yeah.
It looks like that dude is like Poirier doesn't get his win in his final one and everything, and that's But Max Holloway just keeps doing that. But then Kevin Holland, he was just like, they were laughing because evidently he kept trying to knee somebody in the face, and he was just so gassed that he couldn't do it. They're talking about his career, though, Kevin, and he sounds to me like the perfect, is it shill? The perfect guy to lose. The perfect fall guy.
Poirier or Holland?
Holland. Because he fights, 4 or 5 times a year?
Yes.
And he's just like, I'm just going to try and make as much money as I can. I don't care about my record.
So I'm really glad you said that last part. I think it was Yahoo or somewhere else. I saw an article that asked, does Kevin Holland care if he wins or loses as long as he puts on exciting fights? Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. He does put on exciting fights, but sometimes strategically you wonder if maybe that is the way that he should have gone.
The idea is like, if you trained for a big fight and you like really put in the time to commit to something like that rather than fighting all this much, would you be able to have a better record and bigger wins? And he's like, I don't care. I'm going to do this.
See, it's tricky too because he's also excelled more than I thought he would in the UFC.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and Dana White loves him.
Yeah.
All right. We are not a court of law.
Yet.
That's a good point. unless prop 3 passes like we all hope it will. I'm just kidding. That's not a real thing.
Okay, I was like, oh my God.
I mean, I'm sure there is a prop 3, but it's not to make radio shows courts of law.
Prop 3 in California. Let's see what that is.
All right, so Terry Rozier, we're just going to report on the facts as they stand. I will let you decide whether or not you think he has a good case in front of him.
All right.
On the morning of March 23rd, 2023, a bettor at a sports book in Biloxi, Mississippi, placed $13,759 in bets on the unders for Rozier's stats that night in a game between the Hornets and the Pelicans, according to documents obtained by ESPN through an open records request. The professional bettor went on to place 30 different wagers in 46 minutes, I believe at multiple casinos, all on the under for Terry Rozier. He won all 30 bets after Rozier took himself out of the game 10 minutes in, citing a foot injury.
All right, how much did they win then? Do you know?
Ooh,
I
don't know the answer to that.
All right, first off.
Doesn't look good.
What did you need this money for? That's my first question.
Okay.
When he answers, I'll be like, see, gotcha, you dummy. I gotcha. I tricked you. If he's like, I didn't need the money, now I have to ask more questions. All right.
What, do you have a second question in mind, or
how much money did you win?
Okay.
Why did you bet it at 30 different bets at different locations? Why didn't you just put it all down on one? And he's like, well,
see, and that
because you put it all down on one because you don't want to go anywhere else. It's like, whatever.
So the highest wager for the professional gambler that really feels like may have been in cahoots with Rozier was $2,700, which I know they're trying to
the maximum.
See, it
untaxable or untraceable.
Maybe, but if you're making a bet in Mississippi on the under of rebounds for Terry Rozier for $2,700 at 9:30 in the morning. I have questions.
Kevin.
I am suspicious. By the way, I said multiple casinos. I apologize. They were all on self-serve betting kiosks.
Okay.
Which allows a few $100s at a time. So the biggest bet he made, he had to go to the window to make because that was probably too much.
See, that's sus. And that means
it.
Suspect, by the way.
Oh my God.
If you didn't know.
You are, what, at least 30 years too old to be using
That's
that?
suspect,
20?
if you will.
Mm-hmm.
That's 30 different wagers. That I guess if you're like, well, I could only bet so much, then you leave and go to the desk.
Yeah.
Or the cage or whatever, wherever you're going to bet it. Yeah, this is very suspect, dude.
So the casino originally refused to pay off the wagers, citing rigging and suspicion of inside information. They eventually did pay it out. He made $13,000.
That's it?
That's it.
On 13,000 in bets?
Yeah. 13,000 in profit.
Yeah. No, I get it.
So they were all like even money over-unders, more or less.
So he needed $26,000.
But don't you think the person who made the bets got a cut of it?
Yeah, maybe. It depends. Look, dude, maybe he needed something. Maybe he needed it for a reason.
Okay.
Let's think of a reason.
Oh, no.
He might be sleeping with the fishes if he doesn't get the money.
Sleeping with the fishes.
Fishies.
Huh? Mm-hmm.
Maybe there was a woman that needed some money. I'm going through some scenarios here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what would he need $30,000 for?
Mm-hmm.
When you've needed $30,000, what have you needed it for, Kevin?
Pay off credit card debt.
See, maybe he had some credit card debt.
And
maybe he needed to hire an assassin.
Those balance transfers were coming due.
Yeah.
Not the assassin.
You don't know.
What? You're right. I don't know. All right. Are the Pittsburgh Pirates the wankers of the weekend?
What'd they do to Paul Skeens this time?
That is a fair question. So they got swept by the White Sox, which is not great. But more importantly, it put their all-time franchise record at 10,879 wins and 10,880 losses.
Oh, no.
It is the first time they have been below 500 since August 22nd of 1903.
As a franchise?
Yes. They had been at or above 500 for 122 years. Now, no more.
Dang, that is for a person like you, Kevin.
For sure.
That's definitely breaking your soul.
Oh my God, I'd be so crushed.
Now that you've brought this up, do you know the Rangers' all-time record?
Oh, no, I don't. It's got to be a losing record.
Dang, dude. Why'd you have to say it like that?
I mean, look, even when we won a freaking World Series, it's sandwiched around 7 losing seasons.
Alec, you're not as negative as Kevin.
You're going to be wrong.
Do you believe the Rangers have an all-time winning record or an all-time losing record?
I don't know if I want to quote Kevin or Corey here. If I want to be Corey, I'll say push. If I want to be Kevin, I'll say what he wants Corey to say. In my heart, they have a winning record.
I like that.
In my heart.
Your heart's the only place that matters.
Okay, you know
Home
what?
is where the heart is.
In my heart, we're back-to-back defending World Series champions.
I wear my heart on my sleeve.
Okay, what's the answer?
4,868 wins. 5,352 losses. So
see,
hold on.
they've lost like 500 more games.
476 winning percentage.
Okay, well, you'd have to go undefeated the rest of this season and the next 2 seasons to even get close to drawing it back to 500.
You saying they can't do that?
Yes, I am.
See, everybody? Proof again that Kevin thinks that you can't go 162
I don't understand how I don't think you can achieve the thing that's never even come close to happening in the history of sports makes you a hater.
You don't believe in great things happening.
I do. Just not unbelievable great things.
It could happen.
All right. Are the wankers of the weekend, besides me apparently, people harassing UNC press?
I have another question.
Oh, God.
Do you believe Jesus will return or a team will go 162-0?
I think Jesus will return before that happens.
Sorry, teams. All right, back to your other question.
All right. UNC press. People keep calling UNC press, and they're like, hey, we're curious if we could set up an interview with Bill Belichick. Maybe they have thoughts about his lady friend or the football team or whatever. And so they keep calling UNC Press again and again. UNC Press is a nonprofit book publisher that is affiliated with the University of North Carolina. They have had to put out multiple videos, including some on TikTok, to tell people that they have nothing to do with the University of North Carolina sports department.
This is where I wish we could, on air, live call them every day once. Just to be like, hey, what are your thoughts on getting us some Bill Belichick this week? Just to see, I would love that bit. To just call them, but we can't because they have to know, so.
Yes.
But I would love to hear them hang up on us and cuss and hang up, whatever it is. But that has to be a beating. That's definitely got to be a beating. That's not us.
It says on their TikTok video, like in the description, the amount of times we get mistaken for the media office is wild. So look, don't reach out to UNC Press unless you're looking to get like a book published.
All right, Kevin. You work at UNC Press. Are you answering the phone and saying hello, or are you just hanging up every time you answer the phone?
Yeah.
Have you been answering?
I'm answering the phone. UNC Press, a book corporation. Coming up next, we will hear from the Dallas Cowboys. Their welcome to training camp press conference. Maybe a little C block, depending on how the time goes. We'll do it next, right here on The Fan.
30 straight minutes without interruption. It's our on-time experts, commercial-free expressway at 720 with Sean and RJ, 1220 with KNC, and 520 with G-Bag. Right here on The Fan, on your smart speaker, and on the Odyssey app, presented by Camaro.
gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound...
Fact. Or a wasp.
Fact.
Or a bee.
True.
Something that flies and stings.
Are there more things? Like this outside of that general family?
I don't know.
Okay.
But if there were, remember the death wasp or whatever?
Oh my god. Yes, I do.
However, there's also something just as terrifying, and that is bats. Over the weekend, Kevin Kisner was in the booth doing the play-by-play for golf, and there was a bat in the booth, and it sounded like this.
Speaking of scattering, this is going on in our booth a moment ago. Apparently, a bat of some sort is flying around. Kevin Kisner, this is a man who is a proud hunter. He's out there. He's under his jacket. He is spooked by this bat. Dan Hicks trying to keep it away from him. You never know what you're going to get at a major championship. You're on the air for 8-9 hours. Apparently, Fax and Terry on the other side were just fine and calm. However, Kiz has taken cover under his sport coat, the nicest sport coat. Dan has saved his partner and protected him, and I believe the guys are back in the booth and in position to continue with the action.
That is Kevin Kisner hiding under his sport coat from a bat, which I get. All right. Bats are terrifying. You don't know what they are, honestly.
Okay. First of all, what? But also, second of all, are people more terrified of bats, like the same concept of the bees and wasps, or is there a tiny part of them that thinks they could get turned into a vampire?
Okay, nobody thinks you can get turned into a vampire by a bat biting you, right? 877-881-1053.
Crap!
It's the bat has to turn into a vampire, and then the vampire has to bite you.
You're telling me that if somebody got bit by a bat, there's not a tiny part of them that would be like a little worried the next morning.
Somebody
when
would
they try to go out
shoot
in
a
the
web out of their
sunshine.
wrist. They'd be like, "Oh," and they'd be like, "That's Spider-Man."
That's a
dummy.
different person.
Man, you know what? I've always thought that it had to be a vampire, not a bat. That was just always my thought. But maybe there are people out there. Somebody says flying ants. Do they sting? Are those terrifying? But dude, they're
oh my god, yeah.
Don't their wings look weird?
What do you mean? How do they
bat
look?
wings? They're weird. Their hands are on the end of the wing. It's just weird.
I really hope everyone is watching on
Plus,
the fan.
they sleep upside down. That's weird too.
And this is a sports story
because it happened on a golf course.
Yeah, came from the British Open.
They have bats in
called
Britain.
The Open now.
Well, yeah. Why did they do that?
How long ago did that change?
Do you know the answer?
No, I don't.
Me either. But I bet Choppy does.
I could see that.
But yeah, man. This reminds me of a story. One day I was in a booth getting ready for a game, and I see a wasp trying to get into the glass window. Somehow, the wasp did get into the glass window. At which point, Kevin collected his things calmly and stood outside of the door and peered through the glass window of the door, waiting for said wasp to get killed or leave. And but what was so amazing about it was how quietly Kevin just collected his things. He even got his computer. He got everything and just left the room, slowly shut the door. He didn't panic or anything. Kevin, were you afraid in that moment that if you panicked, that it would attack you more?
Yes, and I also did not want to call attention to myself. And then also, I knew somebody was going to try to kill it. And if they missed, then I envisioned the wasp running amok in there and killing us all.
From the 817, you're more likely to get rabies than turn into a vampire. Like, that's the reality.
Okay.
Is that they do carry rabies at times.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure eating guano is a good thing, based on what some movies have pointed out.
You needed the movie to tell you that?
No.
Okay.
I'm trying not to eat most fecal matter from animals of some sort.
But only most, huh?
I guess all. Well, shrimp they're not a mammal or animal, right?
I don't know.
So, but sometimes you just happen to get the shrimps, the vein, and you're like, did I devein it or not? That's the question. Kevin, next question.
Please, God, let it be different.
What's the first thing you're looking for when we head out to Oxnard?
The Dallas Cowboys presser right here on the fan.
Same format as we typically use. Flag me down. I'll make a note and I'll call on you. Okay, so wait till I call on you, and we'll roll through here what we need to get done. So with that, we will start off with Calvin.
Good morning, Calvin. How we doing, buddy?
Tyler Smith said yesterday he thinks this is a Super Bowl team. This is for Jerry and Steven. Your thoughts of all the moves that you've made. You think this is a roster that can help you achieve your goals?
Tyler's one of the most intelligent guys in the NFL. And if he's thinking that way, I'll go right along with him. But I think that we've addressed many areas that bit us as I look at what last year was about. Y'all are going to ask about some of those, I'm sure, here today, but I think we've addressed them in a good way that will make us better. Having Dak under center is a good place to start to begin with.
I got one more. Micah Parsons, do you expect him, even though he's here, do you expect him to practice until he gets a contract finalized?
Well, everybody here is under contract. Everybody. Yes. And so that's what that is. From the standpoint of, let's say, what happens relative to, I'm looking at the entire NFL when I say this, and that's players that are under contract and teams looking to make it better for the team and for the player. In terms of that, that is incumbent if you're in that price range. When you're up there in that top 10%, so to speak, of the league, and that top quartile of your team, leadership is really big. And leadership exhibits himself when you're negotiating as well. And so I'm appreciative of Micah being here. I am. And it's incumbent upon us all. We've got a player that we've docked him for not being here during off-season workout, as you well know. And we will fine him for that, because those parts of a contract to go directly toward the leadership that he's is as a player relative to the rest of the team, and certainly, obviously, to our fans as well. So I'm big into, and not alone either, big into showing anything you can do for leadership if you're going to be one of these guys that are in the top drawer of all the money.
Clarence.
Clarence Hill, All City, DLLS. I know it takes two to tango, and every contract is different. But in March, you talked about, Micah, and that you had everything in place as far as an agreement mentally on the numbers. Here we are in July, and you still haven't had a deal. Any frustration of why a deal has not been done?
Not at all. Not at all. We do, and I don't mean this, I have things undone, dangling participles. I bet I have 20 of them every day in some pretty serious areas. You can't have it all done at the same time. It doesn't work that way. And so this is just a part of it. We've got, again, I want to mention that we're here with everybody under contract. 2 years ago, we were here, and I think Zach Martin wasn't here. You had a situation, although he had a contract, so you worked through that. I was looking at this documentary, and it spent some time going back in the Emmitt Smith negotiation and what was going on there. There's nothing new about what we're talking about here today relative to contracts. That's been going on a long time. Now, if you say, well, if you don't get him in, are you going to lose the first two games and then go on to win the Super Bowl? Well, we'll take that. That's what happened with Emmitt, of course.
You brought up Emmitt. You know, from the outside looking in, it seems like this has been a pattern of waiting and not getting guys done.
It wouldn't be hard to, because personally I've been around, Stephen's been around, relative to anything to do with a contract or money since 1989. It wouldn't be hard to characterize anything in there as a pattern. Now, if you can make some sense out of that, all that period of time and the ups and downs and the nuances of individual player and a contract and of those times, then that's getting pretty good. When you're charting trends, you take those tops and you go and you get your trend from all those tops. But underneath them is all this up and down, up and down. Looks like a recording of a voice, high and low. And so that's just what it is. And you just look at a trend. I've had times when I should have gotten up. I had times when I did get up and I should have sat down, or times when I should have shut up. So all of that comes to bear. Some of them's been real good. Some of them I would do over again. So that is not a That's a wandering way of saying I am not the least concerned about having any dangling participles out here on a contract anywhere.
And the idea that the numbers have gone up as you've taken time, still haven't gotten it done with Watt signing, and certainly after some of the guys signed off season, it doesn't matter that the longer you wait, it seems like the money has gone up on Michael.
Used to price, let's say, Buick for, I can remember when they were $5,000, believe it or not. And today, I don't know what they sell for, but that's a lot more than $5,000. I've seen them go dead at $5,000, and I've seen them go dead at $50,000. It's just the times you're in, and it's the money you're in. I'm not trying to be cute, but it's all relevant to me. And again, I don't have any issue. I'm not concerned at all about what our team can be this year and develop into, and what we make of our training camp. I'm not at all concerned about a contract that involves and will affect that in any way. I can't emphasize that enough.
Todd.
Todd Archer with ESPN. Stephen, in the past, you guys have been able to work deals here, long-term extensions with guys. Are there plans to talk to Micah's agents while you guys are here, and maybe other players as well?
Well, obviously, when you're together here at camp, it makes for a good environment to get some things done before the season starts. At the end of the day, I think, Clarence, you said it best, it does take two. And a lot of times you might be surprised where we might be and where they might have been, where they were wanting to hold. And obviously, I think most players do understand if you're willing to take risk, you're willing to go out on the field and wait a year to do your contract, and you play well and you bet on yourself, then usually that will happen, in a positive way for the player. They understand that. But, no, this is a great environment to look at, not just Micah's situation, but all situations in terms of players that are probably going to be up for contract next year, or, be in a year where, they're either, could be franchised or tendered or whatever that may be. So we're always looking for those opportunities, and certainly the players. We have players that are interested in that, and we'll be working on that while we're here at camp.
And Brian, with Micah, if he doesn't practice while he has a hold in, what do you do?
You should work every day. I mean, however this thing plays out, it's going to play out. The fact that Mike is here, he's talked all offseason about wanting to take more of a leadership role. He's talked about wanting to be great. We know he's a great player. And, again, I think that we're excited he's here. And there's a lot of ways to get this thing done. But like we've said, we're committed to having him take that next step, not just as a player, but as a leader.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
On the tango part of it, though, Micah said in the podcast that ownership has overcomplicated this thing. In your mind, do you guys think this has been overcomplicated?
Of all of the people that I've sat down with as a player, of all the players that I've ever negotiated with, Michael Parson is as savvy and knowledgeable and understanding of his financial business relative to football as any player I've ever been around.
John.
Now, he's smart.
John Machado with The Athletic. Jerry, have you had a chance to actually talk to his agent yet?
I've talked with people that have talked to him. Let's put it like that. I don't necessarily talk to these agents, or I don't necessarily talk to attorneys, and I do stuff everywhere, and I don't necessarily talk to the people that are hired to do certain things. I talk to the principals 90% of the time.
And for Brian, when you're getting ready to come out here, your first training camp as head coach, what's like at the top of your list of what you want to get accomplished over the next 3.5 weeks?
You know, we were talking about that last night with the staff a little bit. Just, we want to have a very physical training camp. There's limitations to what you can do, but, we want to come out of this thing knowing the emphasis of winning the line of scrimmage. Like, that's really important to us, both offensively and defensively. How we want to play, be a physical style team, both offensively and defensively. And so I would say that maximize our padded practices. Obviously got the work coming up against the Rams here in a couple weeks, and that's the big emphasis right now.
Tommy
Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Jerry, you kind of brought it up a little bit earlier with Trayvon Diggs. So what went into that decision, and then what do you want to see from him as a leader, like you mentioned, and where do you feel like he is in the recovery process?
We expect a player paid like Trayvon to be here all the time. We expect him to be leading. We expect him to be leading. But that's not new. That goes all the way back. Dion was not necessarily given to come to the weight room. And I explained to him that it meant a lot for him to be in there. I said, does the fact that I have more weight trainers and more equipment and I work hard every day have anything to do with it? And I said, it needs to have some show with it, and so that all the team and everybody can do it. He said, you're wrong. Done. I get it.
But
it's important. It's important to have the right body language in every respect when you are one of those rare, financially paid and gifted players. You've got to have some leadership about you.
But the de-escalation is contractual, spelled out. So he understood when he decided he was going to train in South Florida. He understood what the consequences would be.
Jane.
Jerry, I was just curious, because you know how these headlines can blow up. You said you don't always talk to the principals. In other words, David Mugoletta, Micah Parsons' agent. Why have you not spoken to him more directly the way you have Todd France or David Cantor in the past?
Jerry didn't speak to Todd France.
Okay.
And Jerry, as he said, doesn't speak to many agents. I do.
What is your relationship with Mugoletta been so far?
We've always had a good relationship with Mugoletta.
What would you say?
And specifically, Adam speaks to the agents as well. So, but Jerry's typically, whether it's a coach or a player, speaks directly to the principal.
And I don't talk to the attorneys and all of the other stuff that goes on, too. Now, it really wouldn't be time for everything if you did that. So I do talk to the principals.
About the fact that sometimes we drag these out. I know last year you guys have disputed whether there was any rust with CeeDee Lamb when he wasn't here at camp. For those of us who aren't in the rooms or aren't talking to the agent like you are, Stephen, what's holding it up? Is it APY? Is it injury language? What are the little nuances that are preventing a contract getting done? Since you talked to Micah, which is something you guys have done pretty early on with the player, more so than you have in the past.
Well, first of all, we've always felt like it wouldn't, it's not productive to talk about any details about what's holding what up. I mean, obviously, we don't have a deal with Mike, and we have work to do. That's the only thing I would comment on.
The other thing I would say is contracts are 4 or 5 years. Okay? There's a lot of water under the bridge if you step out there and do something in the first 2 or 3. You can get hit by a car, seriously. And so there's a lot to look at over a lot of years that could make a big difference. Have you ever heard of any clubs committing to players and then they didn't pan out after they committed to them? We have. And so my point is there's all the reasons in the world to, when you're under contract, and if you're not under contract, one of the things that exacerbates this is that you have a kind of a policy or a practice to have contracts, but have like it's some kind of obligation to do something before the contract is over. Okay? In other words, not have the benefit of the contract. Well, that goes completely against the benefit of the club, which ultimately should be to put a winning team on the field. And the more that you can husband, the more that you can spread it out and put it around and have other good players rather than all going to a few players, the better team you got. So there's a lot of reasons. Timing is a lot of reasons. And in fact, why would you go out and basically spend money just to spend money and not have had to spend it, but you can spend it 3 years later? Money costs money. There's a lot of reasons why. This old business of thinking, well, my goodness, it's pretty obvious to me everything goes up. So why don't you catch it when it's low? Have you ever thought that when it's low, they're counting on it going up? And those are the numbers that are coming out? Not the ones that are going on right there. Have you ever thought about that? That's it, 90% of the time. They are not dealing with you in those numbers today. They're dealing with projected numbers, which also usually have more fluff than reality. They've usually got an not imagination, but an expectation that those numbers are going to be higher than they are. And there's a debate. Okay, what if we're sitting here putting the club together and we're trying to get them and we don't believe they're going that high? Only God really knows, you know. So all of that comes to play.
Joe.
Joseph Boyd, Dallas Morning News. Jerry, kind of just talked about, you know, the things that can happen before a contract's up, and that's why you kind of wait for it a little bit. You've done deals, though, early with Trayvon Diggs, with Terrence Steele before it was time for it. What's the difference between those situations and a situation like CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons?
Frankly, should we have waited on Diggs and Steele? Oh, you brought them up. I didn't.
Well, the other thing is the willingness. I mean, you have players who are, you know, who decide, hey, I'm willing to wait. And I'm going to wait on bigger numbers. And then you got other players who want to be more conservative and say, hey, I'd like to have my money now. And that's every person's different. Every player's different. And you respect both sides. And like I said, we'll talk to 4 or 5 other guys other than Micah who are going to be up next year. Some will say, hey, I want to wait and play and think my numbers will go up. I'll play better. I'll do better. You know, the numbers will be up from last year. And we certainly respect that. And then you have some players who say, hey, I'm ready to take care of my family and decide to go now. And they've been varying for 30 years who wants to go ahead and do it early and who wants to wait.
Would you like to open conversations with Tyler Smith and his representation?
What makes you think we had?
Have you?
Like I said, you always hate to comment on this, their private and personal business, and it's not for me to talk about. If they want to talk about whether we're having talks with them, then that would be up to the player. I don't think it's productive for me to share, you know, who are the guys we're talking with and who's decided, hey, I'm going to wait. I'd rather do this after the season than now or back last spring. You know, we have to respect that.
Patrick.
Good morning, gentlemen. Football question for Shotty. When you're talking about starting training camp with several of your cornerbacks going on injured lists, Trayvon Diggs, Revel, Josh Butler, Kalen Carson is working his way back. Just talk about the challenge of trying to build continuity in the secondary when you have so many unsettled pieces at corner.
Well, I see it as a positive. I mean, I can see where there's issues, but it gives you a chance to look at some of the younger players. I think, you know, our objective to come out of these first 2 weeks, really, before we get into the joint practice against the Rams, is we want to see all these guys compete. We want to see who's developing, who took the things that we taught in the spring and who carried it over. The installation is going to be exactly the same. So OTA 1 is going to be training camp 1 tomorrow, and then day 2 and day 3. But so I think it's really not, you know, you could look at it as, oh, it's a negative for continuity. We'll get that figured out, but at the most part, we need to figure out and make the right evaluation of these guys to make sure that when it comes time to trim in the roster, that we're keeping the guys that we feel like fit our football team, not just based as a player, but as a person.
Nick
Harris, 4-Star Telegram. When you guys were looking at last season, obviously not the campaign you guys wanted, what were the big problems that you took away in your reevaluation, and do you think you've solved those problems going into training camp now?
Well, I'll speak to the first couple things. Obviously, when you look at the turnover issues last year. That was a problem for us. We have to be better there. Injuries are part of the game. We know that. But again, I just think at the end of the day, the consistency for us last year was not very good. And that's why I feel like the importance of this training camp. I think there's no better training camp spot in the world than here in Oxnard, Ventura County, and the weather, the work we're able to get done, just, in terms of just focus solely on football. That's why you come out here. That's what you love about it. And again, it's more about what we need to do moving forward. We came out of the spring saying, okay, these were some of the areas that we got better at. We felt like we got the system in place with Flus coming in, with Sorensen coming in, and now's a chance for the coaches to really perfect it. That's what you try to do. You look at you teach it in the starting point of phase 1, phase 2, you detail it in OTAs, and then your job is to perfect it as a coach and a player during training camp.
You guys need more out of Ozzie Smith and Tyler Guyton this next coming year. What's your confidence in each of those guys right now?
Mozzie looks great. Saw him last night. He looks great. He's excited. He's ready to go. He looks awesome. Again, young player. And then Tyler Guyton, I saw the thing of him training in the rain, doing some boxing. But again, he's worked his ass off. And again, why is training camp different? Because these guys actually get to hit each other. They get to lean on one another. And then when you play the game in the trenches, that's what matters. It's not what you do in OTAs. I thought we had really good OTA practices, but there's limitations. The key of training camp is you're able to do things that as close to simulates what you're going to do on game day.
Joe.
Shotty, Dak Prescott entered year 10. We know about what he's gone through in terms of injuries. What's your philosophy in terms of the work you need to see out of him and how much work you will give him?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, now that he's in the over 30 club, we're going to be smart with some of the things that we do with him. He is anti that. He wants to do as much as possible. Luckily, we have the trump card with him on that. But in all seriousness, Dak understands that, again, there's a smart way to train. We've got, two other quarterbacks we're really excited to evaluate. Joe Milton's a guy that we're really excited about. We want to see him play a bunch. And then, Will Greer's a guy that's been around. So although Dak's not going to like it as much, he's very aware that we're going to be intelligent with what he does.
And then one more I got for you. In terms of your message to the team in the first meeting, what are some of the highlights of that? Do you have any kind of a camp motto for these guys this year?
No, the motto is going to always be compete every day. That's what we're all about. It's not going to change. I've been other places where there's a theme of the year. I don't believe in that. I believe in that you should have a central theme of your program, and that's compete every day. And again, that's not just on the practice field. That's in the meeting rooms. It's time away, being smart, things like that. And again, the guys that I've seen and been around, they're excited, and they're excited to build off what we did in the spring. The spring was terrific for us, but it was just a spring. Now you're getting into July and August and the real dog days of summer, and that's where you're going to see the massive growth in this football team.
Tim.
Yeah, Tim Kalishaw, Dallas Morning News. Jerry, I wanted to say, first of all, and I'm late on this, you were great in Landman, and that to some extent made me look differently at you, things you do. Seriously. Now, having said that, you brought up charts, and Washington did go to the NFC Championship game. So this is the first time you've come to camp as the team that's been the longest in the NFC without a championship game. And you see that chart in 29 years. Is that embarrassing? What do you think when you see that and think about that?
I've spent a lot of those 29 years looking up, not looking back. I really have. And this thing has had some great peaks since 1989. But like football, they're few and far between. And so, yes, there have been some rough bumps along the way and some disappointments. Last year was one of them. I have always, though, known that you can't live off of last year or the year before. You've got to go do something and make some changes. Something's got to happen differently. If I sat around and dwelled on the past, and especially the negatives of the past, then I couldn't even get out the front door. And so I don't think about it. I do not think about it. I work on, in my case, I work on what I can do different in that mirror, how I can change some things that I think will help things. I don't apologize at all for the fact that I've got the passion to be in the spot I'm in, or I have the background, or I have the qualifications. I don't apologize about that at all to my mirror. What I say to that mirror is change this, act better there, do a better job there. Now, we didn't do well at quarterback last year because Dak got hurt, in my mind, just to show you how simple this is for me. And we didn't block them up very good, either pass protect or open the holes up there. I think we're going to do better. Do I know better if we don't have Dak? No. But if we got Dak, one thing that I'm so optimistic about is the guy sitting right over there. Because the minute the season was over, we wanted him to have the most influence on the offense and the most influence of getting the best out of Dak. He knows the personnel. And he knew obviously, where we could have done better and what circumstances we could have done better on. When I first was thinking about him, and with Steven and with everybody involved, I really didn't think about him being the head coach. I did think about him really being involved in helping us be a better offensive football team if, in fact, we were able to have some better combinations of things, personnel or what have you. So it's not hard for me, after not going to a playoff game or not going to an NFC championship game or not going to a Super Bowl, it's real hard for me to feel the pain you feel last year and feel the elation and the hope to this year at all. This is going to be exciting to see what a man that's spent 30 years, grew up in this game, never had a chance to head coach, and has got some of the finest, highest paid athletes in the world to step out here and go to war with. I'm excited about that, and I'm proud that he's getting this opportunity. He deserves it, in my mind. It became very clear to me that he would deserve it. What I'm trying to say, Tim, man, that makes me go here this year. That makes me feel good. I had no problem at all in the spring being excited about coming to training camp and thinking about it all. Do you think I really dwelled? How much do you think I dwelled on Emmett going in and being the most valuable player over in the Super Bowl when he was? How much do you think I dwelled on that, or not the Super Bowl, but the player that he was and when we played at Atlanta? How much time did I'm thinking about that because I just watched an episode on that, going back that far. But I'm not doing that to get over there and live in the past. If anything, everybody in this room should know that I've got to live more in today than I've ever had to, because that old time's running out. And that's just a fact. That's just what it is. So I'm living for now. You ask me how I rationalize it. That's exactly how I rationalize it. I know how lucky I am. I've looked forward to sitting here with you guys. You think, well, we've done this 15, 20 times in our lives. I'm going to tell you something. You could too. We could be anywhere we want to be, but our ass is sitting right here. Because we want to be. Because we want to be and be a part of it. Now, that's enough for me. And I have paid the price, personally. I don't have any problem justifying when somebody says, well, do it differently. Why don't you just watch it on TV? I don't have to. I paid too high a price in my mind for doing what I'm doing. And I'm ready to do it again. And I'm ready to walk up there and get that trophy if we could possibly get it. So that's a long-winded way of saying it doesn't daunt me at all to sit here. Face music. This isn't music. I'm glad to be here. And I know you know that I don't cut my throat every time somebody writes something bad about me. I know you know that. And so that's not an issue either. So I'm glad to see everybody. I'm glad to be everywhere. I'm excited about out here and what this camp could mean by and through what we've done. Have we done some things with our players and our personnel that could really give us a chance to shock the hell out of them and be better than most people think we're going to be this year? Absolutely we have, and it could happen. And that Dak go out here and light it up, and a lot of good things could happen with us, okay? That's exactly the rationale I used really last year when I made him the highest paid player in the NFL. And you don't think I didn't think about him getting hurt and not having him after doing that? That would be criminal had I not thought it out. Well, it happened. It happens. That kind of stuff happens. And get ready, you're going to get some knots when those kinds of things happen. We got a great chance to put together a team here this year that could be where we would like for it to be. I'm excited about that.
That was basically Landman too, so I appreciate that.
What?
Yeah, it was good.
Well, they didn't give me enough time on it. My best scene was when I was talking to, what's his name, laying up there in the bed. I said, the good news is that they say you're going to live. And so don't make me have to come up here and visit with my rubber glove and get you out of that bed. Now, they took that out, and I thought it was the best scene in the whole thing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Tim Kalashow with the question of the day. We might need to pause and recover a bit from the compliment that you
Thank you,
offered.
Tim.
So
thank you, Tim.
Yeah. Pat?
I've got to follow that. Thanks, Tim. Pat Doney, NBC BFW. Brian, you talked about wanting to have the best culture in all the pro sports, is what you said. The players were really excited about the energy in practice in the offseason. How do you maintain that through the dog days of training camp when we're here? And what do you think practices in the 5 here will feel like compared to what they've been like the last few years when you've been on the staff?
I think the biggest thing for me, number one, I really do believe that practice is what's going to separate us from the rest of the league. The way we practice, that's how important we believe that it is, and it's the energy and the way we start it from not just stretch with the music, but going through the bags and everything's being evaluated, everything's being graded. There's going to be a winner and a loser in every period that we have, and that kind of makes it fun. But it's the type of guys that we have. I'm an upbeat, positive person. That's my personality. I think I'll speak to what Jerry said. I feel blessed to be sitting in this chair. I'm excited about the guys that I get a chance to work with, both the players and the coaches. I think you look at the staff, having had a chance to work with the staff all spring, it's a dynamic staff. I think these guys know how to teach. They know how to demand. They get the best out of their players, but they've also learned to connect with their players on a higher level so you can have those real hard conversations and push them to the limits. When the days get hard and the practices get tough, that's where we need to excel. And I think we'll do that because of the culture and the connection, not just that we've set, but that the players have adopted, and they're excited about it.
Anything quirky like the basketball stuff, or that you're planning on to try and keep competitiveness going through the meetings, or anything that you're willing to share with us?
Yeah, always. I'm not going to share it with you guys because the players don't know what it is yet, but there'll be multiple sporting competitions that we'll be doing.
Mike.
Michael Coleman, KLTV, East Texas. You talked about your policy regarding Dak being over 30. On a younger player, the Marvion Overshown, his injury situation, what will your policy be regarding him?
Yeah, each player is different. Obviously we trust the training department. I think Jim and Britt do a terrific job with our doctors. But, again, there's a lot that can be learned from a knowledge standpoint by watching, by teaching. What I like to do with the guys that are out is actually let them coach some of the younger players. So like a guy like Demo, he can take, some of the younger linebackers that we have, Shamar James, and spend time teaching them things and coaching them while they're watching. So we don't see it as missed opportunities. Of course, you're not going through the physical aspect of it, but there's a lot that can be learned and taught when you actually teach something instead of just doing it. Sometimes players that are these elite athletes, you ask them to do something, they're like, oh, okay, that's easy for them. But when they have to explain how to do it to someone else, they really learn the insight that goes along with it.
Deuce.
Mike Ducey, Fox 4. Hey, Jerry, I think you answered this in Tim's question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. When you talk about changes and the willingness to make wholesale changes, has stepping away as GM even ever crossed your mind momentarily as a possibility through all these years?
And again, repeat that. I think I know what you said, but repeat it.
Has stepping away as general manager ever been even a momentary consideration for you through the years?
Yes. Momentary.
How long a moment?
Now, we're getting down to it. Small fractions of seconds, I promise you that.
Why did you talk yourself off that ledge?
Well, I didn't have any trouble talking it off because those were obviously painful moments when I would be thinking like that. And I just, that's not why I'm here. That's not from my part, that's not what it's been about. And from that standpoint, and plus, what is such a misnomer, and I really want to emphasize this. Probably unlike most general managers. For instance, Mike, he's not here, so I talked about him when he was here and talked about him nicely and everything else, but Mike hadn't spent much time in the draft room when he was at Green Bay. That's not how I've operated as general manager of the Cowboys. I have Shoddy, I have Steven right at this particular time. Hell, Tad might even be in there. But my point is, there is such a inclusion and discussions. And as you know, you see it, I'm in Senior Bowls, combines, all of that. All of that melds into a real good feeling about where we are, so that I'm not sitting up there throwing darts about a player, or I'm not sitting here logically addressing financially about whether to extend the contract going forward. But I have huge incentive to do it right. And so I ask these guys to the no end constantly, whether we're drafting a player, whether we're getting one in free agency. I mean, I'm covering it with them and going over detail about why not all the time. I don't know that I would put my inclusiveness of input with anybody in sport relative to the general manager duties. Being where I am, I have a good feel for risk and the tolerance for the risk, and so that's an advantage for me being there rather than somebody else there. There is no question that in sports, a general manager, if he is the one that can spend the money, and I emphasize that, but those guys can have bad runs of it, and then somebody else is there to take care of it when it's gone. There's not been any of that in 35 years here. There's not somebody else to have to take it on because it's a mess or something like that. That is a good governor of helping you make decisions. So I like it this way, but candidly, and if you watch this Netflix, you'll see, I gave every friggin' thing in my life and then exposed probably 2 or 3 times that to get to sit up here. And I did that when a lot of things weren't going right financially for a lot of things, sports, NFL, a lot of things. And I danced with that devil, and I've danced with it a few other times along the way. So if you think a little bit of what you write is going to deter me from sitting up here doing what I want to do, you're wrong. It's just not going to do it, because I've danced with the devil, the financial devil, and lived to tell about it. And so that resolve is there with me as well.
Coach, just real quick, you've obviously had this job for a while now, but to be sitting here today, just personally, what does it mean to you to be on the eve of your first training camp as a head coach?
No, I'm just thrilled, man. I think why? The people I get to do this with day in and day out, Stephen and Jerry, the entire Jones family, you take these couple weeks off, right, and everybody kind of goes all over the map, and then you're about a week or two away, you start realizing, like, man, I really miss the guys. I miss CD. I miss seeing Sanborn. I miss seeing those guys. And then you start shooting them texts, and then you kind of you work yourself into a frenzy. The excitement and the man, I can't wait to get started. So again, just thrilled to get started. It's going to be an awesome camp. We feel great about where we're at, and truly seeing these guys makes me feel like the luckiest man in the world that I get to lead those young men.
KJ Doyle, KRGB, Coach Schottenheimer, you heard just a few minutes ago, Jerry talked about how he feels like you've earned this opportunity, and what does the support that you have from him kind of mean to you, and how are the emotions kind of different heading into your first training camp as a head coach rather than an assistant on the staff?
That's a good question. Number one, the support from both these guys has been amazing. We've had some incredible conversations going back through the interview process and then through free agency and the draft. And I will piggyback off what Jerry said. I mean, the give and take is outstanding. How does this player fit? What's the role? Those conversations happen 24/7, and that's been awesome. And just in terms of this opportunity, do I think I deserve it? Absolutely. Do I think I'm ready? There's no question. And it can't get here soon enough. I guess it's here. But to get in front of the players and get started a little bit later today is going to be great.
I look real closely at, in Shotty's case, but I look real closely at the incentive to do everything he possibly can do to help our Cowboy fans, help us have a success. And he's got so much riding on him. He's got that dad in the sky. He's got his mom. He's got family. But more important, he's got a lifetime of work. So when I go into anything, I want to know what they've got at risk or what they've got at stake. When Johnson and I got together, okay, I knew exactly what I had at stake. Okay? When he came, we were probably 6 months before we ever did a contract on his salary. And he brought staff with him. Because my point was that was an incentive for us to do everything we could. And we did reach out stuff. And by the way, unbelievable, this guy was sitting right there. And look, Jimmy told me one day, he said, you're a pain in the ass. But he said, I could work with Steven for 20 years. And so the other thing I've got to remind everybody here is that from day one, this guy's been sitting there and other family members that I have just like him. We have evolved to this particular point. So it's not just me, but it is we. And the other thing is that at the end of the day, I believe it is the best way to win a Super Bowl. I believe that.
Jonah,
Javon, WFAA. Quick two-parter. I guess I'll start with Jerry because Tim brought up Landman. Were you upset that you didn't get nominated for a guest appearance for an Emmy?
I didn't know they'd had to vote. I'm teasing. I am teasing. No, not at all. Well, no. Let's be real clear about that right there, because I have no idea what qualifies you in that particular area. But I will say this, that it was a great pleasure to work with those guys that were there. And one of them, Billy Bob, he was raised about 30 miles from where I grew up in Arkansas. And his dad was a great coach, one of the greatest legendary baseball coaches ever. And he thought he was going to be a great baseball player. So you can imagine what our days were like. I spent about 6-7 hours doing that, believe it or not. And what we talked about baseball, and it was so funny. He said, I saw it wasn't going to work on the baseball thing, and I'd spent some time in the California leagues playing, and he said, I had another good guy that was a top director. And he said, you're too ugly, Billy Bob, to be a major actor. But he said you could make one heck of a character actor, and he said that's what you ought to be, and that's how he ended up going that way. But really good experience, and no, to be very candid with you, I didn't keep up with it and don't even know where those nominations are or what have you. I'm sure you'd have seen it if something like that had happened.
And totally unrelated, Shotty, just your level of communication with Micah Parsons over the last 24 hours. I know you guys were trading calls or texts going back to minicamp and OTAs, but over the last maybe 24, 36 hours, what's that been like?
No, it hasn't changed. I mean, he and I have been in communication just like I have with most of the guys, and I knew where he was this weekend and he was coming in. And again, this time of year is a dead period, so you can't talk football, which we don't. You know, you guys know me. I'm a big connection guy. I'm a big culture guy, so it's more just checking in, telling guys I miss them. What are you up to? What do you need? Let me know if you need anything. And it's been no different. I'm not surprised he's here. I know what he's all about. I know he's about winning. I know he's about being great. And I would say my communication with him is no different than it was in the beginning.
Any level of frustration, because you guys have preached kind of leadership, and some of the guys have preached wanting to be leaders, but not being present or not being on the field for certain things. Is it frustrating at all when some of your star players are not fully committed, so to speak, on certain aspects of what you're trying to build?
Well, leadership's definitely commitment. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't look at our locker room and say there's anybody that's not committed to being a leader. I think part of leadership that makes it so hard is you can try to lead and guys don't want to follow. And so I think that's where the work ethic and being out there and doing the stuff, and there's a lot of different ways to lead. But I look at that locker room. There's a lot of guys that have leadership capabilities that get me excited and get me looking forward to letting them speak. I'm not the only one that speaks out there after practice. I let those guys speak. This is their team. They're the ones that step in between the white lines and have to go out in there to battle. And I think we've got a dynamic group of young men that are really ready to take that next step of leadership.
You've got a huge, you got a dynamic going on. You've got 10%, 12% of your people making 2/3 of the money. And so it's incumbent upon that group right there to walk and lead. Walk and lead. And it covers a lot of ground, what that is, to make that work. And this is all a part of it to make it happen. But that's not that's nothing new. I've talked to people all over the league, and that's what you've got. You've certainly got players that are going to make more money than other players make. And but they've got to wear it.
Calvin.
Any frustration, because you talked about leadership and that kind of thing, and it's in its contract, but any frustration that, hey, we had to take money away from Diggs because he's not showing up working out at the facility the way you want him to?
No, he didn't earn it. He didn't come. That's in his contract that he doesn't get that unless he's going to be here. And think about it a minute. Do you have to go to work and show up, all that kind of stuff? Of course you do. We all do. And bottom line is that those are contractual things, as Stephen said, and it would be very detrimental to the team not to abide by the agreement.
14th of the ticket in Dallas. Since my esteemed colleague from the state of Texas, Tim Cowshaw, derailed us into landman talk, I'm going to continue that derailment and ask about your Hollywood career. Are you aware that there's a cartoon in which you appear as a character, and were you approached to do a voice for a cartoon?
Now, repeat the last part. I really didn't hear it, but
There is a cartoon in which you are a character that's going to be on the Cartoon Network. Were you ever approached as becoming a voice actor for that cartoon?
we're getting drowned out. But I'm gonna make sure this goes by. But listen, it's not new to me to show up in some caricature. It really isn't, and they've used a few in the whole thing there. So I'm not sure that I understand. Was it risque or what was it?
It's not really risque on your part. No.
That's good. That's good.
No. No. And I can
There've
tell
been
you,
those too, buddy.
Yeah, and I can tell you he wasn't approached. Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Are you aware of the fake Jerry that's on the ticket? Just as a curiosity.
I'm very aware of. Yes, sir, I sure am. And for years, did some of the best laughing, especially when I think they did things in there about Jerry Jr. And we used to really fall out over that. And Gene owned me hard and fast for not having Jerry more involved. So get all that kind of stuff. Listen. I haven't worked in 35 years. Okay? I've had the damnedest run and the most fun that you could ever imagine. And I've really got to do it. This isn't Cowshaw talking here or not talking, but I've got to do it with this big boy that wasn't a big boy necessarily when we started, but a big boy, and I've got to do it with his sister and other sister, and our family, and I don't have any trouble on getting a little heat. Promise you that. That's petty stuff. It's been too good.
Brad.
Brad Sham, Cowboys Radio, 105.3 The Fan. I'm not sure it's even appropriate to ask a football question anymore, but Ryan, you mentioned...
It's all football, Brad.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. It always has been. We just introduced it more like that when we got here.
Tell that to the people watching the Cartoon Network. But, Brian, you mentioned Sanborn. Short list of new veterans who you are expecting to be significant, who maybe people are not talking about?
Good question. Love Jack and what he brought to the team this spring. Kyer Elam's a guy I'm really excited about. I mean, Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, Peyton Turman. The list goes on and on. I think you look at what we were able to do, not only signing our free agents that we wanted back, but adding some of the depth pieces that we wanted to do. And those are some names that pop off the list. But we've made a very competitive roster. And that's why, again, the importance of practice and the evaluation. And when we go through the drills, making sure we're getting guys paired up with the right guys for matchups and things like that, that's all part of the process. And, Tyler Guyton going against Micah Parsons is great for Tyler Guyton. And something that we were doing last year before Tyler got dinged up a little bit. But couldn't be more excited about the roster of players and young men that we've accumulated.
Patrick.
I want to thank Brad for this alley-oop position question for Coach. Shotty, you'd have to go back. I mean, you can go back 14, 15 years or so, and it's a rare occurrence in which the Cowboys don't even have an indication of who their lead running back might be. You guys added 4 new guys, 2 rookies, 2 veterans. You mentioned Javonte. You mentioned Miles. Through OTAs and minicamp, has either of those running backs kind of started to take the lead as front runner, or are all of those guys going to get fair shot at first teamers?
Yeah, I think they'll all get fair shot. The problem with OTAs for a running back is the game is meant to be played very physically. So the way you run through the hole is different when you're wearing pads or you're in a 9-on-7 period than it is when you're running around in shorts and T-shirts and OTAs. They'll all get reps, but I will say again, of the 2 veteran guys, they're very different. Javonte looks great. Miles looks great. We're excited about Jaden. Hunter Lepke, I always talk about him just with his versatility and what he can do. And, of course, there's, Deuce. But that's one of the matchups and one of the position rooms that we're very excited to watch and see where it develops, not only through practice but through the preseason games.
Clarence.
One question for Stephen. Have you talked to Mulugeta at all, or was it just Adam?
Just Adam, up to now.
And obviously, Shotty, we know about Jerry and Stephen's angst to win, 30-year drought and all. But Dak talked about your hunger and how you want to win for your dad and your family, and this is what you've been born to do. Can you speak to your hunger to win and win a Super Bowl for your family and for yourself?
Yeah, one thing I would say, Clarence, is the hunger I have now is for the young men in that locker room. It's for the Joneses. When we win a Super Bowl, my dad will get a ring. I can promise you that. But look, this is something where I grew up with a father that there was one goal, and he was very open talking about Super Bowls and winning a World's Championship, and he never did it. It doesn't change his legacy and how good of a coach he was and the type of impact he had on people's lives. But, these guys over here, they have Super Bowls. They've won rings. I don't have one, and I want one in the worst way, and I'm willing to work my ass off and lead this group of guys whatever way it takes to help them achieve that. But it's really not just for me. If anything, it's more for them.
Nick, last one. Nick.
A quick question. Did you guys have a chance to speak with Kevontae Turpin since his arrest, and how do you guys plan on going about discipline?
Spoke to Terp, talked through it with him. He explained a lot of things. He understands that there's a standard, the way that we conduct ourselves, and he knows that he needs to be better, but we won't get into all the specifics.
All righty. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, Cap.
Thank you.
To do the sensible thing.
You're rolling with
with the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Salute to the KNC Masterpiece. You will see them in Oxnard, sir, tomorrow afternoon. As Hagee's still in studio. Major's on his way to the elevator already. Got a plane to catch. Let's react to what we just heard. Hags, how the heck are you? Good to see you.
I'm doing great. So a couple things. First of all, I wanted to apologize to you guys for saying goodbye on Friday, even though I saw you again today.
Yeah.
But now after today, I won't see you for like 3.5 weeks. But also, shout out to
Not hard to say goodbye.
Corey's back.
I'm back, guys.
There he is.
Joseph Hoyt from the Dallas Morning News is the hero that we all need. Because in that press conference when Jerry said, oh, maybe we shouldn't have done Terrence Steele or Trayvon Diggs, which was shocking. And then he just kind of left it at that. And then you could hear Joseph Hoyt, who had asked the question, jump in and go, should you? I like
it's the follow-up questions that are important.
That was a great follow-up question. He goes, I don't know. You brought him up. And I was like, what do you mean you don't know? You run the team. Surely you have an opinion. And also, one of the reasons they haven't re-signed Micah yet is because he might get hit by a car.
That was bizarre. That was maybe the best Jerry press conference I've heard in a long time, though.
Do you think it was because, and this is a sense we talked about like in the first 20 minutes or so, like they're really used to their folksy old-time charm disarming people. And you saw that later in the press conference when he spent like 20 minutes answering a question about the Emmys that was a joke question because they got to use their folksy charm. That and then something else later. And like that disarms people. I think they were thrown back that wasn't going to work and people wanted answers about Micah.
Yeah, I did sense a lot of frustration and attempts to draw back into the folksy charm parts of their personality to sort of disarm the media there. But, you know, I think this was, you know, number one, they are frustrated with some deals. And I actually am encouraged maybe by their frustration because they've been having their asses handed to them really for the better part of the last decade of negotiations. I hope they're annoyed enough that, you know, perhaps they're changing some things and reconsidering. Like when he said maybe we should have you know, reconsidered on Steele and Diggs or whatever he said there. I'm like, bam, that's exactly what we need, a more discerning eye on this roster.
Okay, so I'm with you on that. There is one thing in particular that I thought he said that was really fair and really relevant. Like, I don't want to just complain about something that they said is just because you negotiate that far ahead of time, you're assuming that they're not already looking at the ahead of time number. And that's a really fair point. I fall into that trap all the time that like any Micah negotiation started with like 33 or 34. And they're kind of here to be like, that's not really the way it went. And then he discussed like, maybe we don't think it's going to get to the level that they do. And like that actually made way more sense than so many things about why a contract hadn't gotten done. I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, that was fantastic, Majors. What stuck out to you?
I always get caught up in his impassioned speech where he's just like, I do this, and you know, I of course I want these things, and I'm like, then why doesn't that like trickle down to the team? That those same, like, I wake up every morning with this kind of passion. If you really do, why does the team not have that same accountability to itself and hold it to itself to that kind of standard?
Because leadership flows from the top.
Exactly, and that's like the speech is a speech.
Did you like the embarrassed question?
Oh man, I was waiting for it.
Is that a thing? Is that a
the embarrassment?
I thought it was a nice callback.
Like, we used to have paying homage to you.
Ridiculous. Thanks, Tim. I really appreciate that.
Sorry, two more quick things, if I may.
Please do.
Jerry said you can't have it all and just be signing all of these deals at about the same time. Of course you can. You literally see NFL teams do that all the freaking time. And then the other part where he said, I don't look down, meaning back. I look up, meaning ahead.
What about the Bronco and the credit cards? And all,
like every story. And then immediately,
every story.
Immediately he talked about, you know, There's this player named Emmitt Smith. And I was like, so your immediate follow-up to how you don't look back is to look back? And the biggest difference with that team is they weren't coming off a losing record. They were the defending Super Bowl champions. So if you want to draw a little bit of a harder line, go for it. You win the Super Bowl this year, I won't question anything you do in the offseason.
Yeah, and that's another one of the topics from Tyler Smith, and Jerry addressed that. Like, do you see yourself as championship contenders? But while we're drilling down on Jerry, like, I think today was a direct result of last year when he was very, like, is it a malaise? Was it comatose? What was that? He was sick. He was, he sounded very, very old, So I think he got fired up for this one, and whatever it takes to get to that state where you're alert and you're buzzing and everything. I mean, so he was on it. But a couple of other things. When he talked about how I don't talk to the agents, Steven does, because if I had to talk to the agents, then I wouldn't get anything done.
Yeah.
And then when he said, am I frustrated by lack of a deal? He's like, no, I have like 20 hanging participles every day. He is too busy and too distracted to be a general manager.
Yeah.
Like that was the overarching takeaway is like, sorry, I'm too busy to talk to the player's agent. Sorry. Oh, no, it doesn't bother me because I have 19 other big business things happening at all times. It's just like, if you are going to be the GM, you got to try to task yourself to be the absolute best at your position in the league. Organizations win championships.
Because most owners are holding their GM to that kind of accountability.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's why the Eagles are sitting here and dancing all over you and having success with Howie Roseman.
And that's what Jerry would do. If Jerry had another GM who was like, oh, I didn't get a chance to talk to the agent today because I was busy doing other stuff.
I didn't have a chance to write your check
him
this
on
week.
the spot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm into racquetball and golf. So, I got a lot of other interests, and I got an oil business too, Jer. I had to be on the board today. No, that ain't going to fly.
By the way, I apologize if this is any trouble. Just blame me. I made the mistake of looking at somebody on the fan text who said, are y'all afraid to talk about Gordo? No, I really want to talk about that real quick. That's a perfect example of how our stations are different. Gordo asked, he's phenomenal at his job. He asked a yuck fun question, and Jerry laughed it up with him because he knows nothing serious in terms of actual hard-hitting questions happens there. What happens when he's on at our station? He swore at us and threatened to fire Sean and RJ because we ask real questions to him. So
good clarification. I do like that.
Clarify that. See you guys in Oxnard.
Love you, Hagee.
There he
Have
goes.
a safe trip, boys.
Enjoy Germany.
Don't get hit by a car and stuff. Have a great
my
trip.
teeth really dark.
But we are off and running here in the G-Bag Nation. Brought us off once again. Today, he is flying to Oxnard today and is going to have full camp reports and, interaction with us. He'll probably be able to join the show every day at the very latest by Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Making his glorious return to the Pimp Cup there at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, is Lucius Alexander. Let's
go.
Salute to you. Welcome back, sir.
He's back. He's got fresh legs, man.
That's right. You got Woolchuck and Shia Follow in the house, as always, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Lucius is back this week, says the 972. Let's go. Yes, LA Live is coming up at 5:40. Other takeaways from the presser, guys? Anything that jumped out to you that you want to talk about here?
I did love the Michael Parsons drop.
Yeah.
Also loved him talking about how even if we sign Micah, it doesn't mean we're actually going to have him on the field because he missed 6 games last year.
Ooh, talking real right there, bro. Finally giving us something to talk about right there.
Yeah. Even though of course it was 4 games.
Yeah.
But that's semantics.
Those are some great moments, though.
Great moments.
Car crashes. There was car crashes in there.
Goodness, he might get in a car crash.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pay him that long now. Have you seen that full drive?
Get to do it with the big guy over here and the sister and the other sister.
I mean, he's
that was a wild one.
He's really going for creating headlines. That's what I think. He's creating headlines and sound bites and gassing the flames.
I liked your thought on he's coming into this year's camp with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. He didn't like how he hit the ground running last year.
He didn't like his performance.
That's the hey. Let me swing by the doctor real quick. Let me see what kind of pharmaceutical help we can get. A night like that, you got to swing by the gas station, get the energy pills.
He was zooming. I think right, Lucius. He was zooming in there for sure.
Steven was a little chippy. Asked about the contract stuff, and hey, Jerry didn't speak to Todd France. I did.
I also loved you had the morning show. They set the over under on I believe 4.5 minutes
For the longest answer?
No, for the overhit heavy on that one, I think. No, for how quickly we would hear Schottenheimer's voice.
Oh.
And I think it was about 8 or 9 minutes before he uttered a syllable.
Yeah. And then he got cut off, didn't he?
I believe
He
so,
did.
yeah.
Yeah, I think the Micah Parsons missed 6 games last year line came mid-shoddy answer. You know, so negotiating through the media, maybe.
Did he take a shot at Steven?
I didn't hear that one.
About they want to do like contract negotiation with Steven. They like that better than they like messing with me. Did I hear that?
Yeah, he said they wouldn't get anything done if they were talking to him.
You know, it did make me wonder when he said, should have we waited for Diggs and Steele, if like maybe that was his opinion in the negotiation, right? Because you know it's sort of a group effort, and Steven was trying to overrule Jerry Jones immediately in the 90s on things when it came to spending money. So I do wonder, you know, with the direction that this team has taken and the way they approach things, it does have Steven's hands on it a little bit more with his fiscal conservative approach.
I do like that idea of him just kind of lashing out at Steven right there, being like he's trying to distance himself from those contracts. Like even in the, like he was against them when they happened, and now, of course, hindsight, there's no way you would have done those deals.
Yeah, I think we got kind of confirmation on really how things work for those of us when we were kind of wondering, like, what's the structure? Well, Jerry and Adam Pacifica are handling all the contracts. And Steven, yes, and Steven was pretty outspoken about that. He got pretty chippy, and then Jerry is basically just taking everybody's word and then making the ultimate decision on this. But he's very busy with all of his other stuff to really be a hands-on GM.
I mean, one of the things I want to ask them about if we get the chance to interview them next week is, do you feel like agents kind of have your number and have your pattern down? Because I'll tell you why they did those Diggs and Steele deals and why they did Jalen Smith is because if you're willing to come to them early and take about a 25% discount, as Osa just did, you're like, hey, I'm early, but I would love to have the assurance that I'm going to have generational wealth. The Cowboys are like, boom, 25% discount on market value. Sound about right to you? Okay, we'll do this deal right now. Mm-hmm. And now if you get hurt in the next 18 months, you have nothing to worry about for the rest of your life. Congratulations. And they want all players to think along those lines. So when you come in early and are willing to take a discount, they will do that deal with you. The problem is the best players or the players with the agents or the players that trust their bodies the most know all I have to do is wait and I'll get way more, a significant amount more, especially with the cap going up.
Sure.
So is this a sign that maybe they're thinking it's time to change our approach? I think we can hope so. You know, because if ultimately once they know your strategy, they're reacting to it. It's been gamified and they're pretty much dominating you. Okay, what else is going on here in the world of sports? Man, congrats to Scotty Scheffler for winning the Open, dominating the field. I mean, several comparisons to Tiger Woods coming through just with the reign of dominance that he's been on over the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, only the best have ever done what he is in the process of doing. You're talking about like the Ben Hogans and the absolute top players from the history of golf. He is 29 years old. I mean, you got about another 6-7 years in your prime. I think right now, injuries, if injuries don't become a factor, he's looking at double digits. I think double-digit majors for this guy.
I mean, hey, it's tough because golf is so damn hard, and we've seen some players, like even Spieth, I never thought he'd really fall as much as Jordan has over the last few years to where he's not really competing anymore to win any of these tournaments. But Scotty's just on another level. He really, really is. And it is. And he's being super humble about it, like with the comps when it comes to Tiger. But he's on a run now that is really unparalleled. Like we thought maybe Rory when he was winning his first couple of majors, but he's got a shot now at the Grand Slam. And it's badass. I mean, a Highland Park kid, DFW kid, super likable guy, just seems like a family man, like one of us, just out here absolutely dominating.
Yeah, and I think he's, different and has a chance because of his emotional temperament. Like he's just sort of unimpressed by everything. And if you can go through golf like that, I don't know if it's the best for every sport, but it's an advantage. Yeah.
What do you mean by being unimpressed by things?
So last week he had this great press conference before the Open where he was like, you know what, winning really doesn't satisfy me.
Okay.
He was kind of on that existential, philosophical type of, I'm on a search for happiness. So it's not taking him on a roller coaster ride emotionally. And in golf, if you get too high or too low, it back everything.
I got what you're saying.
Yeah.
When you said unimpressed, I thought he just looks down on things like, oh, please.
The British Open.
I mean, he played that way this week in becoming one of only 4 guys to fire 68 or better in all 4 rounds of the Open Championship. Rangers nearly swept the Tigers, guys. That was fantastic. Maybe if things had just been a little bit different, you would have got the sweep last night. But Skubal was great, and then he came out and the wild pitch ties the game, bails out Adolis Garcia's base running error there in the 7th inning, right? But Tigers struck back. Rangers couldn't get anything going against the Tigers bullpen in the 8th and 9th. But hey, you take 2 of 3. It's good, right?
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, against the best team in the American League, first team to 60 wins. That was an awesome series. I mean, yesterday, I think we all kind of assumed. Now, we were hoping it would be Evaldi, and fingers crossed that that's not more of a concern. Hopefully, we get a positive update when we talk with CY at 420. He gets scratched with the back. But, yeah, this weekend was super positive for our Rangers optimism.
Jacob Latz was great. Yeah, CY 420. Jared Sandler at 440 is the host of the A's. It'll be lighter against Lopez with DeGrom on the bump tomorrow. We'll be back and replay the G-Bag of the Day champion for you on the other side, then get to Woolchuck's Top 10, buddy. Where are you taking it?
All right, National Junk Food Day. In honor of this, the top 10 most iconic junk foods of all time. 877-881-1053. What's the most iconic to you? That's next.
I'll tell you who's iconic here in the DFW Metroplex. That's Greystone Roofing and Construction for almost 30 years here in the DFW. You got to lock it in.
here on the Fan. Wolchuk's Top 10 here in just a second. We're going to get you the G-Bag of the Day champion in a moment, brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Lucius with your champ.
Yeah, Big Godzilla. Yeah, Big Godzilla. All right, so you guys might have to help me out on this. Who is the G-Bag of the Day champion? Is it Ross can't screen calls?
No, I think it should still be, to be fair. I think it should be, but it did get dethroned.
Oh, I haven't even listened to any of them. Pokemon vending machine?
Nope.
No, not that one.
Picking up dog poop.
Ding!
Yep, that's it. It's the dog poop.
It's the dog poop.
Sure
okay. Put me on game. What happened right here?
Well, Eric...
Should I clean it? It doesn't look...
Is it not clean?
I don't know.
New guy Jake, he had a couple of dump issues. You know, now that he's not here.
Yeah, I seen that email. It was like, hey guys, the editing. I was like, oh, somebody messed up when I was out of here.
yeah. Eric had one.
Somebody fumbled at the line.
Yeah, we had some F-bomb slippage last
I would say
week.
a lot of them were my fault, Lucius, but now that new guy Jake's not here, I'm going to go ahead and blame him.
As you should, man.
Lash out.
That's how you earn your keep.
I had an unfortunate scenario last week. Long story short, my toothbrush was in the trash can in the bathroom. I thought it was like knocked in there. Turns out it had been previously in the toilet, and I didn't know. So I brushed my teeth with a poo brush, and then that was a disaster in and of itself. And then a couple days later, new guy Jake saw this clip here. That's G-Bag of the Day. It was kind of like a callback to my unfortunate situation.
Oh my God! Did you get pranked by Shaq or something? How just what's happening?
No, it's just like apparently somehow my toothbrush got into the toilet, and so my wife took it out and put it in the trash can, but she did not communicate that to me. So when I go to brush my teeth, I just thought like maybe my toothbrush got knocked into the trash can right off the sink. And so I just went ahead and used it, and then she called me halfway to work and was like, why did you use your toothbrush? I'm like, I had to brush my teeth. So I don't know. It's still a grievance between the two of us.
Yeah, you got to inform me. You got to, as soon as it happens, you got to inform me.
Let me know.
Or just throw it all the way away at the bottom of it.
Yeah, get it away. Yeah.
All right. So, man, I should have probably listened to, but I didn't know which one. All right. Well, I guess we listen to it dry. I got the dump button.
All right,
here.
let's try it.
Picking up poo.
Y'all, I am beside myself and completely grossed out right now. My kids asked me to set up the slip and slide because it's hot outside in Texas. And I am setting it up, and I see these tongs that should be on my husband's grill in the grass. And I told my daughter, I said, hey, please go pick those up and put them back with Daddy's grill. And she said, oh, these? I said, yeah. And she goes, that's what we use to pick up the dog poop.
Oh, man.
How long has she been picking up dog turds with what we flip our burgers with?
Oh, wow. A good question indeed. So my guess would be probably at least a couple weeks. I don't know how you recover from that. Get to know your dog better than Cheech and Chong did in that one famous.
Is this peyote, man?
It's dog. All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. The Challenger faces, or the champ faces challengers every evening at 5:30 here. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10.
All right, we're going to talk junk food here. Happy National Junk Food Day. Oh, man. Going through this list, the most iconic junk foods in history. A trip down memory lane. Some delicious foods here.
You know, we used to call a lot of what is called food now junk food back in the day. Like, I don't know, do burgers, pizza, nachos, that still apply to junk food?
It could, well, pizza definitely does. Pizza was going to be on here. But yeah, I mean, that is still junk food. It certainly is. Headline, though, real quick. The Cowboys did work out yesterday. Some edge rushers out in Oxnard. No corners, though. Waiting on the corners. But one of them did intrigue me. And it's Jesse Lakita, who is a former teammate of Micah Parsons at Penn State. He was a 7th-round pick in 2022. He spent the last 3 years with the Cardinals. But this individual is really good against the run. If you look at certain sites, metrically, he was graded as one of the best edges versus the run in the entire sport. 35 tackles, 3 sacks, a forced fumble, and certainly, obviously, has a relationship, even going back to high school, with Micah Parsons. A couple other players, they brought in the other 2 edge rushers. You had defensive end Cameron Klein, who was a member of the Jets, so Aaron Whitecott knows him, and then a Browns linebacker, James Houston, who really is Jackson State player, 2022 sixth rounder, 3 years with the Lions and with the Browns, 9 sacks across 4 years. So it's interesting names, but I think Lakita's the one that stood out to me the most. I don't know if they'll sign any of the three, but hey, it's a tale as old as time. We head out there to the tennis courts in Oxnard. Cowboys are working out some guys here.
I guess this means that, with Micah's probable hold in, Sam Williams' injury, they just want to make sure they have enough depth for camp to run. I can't imagine they're actually looking for guys that can make the roster.
Camp bodies, definitely, is what I would lean to as well. But Micah's there. Jane Slater saying Micah told her that he is here at training camp. So I'm fascinated. Does Mike end up practicing? Does he go full go, or is it the hold in where he's just kind of standing on the side?
They're hitting him with this leadership guilt trip.
Yes, I just wrote down a note right here, bro. I was like, remember to talk about this. They brought up leadership so much on Parsons. Are they saying they think he's a goofy?
Oh, man, I don't know. I think they're just trying to guilt him into being around as much as possible while the negotiation happens.
I like that better than just calling the kid a goofy over and over again.
I mean, Jerry did say, sitting down with him and talking business, Mike is just sharp as it gets. So there was some respect there from the presser. But, I do think that this is, really an interesting timing to choose talking, with Micah or with the media about Micah's leadership.
Well, and I think Micah has even talked about it a little bit. I think now that DeMarcus Lawrence is not in that locker room anymore, I think even Micah feels like, okay, now this is really my defense. This is my time. And he's kind of lent some voice to that as well. Fair or not, you could say, hey, dude, you've been the best player on the defense since you got here. But now he feels like, okay, I am the big vet in the room now, so to speak.
And Jerry brought up the leadership thing going back to the draft with him, like wanting him to be at OTAs and proving that stuff as well. So, yeah, I don't know if this goes back to also the shot that he took at like Diggs and Steele, where they've been burned by some of these contracts. So it's like, hey, if we're going to pay you this amount of money, we want to make sure we're going to get our money's worth here. And clearly they feel they haven't with those two. And I don't know what they're feeling about the Dak contract right now, but they certainly don't want to get burned with the Micah deal when it happens.
Yeah, like how much can you show you are a leader here in these first couple of weeks of Oxnard? How Jerry mentioned leading during the negotiation, right? Can you be here? Can you show that you can galvanize the guys and participate, execute Shoddy's vision? Because that might be worth an extra 10% to us. If we can get continuity, morale, and a culture change. Yes, that's the total package of a player, right? If you want to be a mercenary that shows up on game day but don't actively take a role in building this family and this culture and preparing day in and day out, that's a different compensation level, I think.
Let's get to this top 10 iconic junk foods list. Now, this is courtesy of Time magazine.
Oh, they're the junk experts.
Yeah, they know. Are we still how's Time doing?
Fell off pretty bad.
Yeah.
Did they? Yeah, they're just doing a list now, right? Just rage baiting on lists.
Rage
like me getting weird with the top 3 or top 5, so you can argue about them. That's what they usually do, right?
I mean, I used to see Time magazine all the time because my dad subscribed, right? So it would always be like on the coffee table or whatever. And I guess with magazines falling off, they did not juice their business or make a strategic shift enough to be relevant on the internet.
Father Time's undefeated.
Absolutely. Well, number 10. Top 10 iconic junk foods of all time. We got a lot of text that rolled in here, 877-881-1053, Ritz crackers from the 214.
Dude, they're one of those things where it's like you never feel like, oh, I want some Ritz crackers. And then you get one, and then you're like, oh, I think pretzels are that for me, where I'm just like, I don't really care necessarily to have pretzels, but then all of a sudden you have one, and you're like, now I can't stop. Like, here we go. I'll clean out this whole bag.
Especially the Dots. I feel like that brand. Dots. My goodness, the butter they put in there.
Yeah.
They have the salt mastered.
The Dots are so good. And the different flavors they've got.
Yeah. With the Ritz crackers, though, give me some cheese,
bro.
Oh, yes, some cheese.
Squeezed cheese. Like, it's trash cheese, but it's fantastic on there.
It's so good.
I'll sit there and eat 1,500 calories at least.
Yeah. Oh, I'll put it away. Yeah.
The honey buns.
Chop up some sausage. Yeah, you're right. Chop some sausage, little cheese slices.
Yeah.
It's just so good.
Just make yourself like your own adult Lunchable.
Yeah.
Those suckers.
Well, can it be an adult Lunchable if you're still using the squeezed cheese?
Yeah, there's something adult about squeezed cheese, right?
Do you ever go squeeze cheese to the mouth?
Nah, I don't know. I'm not against it. I just haven't done it. I like it all prepared correctly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lay it out for me.
Yeah.
I don't think it tastes good by itself. Let me just say that.
It's got to be. It's got to
squeeze
accompany
cheese.
something.
Yeah. I need a cracker.
I think even the company that makes it would agree with that.
Because who knows what you're eating?
You're gonna want to put this on something.
Fudge rounds. God, those Little Debbie's.
Oh,
man.
fudge
I mean,
rounds.
we could just pick a Little Debbie snack.
Well, and again, respect to Little Debbie for the new evolution of the Nutty Buddy bar that's turned into a bit of a cake
Yes.
situation. Looks pretty phenomenal.
Cake. Number 10 is Doritos, though. Most top 10 iconic junk foods in history.
Without question. You know, like you could just say chips, but I think Doritos
specifically,
they took on a life of their own.
Yeah. 9 is the pepperoni pizza.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, for sure.
because you Probably get higher. it like frozen. You go higher on that. Higher on that, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could have that 3 days a week easily.
Oh,
yeah,
there's
and
lots.
leftovers. I could have pizza, and I think that's the best thing about the pizzas. It could be a lots, like it could be top tier, or you could just throw like a frozen pizza in there, and that'll still get it done at a high level.
No, there's really only been one pizza I ever had that I was like, I would never have that again.
Vegas vending
The
machine.
vending machine pizza. That was disgusting.
Truly.
And we should have known that it would be, but it was all about the content.
Yeah, I'm glad we did it. Like I don't regret it, but
Something about that sauce.
that's
It's
a
just
one,
disgusting. sauce.
that's a one and done.
I don't know what the hell they did with that.
I wonder how many people go back for another one after they make that first mistake.
I can't believe it's still there.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of people trying it for the first time. They've never had a return customer.
Yeah. 8 is Snickers.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
yourself.
I mean, I would go Snickers ice cream.
Okay.
Because Snickers ice cream is as good a junk food as you could find. Like
The Snickers ice cream is outstanding.
that's an all-time vending machine, like school vending machine item for me.
Snickers had a hell of a run, bro. They got a campaign like, hey, you know what? Eat us instead of a meal.
Yeah. You're
Hungry? Grab a Snickers.
You're not yourself
The
unless
first
you've had
meal
a Snickers.
replacement shake.
Every time
Snickers.
someone gets in a bad mood, they're like, crap, I think I need a Snickers.
That Betty White was an all-timer. That commercial with her. 7 is pork rinds.
Oh, yeah, I love pork rinds.
Pork rinds.
Chicharrones.
Chicharrones. Yeah, and pork rinds, no carbs, right?
Yeah, that's like a keto staple. If you're on the keto diet,
Yeah.
that's your sort of chip of choice. You,
have
dip that
you
into
can
some
have the pork
guac or
rind.
some queso or whatever, and you're still doing right by the diet.
Get the big ones from the meat market or
Bro.
the Fiesta. Get the real big ones, bro. Like
the
the
thick
intimidating size ones.
Super Crunch.
Yeah.
Super Crunch.
I break them up and throw it to the dogs.
They love
that's
it.
the ultimate dog treat.
6 is the Chip Witch. It's like the ice cream sandwich that has the chocolate chips on the outside of the actual vanilla ice cream. If you Google Chip Witch, you'll know
Yeah, I
exactly
what
what I'm talking about. These
Yeah.
are fantastic.
Is this the traditional ice cream sandwich
Yes.
chocolate breading?
No, it's a chocolate chip cookie.
Okay, so it is the chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't had a Chip Witch in forever. I kind of forgot that they existed,
Bro.
but they're damn good.
Last year in Oxnard, I think Broadus had one at the hotel on his way to practice every morning.
Yeah.
By way of breakfast. And then he had a little return. He cleaned those cookie sandwiches out.
They
I
were
wonder where
done.
they all went.
McDonald's French fries coming at number 5 of the top 10 iconic junk foods of all time.
What was that?
McDonald's French fries.
Yeah.
There they go to the fries.
I don't think the Cheetos Puffs are going to make it, but I got to put them on the list. The cheesy puffs are damn awesome, bro.
They're number 2, baby.
What?
Number 2. Number 2 is the cheese puffs.
Come
Yep.
on, fam.
They deserve
I
that.
didn't think they was going to make the list.
Oh, they
Look at
made
them.
it. They made it. 4 is donuts. They spell it the weird way though, with the like dough with the GH and then the nuts instead of just the DO.
The fancy spelling.
Come on. Yeah, it's too fancy for me. Moon pie's at number 3. That's got to be like I guess iconic because are we still really going hard for the moon pie?
No, only Time Magazine could make that reference.
That's pretty crazy.
See how they play games at the top? They start playing games throughout
Yep.
5, bro.
Here we go. Number 3, controversial. 2, the cheese puffs, though, Lucius, but number 1, most iconic junk food ever. And I know you're going to have an issue with this. I'm pretty sure, Dawson, the Twinkie.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's horrible. It's horrible. It got discontinued basically years back because there's no demand for the Twinkie. Like, the cake is so low quality. Do yourself a favor. If you're a Twinkie guy, just look one step to the right, go with the vanilla zingers. Thank me later.
The zingers are good.
I'm going to ask the AI stuff if Twinkies still sell.
Shout out to
at a high number.
Zombieland, though. Zombieland did a good job of kind of remarketing the Twinkie a little bit.
Oh, yes.
They did a good job in that movie.
Because it held so well through time, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's AI saying about the Twinkie these days, Chief?
Twinkies, historically popular. Let's see here. As of 2023, Hostess Brands, the maker of Twinkies, produces over 400 million Twinkies annually. So they're selling a buttload of Twinkies still.
Because
products.
they were getting ready to crash and die, and then it became like a thing on the internet to say, hey, no, man, keep the Twinkies around, right? So they're still selling them in a sense.
Yeah, maybe it brought them back.
Look at that.
When they went bankrupt.
Look at that, bro. That TikTok.
They are strong. Look at this.
Fam.
Okay, a significant decline late 90s and early 2010s. And despite a temporary disappearance due to bankruptcy, Twinkies have seen a resurgence.
How about that? And now, Lucius, now that you've tried the Uncrustables.
Well, I haven't tried the Uncrustables. I just realized it was a damn empanada.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought that meant you had actually gotten a hands-on experience with it.
I've seen it. I was like, oh, that's what that is? Oh, okay.
It's a PB&J
empanada.
It's so delicious, too. Okay, where are we going next, Chief? The epic Coldplay disaster story leads to a legendary weekend on the internet next in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, what did the Cowboys have to say in California? Another Billy Currington ticket giveaway during the Expressway.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasters.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
What was it?
Basil baby.
Saffron what?
Nutmeg maybe? No.
Nutmeg maybe.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it saffron salt?
And then let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
There he goes. Lucius Alexander is back from vacay. Welcome back, sir. Was it good?
Yeah, man.
Was it amazing?
Real fantastic. It's real good.
Nice. Okay, coming up at 3 o'clock, we'll take a look at the Texas Rangers here, and a training or a trade deadline preview is coming. Plus, the latest report on LeBron and the Mavs coming up here at the top. But here's the chief of the best O.
Yeah, the weekend was strong. I'll tell you what, shout out to Alliance Hyundai in Fort Worth on Saturday. The event was outstanding. The Tolo turnout was strong. The giveaways were fantastic, and everybody was having themselves a wonderful time. Shout out to Hurtado Barbecue for hooking it up in a big way, and just Alliance Hyundai in general, just rolling out the red carpet. They had their own grills going. They were rocking and rolling. Free food, free slushies. How about our guy, the Mr. Sugar Rush? Remember that alcoholic ice cream?
Oh, yes.
The adult ice cream. They had them out there.
Oh, that's awesome.
Dealing, dude. It was
about
fantastic.
an
iconic junk food right there. That should be number one.
No
all
doubt.
Time.
Sugar Rush was great.
I heard it was so popular and so well attended that Sean and RJ couldn't even make up baseless allegations about it this morning. Chief.
No.
Good.
Yeah, it was that awesome. And
I've been getting text messages about that. I don't know what's going on, but there's apparently some beef.
Yeah.
With the morning show, they like to talk a little bit, get a little loose.
Chirping.
Yeah.
they're definitely chirping, man. They're getting a little bit lippy, and I don't know if this is going to come to a full-fledged competition of sorts, but it might have to. It might have resorted to that.
Are they barking for attention, or do they really have is there a point of contention?
I think it's always attention for them, but at the same time, I think they're pinning this on Broadus, it feels like.
Really?
Today it felt like it was on me.
Well,
we've all caught strays, except for Lucius.
Wolchuk has gotten hammered in a way over the last day or two on their show, but I think they're looking at Broadus being the one who was like kind of poo-pooing on some of their guests. And I guess Broadus maybe allegedly was the first one to bring up the giveaways. Like the only way Sean and RJ can draw a remote is to be giving away these amazing things that they're giving away at all the Firehouse stops.
All right.
And so that's at least their side of the story. That's what I gathered this morning. But it's still.
And I like that. I like that because at least it's not out of left field. They feel justified. It's not like they're like, hey, let's be jerks. Or
let's just get attention. We need attention, like Jim Jones and Nas.
Yeah, they felt a little disrespected by Brian, and they're probably not the first ones.
What did you just say?
Speaking of Broadus, I came across this little nugget this weekend, and I thought it applied to our guy. People who interrupt often.
Interruptosaurus Rex. I'm just saying.
People who interrupt often aren't always rude. They have higher processing speeds and anxiety.
Yep.
So
I can see that.
I guess we've diagnosed our guy here.
Yeah.
You know, it's not the rude factor, even though it can potentially come across that way from time to time.
And when you get a little older, man, you just got to say what's on your mind, or you will 100% forget it.
Yes. I agree with everything you guys said. I just can't imagine that higher processing speed is to blame.
Damn.
Maybe at one point.
He's probably like 90-10 with the anxiety to the higher processing.
Maybe.
Perhaps that's the case. Okay, so we have, the Coldplay stuff. Lucius, I don't know how much that was playing with you on your vacation.
That was crazy. What a great reaction gift it gives you, too, at the same time.
Amazing.
My man was out of control.
So good.
Crazy reaction gift.
I like the one of Mahomes hugging the referee.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, yeah.
They just panicked. It was too much panic on them, man. What you're supposed to do in that situation, I'm the Monday morning quarterbacking it, but
no question.
You start reaching out for everybody that's around you.
Bring it in.
Everyone's getting hugged.
I was just having fun at the Coldplay. Yeah, you start doing that, bro.
Love you.
It's tough because they started in that sort of prom photo pose.
God, they was leaning and swaying back and forth.
Oh, God, get away.
Bro. They're swaying. Like, if I'm watching that's my wife. I'm like, oh, man, they swaying?
Yeah, that's real love.
I'm out of here.
Yeah. You're thinking, wow, they've been together 25 years and they still love each other that much.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, those couples that you see kissing in parking lots. Yeah. Sure.
They're going at it hot and heavy. Probably high school sweethearts.
Yeah,
they're so romantic.
There's no question this is going to go down as probably, certainly top 5, maybe the story of the year when it comes to the internet when we look back at 2025.
It dominated this weekend.
Oh,
it dominated. That's all I wanted to see, bro. And then my man had to step down, right? Or did he just I'm a distraction. Let me get out the way.
Resigned.
I don't know exactly if he was pressured into that or if he put his hand up, but in his alleged apology note, where at the end of it, he says, by the way, would like everyone to know that this was supposed to be a private moment. And he's starting to kind of lash out at the idea that.
Yeah. Man, I don't think that's real.
Okay, is that
I think that's been cleaned up a little bit.
Okay, that might have been a false flag.
Did IA take AI?
Yeah. Somebody did something to make
Okay.
it seem like so we can all talk about it.
Okay, well,
they're playing with us on the timeline right there.
Okay, thanks for
there's
that.
Because there's a lot of ball sacking going on with this whole
Hey,
thing. Like
live-
the wife thing. I don't even know if that's the real
goodness.
wife. I don't know what's happening with some of this stuff.
Lucius giving us a live on the air community note, and we appreciate that very much. Because ball sacking is out of control right now, though.
Like,
it's getting
with
so
Cowboys
good.
training camp starting, it's just like they'll just make up a random story and do a video about it. Like the Cowboys have just traded for Patrick Mahomes. Here's a report. The funny thing that I've seen today is
Here's a report.
People are taking clips from past training camps and loading them up on Twitter today as if they're happening in real time, even though the Cowboys haven't even took the field yet.
Micah Parsons in full pads. Like, no, they're not even practicing today. Stop it.
Somebody was like George Pickens with his first touchdown grab, and it was Brandon Cooks from like 3 years
Just
ago.
the three.
It made me think for like 2 seconds, like, what? Are they having a... No, there's no way they're already on the field, right?
Yeah.
We haven't heard Jerry blab yet into the microphone for an hour. But you had Frisco Rough Riders. They're turning this whole Coldplay thing into a marketing ploy. So they tweeted out yesterday or over the weekend, just announced HR night. Home runs and human resources. Divorce lawyers, HR directors, and CEOs are welcome to enjoy the Game with a Coworker bundle, which allows you to bundle up with your coworker with a BOGO ticket opportunity. So they're literally, and then you had all the videos from around sports where they're like doing the bits on the Jumbotron now. You had the mascots that were doing it, and just, across.
So embarrassing, bro.
Across the nation, this is.
Like, the kids are going to see this later and be like, man, our parents went viral for being like slutty.
That's sad.
Oh, that's sad. Yeah, that's the super sad part about all of this. Step out of the public eye. But the internet doesn't much care about your feelings.
No.
Yeah, it's just a good reminder.
Retweets, bro.
Yeah, come on now. I'm just reminded that, no matter how high you achieve in your business, your industry, being a CEO, some guys just can't mistake being a total. They can't escape being a total lame. You know what I'm saying? Like, here you are hugged up with somebody that's not even your wife in public. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Like, how does that even
She can't
cross
even
your
compete
mind?
with your old lady, actually. I've seen what your old lady was, and I've seen this scary monster you had.
I don't know that picture's accurate either.
Oh, my God, see?
Because I saw the same thing you saw.
We talked
Lucius,
about that
and
yesterday.
I'm going, man. At least fail. At least go up.
The one with the three kids at the table?
Yeah.
Yeah, supposedly that's not the wife.
Okay.
But that's why I don't even know what's real anymore.
Yeah, she's like, it's like this big, beautiful kitchen they're
Brunette,
in.
gorgeous.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
Man, there's too much going on.
It sucks.
That's an awful strange kink if that picture's true.
Yeah. But he's got 3 kids, though, right? 3 kids and a wife. That is for sure, right?
Yeah.
So either way, he's about to get ran through.
Yeah.
It's over for him. No question.
Shoot.
She's going to have a nice little nest egg moving forward. In a related story, a woman has been arrested in Bangkok for having sex with Buddhist monks and blackmailing them with sex tapes.
Okay, that can't.
Wow. Okay.
Can monks do that?
Well, no, that's the point. She suckered them in, and then she was trying to blackmail them for a buttload of money. This is big time, like high level religious espionage. Yes, extortion. But here's the deal. Now these monks, I think they're derobed now. I think they're
they were.
They're out of it. I think they're kind of
That's
out.
what got him in trouble in the first place.
I don't think
they need to put that robe back on.
I don't know what the forgiveness return is on blowing your monk load.
Okay.
Whereas like for her, she's arrested. So she's the extortion piece of this whole thing. Okay. But these guys, I think, are also look to be maybe going into a different line of work and or religion. Yeah, maybe a different religion or a different sect of a different religion.
Come on, we all fall short.
Is more forgiving of that. Yeah, I don't know what the Buddhist kind of protocols are in a situation like this. I don't know either. I didn't know they had any bedroom rules when it came to that kind of stuff. This is all new to me. Really? Yeah. You didn't know the monks weren't allowed to shaboing?
I just assumed. There's no talk.
They're not even allowed to talk.
Yeah.
What did you think monks did?
Well, some monks talk. There's a lot of different kind of monks, I guess is what I would say. Okay, these are like true thoroughbred Bangkok monks, for what it's worth.
Thoroughbred.
Yeah.
Probably very humble after spending all those nights in Bangkok.
Yeah, vows of
They're all.
chastity.
She got like 20 of them in the same group, dude. Like all these guys are going. They all probably thought they were in love.
Why would she do that? See, at the end of the day, she would have had more like clientele if she did not tell on these people.
Yeah, she could have been very popular.
She could have been. Man, come on.
And are monks making a lot of money? I mean, is she thinking she's going to get rich out of this?
I don't think they get any money.
This is so
I
bizarre.
don't think they get money or
The whole
food.
thing sounds backwards.
She was hustling backwards for sure, but now she's in the Bangkok jail. You know,
She came to get her blessing. That's what she needed. I guess.
sounds painful. Hell of a
All right.
weekend, boys.
1 hour down, 3.5 to go. Rangers baseball is coming up at 6:30. Let's keep the party rolling with the pregame at 6:30. First pitch 7:05 with the A's in town. We'll take a look at a trade deadline preview and the latest LeBron Mavs speculation. That's next year on the Fan.
30 straight minutes without interruption. It's our on-time experts commercial-free expressway at 720 with Sean and RJ. 1220 with KNC and 5.
I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
Mavs, he was at Summer League in Vegas doing the insider thing and basically emptied his notebook. They were in the Athletic New York Times, so a little bit of LeBron Mavs content for you. John Hollinger writes, in particular, the whispers about having eyes for Dallas, a place where he could have teamed up with former teammates Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving and young phenom Cooper Flagg before opting into his deal, were hard to ignore. Obviously, James wasn't willing to leave $52 million on the table to take a non-taxpayer MLE or something similar from the Mavs or another team. A buyout seems similarly unlikely. Additionally, the tax aprons on both sides will make any in-season transaction with a contender-class team very challenging. Okay, so that's the latest. Basically, as Tim Cato told us last week, LeBron still is one of, if not the most powerful man in the NBA. So this would require him almost deciding that he wants to leave, and that's a pretty significant leap from where we are right now. So I think best case scenario, if you want to dream about LeBron with the Mavs, is that he continues to play this year as he did last year, and he'll want to continue his career, beyond this upcoming season. I don't know. I was trying to put myself into his shoes. $52 million for a year with the Lakers, or like $14 million with the Mavs or another contender. I guess it's easy to say, what's another $40 million if you're already sitting on $1 billion for LeBron, but $40 million is a massive amount of money.
Yeah. I mean, that's why we're still just blown away at even the idea of a guy like Trayvon Diggs just voluntarily punting on $500,000. It's just, it doesn't happen. Even with the high level guys, if anyone in the league could take that level of pay cut to go win right now, it's LeBron James, who's not going to even really notice the difference. But I think there's some level of just principle involved with that. And there's an ego factor too. Like I am LeBron James, bro. I'm gonna make my $50 million.
Yeah, you're making hundreds of millions of dollars off me throughout my career. I want to get as much as I can on my side of it.
Yeah,
so
I get it.
I'm not going to make the mid-level exception. I mean, he makes $85 million is the estimate on endorsements per year. So he's making a ton of money. I mean, look, $52 million. I understand anyone saying I'm not losing out on that, but if you really did want to try and put yourself in the best position to win, if you don't feel that that's LA. I mean, if anybody could say, hey, I could take that loss, it would be LeBron, considering he's got so many great endorsements.
Did it feel like the Cowboys were maybe a little adversarial towards Diggs with their comments again today?
A little?
Yeah, maybe a lot.
A lot?
Oh, for sure. Now, I mean, at least they lumped in, to some extent, Terrence Steele.
Yes.
But yes, like they clearly want a lot more out of Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah.
And it's totally fair. Credit to their self-awareness of like they are admitting like that was not a good decision.
No, and then the injuries have just compounded it. It's been one of the saddest stories of the last couple of years with the Cowboys, just that Diggs cannot be healthy, because when he was healthy, even though his coverage was average and his tackling was well below average, they were dangerous when he was at the top of his game, and could change any game at the drop of a hat. And now, like, to go through the ACL, then the microfracture, I wouldn't be surprised if he's already played his last game with the Cowboys, just because how difficult it's going to be to come back from that after an ACL. We'll have more Cowboys, though, coming up here in about 15 minutes. How about an MLB trade deadline preview? If you were feeling confident on Friday, you're even more confident today, aren't you, that these Rangers are not going to be sellers? We go to ESPN, and they have their trade deadline candidates, the top 50 most likely trade deadline candidates in Major League Baseball this year. Rangers are on the list. There's only a couple of them, though, and they're not very highly ranked at all. When it comes to how likely they are to be moved. Adolis Garcia, 28th on the list, saying there's a coin flip chance maybe that he gets traded right now. I would be shocked. I mean, you need him. Right. So I think moving Adolis Garcia would be kind of waving the white flag. I would say it's got to be closer to 5%, not 50% Adolis gets traded between now and the end of the month. What do you guys think?
Ooh, if they keep winning, I don't think they're going to trade Dolly unless it's just specifically for the space to then be able to make a move to buy.
To bring in another bat to replace him.
Or a reliever. Maybe they feel like they've got somebody else that they could slide in and play. Like maybe it's Osuna. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, to me, it's like if you still believe in this team, you probably need Adolis Garcia here and him performing well. So I don't know if it makes a ton of sense to move him if you're also going to be buyers. Like if you're going to sell him, then it means like we don't really believe that this team's going to be able to do it this year.
It really felt like about 50% before the Padres series, you know,
Yes.
and then they proceeded to, over the final 10 games before the All-Star break, just play some great baseball and score. And now, you know, assuming Evaldi stays healthy, I don't think there's a very compelling case that they're going to be changing their mind here over the next week or so with a series against the A's getting underway tonight, 6:30 pregame. Chris Martin is also on the list at 38th, and he had a leg situation last night, so we'll have to get an update from CY and Sands on that coming up 4:20 and 4:40 there, your Rangers back-to-back interviews.
If anyone wants Chris Martin, go for it.
You're willing to move on?
I think that body might be breaking down.
I mean, 38 years old.
It's like every time he goes out there, something's getting messed up.
I'd be okay with that.
Is it a decent chunk of change if you can?
I feel like he was on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
But I mean, it definitely would free up a good chunk. Yeah. I mean, they're like so close right now to that luxury tax threshold to where I think anything is going to help.
Yeah, it was a 1-year, $5.5 million contract that he signed.
So, yeah, I do feel like Chris Martin has had some good innings, and I don't want to move on from him lightly just because of their need for quality arms. And, you know, you don't have to be elite to be of use, I think, right now for this Rangers bullpen. And they're kind of keeping it together with matchups and Bochy managing it the way that he does. You know, I would be interested to see what extra dominoes would have to fall, but I don't see either of those things happening. Like if you ask me to rank right now between selling anything, standing pat, and buying, I would say the Rangers are going to buy at least a bullpen arm. Standing pat is the second most likely, and selling is a distant third right now. I just don't think Bochy, CY, and the veterans they have on this team justifies it, and I don't think they'd want to be around on a team like that.
No, they're going to look for any reason to avoid selling and punting on the season. And at this point, they don't really have a reason to because, things are going in the right direction. If things bottom out totally between now and the deadline, then you go ahead and make your call. But otherwise, I'm with you 100%. I could see them standing pat, wishing they could buy, but financially just maybe not being able to.
Let me ask you this, guys. So as we turn to the top 10 here of the likely trade candidates, the good news here, 4 of the top 10 players available at this deadline, bullpen arms. Would you be willing to put even your top prospect on the table for a bullpen arm under a couple of years of organizational control right now? Are you considering Walcott to get like a hammer arm?
Yeah. I love Sebastian Walcott. I think that he's going to be a really good player, but it is so much of an unknown. It's easy to fall in love with a prospect who is absolutely tearing it up in, Double-A. And hopefully, he continues the progression here. But yeah, if it's under multiple years of control and it's a worthy player, I certainly would be open-minded to that because we've seen so many prospects that we go ahead and put all of our hope in, and they just don't inevitably develop. And quite frankly, I think if the player were there that the Rangers found value in, they would be willing to do that.
Yeah, and too often the prospects become just pretty good big leaguers. It's like, hey, that's a hit. We got a number 4 starter. That's hard to do from a prospect list, but like you can go find that in free agency or the trade market, right? So what is the actual chance that a player of Sebastian Walcott's ilk ends up becoming a guy that's going to drive you to championships? It's beyond 1 in 1,000.
Maybe I'm just a little emotional in our connection that we had with him in the clubhouse. Walchuk,
he's a hell of a guy.
Yeah, to feel like letting him go would hurt. And if this was a team that was clearly like leading the division and like obviously one of the real no-brainer contenders in the sport, I would play along with it. But that would be tough, man.
Yeah.
It'd be tough to trade that guy.
If they could have just got it turned around May 1st instead of June 15th or whatever it ended up being, there might be a compelling case to be made for that. Anyway, the top player the Rangers are mentioned as a fit for, right? Because ESPN gives you the most likely trade candidates and then who the fits are. And the Rangers are about one of 6 or 7 teams for Yohan Duran, the Twins reliever, one of the best relievers in the sport, nasty stuff, fastball that averages 100.2, and he throws a splinker that sits 97.5.
You splink and you miss
Splitter
it.
sinker.
He has 2 more years of team control after this season.
A wobbly ball.
yeah.
The movement on that.
It sounds hellacious to try to hit, but he would demand a big trade package. So that's why I wanted to ask you about Sebastian Wolcott. If Brian was here, of course, he'd be texting his GM buddy, and we'll have him follow up on this later on this week. Could you get Yohan Duran for Sebastian Wolcott? Would that be an overpay? Would it be an underpay? Emmanuel Clase, still with Cleveland, nearly unhittable last season. The bad news is he's not been as good this year. The good news is maybe he's more available. Had issues more with walks, gotten fewer ground balls while allowing more damage on his cutter that does average 99 miles an hour, in part due to more center cut locations. He's under contract for less than $30 million through 2028, which would bring a big return to Cleveland.
He's started to get it going. His last 13 outings, he's allowed only 1 earned run and looked more like the guy that he was last year. I mean, could you say they're a reliever away?
You could.
A ninth inning guy? Certainly looked like it the last 10 days.
If the offense continues to have turned the corner, which it does appear that they have, then yes. I mean, this team with the starting pitching that they've got, you look at them in a postseason series, they absolutely have the capability to go on a run like they did 2 years ago and win a championship, in which case everything is worth doing. But you absolutely are going to have to feature a package of Sebastian Wolcott to get him or Emmanuel Clase. Like, you're competing with the Dodgers. You're competing with the Red Sox, the Yankees. Like, every team is looking to try and get the best bullpen help they can here at the deadline. If you want one of those guys, you're probably going to have to overpay.
Very important context. You talked about that last week, how it's going to become a bidding war. Guardians have another reliever, Cade Smith, arguably the best reliever in baseball since the beginning of 24. 13 strikeouts per 9. The Guardians, one of the few teams out there that is clearly a seller. He could be the solution to many teams' late inning woes with 4 more years of control. He would also be a prohibitively expensive trade target for most teams, making a deal difficult to come by. So they don't think trade possibility is likely. But if I'm CY, I'm hammering Cleveland every day trying to see if there's any way we could get that done. I mean, I think you have to consider Leiter and Rocker as trade chips as well. Do you not? I mean, Rocker had a hell of a start Saturday. Leiter's had some good runs. Leiter's ERA going tonight sitting just under 4.4 now.
I'd rather trade one of those guys than Wolcott.
There you go. And then the fourth guy on this list that makes sense for the Rangers is the 10th ranked player available at the deadline, Griffin Jacks, also in Minnesota. 3.92 ERA. So if you Google him up, you'll be like, wow, I wouldn't want that. But his advanced metrics, the predictive analytics and stuff like that, like you get into XFIP and all kinds of these cool little analytics, dominant. To tell you stuff's dominant. He's just been one of the most unlucky pitchers in baseball this year. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. There's a look at the relievers. I have some outfielders as well. There's first baseman to look at. Which is an interesting situation because I don't really want to, go with the idea of heading into September and October with the current first baseman situation. Is Jock Peterson going to come back and mash? I would hope so.
We got to hope. We got to hope that Jock does. I definitely had that as part of the notes to ask CY about where is Jock right now. But I think a DH would be something to discuss.
But Cowboys are in the air, no doubt here. And on your home of the Cowboys, we're fired about them. Rangers pregame coming up at 6:30. Jaden Blue was the big story Friday, and by the time we got to the weekend, it was clear that this wasn't just about being lazy. It really took on a tone of how coachable is the guy. I guess my thought is, after reviewing the story over the weekend, doing a podcast about it, how about WOW, by the way, if you want to sub, you got an absolute dog in this guy. And a lot of the stuff that I heard from him, like going back to high school and college, there's some good leadership stuff in there. Somebody told me he led high school workouts during COVID. Like, the dude, is maybe complicated. Maybe he's not the most coachable. But damn it, I kept watching his highlights, and I'm like, I don't see an ounce of laziness in the way that he runs the ball. I see a shifty, fast guy who at 205 pounds is willing to put his face mask in the chest of a 260-pound defender 10 times out of 10, So I hope that this story evolves well over the next 3 weeks in Oxnard. I hope we get a chance to talk to him, and maybe get a better understanding of everything going on.
If anything, this probably fired him up, and he's going to be looking like the hardest worker on the team.
Seemed like it from his social media post on Friday.
Yeah, he's taking it personal.
Yeah.
I like that.
Let's get you more Cowboys. The C-Note coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
Miss anything on The Fan? Ever wish you could go back in time? You can.
I got it all on record.
Go back and listen to your favorite segments with our Odyssey app Rewind feature. Now we Rewind feature, presented by Comerica on The Fan.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's one.
Name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Quaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Segment is the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. And it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's the Frankels. We're going to start with something Micah Parsons just retweeted. As the Cowboys State of the Team address was going on today, owner Jerry Jones interrupted Brian Schottenheimer to say that Micah Parsons was hurt for 6 games last year, so they weren't even going to be sure if they had him. And he also, talked about Diggs and Steele. I mean, he was a loose cannon, more than I've ever heard Jerry Jones at that presser today stirring it up.
That's weed.
So, I mean, the point is, talking about the injuries of a guy that you're actively negotiating with is that dirty pool. But J.J. Watt retweeted this quote and said, anytime you can publicly take a dig at your star quarterback and your star pass rusher simultaneously right before the season begins, you just got to take it. He says, nothing makes guys want to fight for you more than hearing how upset you are that they got hurt while fighting for you. So that's J.J. Watt. And Micah Parsons retweeted that. What's your guys' read on this?
I think it's just back and forth, negotiation. I don't really think it's going to have any impact. I believe Mike and Jerry have a very good relationship. Yeah. And at some point, I do think this deal is going to get done. It's just a matter of when, but it certainly is. It's fascinating, and it is one of those things where it's just bizarre, especially when it's like it wasn't 6 games, it was 4 games. But I think the big takeaway for me was just how frustrated I think the Cowboys clearly are, and it was a big talking point in post-game shows for Brian and I during the season, that the Cowboys have not gotten the return on investment when it comes to a lot of these second contracts. And maybe they are taking a harder look at, all right, we need to make sure that if we're going to pay a player this amount of money, it's worth it. And it's going to end up benefiting us, because clearly Diggs, that's bad. Steele, that one hasn't been good. Unfortunately, Dak gets hurt immediately after signing that deal. So the leadership stuff that they keep pointing out there and harping on, all of these things, like, it's not a surprise. If you're at Tolo and you listen to 105.3 The Fan, these are things that we have heard from that building for the last several years about maybe question marks regarding Micah Parsons. For various reasons, and the leadership stuff he has talked about, but I think up until this year, you didn't see the actions matching the comments and what he was saying.
Yeah. I think for me the problem is still, even despite that, they're still probably going to end up caving to him. They have no like forward thinking foresight. It takes them forever to like get what they feel comfortable with as a full evaluation of a player. And if they really wanted to do something, like, then just get ahead of it. If you don't want to pay the guy, fine. Just trade him at the beginning of the offseason. Get a haul for him. Like, they're not going to tag him. They're not going to do it. They're not going to spend that much money for 1 year on the salary cap for anybody. They're not going to do that. Certainly not.
They
for
do it twice with Tank.
Anything
Tank?
They did, and they did it with Dak.
But the number for Micah Parsons now is way bigger than what it was for Tanks, and for a quarterback, you may do that. But even that goes back to them just like not fully knowing if Dak was that guy. Like, why are you putting Micah and Terrence Steele in the same sentence? Terrence Steele was off an ACL when you paid him. And everybody knew that Trayvon Diggs wasn't the most bought in, like, super I love football, I'm ready to live and die for a championship right now, let's go. He wasn't that guy. So you're putting Micah in a conversation with two guys that most of us would have told you beforehand probably shouldn't pay that guy.
Yeah, not injury prone. Yeah, not a guy you want to look at.
It's like, dude, if you don't want to pay Micah, which ultimately you're probably going to cave and do it anyways, so you waited super long and the money just went up, but just get ahead of it and have some stones and say, we're trading you, and go get a freaking haul for the guy. Fine. Yeah. But they don't do that.
I guess I look at this, back and forth or whatever this is now, as I wouldn't be surprised if at some point during the OTs or minicamp when Jerry and Micah were talking with each other, if Jerry said, now I'm going to stir it up, I want you to stir it up right back, because we're going to serve this thing hot, right going into training camp. and try not to get in your feelings about it. I won't get in my feelings about it, and we'll have a good laugh about this at the press conference. Watch this. And they're going to do a presser at some point during Oxnard or shortly thereafter where Mike and Jerry will be up there smiling and saying it's all business.
Yeah, they're just playing the game.
I mean, he did the whole Zeke Who thing. Like, Jerry's known to do some stuff like this.
And then I also wanted to just acknowledge that I think the injuries are an underplayed story with this run during the Mike McCarthy era. Like, they just lost so many starts on guys that have made all-pro teams, that have made Pro Bowl teams, then you take Overshone out. Like, the amount of injury adversity the Cowboys have had to face since 2021, really, it's as high as it gets in the National Football League. And I think people don't have an appetite for the excuses, and I really don't either, because I think they leave a lot of opportunities to team build out there on the cutting room floor. But hey, injuries are something that you have some control of. I know during the Jason Garrett era, they had a horrible run where they had the most in the NFL, and then they went about drafting guys that weren't injured in college, and good luck happened, and they were on a good run for about the last half of the decade through 2021. They were one of the healthiest teams. Now that has swung back the other way, and I don't know if they've been built to go win a Super Bowl, but I mean, if you could just give them average health since 2021, I think they would have had more postseason success. Okay, how about this Adam Schefter clip on this Micah Parsons story? Here's the ESPN insider.
The Cowboys are slow playing it again. Surprise, surprise. And they had not been in any rush. Now, Mike is going to go to camp, and Mike is going to be there, and Mike is going to do what Micah does. But I could tell you that going into camp, the two sides were not very close to a deal, and I don't think the Dallas Cowboys have been overly aggressive about getting a deal done. There have not been very many conversations, and I still think that everybody believes that at some point this deal is going to get done. But if we go back to last offseason as a roadmap, C.D. Lamb got done, I believe, late in August. Dak Prescott got done on the opening day of the NFL season. And we'll see when they can get something done with C.D. Lamb, with Micah Parsons, who they want to get done, obviously. But it doesn't sound like it's on a fast track right now. Now, that can change, and I do think that when they get a deal done with him, it's going to make him the richest defensive player in NFL history. It'll be the richest non-quarterback deal in NFL history. But again, not close right now, and we'll see if they can find a way to get there this summer as they have in the past with some of their other premier players.
Well, I love that he's there. I think that's a huge part of it, because a lot of what he's got to figure out is just the assignments of a different defensive coordinator. And I think a lot of that is classroom work. Definitely you'd like to have him on the field for walkthroughs or simulated games. I don't necessarily need him in live fire, but with as many good young pass rushers that are on this team, it's not a horrible thing that Mike is going to sit out some athletic expenditures, because he has not had the best durability through seasons. He has not had the best endurance over an 18-week season. Maybe taking it easy in July and a little bit in August, giving these young guys a chance to break free, and then, hopefully at least being able to practice for a couple of weeks before the season starts would not be a bad resolution here.
It certainly wouldn't be the end of the world. If Sam Williams was healthy and able to be fully active out there, I would feel a little bit differently. And I still like the idea of Micah Parsons going up against guys like Tyler Guyton in practice and giving these guys different looks of like, hey, this is what it looks like to go up against the best. And we've seen guys like C.D. Lamb and Zach Martin over the last few years miss training camp, and he's obviously going to be there, but not participating in training camp. Zach Martin would tell you he was not the same to start that season. C.D. Lamb clearly wasn't from a production standpoint.
Yeah, and then while we're on edges, and all that's well said, Chief, Donovan Ezeraku deal got done Friday night. Broadus was telling us about this, like the dominoes are about to start falling, and he thought it would be done before today, and it got done shortly after we went off the air, right? So, the thing with Ezeraku, I went back and looked into him over the weekend. Elite run stopping in college, and I'm sure you know this, Wolchuk. I'm not breaking any news to you. But like Ezeraku plus Micah is your chance, really. Not only from a pass rush perspective, but they're two of your best run defenders as well. If Ezeraku can bring what he did in college to this level, like his missed tackle rate is right on the edge of elite, and somehow, even though he's not the biggest guy, he can shed blocks and rock with the best of them.
He's great with his hands. I mean, I think that's what made him so special at Boston College. He's so fast, his ability to shed off blocks, but the bend is really what crushed for him in terms of getting after the passer. But yeah, I mean, those are reps that now Donovan Ezeraku could get. I still think we're going to see Micah Parsons practicing. I really do. I don't think a hold in is going to last very long. I'd be fascinated if he went an entire training camp and did not actually participate. I don't think he's going to be able to help himself.
I could definitely see some of that individual drill stuff, especially when it gets competitive, like it did at the Ford Center at the Star during minicamp, where I want to get down here and see if I can take out the young man's best time or something like that. Jeremy Fowler had an Overshown report, and Overshown himself updated it on IG over the weekend. But the news is positive checkup with his doctor last week, reinforced plans to play this season, likely start on PUP, hoping for midseason return, but that's still open-ended based on his recovery. So I think we'll just keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best on that. Nobody really knows how this thing's going to get resolved. Training camp injury report brought to you by Chiefs buddies over there at Greystone Roofing and Construction. It's greystone-roofing.com. You also have Trayvon Diggs and Josh Butler opening camp on PUP, while Siobhan Revelle will open on the NFI list per sources, all expected with the rehabs that they are in. So all that stuff pretty much on schedule. Okay, then how about we finish this up with the Tyler Smith quote from right off the bus last night, making some waves across social media, and then again this morning on your morning debate television shows. He was asked about goals for the season and just said simply Super Bowl champions. That's always the expectations. And then they talked about it a little bit today, and obviously the addition of Booker, the trade for George Pickens makes this offense more formidable if they can find a runner. Where are you guys with that right now? I'd say they're very much in a long shot camp. I think they're heading for 9-8, if I had to call it, and hoping for a wild card spot where they would be roadkill in the playoffs, just because their defense is so unproven right now.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm excited, and I have hope about the offense, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what Schottenheimer and company have in store. I like what they've done with the Pickens thing, at least for this year. Like, that's a huge upgrade. I think the offensive line is going to be good. Like you said, the runner question is huge, but yeah, I'm looking at this as a 8 or 9 win team.
Wolchuk?
Well, I mean, I think they could get to 10 wins this year. I mean, Super Bowl, obviously, it doesn't matter really what we think. I love that Tyler Smith said that, and every player should feel that way.
Right.
And I knew immediately, like, he was going to get clowned for this, right? Because people are going to laugh, the Cowboys winning a Super Bowl, and that's fine. Like, we all kind of know that deep down.
What was he supposed to say? Like, our goal is to go have fun this year, man. Like, really try our best.
That's the standard. The standard is the standard. And at some point, hopefully, I'm still around here and I get to see it. At some point, there will be a Cowboys team that finally does it and breaks this inevitable streak. But, I love that Tyler Smith said that. And so whether we believe it, that if it's possible or not, doesn't really matter. Everybody in that locker room should believe that, or else why the hell are you playing football?
Yeah, and I liked his attitude that he kind of got with the report.
Yeah, a little chippy, a little back and forth. I hope this team is.
Yeah, it does. I think it definitely has the potential to be a really good regular season team again, because the offense could be top 5. But man, I'm held back from my confidence with the knowledge of what the schedule did to him last year. Like, Jerry opened up with one of his first statements like, well, we didn't get good quarterback play last year because Dak got hurt. Well, I mean, Cooper Rush did not play that much worse than Dak Prescott. Like, It was bad because your offensive line was getting bullied in the trenches. And it doesn't matter if it's Dak or Cooper Rush or Joe Milton, So while I believe in their personnel and I think Pickens should be a huge addition and their offensive line should be slightly better, it's a really tough schedule. 3 of their first 8 opponents have top 5 defenses.
But I think you hit the nail on the head with the offensive line. Like, if that takes the step that we're hoping that it can with Tyler Booker and he's able to come in and be a good rookie, with Cooper Beebe year 2, Tyler Guyton actually putting in work and being an NFL-capable left tackle for you, Steele getting back to the version that he was a couple years ago, or at least he's still a damn good run-blocking offensive tackle and a serviceable starter when it comes to pass blocking. Like, this offensive line has the pieces to be one of the better units in the league. And that, to me, if you've got an offensive line that can win, you've got a shot to win a lot of football games.
Well said. Okay, we have CY coming up at 4:20. How's Evaldi doing? Scratch from yesterday's start. We have Krusty's Corner coming up next. We'll check in to handle that.
Yeah, we've got ranking 2025 NFL rosters. We just kind of talked about it a little bit. Where in the world are the Cowboys on this? And we do have some Rangers news for you. That's next in the nation.
Okay, how about some Window Nation, though, because they have an incredible deal going on right now. Save 50% off all the new windows at Window Nation, plus no interest for 5 years. New windows from Window Nation will make your home a lot more energy efficient. You know, right now it's heating up big time. And you might hear that AC just running constantly, right? When's the last time you heard it not running? We're definitely in the dog days of summer, and new windows from Window Nation can save you big time on your energy bill. So give them a call, 866-90Nation, windownation.com. Tell them I sent you, and they're going to send a great agent out to the house. They'll do a full evaluation and give you a free, no-obligation quote that's good for 6 months. So no need to procrastinate another day. Window Nation can put new windows in the home in a day or less, and their jobs are 96% satisfaction guaranteed. That's an unheard of number in the window industry. It's usually a 50-50 shot, but Window Nation is so good at what they do, 96% customer satisfaction. Just go to windownation.com and tell them you want that 50% off, no interest for 5 years, 866-90Nation. Salute.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, what did the Cowboys have to say in California? Another Billy Currington ticket giveaway during the Expressway. Plus, we'll ask Reddit at 7:40 and the return of PP in the morning. Tuesday morning on The Fan.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take...
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a bit.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
So Josh Young back on the big league squad. Justin Foscue and your guy, Alejandro Osuna, have been optioned.
And I appreciate you mentioning him. He is my guy. He's one of my favorite Rangers. It's just a little early for him, so I'm glad he got up here. He got exposure for an extended period of time. Now he gets to go back there and dominate. Probably going to hit about 340 with a 900 OPS this week and wait for his next shot.
He needs the everyday at-bats, so I think this is going to be a good thing. And I'm excited. I mean, Josh Young, back-to-back homers, down there at AAA. It seemed like he was starting to see the ball a lot better. Hopefully, this is just what the doctor ordered for the Jungle Cat, and he's able to get back up here and really crush it as the Rangers go ahead and start a series with the A's. Jack Leiter on the bump. We'll talk with CY coming up at 4:20.
If Josh Young channeled his 2023 version and then Jock Peterson just got back to some level of Jock competence, this thing could go to the moon, boys.
They were damn well winning a World Series.
I think
we're going to be partying out there.
We're going to be in the conversation.
Well, yeah. And there's nothing like October baseball. I've missed it ever since that run.
34-28 would get the job done right now, guys. We're not talking about going out there and being world beaters. Just be pretty good.
Just be pretty good. That's all we want. Just pretty good. Okay, fellas, and you don't have to give me an answer right now. You can think about it. I can get back to this later on in the segment, but I want you to give me an 877-881-1053, a Cowboys breakout star. Okay? Just want one. Cowboy breakout candidate for 2025.
Can't be a rookie, right? Can rookies break out? Or do you have to have already done some level of...
You know what? Phenomenal question. Can a rookie break out?
I mean...
Can a rookie be considered a breakout star? Does this need to be somebody that maybe...
Yeah, absolutely.
Hasn't.
Yeah.
A rookie could just...
Has at least played a year.
Burst onto the scene in breakout fashion.
I think so. Because it's rare. When it happens, you're dealing with a star. So you predicting stardom for any of these guys? I think that's on the table, and I think Donovan Ezra-Rocku is a great pick for that.
Yeah, after what you said earlier, man, how could you not feel like Ezra-Rocku is going to get it done at a high level?
I don't think they're going to be able to take him off the field.
No, I'm with you. I think that's a guy, and we've talked about this on Love of the Star, by the way. Go and listen, subscribe, tell all your friends about Love of the Star. But yeah, Donovan Ezra-Rocku is just one of those guys. Also, hard-ass worker. I think the coaching staff's just going to have an issue keeping him off the field.
After what Dawson said about his run defense, I'm thinking about replacing him with, replacing Mozzie Smith with him.
Right.
Throw him inside.
Play with the one tag.
Play him there.
Why the
man.
hell not?
I guarantee you he would be more consistent than Mozzie.
Okay,
at like 100 pounds lighter.
For this exercise, we're not going to go with rookies.
Okay, for this exercise.
Just for this.
But in general, you can be a rookie breakout star.
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
So just go ponder. You can go ahead and peruse the roster if you need to. Unless, you seem like you might be chomping on the bit here.
Has George Pickens made a Pro Bowl? The answer to that is no.
Okay.
Has he got a 1,000-yard season? I don't think so on that one either. So I'm going to say George Pickens, although I already do consider him like a top 25 wide receiver.
All right. Pickens. Get back to yours, Eric. 877-881-1053. We got some votes for Wanye Thomas.
He has had a 1,100-yard season.
Okay.
Right.
But he's never had more than 5 touchdowns. Never been a Pro Bowler.
Maybe that doesn't count then.
Yeah, I think we're going to need somebody else than George. I'm going to call you. That was low-hanging fruit. That was kind of a weak selection.
That
wasn't cool, dude.
I thought no Pro Bowl got me in. I thought I went on a loophole.
But what even is a Pro Bowl?
Thanks for keeping me accountable,
If you make a Pro Bowl, it's like, there was an article I thought about doing, like, who's going to make the Pro Bowl this year? First-time Pro Bowlers. But it's like, man, they're going down to the fourth alternates on
As
these
soon as
things.
Tyler Huntley was an AFC Pro Bowl quarterback, I knew that we were done with
We've
that.
thrown it out.
Could Turpin be a part of this conversation?
If it is as an offensive player.
As an offensive player,
yes.
like take away the special teams, I think him maybe being the biggest beneficiary of the Lamb-Pickens combo. I mean, the entire offense benefits in a huge way with that, but I think he's a guy that underneath, hey man, catch the ball 5 yards down the field, not 45 yards down the field. You're going to catch it 5.
We need to keep this within a 15-yard box.
And then you're going to run 97 miles per hour and get pulled over, but you're going to be in the end zone. So it's like point still stands.
Okay, go with Turp. That's a good one.
I'm just throwing that out there.
That's
I would
fine.
love to see Mingo be that guy. Don't get me wrong.
Well, then you want to put the call in for Mingo?
I think Broadus might put the call in for Mingo. Knowing what I know about Broadus, yeah, Broadus is not here. You're right.
He's on his way to Oxnard. He's going to scout him up for us starting tomorrow.
I'm going Turpin. I'm going Turpin.
All right.
Because I think the running back stuff, too, is interesting.
And it is slim pickings. Like, I guess this is a result of them not drafting terribly well over the last couple of years, but there's not many breakout candidate type of guys. Like, from a running back spot, Hunter Lipke, if I can't take Jaden Blue or Phil Maffa.
I mean, honestly,
you want to go with Javonte Williams?
If you're if you definitely don't want to do that, I'll leave that to Brian.
You want to go with the Luke Schoonmaker?
You can just keep the Pickens one if you're going to do that.
Yeah, just take Pickens.
I mean, maybe Tyler Guyton. Like if you buy
Tyler
into
Guyton?
his efforts this offseason, his maturation, and especially the coaching staff with Clayton Adams and Connor Riley, I think he's going to be solid. So that would be a fair name to throw out there.
I'm going to go with Sanborn. Jack Sanborn, the linebacker. Hasn't been a starter. And who knows? He might not even start week 1 for the Cowboys. I think Kenneth Murray's the guy that's getting the nod there with the green dot. I was a little bit surprised. Thought maybe that'd be a Sanborn role.
I think Sanborn's a better player.
But I'm going with Jack Sanborn to break out in a big way.
I
he's
hope
gonna be
so.
a tackling machine.
I don't mean to be too cynical about Sanborn, but I mean, you go for $1.5 million after you've been with this guy, and the entire league has a chance, and the only coach that really wants to still have you is the one you just had where you were a try-hard for. I don't know. This seems like a teacher's pet type of situation, if you ask me.
Okay. Well, I think he could be Zach Bond, for this year.
I think he's Eberflus's Terrence Steele.
That's what you need. You need somebody. I mean, Eric Kendricks was kind of the mercenary for Mike Zimmer. I need that guy. Maybe Sanborn can be it.
Do you have any appetite for Kyer Elam?
I do. Kyer Elam's
like
one of the top guys that I would like. What do you like about him? That I'm excited to watch at training camp. I want to see if this is all true or was this just like OTAs and mini camps. He's just out here making plays. Can that sustain onto the practice field and in the games? Like, do you see that in preseason games? Because right now, when you don't have Trayvon Diggs, you don't have Savon Ravel, and you don't have Josh Butler, you're going to get a lot of reps at corner right now. I mean, the Cowboys are thirsting for reps at corner, just capable bodies, and Kyer Elam's that guy.
Well, I'll tell you what. Run defense among all corners last year. There's your PFF grades. I'd love to see what your film says. What if I told you that out of 222 qualifying corners with his run defense, Kaiir Elam came in 35th. That's why he's here. He's now your best run-stopping defensive back, and it ain't close.
Well, that matches the tape from Florida, because that dude was physical at Florida, big, long-limbed guy, certainly not afraid to kind of throw his head in there, make some plays. And hopefully it's not the head, because we don't want concussions.
Something you can work with a little bit there. I do appreciate that about a player. 469 might have nailed it, though, Wolchuk. BB breakout.
So, I can't take Cooper Beebe. But the world knows how I feel about Cooper Beebe. To me, he's already broken out. I have no questions. I have no doubts about Cooper Beebe.
I know, but he hasn't necessarily broken out. He's right up against it.
Yeah, for the people that don't know ball, he hasn't.
Right. I don't know. I think that's a good choice.
No, I love
469.
that.
I think Beebe's gonna have a great year. I think Sam Williams is a guy that's getting nominated
Sam
here.
Williams.
I know John Machota threw him in
the Athletic. He did.
Athletic breakout.
Sam Williams
and Nealon.
I think Nealon's got a good shot this year too to be a really good player.
I love the idea that if you're getting run over, you can put Nealon out there, and he's got the big, strong arms, and he's not going to get pushed off the edge.
Yeah, Nealon's going to be a good player. Now the Cowboys roster ranking, courtesy of ESPN, they did it for all 32 teams today. Dead balls in the middle. And this is a list they're typically in the top 10 of. I mean, every year we're wondering, are we overrating the Cowboys roster? 18. Biggest strength, they're saying, it's not pass rush, wide receiver. Starts with CeeDee Lamb. Then, of course, you add George Pickens. Now you got Kevontae Turpin, Jalen Tolbert, Jonathan Mingo. They provide serviceable depth. They're going with wide receivers, the biggest strength, biggest weakness. Not a shock. Running back. The X factors. Right side of the line. Steele, the rookie Booker. Can they get that solidified? Steele finished 56 out of 66 tackles in pass block win rate in 2024. If Booker and Steele can be average pass protectors, Dallas could have a surprisingly strong line in front of Dak. It's a big if, though, but I think it's possible. Non-starters to know, they're going with my guy Jack Sanborn. He followed over Matt Eberflus. And then they mentioned Marvin Overshown, but considering Overshown was just a top 10 linebacker on the execs, coaches, and scouts list, come on. I think that Marvin Overshown's becoming a household name. But right in the middle of the pack, I think they kind of nailed this one. I think that's where this roster is right now. There's so many questions.
It's fair. I think with some developments, they could have a top 10 roster as well, but that would be with quite a few developments. Broadus will be on the ground in Oxnard before too long. Be reporting on those developments starting tomorrow, along with the KMC Masterpiece live in Oxnard, and then the three of us will join Broadus out there on Sunday and resume the coverage. Chief, what's coming up next, buddy?
Jerry called Micah Michael Parsons today. What's your all-time favorite Jerry mispronunciation? Plus, I have a football admission to announce next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about Men's T Clinic with you before we do anything else, though, because if you want to live your best life, if you want to be the best version of yourself, Men's T Clinic can help get that fixed right now. Just go to mensteclinic.com or call them at 972-GO-MENS-T and set up your initial appointment real quick. 5 minutes, they'll take some blood, they'll tell you what your testosterone numbers are, and then they will get you optimized. Men's T Clinic is amazing. Our Tolos, myself included, have described Men's T Clinic as life-changing because of what optimizing your hormones can do for you. Everything from the boardroom to the bedroom is going to be better. And that's not all Men's T Clinic does. I mean, hair replacement therapies, you get a little thin up top. Men's T Clinic has a solution for that. Natural regenerative therapies for joint pains and so much more. Men's T Clinic has researched all the male issues out there. You want to shed some fat, you want to add some muscle, Men's T Clinic can help you there as well. Men's T Clinic, 972-GO-MENS-T. They have very affordable cash options. They take insurance as well, and you can give them a call and set up an appointment at one of their 5 North Texas locations, mensteclinic.com. Salute.
Throwing out sports knowledge bombs and sharing some laughs. You're hanging with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Give Jerry Jones credit for this much. The man is consistent. After waiting to give Dak Prescott a deal for too long and watching the market rise, he had to settle to pay that guy $60 million a year. And having watched Micah Parsons sit on the sideline waiting for a deal, Jerry Jones is now facing the same kind of problem. The Cowboys are run by an owner who'd rather wait than do what he's supposed to do. I'm Bill Ryder.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Nick Namath. We hear from clients that have made some poor decisions, like lighting the grill with gasoline or eating 2-day-old sushi, but choose to not pay taxes. That could be the worst decision ever. The IRS can ruin your life, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, seizing your passport, and even putting you behind bars.
At the law offices of Nick Namath, we've helped thousands of people just like you get out of trouble with the IRS. I have over 20 years' experience serving both individuals and businesses.
Oh, 5-3, the Fan excited to get out to Oxnard and begin our Cowboys coverage. before too long. It's time now for an edition of Football's Finest with CY. Chris Young coming up in 20 minutes. Here's the Chief.
Okay, we had the Jerry state of the Cowboys presser to kick off Oxnard and training camp. Very exciting times, and this was one of the moments that went viral when talking about Micah Parsons.
Of all the players that I've ever negotiated with, Michael Parson is as savvy and knowledgeable and understanding of his financial business relative to football as any player I've ever been around.
So I think this could go down as one of the greatest Jerry mispronunciations of all time because it's a pretty easy name, first and foremost. And then it was not only the Michael, but then he left the S off of Parsons.
I noticed that Michael just Parson as it was getting run back.
So it was Michael Parson there for a second. And I was just wondering if the Tolos and you guys had a particular favorite Jerry mispronunciation of all time. I do think I still know what my number one is. We're getting some good texts here, like the 214. When you draft a Schoonmaker and an Overshown, it can become Schoonover real quick.
Oh, yeah, the Schoonover.
You get a couple of those.
Still might be Schoonover.
I think if you asked him right now, he'd tell you, yeah, Schoonover is one of my favorite players on this football team.
Brad has a problem with that one, too.
He's a real two-way player, that guy.
I think my favorite of all time is Stevens Biadaz.
The Biadaz.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, let's lump the whole Jones family into the conversation here. I think Biadaz.
Biadaz and the Cupper.
Just the Cupper. Yeah, you have Cupper and you have Biadaz. Those are really dang good ones.
I mean, if you want to go way back to 2011, I believe, Enrage got a big kick out of this one, Richie and Grego and Sybil. The Letty Williams instead of Teddy Williams. Teddy Williams is like a sprinter at a UTSA. I think like an athlete, maybe special teams kind of guy. He's calling him Letty Williams one day on the air.
I think he really butchered Daughtry's name, too, that Thanksgiving leading up to him performing.
Was it Dofferty or something?
It was. I think it was about 5 different names.
Well, and if he would have said Micah's agent's name, we would have had a Muffaletta to address during this offseason.
David Muffaletta.
But he wanted to stay away from
and honestly,
Mulligan.
good for him.
There was some self-awareness there. He knew he was about to go down the Muffaletta rabbit hole and screw up the Mulligetta.
You know, one of the things that hit me today while they were doing the whole agent run around, like explaining how this goes and why Jerry hasn't talked to Mulligetta, I really believe that Jerry thinks that that's a layer of business that's beneath him. And it's like, you might as well be talking about the intern. She's like, what, an agent? You know, I got business to do, man. Guys. You know, I'll let my people know what the numbers come in at.
Yeah, I think that's a great point.
Well, Stephen was very adamant when Jane asked, like, step off. I talk to the agents. Me and Adam. Jerry doesn't talk to him. I don't know if you really want to be standing down on that one there, Stephen.
Yeah, I still think the best, though, is when he called a former Cowboys kicker, Brandon Maher,
other boy,
Mayor Witch.
Mayor Witch?
Yeah, the Mayor Witch.
That was certainly the most egregious of the mispronunciations.
The Mayor Witch was great.
Mayor Witch is pretty all-time.
And Maher is the kid who he called other boy. You know, we had this one kicker out here. Was it Dan Bailey? I don't know. And other boy, he was missing him. So real good. You know?
Yeah, he's definitely in his bag right now.
Well, I got one, bro. I got one right here.
Oh, hit me, Lucius.
I got the little drop.
Happy birthday to Mike Baskey.
There it is.
Old Baskey.
The origination of the Baskey line.
That's I'm so glad you did that because that's how I think of Bassick now. Like whenever I refer to him, it's Baskey. He's been Baskey since that day. Thank you, Jerry, for that. That's wonderful.
I've always known him as Ballsack since that day in the Toronto Blue Jays visiting bullpen. He did call Paxton Lynch Paxton Lunch.
Yeah. Did he really?
Shocking because he wanted him really bad.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have gotten Dak if Paxton Lunch had been available.
Jerry wouldn't have flinched at all at the Super Bowl if we would have hit him with the Dick Fangio. He'd have just rolled with it better than any of those.
That is his name.
Any of those guys. Okay, so other things here in football's finest. Let's go to Cleveland, where you really have no good reason to ever go to Cleveland. So I would just like to, our imaginations, allow yourself to go there, okay, against your own will. This is not going to be a consensual voyage to Cleveland. But for 45 seconds, just soak into what I believe to be something that is going to be just really fun as they set themselves up and hype themselves up for a big-name quarterback here in the future.
I know he would not admit it, and I know it's nothing that they want to talk about. But I'm telling you, the thirst that Jimmy Haslam has for Arch Manning is unmatched. Unmatched. You know the connection that Haslam's donated a ton of money to Tennessee. They have a relationship with Manning family. I don't think it's a coincidence they acquired a second first-round pick. I don't know whether this kid's coming out or not. It was described to me by a billionaire that said, in a perfect world, that guy would be in Cleveland next year.
Yeah.
And they would do anything to get him. Anything.
Doesn't that excite you? It does me.
That excites me. You think Arch Manning's going to go to Cleveland? Absolutely not. First of all, he's not going to be coming out in next year's draft. So This is going to be like a 2-year tanking to go get Arch Manning. And my wish would be, if I had like a sports wish that didn't involve my own selfish team desires, it would be just to laugh at Cleveland for them to make every decision for here until Arch Manning declares to get Arch, only for on draft week and draft day, the Mannings to say, yeah, there's absolutely no chance we're doing this. Yeah, you don't want to do that. He would not in a million years go to Cleveland. I mean, even if he wrote him a $75 million check to their favorite university or charity, I don't know if there's enough kissing up you could do for me to want to send my son to the Browns. Ain't no way.
No.
It's a family that knows football.
Yeah, and I don't know what was going on there. Was that like a round of applause that the producer was giving?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like
Arch Manning is unmatched.
Sound like someone was frying some chicken in the background.
For Arch Manning is unmatched.
The big cast iron pan. I don't know what they're doing out there, but I want them to get so hyped for Arch Manning only for him to say, yeah, I will literally go get a desk job somewhere in a cubicle before I throw a pass with a Browns uniform on my body. I'll apply for a 5th year of eligibility. But that's where things college until I'm good out of the top 5.
I'm going to stay with Sark as long as I can.
I'll go full Van Wilder if I have to, boys and girls. Okay, this is the sports admission. I hate to say it, but maybe the greatest championship ring of all time. Did you see what the Eagles unveiled?
It's pretty badass.
I have. Their Super Bowl ring, bro.
Yeah. It's disgusting because F them, but it's badass.
It is pretty phenomenal. You have, they're paying homage to just, different nuggets from the actual Super Bowl game. They have 40 points of diamonds in World Champions, as it reads, for the 40 points that they scored in the Super Bowl. 5 diamonds on the special feature button representing the 5 players who scored in the Super Bowl. You have 1 carat of marquee-shaped diamonds in the trophies for the number 1 defense in 2024, and then 0.9 carats in the wings for the 6 sacks and 3 turnovers against Kansas City. You're like, the wings? What do you mean the wings? Yeah, this is the first time I've ever seen this. But there's basically a wing button on the Super Bowl championship ring so that you have Eagles diamond-encrusted wings flowing out at the base of the ring, just on your choosing, sort of like a switchblade. Boop. You just hit the button and bing, out go the diamond-encrusted wings.
Pretty epic.
Really, really special. I hate how awesome it is.
Yep. And every year, these rings are just getting better and better. I mean, next year, whoever wins it, I'm sure they're going to have something we're just like, what in the world? They're just dunking
masterpiece
on one another every year.
I wonder how precise those wings are built. You're going to have to take that back in to get tuned up. Probably not. It's probably so dialed that thing will be working perfectly forever. We are reaching a level where it would be uncomfortable to wear it other than special team events. I wouldn't want to wear it to ruin it. It's too delicate. It's too heavy for my hand. A lot of stuff. Yeah, that's true. Got to be Cam Hayward to lug one of these things around. I do wonder about the longevity of those wings working on the push of a button command. Yeah, they might need a WD-40 that thing here in about 4 or 5 years. Yeah, they can gather some lint. Grease the wheels on that thing a little bit. But it is pretty impressive. So they can go bleat themselves. But do you think if the Cowboys won, Jared make one where a face of him pops out? It's me, man. I did it. Yeah, it wouldn't say Cowboys or anything. It would just say the Jerry Jones Super Bowl rings. Every player that usually has their own name on the ring, they would all just say Jerry Jones. Looks like Terry McLaurin, he's going to be willing to do whatever it takes to secure a long-term deal with the Commanders. This is a fun one here in the division. It's not just us dealing with a contract dispute. McLaurin could be holding out. He might hold in, and he could always go for the trade request. That's the reports out of Washington and what might unfold there with McLaurin. But, man, they just have really nobody outside of him. You got Deebo Samuel, but the rest of those guys, from a pass-catching standpoint,
And it is slim pickings.
Luke McCaffrey, that'd be the one to watch. He could end up being pretty good this year for them.
That would be the fantasy alert to put people on.
Yeah, like if you don't have Terry McLaurin, like somebody's going to have to catch passes. Luke McCaffrey would probably be the next guy out.
Maybe not 90 of them, but maybe 55 or so.
Yeah.
How about Donald Trump saying he's going to hold the new stadium hostage in Washington if they don't change their name back to the Redskins? I mean, I guess as the president, you have different authorities. I don't know, but he's getting really heavy-handed with it.
Yes, it's getting kind of crazy, huh? I'm trying to tell you. Getting pretty close on it.
Is that authoritarian? Is that what you call that? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe trying to create distractions, anything possible to get people talking about the Epstein files out of there. I don't know.
Flag.
I saw somebody got kicked out of his rally today for bringing just a picture that had Epstein and Trump together. It's
a troublemaker.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I thought we'd kind of moved on and we were getting used to Commanders.
Yeah. I did as well. I don't know that. They are doing like a throwback uniform kind of thing to try and
the ode to the Super Bowl teams.
Get in touch with the old school version and the more traditional uniforms, but. Yeah, I don't know why he's making such a big stink about it, but the fact that he's threatening to put a hold on their new stadium, I mean, come on, just for the fan base's sake, let them get out of Feces Field, please.
Yeah, please.
I mean, come
First
on.
things first.
Yeah, that's right. First order of business. Now, I also, Wolchuk's had his bold predictions, and they've been really impressive. I think maybe some of the boldest predictions in bold prediction history has been laid out this offseason by the bully. And at least two of them involved the Lions and the Eagles not only taking a step back, but a step back out of the playoffs entirely. Okay? Like just that right there, let alone the other 3 or 4 that you got. I think I'm gonna stake my claim in Mike Vrabel, Drake May, and the Patriots being a playoff team this year.
Oh, look at you getting your woolly bully on a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they
Welcome
really
to the dark
they
side.
threw a bunch of money around. First of all, I believe in Mike Vrabel. Like he's just a guy that's going to go in there and whatever your roster is, they should win 7 games. He's going to find a way to win 9 with them. Drake May was really awesome last year with a whole bunch of nothing on the offensive line or just in general with his offense. They've revamped the offensive line. They got him some pass catchers. I think the defense is going to be really good. They got my guy Milton Williams, who I wanted the Cowboys to get, but that's neither here nor there. I think the Patriots are going to be legit. And Scott Zolak, who we love in TD Tuesday, Wolchuk.
I love that.
Drake May just got married a few weeks ago, and he got ball sacked by an AI video that was alleging that Drake May and his now wife were taking like all their wedding registry items and giving them to like local charities and stuff. And so, like, he went on this whole thing on his radio show in Boston talking about, like, man, Drake May.
A special guy.
What a guy. Like, he gets all these amazing gifts for being married, and he's just giving them out to charity. And then it turns out that was a big-time ball sacking.
Oh, wow.
So, it's unfortunate for Zolak, but, hey, you got to be careful in these ball sack streets.
You do. I mean, it's gotten a lot worse over the last 30 to 60 days, I would say. We're at an all-time high. It's an epidemic, and I don't know what the answer is other than just being highly skeptical. But you're getting to a point now you could see something that you're cynical about, Google it, and see multiple sources still reporting it. Like I just saw a clip of CNN talking about the ball sack stuff we talked about earlier today with the Coldplay concert family.
Oh, really?
Like there's 5 false narratives out there with that whole deal going on. It's unbelievable. Okay, when we come back, it's the G-Bag Nation here, and it's time for CY. Chris Young, the Rangers president of baseball operations, on their series win against Detroit, and what's next here on The Fan.
Spread the word. Go ahead, do it. I'll wait. All right, there you go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the G-Bag Nation is the place to be. Afternoons right.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Remember that Uber Eats has roast.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd. Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Nation here on the Fan. Time now for the Chris Young Show here on your home of the Rangers. Pregame coming up 6:30. It's brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Play Score. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey guys, I'm well. How are you all?
Doing outstanding. And a lot to get to here with you today. So again, thank you so much for your time. But how about taking 2 or 3 from the Tigers? That was good, right?
Yeah, it was a great way to come out of the break. The guys really came out and played very good baseball. Certainly would have loved to have won last night on Sunday Night Baseball, ESPN, but still a great game. Scooble was amazing, and we hung right there, had a chance, and just couldn't get that extra run across that we needed. But nonetheless, a great weekend. Really, when you look at it, 2 really good series in a row. Going into the break in Houston, winning 2 of 3, arguably could have won all 3 there. And then could have won all 3 against the Tigers, but to take 2 of 3 against 2 first-place teams, I think was a very positive last 6 games, and my hope is that we'll continue to build off that.
I'm not sure exactly when the turning point was. Maybe you've pinpointed the date, but this is so much better than the first couple of months. How do you feel overall about your baseball team right now? Is this now what you'd imagined or closer to it?
Well, it's certainly closer to it. I think in the last 6 weeks, we've played significantly better baseball. We've seen a lot of improvement offensively. We've scored more runs. We've continued to pitch very well. We are playing really good defense, and we've run the bases really well too. So there's a lot of positive things that we've done. It's allowed us to get over 500 for a game, now back to 500, and the big thing for us now is to continue to improve and let that show in the record. And if we do that, the hope is that we'll have a chance to be in the playoffs by the end of the year.
Now, I got to tell you, when I'm watching these games, it's usually not long before there's a moment or a play, and I'm thinking, man, I wonder what CY's thinking right now. What was your opinion on Garcia's base running? Should he have gotten home on that single?
Well, it's tough, and certainly as a base runner, you want to know where the fielders are positioned. You need to know that they're kind of playing, Higashioka to pull the ball there. and the shortstop's a little more to the right of you than maybe he normally would be. And so it's a part of base running, but it's not going to be perfect all the time. And, there are going to be days where, he breaks on that ball and they catch the ball and he's doubled off second, which is the worst outcome. So, we sometimes, I think, overanalyze how hard these decisions are, how hard these things are in the moment. And in the end, he froze on a line drive, which is what you're supposed to do. Certainly, ideally he would have been able to know that the fielder was a little further over and he could get a break and score on that ball. But as it turned out, Cody Freeman was up to bat, took a great breaking ball in the dirt, and it got away from the catcher, and Adolis came home. So it didn't hurt us necessarily. But, it's just one of those instinctual plays that sometimes work in your favor. And in that moment, he erred on the side of caution, and I can't fault him for it.
You made a flurry of roster moves here recently, one of which Josh Young getting recalled from AAA. What'd you see from Josh, and what else can you tell us about some of these moves?
Well, the last few games for Josh were positive. We've seen a little bit of improvement in his approach and, hit some balls hard. Ultimately, I think we're at a point in the season where, we want to continue playing really good baseball, and we need the good version of Josh to be able to do that and to be the best team we can be. Josh certainly makes us better, and, given that it's a critical point in the season, we want Josh on the field. We want to win or lose with Josh, and we believe that Josh is going to be better for the time he had to kind of reset mentally and work on some things with his approach. And, we are expecting it to show up in the game starting tonight.
Is it laying off the high cheese? Is that specifically the adjustment? And how tough is the adjustments you're asking him to make to get done?
Well, in the moment, they're always tough adjustments because you're facing the best players in the world. And so sometimes it's hard to make adjustments at the major league level, and that's why we have to send guys down so that they can face just slightly less competition so that they can free their mind up and actually perform the adjustment. Because when you get in compete mode at the highest level against the best in the world, sometimes it's a little bit more challenging to make those adjustments, and you get exposed with it. So they are tough adjustments to make in terms of doing it against the best, but they're also things that he has done previously in his career in terms of lowering his swing rate and not chasing as much. And it's not just the high fastball, it's breaking balls as well. It's just the overall swing rate and approach. And so kind of getting back to the best version of himself, we're not asking him to be somebody who he's never been. We're just trying to get him back to the basic form or the best version of Josh. And if he does that, we think he's going to be a really good player.
Boch, I guess, mentioned that Chris Martin's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks. What is the plan moving forward? Does that maybe impact the need to go get a reliever, or are you looking at John Gray? I know you brought up Cole Winn. Is that more of an in-house thing?
Well, we certainly needed innings coverage today, and Cole has pitched very well at AAA. He's pitched very well in the big league, so it was an easy call to get Cole here when we're a little shorthanded with Jacob Last having pitched last night. So we'll evaluate the next few days as to what the pitching looks like and who the next guys up are. But we will be getting John Gray back. We're likely to activate him this week after a solid rehab start on Saturday night in AAA. And, John could certainly be somebody who fills in the back of the bullpen and leverage now that Chris is down. We're also considering him, being a length guy in the bullpen or even in the rotation. There are a number of different ways we may go here. Some of it may be predicated on what the exact needs are, week to week. John has shown the ability to pitch a number of different roles. He was huge for us in the World Series out of the bullpen in 2023. He was lights out against Arizona. I think it was game 4, which helped us win the World Series. So we know he's had success pitching out of the bullpen. He embraces that mentality. So there are just a variety of ways we could go here. But, if this team continues to play good baseball and win, improving the bullpen is something that we will likely have to do, especially given the blow to losing Chris for a few weeks here.
Chris Young with us here on The Fan. Yeah, it is trade season right now, of course. Do you feel like you're taking more calls or making more calls?
Right now I think we're just standing pat, kind of evaluating where we are. It's been really good to see us play good baseball over the last, several series. And if we continue to play good baseball, it's our nature as a front office, my nature, to want to go out and give this team every chance we can to win another championship. That's what we do this for. We work really hard and want to see that, that work transcend into the ability to win championships. And so, that's our goal with it. The team will decide that. I've said that for a while. The team will kind of decide and show us what we need to do. And if we continue to have a good week here, I think we'll be in a position to try to find ways to make this team better.
There had been some reports that ownership wanted to stay below that lowest tax apron. Does the team have the financial wiggle room to be able to be as aggressive as you'd like at the deadline?
Well, some of that just depends on what the needs are. And ownership has always been very good about giving us the resources. I think that in the last 3 years, we've had the 3 highest payrolls in team history. And, one of those years resulted in a World Series. Last year, obviously, it was a little disappointing. We didn't make the playoffs. And I think we're still trying to figure out what this team is this year. So ownership has been tremendous in terms of giving us the financial resources we need. And the reality is, I've said this again, I'm not sure there's anything externally that can upgrade or improve our team more than getting the best versions of the current players we have. And I think we've done that on the pitching side, and I think we're starting to see it more on the offensive side. And if we get the best of these guys in terms of what their accustomed performances are, that to me is as good as anything we could access on the trade front. So I'm not sure it's a matter of what the financial limitations are. It's more a matter of, that doesn't matter if we don't get the best out of the group we have. And that's equally as important as to what we could go out and get.
The guys on Sunday Night Baseball were joking last night that if teams are calling you asking if you guys are selling, that they'd probably hear a click pretty quick on the other end.
Well, I don't take it personally. They're doing their jobs and they have an obligation to reach out. The answer is I really can't give them an answer at this point. I'm evaluating and I'm trying to see what we are and looking for any ways to possibly make us better. But, we have a good week and a good win streak here. We're in a good position and I'm going to be aggressive as possible, but it's part of the job. And I've had to be on the other end of those calls, making those phone calls, and you don't want to offend anybody telling them that you think they're sellers. But even, at this point, we check in with all 29 other clubs, making sure that we don't miss anything in terms of a player who may be available to help us get better, not only now, but for the future.
How's Evaldi doing? Is he going to start this week?
Evo's doing great. He played catch yesterday, felt significantly better. I think we're trending towards him starting on Wednesday, but I have not gotten the report downstairs yet as to how he's feeling today. But I think he's doing much better and should be good to go by Wednesday.
Is there an updated timeline for Jock Peterson?
Jock is going to face live batting practice this week. If that goes well, we expect to get him out on rehab. And from there, we need to determine how many rehab at-bats he'll need before rejoining the team. But, I think we're within, week to 10-day time period at the most where we are expecting to get Jock back, which will be huge for our lineup.
What can you tell us about Rocker's solid weekend, great weekend, and lighter tonight?
Well, we hope that Jack can build off of his last game in Houston and certainly what Kumar did. I think that those two are great for each other in terms of feeding off each other, competing with each other in a healthy way. And we all saw how good Kumar was coming out of the break and really attacked a first place Tiger team. And so it was wonderful to see that. And it's just exciting to think about the future of our pitching rotation with Jack and Kumar and some of the bright spots that we've seen from them this year. And, obviously with Evo and DeGrom and, we should get a healthy Cody Bradford back next year. We have more pitching depth in the system right now that we hope will be in a good position to fill in next year. So overall, there are a lot of positive things happening. And Jack and Kumar are such important pieces to our future. But to see them have success and see what they're capable of doing when they're really on, it's exciting for our future.
I think we all appreciated Evo getting the All-Star bonus that you guys granted him. How did that all unfold?
Well, it's for us, it's not hard to do the right thing. And that was a very easy decision. He's such an important part of our organization. Not only what he's done on the field in terms of the success he's had as a pitcher and helping us win a World Series, but equally as important as who he is as a person. And he's an all-star in every sense of the word. He deserved to be there in the game, representing the Texas Rangers, and it was unfortunate that he did not get that opportunity for us to honor the clause in his contract financially and reward him. That was a no-brainer as an organization, and frankly, we didn't want that getting out. We thought that would go kind of under the radar, but these things get out, and it is what it is. We didn't do it for the public credit, I can promise you that. We did it because it's the right thing to do for a player that we care about immensely.
What was the draft like? Any takeaways there? We haven't gotten to chat with you since this thing came and went.
Yeah, the draft, it's a really exciting time of year where, the next wave of talent is infused into our system. And it was, the draft was really exciting. We felt like we did very well in terms of several of the players we drafted. And, I always say we'll tell you in 3 or 4 years how good the class was, but we feel really good coming out of it right now. Our first 2 picks especially, we felt like were potentially 2 of the top 30 players in the draft. Gavin Feen is a tremendous high school shortstop from Southern California. He was high on everybody's boards. I've heard from a lot of my colleagues who liked him a lot. And then our second-round pick, A.J. Russell, was a pitcher out of Tennessee who was hurt a lot of this past season, coming off Tommy John surgery. Some people say that if he had not been hurt, he would have been a top 5 talent in the draft. And so we felt very fortunate to be able to pick him at the 52nd pick in the draft. And so there were a number of other players we're excited about, but highlighting it with 2 players that were top 30 players on our board, we feel really good about, and our hope is that these players turn into the stars that we think they can be.
Well, congrats on getting the corner turned, and we can't wait to see what you do this week. We'll chat with you about it next Monday.
Guys, thank you. I appreciate it. We'll see you then.
Salute. There he goes. Chris Young, brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Play Score here in the G-Bag Nation. Now, Sands is usually 4:40. He's going to have to join us at 5, Chief. I've been informed, so I think we're looking for a hodgepodge coming up.
Let's do it, man. G-Bag Nation, you make the call, plus some college football for you next year in the nation.
Shoot, yeah. I want to chat D&M leasing with you before we do anything else, though, because...
Enjoy a 5-day, 4-night stay in Cancun on us. Call 214-655-COOL or visit astardfw.com. Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
Tolo's a huge thank you because we're making a difference with our Fan Ambassador program to help dogs find a forever home. Hey, it's Gavin Spittle letting you know Corey Majors adopted an ambassador and just posted his Kelpie, which is a great hockey name for a dog. He's such a sweetheart. I know this because he's currently my foster as we saved him from being euthanized. Crate trained, potty and leash trained, I'll pick up the adoption fee. Let's get Kelpie and our Fan Ambassadors adopted today at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
Yo. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Sands is coming up here in about 15 minutes. We'll react to what we were just told from Chris Young here on your home of the Rangers. Here's the Chief with your evening hodgepodge.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Big Ten Media Week is off and running, and we have the Big Ten preseason media poll. Who do you think they picked to win the Big Ten?
Oregon.
Penn State.
Ohio State.
Penn State. Penn State getting the love. Penn State getting a lot of love. Yeah, they got the quarterback coming back, so that's like the preseason advantage for sure for Penn State, as Ohio State is making a change at the position along with Oregon. So you have Penn State, Ohio State, and Oregon. That's the top three according to the Big Ten media. That's how they are predicting it. Then you get Illinois, Michigan, Indiana, Iowa, and Wolchuk's Nebraska Cornhuskers.
Go Big Red.
Shuck 'em.
Go Big Red.
Do they have an easy schedule this year? Are they going to be able to sneak up on some people?
I think they got a shot. I think that Matt Rule, look, I was big on Nebraska last year. Unfortunately, I was eating crow. But maybe this year. I mean, I need Dylan to step up. I need him to be the man that I thought that he could be. And right now, he's falling short.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens with Ohio State and Oregon with their new quarterbacks and see how that goes. Oregon, I mean, both teams had a lot of turnover. Ohio State, both coordinators, and their defensive coordinator actually went to Penn State. So
it's a great year to open your season in the horseshoe for the Longhorns.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's a great point.
And Raiola, I think he is of the utmost interest for everybody here, not just Wolchuk, because if he's coming out in the 27 draft, I mean, that's the guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would love to have a chance to put a star on his helmet if things aren't going well with Dak. If we're not heading for a fourth contract,
of course.
Get our own Mahomes going.
Yeah,
here in a couple of years.
Gotta try it.
No,
Mahomes
totally.
Jr.
Yeah, it's got to happen at some point. Speaking of quarterbacks on the move, former BYU quarterback Jake Retzlaff has committed to walk on at Tulane.
Let's go, baby.
So it's just a walk-on situation.
Love a good walk-on story.
He'll be good.
I mean, the dough is so good now from NIL that if you got a name, if you got a social media position to exploit, you don't need the Scully. I'll walk on this son of a gun. I'll pay out of pocket.
They're saying he went from the BYU to Tulane.
Now you can't say that, dude. Come on.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that was
no.
I thought that was kosher.
Mm-mm.
All right, so we're not in on Tulane.
Nope.
All right.
I'm so in on it.
I thought you were pretty excited about the BYU.
I wonder if the Manischewitz.
It's like a place Jesse Jackson would call it.
I wonder if the Manischewitz deal carries over. Tulane.
Your college football stat of the day comes from Georgia, where they have another offensive lineman who's been arrested on charges including felony possession of marijuana. Your stat of the day reads as such. Since January of 2023, the Georgia Bulldogs have 24 wins. It's pretty good. Since January of 2023, the Bulldogs have 26 arrested players. That's where things stand right now. We'll see if they can dig up out of it, as the SEC is going to be a ton of fun, as always, once again.
They're always chasing, elite status. And, of course, they try to take down Bama. In a couple of seasons they did. I think now they're on to bigger and better things, and they have their eyes set on the 88 Miami Hurricanes.
There you go. I like that. Hey, if a playmaker comes out of all this, so be it.
Shoot, yeah.
Speaking of college football and whatnot in the SEC, Albert Breer was on with Dan Patrick, and he said something like, hey, I could see Nick Saban having a bad taste in his mouth about the way his NFL career ended with Miami all those years ago, and he's not calling it or anything like that. But Albert Breer was like, I could see Nick Saban maybe kicking the tires on an NFL job once again, but he said the one thing would be, unlike in Miami, you would have to have a guaranteed, for sure, no doubter quarterback situation on lock that he could step into.
Yeah, so we don't have time.
Yeah, we're not trying to go quarterback hunting here. So,
and we're going to blow up the future salary cap to get players now.
Yeah. We're going to take a page out of the Eagles book, and we're going to make this about a 2 or 3 year window. I'm going to go ahead and make good on my NFL championship promise, and then I will get to the lake with Miss Terry forever.
It would be a lot of fun. I'm pulling for it. It does make me wonder: is he trying to get a bigger bag from College Game Day or something?
Maybe
it could happen.
He could be parlaying this. All right, here we go. Bills. They don't circle the wagons.
Oh.
They don't end up making a championship run this year. They fire Sean McDermott. Nick Saban to Buffalo.
Wow.
Okay, here's my thing.
I mean, that's the quarterback.
Well, Chuck, there's a tree that you're barking up, and
Maybe.
it's the right one.
Trying to connect some dots here.
He loves chicken wings. We know that about him.
What's the last time he coached in a cold weather spot? Was that like Central Michigan?
Michigan State.
Michigan State, yeah.
Since then, LSU,
yeah.
Miami, Bama.
No,
he might be a 90 degree and up kind of guy.
weather-
Josh Allen will get you hot, though.
That's
like
right.
if he wants a quarterback, that might be the best one that you'd have the chance to coach.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that Harbaugh is going to get fired in Baltimore. Maybe Cincy. Maybe the Joe Burrow connection there if they decide to move on from Zach Taylor.
I'd like Atlanta Falcons with Penix. That'd be my choice.
Okay.
Stays healthy.
I love that. Man, okay, it sounds like we might have some options here.
Yeah.
Cooking up for old Nick Saban.
That'd be fun.
Your sports quote of the day comes from your Portland Trail Blazers, Hanson Yang, on how he got into basketball.
Jeez.
The quote reads,
Chinese Jokic.
I was a little bit of a fat boy.
Fat boy?
My father told me to try some sports, figure out what you want to do, and lose some weight. My father told me, quote, don't become fat.
Okay.
And then he was like, all right, I'm going to do the basketball thing.
Let's go basketball.
And it's worked out for him to this point.
Good cardio. Taught him some life lessons. I'm trying to get excited about him as a guy who worked in that market for, 10, 15 years or so before I moved here and grew up around the Trailblazers. I root for him, but man, it just has bust written all over it. Like watching him play in the summer league, I'm like, what are they doing? I mean, because he's still doughy. He's doughy and
he's going to end up being a star.
Can you imagine how fat he would have been if he didn't do basketball? His dad was on to terrible. Okay,
fat boy.
I was going to make this a G-Bag Nation. You make the call, but the more it festers inside of me, the more I realize this is really just a Bleep Hole of the Week nominee.
Oh.
Okay. We head to Silver Spring, Maryland, where there is a high school baseball team whose field is basically right there adjacent to the fire station, the local fire station. And so they're doing BP before their game the other night. One dude hits a long ball, and it goes out of the park, and it smashes into one of the firefighters' pickup trucks that was just parked out there. Right?
Okay.
So firefighter gets ticked off, takes his fire truck over to like the fence of the baseball field and unleashes his hose and just basically drowns out the field.
He unleashed his hose.
And prevented them, and prevented them from being able to play their next 2 games because he just straight up flooded their field in retaliation for the incidental BP dong ball crashing out a window.
Might not be chief material, seems like to have a little issue moderating his emotions.
Kind of love this.
You like it?
Kind of like the pettiness here.
Okay, maybe it is a G-Bag Nation. You make the call. I was going to make him Bleep Hole of the Week.
It is a
at least a nominee.
Move. It is, but at the same time, it's kind of hilarious.
Your firehouse is agreed. Your firehouse is
bit.
within 500 feet of home plate. I think this is a me issue, guys.
You probably is a look at me guy.
Park around the damn corner.
This is like the guy who builds the house 180 yards out on a golf hole tee and then gets mad that a golf ball's in his backyard.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he blew his crib was made out of straw. And the big bad wolf came and blew it down. Now he's mad at the wolf.
Yes.
Damn you kids.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be awesome to be the kid that hit that home run you just now cause like a community ruckus of sorts just because I got that type of power in my bat.
How old was this kid?
I think he's a 16-year-old slugger.
Man.
Future Ranger.
Maybe.
Probably use him right now against lefties.
Hey, get a deal done.
I never hit one out of the park. I was always a slap hitter.
Yeah, me too, man.
What about like an inside?
I can get the third, though. I can get the third fast on your ass. I get that quick, boy.
Get that hot shot down the line. I might score.
Here's another triple.
The most all-time triples without a home run. Lucius Alexander, ladies and gentlemen.
I did have a grand slam inside the park. Yeah.
That's pretty badass, though. Like the inside the parker, I think is almost harder to do.
I think it was a triple air.
Well, I was going to say you need immense incompetence from the defense, which is honestly hilarious. I wish we had tape of that.
It is. Okay, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. When we come back, we'll check in with Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider. It's been a big day of news for your baseball team, and we'll unpack it all with Sans Next to Nation.
Ames, you want the scoop from the sources? You came to the...
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Paprika.
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and Jared Sandler is going to join us here in just a moment, brought to you by the On Time Experts. We are 20 minutes away from the Expressway LA Live coming up at 5:40. G-Bag of the Day will hit you at 5:30. The biggest thing that happened on The Fan today was the State of the Cowboys address. They do it every year in Oxnard, California, an hour-long press conference. And it was very, very eventful, wasn't it? As Jerry Jones, I think, was hell-bent on not having the embarrassing performance that he had last year where he kind of sounded asleep or sickly. He came out firing. And at one point, he interrupted Coach Brian Schottenheimer to say, just because we would sign Micah doesn't mean we'll have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. So he came in grinding an axe, I think, as far as the public narrative that they're bad at negotiation. I think they wanted to strike back and say, hey, we're doing our damnedest, but these players keep getting hurt, and it takes 2 to tango to get one of these deals done. What was your guys' takeaway from today?
I mean, that was a big one, certainly. I mean, him going out of his way to also mention Diggs and Steele. And, I mean, he talked about the Dak injury, like, hey, we just made a guy the highest paid player at his position, and then he got hurt a third into the season. So I definitely think they've got to have done some reflecting on, well, we're paying a lot of these guys, and, man, it's not really working out for us on some of them. So I think with the Mike, it seems like it should be one of the biggest no-brainers ever, and just in terms of the player that he is on the football field. So this one's going to get done. I wonder when. I did like the fact that Stephen Jones did not totally turn down the fact that maybe they're talking to Tyler Smith already.
Yes.
So
yeah,
I'd be hopeful. And Zach Tom just got a big deal with the Packers, their right tackle, but offensive linemen are getting paid. I mean, if you could get away, at least can we get Tyler Smith done? If this Micah thing's not really going to go well, and you still haven't talked to his agent, maybe Tyler Smith can be open for business here.
Yeah, that's good, and we'll have more takeaways on Jerry's presser here coming up at 5:20 before we get to the G-Bag of the Day, as Jared Sandler joins you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, Jared. How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
We're doing great. You know, just talked with CY back there at 4:20, and it seems like things with the Rangers are trending up, and we're getting good news on Evaldi, right?
Seems like it, yeah. I chatted with him earlier, and I think sentiments echoed by Boch, and I didn't hear if CY addressed this. I don't know if he addressed it with you guys, but it does seem like the hope is that as long as things continue to progress, Nathan Evaldi will be able to make a start at some point this week.
And what do you make of this series here with the A's? How are they playing? Is this a series the Rangers can dominate, make it two series wins in a row coming out of the break?
Yeah, would hope so. The A's. I mean, listen, they're 17 games under 500, so they're not a great team, but. We talked about this last night on the broadcast. The Rangers have beat the Tigers twice. And the Tigers' best record in Major League Baseball. They've won both series against them. And, when you're playing well, you can beat good teams. When you're not playing well, you're going to lose to bad teams. And the Rangers earlier this year went to Sacramento, didn't play clean baseball, and they lost the series to the Athletics. So, Gavin, I think absolutely – is we're 10 days away from the deadline. It would be really disappointing if the Rangers didn't build off their series win against the Tigers and win a series against the Athletics. But obviously, it's certainly not a guarantee. But, I think that for a team that's got designs on making a run here in the second half, this is the type of series you absolutely need to at least take 2 or 3 from.
Is Clay Thompson out there? Is he taking BP right now?
Yeah, he took some BP. It didn't look great right away, but then he started to get into a rhythm, and he has decent power to left field, left center. I'm sure with some more swings, maybe he could swing it like his brother. His brother plays Major League Baseball, or he's kind of gone back and forth between the big leagues and AAA. So there's obviously baseball in his blood, and it was fun watching him. I'll tell you what, though, watching Dwight Powell swing, that bat looks like a toothpick in his hands because he's a little bit taller than Clay. I also thought it was funny that Chris Statz of the DJ here started playing Meg Thee Stallion once Clay stepped in the box.
Yeah, is she out there with Clay?
I don't I'll be honest with you. I don't know that I would know what she looks like.
You'd know.
I don't believe she is out there.
What about the Josh
What
Young?
were you going to say there?
What about the Josh Young call up, huh? I mean, were you surprised that it was this quick of a turnaround? Like, what did we see from him at Round Rock that makes you feel like, okay, maybe he's found a little something at the plate?
Well, I didn't, obviously looking at the numbers doesn't always tell the full story. And, he hit a couple of homers, in Vegas, or I think technically Summerlin, Nevada, where the ball really travels. But, we talked about it the other day. It's all about the process stats. And, is he going to put himself in a position to succeed here by laying off the elevated fastball, which teams, it seemed like, just started to pound on him over and over. And if he can do that, if he can, make that type of adjustment, we always talk about, the league adjusts to you and you got to adjust to the league. Well, sometimes we don't do a good enough job explaining what exactly those adjustments are. And clearly the league, has recognized that, kind of like sharks smelling blood in the water, that, he was having a tough time laying off that pitch. And so now it's on him to adjust and show that he can be disciplined and lay off that pitch, because this is still the same guy who was the American League starter at third base in 2023. This is still the same guy who was the first-round pick and, one of the best players in the country at Texas Tech. There's obviously a lot of talent there and a lot of ability, and we've seen it the major league level. We saw it throughout the postseason, right? The highest level of competition, in the big leagues. But now he's got to do things to help himself out, and hopefully he can do that. And the reality is, the Rangers are going to be facing some lefties here coming up, including Jacob Lopez tonight, and they desperately need guys who can help impact this lineup against lefties. And I think the thought is that Josh Young can hopefully be a part of that solution.
As we look at the trade deadline for any prospective bat they could bring in, and obviously the smart money is that they add a bullpen arm, and CY talked about that with us, but would a hitter have to be good against lefties to be in consideration for this team right now?
I think, yeah, I think it would be tough right now unless it's a really low spend type move, or of course if there's an injury that opens up opportunities elsewhere, for them to get a guy who is a liability against lefties, someone who you're like, I don't really want him starting against lefties, because they've got plenty of those. They got plenty of guys to fill lineup against righties. Now, if they get a guy who's really good against righties and can hit lefties and will overall make them better, then that's fine. But I don't think you want a guy who you feel like you've got to pinch hit for against a lefty late, a guy who, probably isn't going to make sense starting against a lefty. And I think, if anything, they could look for some guys who fit the alternative. And those guys tend to be a little less expensive, because what happens? You face righties more than lefties, right? So a platoon guy like Jock Peterson, who is, a better fit platooning with a righty on the mound than a lefty, is going to cost you nearly $20 million a year when, he's coming off a year or a stretch of years where he was outstanding against righties. A hitter who is more of I hate to use the word specialist, but it was more of a specialist against left-handed pitching. It still might not, be cheap if he's one of the best at the game at it, but you don't face lefties as much as you face righties. And so if it's a role player, situational kind of platoon type guy who you can plug in there against lefties, that's a guy that you might be able to get, whether for it's a low lift from a resource standpoint, or maybe their contract isn't significant and maybe gives you a little more flexibility to make those types of moves.
Did this team turn around when Jock Peterson got hurt? And how confident are you that he can get back to the player close to what he was in his prime?
Yeah, I hope so. I think that, he's only 1 year, less than a year removed from, having an outstanding season. And I just mentioned, the last 3 years coming into the season, he was really good against right-handed pitching. And, he's not 27 years old. So maybe it's not, the arrow pointing sharply up, at this stage of his career. But, I'm hoping that, I think with Jock, and I don't know. I think for some guys, when you miss as much time as he's missed, coming off of the start he had, you just give up on, hey, I don't really care about my season numbers anymore because I've missed so much time. I was not productive when I was healthy. My season number, you have a lot of time to come to grips with the fact your season numbers aren't going to look that good. And now it's just about, hey, how can I sprint through the finish line here? And so, I'm hoping that Jock, who really is a guy, I believe, he wants to win. I know a lot of these guys say they want to win, but I think Jock legitimately, if at the end of the day the back of his baseball card doesn't look pretty in 2025, I don't think it's going to bother him because he's been paid, right? He's not a pre-arbitration player, an arbitration player who's awaiting free agency. He's made his money. He's just trying to win. And so I'm hopeful that the mental reset can help him get going because this team desperately needs a guy like Jock Peterson to be a guy who resembles the production that Jock Peterson, gave his various teams over the last few years in the middle of the order.
Jared Sandler with us here on The Fan. How impressed were you with Kumar Rocker's start over the weekend?
Yeah, it was really impressive. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but he kind of changed the shape of his slider a little bit, a little more tighter. And it was a really, really tough pitch to hit. He had a whiff rate that was a little under 40%. And I think 4 of his strikeouts came on that pitch. So, it was good to see. That pitch has kind of evolved over the course of the year. But it seems like he's getting more and more comfortable with it, but kind of changed the shape a little bit of it last start, and it was definitely fun to watch.
What about Jack tonight? What are you hoping to see against this A's team? Is this a favorable matchup for him with them, struggling relatively?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, listen, he's done a better job of, with intent, throwing his fastball up in the zone more, and so that's one thing. Let's look to see. How successful is he at getting that pitch to the top of the zone because it's a tough pitch to hit when he does it. And then, using his spin, in particular, I've talked about it, the slider below the zone, and then just having competitive 2-strike pitches because, I think with Jack, he's got such good stuff. He doesn't need to, thrust his foot harder on the pedal with 2 strikes because his stuff's good enough. You already got the hitter backed against the corner, backed into a corner. But yeah, let's see how things start with the elevated fastball and how everything plays off of that.
Jared, CY said if they keep winning, they'll likely have to add a bullpen piece. Obviously, with the Chris Martin news for context and everything, what's that look like here? Do they gotta be over 500 the next 10 days? And how good of a reliever do they need to add?
Well, I mean, I think again, I want to speak realistically, and I'll also say every year when you think you got the trade deadline pegged, you really end up having no clue. But if the money is what we believe it to be, maybe they could get Emmanuel Clase. I mean, he's certainly not that expensive. He's on one of the best contracts in baseball, that he signed with the Guardians years ago. But the Guardians aren't going to give him away for cheap from a resource standpoint. Ryan Helsley might be a little too expensive because he's, I think, prorated going to make, close to $4 million the rest of the way. And maybe not. We don't know what the financials are because, and stop me if I've shared this with you guys, it has to do to some degree with the benefits that these players receive and insurance, and then also, the possibility of incentives hitting. So it's not as clear cut as it is sometimes, I feel like, in basketball when we talk about, what money a team does and doesn't have to spend. And so, I'm not positive what that number is, but yeah, I mean, I think that getting a guy who you feel comfortable can, get you big outs in September and then hopefully in October is going to be important. And maybe John Gray's that guy, right? He's coming back, and maybe they use him in that type of a role with Chris Martin out and see how things look there. But, and maybe it's not a guy who's a closer right now, but a guy they look at and say, hey, he's not closing for whatever team right now, but we think he can be a closer for us because maybe that's a guy who doesn't come with as steep of a price tag or as much of an ask from a resource standpoint. But, yeah, the bullpen's been really good. Statistically speaking, it's been one of the best bullpens in Major League Baseball. I mean, if the idea is to not give up runs, this bullpen's done a great job of that. But I do think that, like a lot of teams that are in contention, this bullpen could use a boost and maybe some support before the deadline to get ready for a stretch run.
Listening to CY when we asked him about John, it did. I just got the vibe John Gray's going to be coming out of the pen. And he did mention, hey, maybe it could be in a long-term role. Just depends on what the club needs. But, I mean, you went back to talk about how well he pitched in the World Series in that Game 4 coming in for Scherzer. But I just got that feeling that that's going to be the move for John.
Yeah, very well could be, especially with Nathan Eovaldi, seemingly avoiding something that would knock him out for a significant period of time. Maybe that would change the calculus a bit. I don't know. I think Jacob Latz's success in a starting role probably changes the calculus a bit too. So it would make sense. I think John can pitch probably in a variety of different capacities. Here's the thing, though. I think John, obviously in the postseason, he looked great out of the bullpen. What's it going to be like in the regular season over a longer stretch, larger sample size? We'll wait and see, but there's no doubt he's got the type of stuff with that slider, and hopefully with the high-velocity fastball, he can command it the right way to play well off that slider, and he can end up making an impact because he's the type of guy. I mean, velocity, power stuff, swing and miss, that's the type of profile you like in the back end of your bullpen.
Jared, can you do me a favor and let Klay Thompson know that us here in the G-Bag Nation have a lot of respect for those cargo shorts he's rocking right now?
Hey, I was telling someone, I was like, if like 99.9% of people wore his outfit, they would look like a total clown. It's like, what is this guy wearing? When Klay Thompson wears it, it looks so swaggy. Like, I mean, and it's not just the cargo shorts. It's like the belt that's like dangling around, his midsection area. I don't know. That seems like, I'll say this. If I wore that, I would expect to get absolutely roasted. But Klay Thompson wears that, it's like, I kind of want to try wear it tomorrow and see how it looks on me.
I think you should. I think that should be the pregame bit, Jared. I think you absolutely should wear the Klay Thompson.
Little belt dangle.
Oh, belt dangle. Love a good belt dangle.
Thank you, Sans. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, buddy. Have a good night.
All right, fellas. Take care.
See you, Jared.
Sandler's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing here in the G-Bag Nation. We'll hit the expressway and recap everything that's been breaking throughout your broadcast afternoon coming up next here on The Fan. I want to chat Frankles with you before we get there, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. And Josh Young is back up on the Rangers, and that's amongst the interesting storylines. CY was confident when we spoke with him an hour ago that Nathan Eovaldi won't have to miss time, but you know how that one goes. Uncertainty, and I think they're wise to err on the side of caution, so they went ahead and had him skip yesterday's start, but did say that he was feeling better yesterday. That decision was made on Saturday. So, yes, Micah Parsons is in Oxnard, California. Practice tomorrow. Is that the thing you're most interested in finding out? With Broadus flying in, he'll be reporting throughout the practice and then join us live at its conclusion. I think I'm most interested about camp in general, and hopefully we start to get positive reports on it tomorrow, on Tyler Guyton, who's shoddy in his rare opportunities to speak today. And the hour presser said he worked his ass off this offseason. So what's that worth? Can he be lighter on his feet and at the same time stronger in his stance? I think, Brian will probably be able to pick that up within the first 5 minutes, if so.
Yeah, absolutely. With all the work he put in with Duke Manyweather, plus the coaching staff changes with Clayton Adams and Connor Riley, who I think are really, really good teachers of the position, I feel like this is going to be a big step in the right direction for Guyton.
How about you, Wolchuk? What's the thing you're most looking forward to?
Definitely always the offensive line. But, the Micah stuff's going to be fascinating. Really just like these corners. Who do they even have right now to suit up and be able to practice at corner? You're looking at Kalen Carson. You're going to have to ask a lot at AM. Kyler Elam. Are they really trying to make one of their safeties and Wanye Thomas like the slot corner right now? Israel Nkwamu. It's slim pickings right now for just having enough bodies at corner, and I'm wondering when they get eyes on this out there, and they know better than we do about the timeline for like Diggs and Ravel and then Josh Butler. But when are we going to get the report? Okay, they're working out some guys, and I think it's just a matter of time before they sign a veteran.
In OTAs and minicamp, it was all about Kyler Elam, right? And can he build on this? So, what are the reps against Pickens, Lamb, Tolbert, Turpin looking like? Can he convince you that he's going to have the coverage to go along with his toughness and, at least be a step closer towards hitting the potential that got him drafted in the first round by Buffalo, 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, I would say my expectation for training camp, especially early on, is seeing wide receivers making plays left and right.
Yeah.
It's like, other than Deron Bland, you don't really have anybody that can really go toe-to-toe, especially with Lamb and Pickens. But in general, these wide receivers should be looking pretty good.
Another takeaway is they're clearly not happy with Trayvon Diggs. The amount of vitriol or animosity that's in the tone of their voices and the way that they're talking about, Diggs not doing the work or doing the work, whatever the case. I imagine as Trayvon is reviewing this social media this evening, I have now taken another step down the path of resenting this organization and not wanting to be here any longer than necessary. I think the frustration of being the Cowboys general manager and all the angst, it's obvious they're feeling it. They're just choosing to lash out now on their own players, I think, instead of accept their responsibility for why this team hasn't achieved its goals.
It is, some of just the comments today were wild. The Diggs stuff, though, it's not a surprise. I've been saying it all offseason. I think the Cowboys would have looked to move him had he not gotten hurt. Yeah. And I think this is on him. Mentioning, the Micah being hurt thing, the Dak getting hurt after we paid him. But the Diggs thing. Yeah, absolutely. The Diggs thing, though, they paid a player. They gave him his money. And ever since he's been paid, he has not held up to his side of the bargain here. And you can't control the injuries, I get that. But some of the stuff, and I've alluded to it with the whispers that you've heard out of that building, is how much do you love football? How much do you care? Now, he's working out doing his thing on his own. I can't fault the player if you have distrust for a team's medical staff, or maybe you just butt heads. I think a lot of athletes out there will go and work out with people that they trust and they'd rather work out with. Whatever. That's a non-issue for me. But some of the other stuff that's with Diggs that is in his control, I think he does have a lot to prove this year.
He does. And he could have another 3 or 4 good years, or, it could be pretty much wrapping up if he's hurt again. It's at a massive crossroads. If things aren't going well at midseason, I don't even think I want to get him back so I can make sure he passes a physical and they could move on in the offseason. Jerry did say something very interesting about negotiation that, sometimes players, and he was referring to Micah and his agent, are projecting the cap to go way up, and I want to be compensated for that, not the percentage of the salary cap that players at my position get today. But man, this cap is going to go up 10% over the next 3 or 4 years. So by the time we get out into 2028, 2029, I want the deal that we do right now to reflect that. And I think that was Jerry's way of telling us this is a more difficult side of the negotiation that Micah Parsons is letting on from our perspective. Yes, Micah wants to get a deal done now around the parameters that they think is fair, but we have another idea about it. And I have some patience for listening to Jerry on that accord, but the proof is in the pudding that there's no other player from that draft class that's a star that hasn't got a deal done yet. So I imagine like Mulugeta, it does that for other teams as well. And that's the initial position, right? So the Cowboys take the initial position from the party that they're negotiating against and then never call them back. I think so. It is, I think, frustrating, but in the end, that these deals are eventually going to get done. I said it earlier. I think it's a fact that all of this back and forth and maybe taking shots at a guy being hurt or talking about it, I think this is all part of the brilliance of Jerry as a businessman and knowing how to really court attention at all costs. Steele caught a stray, though. I mean, to put Steele in with Diggs, that was really interesting because Terrence Steele is a guy that the organization has always sung his praises as one of the hardest workers out there. But KNC reporting live from the tennis courts tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., and we'll have a lot more to say about these Cowboys throughout the entire month of August and into week 1 against the Eagles here. What are we at? 6 weeks? Here we go. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Jamming on the one, baby. Jamming on the one. Not jamming on the one. No! Take me, God, no! Not jamming on the one. More on that later. This is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. This is day number 1 for this champion audio right here. Is this 2?
2.
2 shots. Mom found out how the dog poo has been getting picked up. And boy, I tell you what, this is devastating for a family to find this out.
Y'all, I am beside myself and completely grossed out right now. My kids asked me to set up the slip and slide because it's hot outside in Texas. And I am setting it up and I see these tongs that should be on my husband's grill in the grass. And I tell my daughter, I said, hey, please go pick those up and put them back with Daddy's grill. And she said, oh, these? I said, yeah. And she goes, that's what we use to pick up the dog poop. How long has she been picking up dog turds with what we flip our burgers with?
That's awful.
How long?
Too long. That's the answer.
Man, that is some devastating news to find that out. You know what I mean?
Especially this time of year, they probably been grilling like crazy.
Been going at it. Dad's just been wiping off a little rag or something, Keep it all on there. Get some flavor.
Oh, yeah. That's the seasoning.
Yeah, the seasoning.
Oh, it tastes a bit nutty.
Oh, man.
You know how I knew she was from Texas other than her saying she was in Texas? Why do people put a K at the end of NG words? What's lonk? You know what I'm saying? You ever hear that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I can't say anything.
Like, I think there's a lot of cool ways that Texans say words, and I've tried to adopt them intentionally over the years. I'm like, man, I gotta figure out how you say that exactual. But the lonk, I never get.
The lonk.
My wife does it. Elfenbein used to do it like crazy.
Really?
And I don't know. Is it a South Texas thing? I don't know.
But I've actually never even noticed that.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's rampant.
I got the black ass habit of putting S's at the things that don't need an S, like Kroger's.
I
looked at
yeah. Give that S and Kroger's to Jerry for the Parsons game.
I remember Russell Westbrook's.
Westbrook's. All right, let's go right here. Let's do this. Let's go to San Antonio. San Antonio's own KESN 5 News. San Antonio Missions. You guys heard of the San Antonio Missions?
Baseball team down there?
Yeah. They were doing like a David Robinson jersey night. Okay. So, it's the San Antonio Missions, but with David Robinson, kind of a merge of brands.
I'm in.
We do it here. And there's a whole lot of people waiting for these jerseys, and there's two gentlemen right here. Listen to this.
I'm good, man. You got the new jersey here?
know it.
Yeah? How long were you waiting in line for one of these jerseys?
And I was waiting about 220 packs.
220 packs.
A beer.
You finished 220 packs?
218 packs.
You guys were both did that work while waiting for one of these?
Yes, sir. David Robinson, the Admiral. The Admiral. Go Spurs.
You and this gentleman finished 218 packs waiting in line for the jersey. How are you guys still standing?
Well, we just keep drinking.
Yeah. All right.
We avoid hangovers, but we drink so that you get used to it.
All right. Well, that's now you guys. Hard work has paid off for you guys.
You know it.
All right. Well, go get back to business, I guess, in there.
Good. Have a great day, gentlemen.
Enjoy. You too. All right.
That's incredible.
218 packs.
All I could spit out was the Admiral.
Yeah.
The Admiral's the Admiral.
Just keep drinking.
What else would I be doing right now? It's the damn Admiral.
We hate hangovers.
Yeah, so we drink. And I can relate to that, actually. Once I quit drinking, before I really quit drinking, and when I went back, like, I don't know, it was 40 days or so later, I had 4 beers, and I was savagely hungover the next day. And I remember saying, I will never quit drinking again so this doesn't happen. At least 4 every night.
Every night.
Let's go to the WNBA All-Star game. Did you guys watch any WNBA All-Star stuff this weekend?
Yeah, I caught some of it.
I did too, yeah. Saturday and Sunday. I had to go back and watch Saturday, but I did watch
They do a good job of having fun.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. Elle Duncan, she was taking the broadcast crew to break at halftime. She threw a little joke in there. Oh, Elle.
Season long. So, all right. Well, again, we hope it gets a little bit more competitive because, like a girls' trip to Cancun, right now there's no D. It's a 22-point game for Team Collier. That's a walk-off. Sabrina Ionescu, there she is from the 4-point circle. Second half action from Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Tips after this. Al, you're in timeout. Okay, done.
That's good.
Like a girls' trip to Cancun, there's no D. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Maybe for some of them.
I don't believe
She's ball sacking us.
Yeah. Hey, what's the name of that podcast, bro? Did y'all see the WNBA podcast? It's been picking up this weekend.
Is it the ESPN one where they do like the
Stud Bros or Studs?
Oh, the streamers. Okay, I saw like Caitlin. Well, it's like 2 lesbian chicks, from what I understand.
Yeah.
That like run a Twitch. No, they're not players.
Taurasi?
They're not actually players. They're just Twitch streamers that planted their flag streaming like constantly throughout the WNBA.
WNBA was
weekend.
all over it, bro. Blew them up. They were all over. It was Stud. What's the name of it?
Yeah, I can't.
Stud Fams.
I thought that was like probably Fringe. Like
We Studs. What is it called?
Yeah, I don't know, but every time they were about to get kicked out somewhere, they were like, "We're going to tell Caitlin about this.
Yeah.
Like,
Stud
Caitlin's going to
Buds.
fix this for
Stud
us."
Buds, bro.
Stud Buds.
Oh my God! I couldn't believe what I was seeing on my television.
That is crazy, dude. No, I totally missed this.
Stud Buds.
Leading with it.
I got
How do
some
you Pride
buzz.
Month anymore?
I got some buzz at the Studs.
Embrace it.
Yeah, clearly they are.
go.
Man.
Oh wait,
And
214 Tony's saying they are players. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these chicks are players.
Listen, bro, I don't know. I just found out about it this weekend, and all I seen was WNBA players on the stream, so I don't know who's who and who's what sometimes. All right, last one here. Yesterday was a church day. Pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. We have a church pastor that went on a rant about football.
Let's stand together tonight. I know you teenagers are tired. You ran around and kicked the ball. How many played soccer today? Did you play soccer today? Was that part of the thing?
Soccer today?
No? Thank God. Soccer's for queers. I mean, I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Wow.
Ain't no man running around in shorts kicking a ball. I mean, come on now. Look at me, people.
Wow.
Look at me. No. Football, that's like somewhere in another country. Football, that's when you hit somebody so stinking hard the mama feels it. See, in soccer, you run around, you kick the ball. Let's kick the ball. Let's go kick the ball. And then if you fall down, you get grass stains on your shorts. No. That's not even a sport. I'm sorry. I know that. I get myself in trouble everywhere I go, but
yeah, I can see.
Football. Hike, tackle, blow somebody out of their shoes, football. Not, soccer. When you kick them out, soccer. When you kick them out. Okay.
Woo. Wow. It's not even a Toxic Tuesday. Oh, damn.
Hey, man, it's not like soccer do not have soccer going on in his church premises, bro. He's going to run over there and shut that down.
If they were simply just wearing pants and kicking the ball, it might be a different story.
Yeah, get some grass stains on the pants instead of the shorts.
Hey, when I got here, a long time ago, they asked, "Do you like talking soccer?" I said, "Yeah," because the World Cup was on. He said, "Well, soccer is the sport that boys in Texas play until they get to high school, and their classmates start calling them the 6-letter F word over it."
Oh my gosh!
I was like, "Okay, well, I'll do my best to not talk about it very much." I guess.
Goodness.
Like, wow. I mean, but really, that was jarring. I'm not quite sure if that was preaching or a comedy show flop, but it is nominated for the G Bag of the Day. Is it soccer is for Q words? Is it the WNBA?
I like how he cracked this joke, and it was just a good 5 seconds of just silence. Yeah. And then one guy was like, yeah. Smoking it, bro.
Where are you going with this?
This is why I came here.
I was waiting for it. Can I get an amen?
Yeah, that is not good.
Is it San Antonio's KESN with the San Antonio Missions and the 2 18-packs of beer? Sounds like about 4 hours, if you ask me. Or is it our G-Bag of the Day champion, the tongs used to pick up the poo?
Wow.
That one hurts. I stepped in a pretty big pile this weekend. I was cleaning out the flower beds.
Oh my gosh.
I did. And that is offensive.
You're talking about shutting you down. You're like, what was that? Oh, I just slid a little bit. And you look down and you just see all this crazy colors on your shoe.
Terrible. It's crazy how alive that smell gets once your shoe smashes it. Like, it could be fresh on the grass and not smell as bad after it been smashed by a shoe. This is tough. Okay, I'm gonna go with San Antonio. Chief, how about you?
It's just like Compton, fool. Sorry.
I'm gonna take the champ.
All right, we're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, I'm going with the pastor. He's not a fan of soccer.
We're tied at 1. Well, Chuck.
I'm going to go with the drunks in San Antonio.
By a score of 2-1, your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the Spurs fan who was at the Missions game, got himself an Admiral jersey. Okay, it's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
All right, it's a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right into the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke.
The drunks in San Antonio.
Fire up this funk.
It's crazy.
It'll make you dance, summer.
That's all you do at the River Rockers, just get smashed. Yeah.
Everybody get high.
Here we go.
Adrian. Yeah, bring your motherfucking ass over here. I got a lot to say. We're going to conduct this professionally, or we're not going to have an interview. You make the decision. What did you think about the fight?
I beat him. Everybody out there know I beat him. Everybody out there know I beat him. I controlled the fight. He was missing. I hit him clean more times. I beat him.
You averaged 8 punches. Less than 8 punches was the most punches that you had in the round, and it seemed as though you couldn't get close enough.
It already sounded like you was against me. So I already ain't got a fair shake talking to you. But let me talk something. Let me let y'all know. I want to thank the whole hood who came out here. I love y'all. I did this for the hood. Y'all know I beat that boy. Y'all know I beat that boy. What they trying to do is they trying to get that money again with Pacquiao. But it's cool. I ain't worrying about it. I'm still that man. I'm on top. Cincinnati, stand up. West Side.
You threw 8 punches.
Oh! Yeah.
I can already tell you're against me.
Yeah.
I'm bringing up stats.
No, I won.
This is LA Live for Monday, July 21st, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday here at LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop group PPT for that name. Welcome in, Tolos. It's been a hot minute since I've done this, so please be a little patient with your boy. All right, please. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. A lot went down this weekend. I mean, the timeline was just jumping with all types of stuff. We got Cankles, we got WNBA, we got all types of crazy stuff going on. But first, I have to put some respect on my man's name and say R.I.P. to brother Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Oh, no way.
Man, that threw me off today. I had a good workout. I got to work here, ate my lunch. Then I checked online, and all I seen was Malcolm Jamal Warner. I was like, hey, they giving some Malcolm Jamal Warner some love out here. No, my brother passed.
He's young, too.
On vacation.
Oh,
dang.
In Costa Rica, bro. Accidental drowning.
No.
Oh, my gosh, bro. Yeah, this is Theo from The Cosby Show, if you guys are not familiar with Malcolm Jamal Warner. He's in it all day. I mean, he's been an actor forever. He's in all types of stuff. Malcolm and Eddie. You know, oh, my God.
Dang, I didn't
know he drowned. I can't see. I announced it while I was driving in, but I did not know it was a drowning on vacation.
On vacation, bro. Like, that is so scary, man. So,
yeah,
be careful out here, bro. God.
Seen too much of that this summer.
Sad summer. It's a sad summer for him.
54 years old.
It's a sad
Great
summer.
actor, great character on The Cosby Show. The eldest son, incredible smile. You know,
oh, yeah,
just lit
jamming
up
on the
any
one.
room.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many great stories about being a father and raising a son who thinks he's like a man at some point, but he's still a child, that Cosby just broke down using Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Yeah.
It's so sad, bro. So sad. So, yeah, man. Put some thoughts and prayers out there to the family. It's a sad way to end your vacation. All right. He said, aren't all drownings accidental? Yeah, that's what I said too, bro. That's what I said
Do it
too.
yourself.
But there must be something else going on that we haven't had the whole story about yet, okay? All right. Get the vibe right.
Pulled into a current.
That's what they're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Riptides.
Oh, that'll get you.
Yeah, the baseball player. We had a baseball player Friday who in South Carolina drowned. Former big leaguer. He was trying to save people who were getting pulled by the riptide. Jumped in to try to save them.
All right. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. It's a Monday, Friday right here. Big weekend of boxing. Hold on. I mean, it's been two big back-to-back weekends of boxing. Actually, if you're paying attention a little bit. Yeah. Yes, that was great.
It was.
That was great. Usyk knocked out Du Bois. Now, folks are trying to say Usyk is the top 3 heavyweight of all time.
Wow.
All time.
His resume is pretty awesome.
His resume is crazy. I would say he's the GOAT for right now. I would say that. Greatest of right now. I would definitely do that one. But maybe top 5. I don't know,
He beat Fury twice. They rematched. He got him both times.
Fury. He beat everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody you put up against him, bro. He's a mean. Fedor was too much for Tim Tszyu. Got him out of here. I feel sorry for Tim. Manny Pacquiao wants to rematch with Marios Barrios after they ended in a draw on Saturday.
So I did not see their fight, but both of them think they won.
Yeah.
I mean,
they didn't do much. It was a boring fight.
I just don't like Manny is boring.
Yeah, it was a boring fight. They didn't really get it. I mean, they got after each other just a little bit here and there. Nobody wants to see that again. But Gary Russell Jr. looked the best out of all the fighters I've seen this weekend. Gary Russell Jr. has not fought in 3.5 years. Saturday night, Gary Russell Jr. dropped Hugo 4 times, bro. He looked so good out there. 3.5 years, not in the ring, even though he's been coaching and everything else for other cats. He looked amazing out there. So shout out to Gary Russell Jr. for getting it done. And now last weekend, the great Layla Ali was on the Netflix broadcast of the Katie Holmes Amanda Serrano Part 3. And Layla Ali on the broadcast, who is 47 years old, says she'll get back in the ring for $15 to $20 million.
See it?
Somebody will pony that up.
Oh, in a short week, Clarissa Shields got that money together, bro. Short week, T-Rex went and got that money. And she made a video right here. Check this out.
Everybody's talking about it. Everyone in the boxing circuit. The rumor that I heard was that I said that unless somebody had 15, 20 million, don't even call me about it.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what we like. Layla, I'm here with my team. I got great news for you. We got the 15 million.
What?
Let's make a fight between me and you, the best versus the best. The greats versus the greats. The GOAT versus Muhammad Ali's daughter, Layla Ali. Let's make it happen. Mark, what else do we got?
Look, we have the two most prominent venues in this country, Cowboys Stadium, T-Mobile Arena, ready to go. They're extremely interested. We just have to finalize deals and dates with them.
Thank you very much, Mark. Win Records' assignment was to bring forth $15 million. We have the $15 million for Layla.
In a short week.
Let's make this fight happen.
That's what I'm talking about. So you saying we got the $15 million, we got the venue, and we got the dates. Now all we need is Layla Ali.
Beautiful. She had her whole team there. Even Papoose, her new boyfriend, was sitting right next to her. I like how Papoose got himself all the way into the team now. Papoose, the greatest boyfriend of all time, in a sense. Support boyfriend.
Did she say the GOAT versus Muhammad Ali's daughter?
You heard that.
That was great.
You heard that. Yeah, you heard that. Yep. $15 million in a short week. How do y'all feel about 47-year-old Layla Ali getting in the ring with T-Rex?
She's going to get destroyed.
She's going to get destroyed, bro.
I don't think she actually does this.
For $15 million, I will get outpointed, though. I guarantee I can play defense, and if I'm not looking to hit somebody, you're not going to hurt me that bad. I'll pull an Adrian Broner. I'll throw 7 punches around. I'm getting this $15 million, though. I'll probably smile at you through my guard the whole way.
I hope she does it, but man.
I mean, I would like to have an opportunity to go see it if it's at Texas, Jerry's World, but I don't want her to get in that ring with T-Rex. T-Rex is going to wash her, bro. It's going to look bad.
I mean, the 54-year-old Mike Tyson legs just did so much as far as if you're going to try to get into boxing and they say it's all about legs, I can't expect her to be anything near her prime, you know, regardless of what kind of